Our main character Leon is a sword master, but at this ordinary school he's facing a big challenge, another student named Leon. This world is so unreasonable. That's what Leon thinks every time he spars with Leon. He's only been here for less than 3 years, yet no matter how hard he tries, Leon can never beat him. Today was no exception. It's another humiliating defeat against Lion. Even this time, Lion didn't take the fight seriously. He seems very satisfied because there isn't a single person in the school who dares to challenge him. Only Leon persists in battling Lion match after match. For Lion, he hates his opponent's arrogant attitude, so he charges into another duel with him. But of course, it's an uneven fight. Even the crowd outside can see that Leon can't even touch Leon. The similarity in their names is one reason they keep comparing themselves. It's undeniable that Leon envies and wants everything like Leon: his beautiful blonde hair, family support, superior abilities, and most of all, his noble bloodline. He wonders if he had all these things, would things be different? Would his life be a little easier? But dreams are just dreams. Our small main character still has to bitterly accept that in reality, he only has effort. In this unfair world, effort alone is not enough. Suddenly, Leon remembers today is Leon's birthday, and everyone will be focusing on him. Sure, there will be a big party at the Royal Academy soon. The thought of that makes Leon even more frustrated. He's exhausted from training, so he just lies down, thinking maybe not trying for one day won't matter. Finally, his frustration got the better of him, and he can only vent to the heavens. What does the meaning of effort in life mean? Heaven? After releasing his anger, Leon feels like a child for being so childish. How could heaven answer him anyway? And just as he finished speaking, something strange happened. Heaven actually responded to him. Suddenly from the sky, a mysterious figure appeared. Meanwhile, at Leon's birthday party, Chloe and others are worried about where Leon is. After some time of restlessness, Chloe decides to go find him. Her actions clearly show her feelings towards which young man more. For Leon, he likes Chloe but hasn't had the chance to confess yet. She rejected him. Oh my! Does it seem like you were rejected? Your Highness! A stern voice came from behind. The speaker was Sir Hubert, who witnessed everything. From the way Hubert spoke to him, Leon's true identity was revealed. However, Leon is not happy about being called by that title. Even with just 2 of us, don't call me like that. Sir Hubert, if we keep this up, the secrecy of my identity will be useless if someone overhears it. Besides, I don't have the right to be called by such a title. After today's training, your noble bloodline will shine even more. Happy 17th birthday, Your Highness. Hubert still uses that annoying tone, raising his glass in a toast. It's just 1 year until the prophecy comes true for the royal family of this kingdom. When the great Clyde member reaches adulthood, the current emperor will fear the end of the prophecy. Meanwhile, the people will witness the birth of the past Saint King, Roderick. Hearing these words, Leon knows Hubert is elevating him to be on par with the legendary hero Roderick from 300 years ago, but he feels that Hubert has overestimated his abilities. Next year will tell. Suddenly, Leon hesitates and says, next year, I want Chloe, who's completed her 4th level magic course with special talent, and Leon, who possesses superior mental strength and effort. They'll be mine. Rupert doesn't respond. He's lost in thought about the prophecy from years ago that on the day a boy named Lion reaches adulthood, the demon-eradicating sword will fall to him. After the blinding light faded, Leon saw the sword and asked, Leon, do you believe you're worthy? As a person who always feels his fate is unreasonable, Leon didn't hesitate. He grabbed the hilt of the sword because he believed opportunities should be distributed fairly. Before this, Leon was visibly shocked by the sudden appearance of a sword falling from the sky after that blinding light. This made him confused about what was happening. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed, "Wake up!" This only scared Leon more. He looked around, trying to find who spoke. To his surprise, it wasn't a person. The owner of the voice was actually the sword right in front of him. I am not in front of you, human. Our main character is now lost in a sea of why? This situation is hard to understand. suddenly having a sword like this appear out of nowhere and talking to him. "Maybe this is you," Leon murmured. Clearly, it was just Leon's random guess, but somehow it matched perfectly. "Indeed, and you are the one who summoned me, Leon," the voice replied strongly. No words can describe his astonishment at that moment. The thing in front of him was a sword, and he had summoned it himself. This left Leon extremely surprised. How could someone like him summon a sword, something only mentioned in prophecies? "You always thought the world was unfair. Those with everything get more, while those with nothing lose everything. Opportunities must be given fairly. Those who never try have no right to blame life's irrationality." Only those who fiercely burn with the sword of sharpness can explain this to Leon. His efforts were not in vain. They reached the ears of the unreasonable fate goddess. All that remains is whether Leon believes he deserves it or not. After a moment's thought, Leon shouted as if with all his might, "Yes, I deserve it." The sword seemed pleased with his answer and spoke again. "So grasp me, I will give you the chance to prove yourself." Leon understood that grasping this sword meant bearing a heavy burden, but perhaps that was necessary. He could change everything with this sword. And then Leon's face appeared in that moment, representing his unfair reality. But despite that, Leon remained persistent, never missing a training session, and thought he deserved to bear this pressure. Leon realized that no matter how much effort he put in, he always faced rejection. He had to break the unfair reality he didn't accept with all his might. "So why did you stand before me?" the sword asked Leon as he spoke those determined words. "Did I deserve it, right? I want to prove my choices and efforts. Opportunities must be given fairly." Leon replied. It sounds like a catch, but all this is because Leon wanted fair chances. He decided to turn his back on the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He wanted to prove himself without relying on any help, not even the Holy Sword. But that determination proved the protagonist's integrity a prerequisite for a hero and made the Holy Sword very pleased. The sword kept urging him to draw it, but Leon remembered only those chosen by prophecy could draw it out. There was no prophecy, everything is just my will. The strong psychology of the person, not bowing to noble blood or even irrational fate. Willpower showed determination instead of greed for wealth and status. These made this person meet all the worthy conditions to become a hero. The sword gave Leon an answer beyond his imagination. So he was chosen by this very sword. If so, there's no reason for Leon to refuse. With its strong urging, finally, he mustered the courage to draw the sword. The immense power of the sword made Leon's eyes widen. And before fainting, he heard its final words. "My name is El Cid. I am Rodrigo Candias Alvina, the human incarnation of the Holy King. I will be the sword leading the light of this era. Master Lion, destroy evil with me, El Cid." Leon had a long sleep. In his dream, he seemed to see the human form of the sword, and it appeared to have a conversation with someone who complained when El Cid didn't choose the prince as its companion. Then it said that traveling with an ordinary person would be interesting. To explain why it broke the prophecy, actually, it couldn't be called breaking it. Because from the start, the Clyde royal family's prophecy wasn't bound to a royal member. The prophecy only spoke of the day when a boy named Lion reached adulthood and the sword would step down. Coincidentally, Leon's name sounds like a lion. Moreover, Leon, who remained, didn't meet the standards of the Holy Sword either. For it, this person had both talent and fate, but lacked willpower. His talents were not fully blooming yet, but the new master would be even more outstanding if he used its legacy. Alright, time for those scoundrels to pay their dues. Observe carefully from heaven, that's not your concern. Those were the last words Leon heard from Elsie before waking up. They were the final words Leon heard from Elsie before waking up. When he opened his eyes, sweat was pouring down his back. The feeling of panic hadn't fully dissipated, and Leon thought everything that happened was just a dream. But seeing the sword standing in the corner of the room made him realize clearly that all that had happened last night was real. The contrast between the glowing sword and the dilapidated room was stark, and his first reaction was panic and despair. Only now did he realize how impulsive he had been to actually grasp it. But before he could regret, remember again, I am your opportunity. Don't think you'll become instantly strong just because of me. You will have to overcome much more difficult challenges than the ones you received from me. With a great destiny, you must live a harsh or terrible life. You might have to sacrifice the woman you love or the friends you trust. You choose this path by your own will for a special life. Leon thinks of Leon and Chloe's faces as he looks ahead, but he understands it's not about the thorns, it's a unique opportunity only he can have. That explanation made Sword very satisfied. It required him to go to training right away. A test needs to be conducted before they know Leon's stage, so they can teach him later. It was still dark outside, but dawn had not yet risen. Leon was restless. His reluctance to train again was making the Sword frustrated. The Sword wondered why he acted this way, but it didn't realize how noticeable he would be in such an environment. Usually, Leon used a wooden sword, but if anyone saw him using that beautiful one, he wouldn't know what to say. Sword suddenly understood. It knew being too noticeable could be a challenge, but it was fine. Sword would handle any difficulties. So it turned into a bright streak and entered Leon's palm, leaving only an angel wing mark on the protagonist's arm. Sword explained that with this, his hand would feel like a sheath and he could draw it anytime. And because its spirit was invisible to anyone except Leon, he could train at any time or place. Even when I'm asleep, Leon foolishly asked, we can sleep together and stay alert, but we can't do anything if you fall asleep. Elsie explained. Hearing this, Leon suddenly laughed, then teased the other. So I can do something useful like guarding me while I sleep, right? That's a joke. Elsie gritted her teeth. Enough nonsense. As we said before, show your skills. Now that they are more familiar, it's time for the actual training. Sword wanted to see Leon's abilities, but he was insecure about his amateur level, making him think it would disappoint. I won't be disappointed. Elsie replied seriously. Leon, what you've done is already excellent in the environment you were placed in. How can a master criticize their disciple for things they haven't been taught to do? Leon recognized the sincerity in Elsie's words. Those are genuine words, not empty compliments. And those words were more than just encouragement. They acknowledged his efforts. He regained confidence and picked up his sword. Then Leon demonstrated all the daily practice he had done. Suddenly, something felt different. Leon thought to himself, what's going on? I've performed these movements thousands of times before, but it feels like power is flowing into my hand just because someone has entrusted me with this. So focused and excited that he didn't notice El Cidro stopping until Leon was stunned. He thought his performance wasn't good enough to make the sword uncomfortable. Instead, it said, if you don't stop now, your sword won't be able to handle it. Only then did Leon look down and realize the wooden sword had broken when he didn't notice. He was amazed at his own strength, which he hadn't realized he possessed. I used it without realizing. Practicing basic things can lead to this, Sword explained, but Leon still didn't fully understand what happened, and El Cidro wasn't going to explain further. It thought he didn't need to know now. Your skills won't improve if you rely on it without a reason. I'll teach you when you're ready. El Cidro said again. Leon was pessimistic about using Sword's power immediately, but El Cidro praised him for practicing the basics so well that there was nothing to criticize. Now, it would teach body movement. Body movement, not sword skills? Leon asked back. Seeing his disappointment, El Cidro had to explain sternly. Do you think someone can swing a sword without hands? Knowing how to move the human body reasonably is the foundation of martial arts. It might look like regular training, but now it's at a different level. But first, we need to check your stamina. So El Cidro asked Leon to run until he told him to stop. Not just running, there might be some exercises during the run, like planting banana trees or one-legged running. Hearing this, Leon was drenched in sweat. He was confident about his running, but had never run around with one leg or in a banana tree pose. Even though he didn't understand why Sword wanted him to do it, if it made him stronger, Leon was ready for anything. So he ran at full speed, and the Sword watched everything. It seemed very satisfied seeing this as a beautiful picture drawn by itself. In the East, there's an old saying called late blooming flowers, success that comes late. Leon. In the East, there's an old saying, late blooming flowers, success that comes late. In Elsid's eyes, Leon was like a full jug. It was more than enough to fill another one just like it. Even if Leon only inherited a small part of ancient heroes' sword skills and experience, he could still become a sword master at least. However, it didn't want its existence after 300 years to end up below that. Elsid knew that Leon's potential was even enough to kill a dragon easily. And though it didn't know how powerful the World King was, it believed that just half of its power would be sufficient. Thus, Leon ran off when dawn broke. After morning came, he still had classes to attend, no time for rest. So tired, Leon kept nodding off in class and suddenly got hit by the large holy sword. "I'm still awake, I didn't sleep through it," Leon quickly explained, but Elsie had taken all his strength so he could focus on today's lesson. He tried to take notes diligently, but all that was in Leon's mind at the moment was a blank because he was too tired. Elsie noticed this and suddenly asked him, "I've realized where we should start teaching you from now on. Leon, according to your standards, what do you think you're lacking?" After some thought, Leon replied that he must be missing sword skills or techniques. But Elsie firmly said no, it was his eyes. Leon frowned, not understanding. Clearly, he had two eyes and good vision. Why did Elsie say he lacked them? Regarding the sound of the sword, she explained her point with another Eastern proverb, eyes, feet, guts, and strength, meaning that observation skills are the most important, followed by footwork and courage. Of course, strength is not unimportant, it just needs to be useful when the three before it are met. In short, his eyes were still the most crucial, and Leon should start training from there. Hearing Elsie talk nonstop, Leon was a bit confused. He had never heard of eye training before. Could it mean that his vision would gradually improve if he kept moving his eyes? Thinking so, Leon started moving his eyes constantly in class. But this action made him look like a lunatic to the classmates next to him. "Leon, from now on, you will learn how to see. I'll make you understand just how useless your eyes have been since birth," Elsie said, emphasizing the word useless, and Leon obediently followed her instructions. First, he focused on looking straight ahead, concentrating on the teacher standing at the front. Then trying to remember what he saw for 10 seconds. Following Elsie's advice, Leon memorized the green blackboard, the middle-aged teacher with silver hair and blue eyes, his wooden cane, even each strand of silver hair. 10 seconds passed and Elsie asked Leon to close his eyes tightly. Then she posed her first question. How many straight lines were drawn on the board? Leon loudly answered. Clearly, Elsie told him to focus on the teacher just now, but now she's asking something unrelated. "I only asked you to concentrate, not just look at that person." Research teeth. How could you remember any straight lines on the board if you were only looking at the teacher? "Do you remember anything?" Elsid asked with a high-pitched and arrogant tone. The board should have been in your sight, but all you can recall is that teacher. You focused for 10 seconds yet couldn't remember anything on the board. Why? Criticized by Elsie, Leon didn't dare to argue because it was right. He couldn't see anything on the board because he only saw what he wanted to. As Elsie spoke, Leon suddenly understood a lot of new and important information. In fact, eyes waste more information than you think. Elsie wasn't sure if it was because his eyes filtered out unnecessary information, but rarely did she see someone use their full visual capacity. Again, Elsie asked Leon to do it again. This time, he had to focus all his vision and remember everything both eyes saw while also learning how to relax his eyes and capture a wider view. Later on, he must always be able to do this, not just for 10 seconds. Seeing Leon suddenly become tense with his eyes almost popping out, Chloe sitting next to him felt even more scared of him. But at that moment, he wasn't concerned about others' gazes, but was fully focused on fulfilling Elsie's request. Though reluctant to admit it, Leon had to acknowledge that he never thought Swordmaster lessons would be easy and couldn't show his weakness either. Alright, now look at the empty space on the board for 10 seconds again. Elsie instructed. Leon's face was taut as a string. Following her instructions, Chloe sitting above him noticed his pale complexion. She was worried because she felt he wasn't well. That afternoon, after class ended, Leon returned home in silence. He felt his eyes were blurry and his head was about to explode. Elsie seemed very satisfied with her first training session and praised Leon for his potential. His eyes feel tired because they're dry, or, more precisely, because he strained them too long. But the headache is different. Because he unlocked a characteristic he never used before. It would hurt at first, but eventually go away, just like his muscles after intense training. Elsie used the pain from high-intensity exercise to explain Leon's condition. Of course, there was a slight difference because the brain doesn't feel real pain. He only needed to understand it roughly. Elsie suggested Leon focus on training rather than worrying about that incident. And Leon was also pushing himself to be ready for the upcoming devilish training sessions. On their way back, they continued doing visual training exercises together. For example, Elsie would ask Leon how many candles were hanging on the hallway wall, or whether a boy and girl walking past them could avoid being seen for 3 seconds. A bit harder was checking if the light in the 12th room from the left of the building ahead was off or on. Overall, Elsie asked Leon every question she could think of during their walk back to the dorm. This was the first time his eyes were working at full capacity. So when he finally got to his room and laid down in bed, Leon couldn't stop praising himself for doing well that day. Elsie said he deserved extra points for not asking to take a break or quit all day. If I ask, can you give me a break? Leon asked back, and Elsie's response was firm. No. How long has it been since you've pushed yourself this hard? Leon wasn't sure but knew his mind felt exhausted like never before. It seemed Elsie could read his thoughts. Ben spoke up immediately. Being familiar with something means becoming slower. If using the same training method, you'll only reach a certain level of improvement. While following a path has its advantages, the biggest problem is that your body will find ways to cope more easily over time. In other words, your body will become familiar with the training method through repetitive practice. That's why it's necessary to constantly change methods like one-legged running or running while planting banana trees. Only now did Leon understand why Elsie had set so many requirements. It needed to identify which parts he was unfamiliar with for the next assignment. Depending on how people train and live, their bones, muscles, and nervous system will develop differently. For example, a fisherman's balance or a hunter's sense of direction and a nomad's superior vision are all due to similar reasons. In general, the basic training aims to strengthen Leon's strengths and compensate for his weaknesses. Elsie analyzed these points clearly and seemed very passionate about his assignment. Leon's strength is endurance, developed through extensive training, along with fundamental sword techniques stemming from mental power and basic moves. Conversely, his weakness is rigid posture, so he only practices basic techniques now. In other words, Leon lacks physical and mental flexibility. Flexibility? And what about swordsmanship or aura? Leon asked again. Swordsmanship is just the way you use a sword. Elsie explained seriously. If you can freely use basic techniques based on the situation, that's true swordsmanship. Of course, swordsmanship has great power, but would anyone teach it for mere loyalty? As for aura, there's nothing more to say about it. Didn't Leon defeat you using his aura? Elsie's words hit Leon hard, but she had to continue. Moreover, if a person without any foundation like Leon suddenly started using aura, many would doubt he could control it. So after leaving the academy, Elsie decided to teach him about aura. For now, focus on visual training methods first. Elsie knew Leon was eager to defeat Leon, and that desire was one of his main driving forces. Elsie saw his determination, but it wasn't enough yet. Didn't I say before, your body will find easier ways when you keep repeating the same training? Today, you learn to observe more broadly, but if you continue like this, you'll surely get bored. As Elsie spoke, a very inhuman smile appeared on her face, and Leon had an ominous feeling. This holy sword was about to give him another devilish test, and he guessed right. To prevent Leon's body from finding easier ways to adapt to the training method, starting tomorrow, Elsie decided to punish him every time he answered incorrectly so he wouldn't forget it. Although Leon wasn't sure what punishment Elsie had in mind for him, just looking at her expression now made his palms sweat with fear. Elsie also said she was pushing him hard for a reason. There's something very useful called the adaptive function, Nana learned to handle situations gracefully. While Leon's physical strength is beneficial, he still needs someone by his side. At first, Leon wanted to argue, but then he realized Elsie was right. Achieving everything in a day or two wasn't possible, and sooner or later, he would have to grow up by eating some bitter medicine. It might as well be Elsie who gave him that now. This way, Leon could develop his recovery abilities accordingly. With this clear in mind, the fear and nervousness from earlier disappeared, and Leon felt more determined than ever, even wanting to start right away. Elsie wasn't afraid to let him experience the punishment she would use. It was electric shock testing. After experiencing it himself, Leon realized it wasn't easy at all. On his first punishment, he could only endure for 5 seconds. Since it was just the first time, he couldn't fully control it either. However, Leon still agreed, and their consecutive duels were all due to his kindness. In Leon, we can describe him as nothing but a generous victor. Yet today, that person who always nodded unconditionally whenever Leon challenged him has made an unexpected proposal. Let's end it here, have one last duel. Just sword skills without the sword glow like usual. In return, we'll use real swords instead of wooden ones. And if I win this time, you'll become my vassal. As Rupert mentioned before, Leon wants Leon and Chloe to be his right and left-hand men. His offer today is like declaring the ranking system between them. It sounds like a real fight, but Leon wonders where he gets that confidence. After all, there's no magic contract here, and promises can be broken anytime. So it'll depend on us then. But for now, I trust his promise. He's flexible and my pride. I know he always keeps his promises no matter what. Suddenly, Leon feels their relationship isn't just about rivalry anymore, and he seems to want to accept this challenge. Just now, Leon only made the condition from one side. If Leon loses, he'll become Leon's vassal. What happens if I defeat you? Leon asked confidently. But when he said that, Leon seemed to freeze for 3 seconds. No one could imagine such a scenario. Then Leon still happily made the opposite condition. If you really beat me, I'll give you anything you want as long as it doesn't threaten my honor or family. Secret sword skills, spirit cultivation methods, even elixirs, anything you desire. What a wonderful offer. Without them, Leon would have wanted to test himself against Leon already. With such great rewards hanging over his head, how could he refuse? So he agreed to Leon's real sword challenge with the condition that he decides when and where. Leon didn't object. Alright, let me know whenever you're ready. I need to prepare the place, so give me 3 days notice. With that, he left. At that moment, fates will begin to move between 2 youths with similar names. One is Lion, chosen as a hero by Saint Sword's random selection. And the other is Leon, the prince trying to seize the throne. This was the moment their first real battle began. But when Leon disappeared, Leon could finally let his true feelings out at that moment. He agreed so boldly just now, but he was actually scared stiff inside. Elsie opened her eyes slightly and asked worriedly, "What's going on? Are you worried? You just cut down those words of the losers so well. Why are you afraid now?" He shouted loudly at Leon. Leon lowered his head and trembled as he answered, "I didn't mean that. But did I really get stronger?" Hearing this, Elsie was taken aback. Then Leon slowly raised his hand and said, "The training last month was tough, but I don't feel like I've gotten any stronger." Elsie looked disappointed and didn't say anything. Then he closed his eyes and told Leon, "You haven't recognized yourself yet. You're very strong, so stop thinking about it." Leon still asked doubtfully, "Really?" Elsie continued, "The way you see things is another part of your strength compared to physical power. If you've never used it properly, how could you feel any difference, right? Anyway, you're training hard, so don't worry anymore." "Leon, did you say you were going to check your next physical strength test?" Suddenly asked this, Leon stammered, "Yes." Hearing that, Elsie smiled and said, "Then you can wait for it because something beyond your imagination is about to happen." While saying this, she laughed arrogantly and asked, "Do you still say such things?" Leon didn't understand what was happening. The scene changed to another place where a clear voice said, "All right, based on the order of arrival, let's rearrange. If not feeling well, speak up. The rest, warm up your bodies." Helmet held a document and told the students below. Leon thought under his line, "Physical strength test, last time 9A, without mana just measuring pure physical strength." But higher ranks belong to noble classes, where nobles used potions and received special training from childhood. So ranking is pretty limited for me. Elsie turned to ask the class, "What's Leon's rank?" Leon nervously whispered back, "First place." After hearing that, it went on, "As expected, though not as much as you, but he seems to have trained very hard too. Can't compare with those who only have good skin," Leon thought. "Even a short run has to lapse around the field for 100 meters each, so I must run 800 meters. Last time, Leon ran in 1 minute and 20 seconds. Hearing that, Elsie asked, "Leon, you too?" Leon hesitated before answering. 1 minute and 40 seconds. Elsie looked a bit worried, saying, 20 seconds apart. Can't catch up with Leon always. But don't worry if you haven't tried yet. I mean, even if you've tried, don't worry either. Unlike before, now you have me." Hearing that, Leon felt more reassured and replied, "Okay, I'll trust you, sword." Later, Leon was running with 3 other students. Helmet waved the red flag and shouted, "Start!" The 4 students rushed forward. A foot suddenly jumped ahead. Leon, who was observing from outside, widened his eyes at the running track. Leon ran straight ahead, leaving a large gap behind him. He rushed forward, now leading, even overtaking the timing student. She was surprised and called out, "Leon." Then her voice clearly rang out, 1 minute and 29 seconds. Everyone was stunned by the unexpected result. Helmet then approached and asked, "Leon, have you been studying mana?" Panting, he replied, "No, sir." Helmet then reached out and said, "Yes." Grabbing Leon's wrist, mana energy began to spread. Just seeing Helmet checking him, Leon was amazed. "He just checked my strength by transferring a small amount of mana. Ha! If I were proficient in mana now, I'd be expelled immediately. But now, me!" Later, Helmet released his grip and asked, "You really haven't been studying mana? But you've changed a lot in just a few weeks. How did you train?" Leon sighed in relief as he replied, "I only did simple exercises. Sir can consider that I have more free time now than before." Helmet then picked up the documents and checked, thinking it over. "Your recent training schedule is unusually high. Your body has developed significantly after recovering from years of overexertion." No, again, doesn't make sense at all. Ignoring him, Leon continued observing. Leon noticed the suspicious look and asked Elsie, "Elsie, what's up?" Hearing that, she smiled and said, "What? Just as I thought." Leon grew more anxious and urged her, "Don't just stand there smiling, explain." Then Elsie explained, "The first thing you need to know is, from a biological perspective, where does strength come from?" Leon answered, "Muscles, right?" Elsie agreed with him. "Right." She continued explaining, "Most training methods in this world focus on increasing muscle size or density. But if you don't understand the nerves, then you're only halfway there. Do you know anything about the nervous system? Of course, muscles have nerves too. The strength limit that can be used is determined by the development of these nerves. That's why strength doesn't necessarily depend on physical form because of the differences in muscle nerve systems. Leon thought this was something he had never heard before. Even the academy instructors didn't mention it. Elsie continued explaining, in fact, muscle density is usually determined by genetics and has a clear limit. When increasing that amount, you're almost at your limit now. I'm focusing on developing your muscle nerve system. Leon replied, I understand everything, but how did you develop my nervous system? I've never trained anything like this before. Did you do something while I was sleeping? Elsie then answered, all thanks to the punishment I gave you. Leon was surprised and exclaimed, what? Just as he said that, he realized he had blurted it out in class. What? Realizing his mistake, Helmet continued explaining, those parts have been tense for 10 years, but you released them within a short time. It can only hurt to the point where your muscles are torn by a sword. The pain from training when learning to look is the process of developing your muscle nerve system. And that's why I've been in so much pain every time. After listening to its explanation, Leon finally asked Elsie, why didn't you tell me earlier? It smiled and replied that it wouldn't be fair if he knew. Hearing this, Leon glared at it angrily. Elsie continued, the reason I've been building a transparent perspective for the past month is to help you escape from that pain. But if you know the reason and realize you have to go through the pain anyway, would you still focus as much as you did yesterday? Definitely not. Elsie's explanation was indeed very reasonable. It was extremely arrogant. You don't need to thank me. I'm just doing what a holy sword should do. It's great that after all this time, things have progressed well. Leon gritted his teeth and thought, this guy, am I really the demon sword instead of the holy sword? The one who held Roderick, the ultimate hero, soul and personality. So Roderick is actually a supervillain, an ultimate hero? Suddenly, Leon was startled by his classmates' shouts. Everyone was cheering for Leon. Leon really is different. You're amazing! You just broke your own record. He probably heard the cheers too and glanced at Leon with a smile on his face. All he could do was glare back. Later, Leon stood in front of the ranking board muttering, second place overall, but I still couldn't beat Leon. Hearing Elsie's voice beside him, isn't it very strange that you're trying to defeat me with just one win? You shouldn't be too hasty. Leon clenched his fists and replied, I know, I'm just saying. Looking at Leon surrounded by others behind him, he thought, I've narrowed the gap from first place to ninth to second. I can win. No, I will win. As night fell in Leon's house, his voice could still be heard inside. So what are we going to practice tomorrow? Elsie thought for a moment and replied, I think you've surpassed the simple memorization method of training your perspective. Therefore, there's no need to improve your physical abilities anymore. Instead, we'll focus on helping you gain more experience. Then use what you've learned smoothly. Hearing this, Leon seemed a bit hesitant. It's easier said than done. Elsie replied straightforwardly, that's why I said we need to leave. Then Leon suddenly sat up straight with bright eyes asking, are you not going to teach me sword skills? Elsie firmly refused. I told you not to dream about sword skills anymore. If you want to learn swordsmanship, first you have to learn how to use aura. I said it before, having basic skills is enough to reach a certain level of skill. Without aura, wielding the sword is just swinging it around. Even your final move only confuses the opponent for their first attack. If your thoughts are read by the opponent, it will become a lure for them to counterattack. Do you think a seasoned swordsman like Leon doesn't know these silly tricks? But it seemed that after saying this, Leon was still not convinced. He frowned and asked again, then what? Elsie explained sternly, focus on your strength. A sword forged with great effort over a long time becomes very D. As your physical abilities increase to the same level, you can withstand Leon. But you really need more practical experience. Do you think I found those unreasonable troublemakers for you? This is actually hard to explain. Remember, there were two scoundrels threatening me before. One of them kept asking me questions. What's valuable? Hand it over. The other added, don't want that, do you? Leon hesitantly asked Elsie, I doubt we can find such street urchins at this academy. But he heard the same thought in his mind. The next day, Leon slowly walked down the hallway, thinking about his conversation with Elsie just ended yesterday. Suddenly, he heard a voice calling out to him. Luckily, it was just a civilian named Leon. In front of him were 3 other students standing on the stairs looking down at him. Looking up at them, Leon thought, judging by their emblems, they're from noble families too. Then 2 of them shouted loudly from the sides, "Is that the civilian who got second place?" Another added, "A scoundrel." They were quick to accuse him without any evidence. Surely he cheated and tricked the teachers. We won't be fooled by you. Leon didn't want to get involved with them, thinking about how these guys have been like this for 300 years or in modern times too. He replied, "If there's an issue with the ranking list, line 60 is intentionally left blank as per the exact line count requirement." Leon looks even more worried, right? Elsid raises his hand and laughs, mentioning the simplest yet most effective method. Right after that, a notice pops up in front of Leon. The notice lists his stats, hero title, and profession. It states he can't use aura, level 18, unique skill, holy sword, highest new level 1, Roderick's Gaze level 1, beginner martial artist stage 1. As he reads this, Leon's eyes widen even more. Then he asks El Cid, "What is this?" He smiles and replies, "What do you mean? This is your current level, and here are the stats for that thing called hips or something. Title and profession, the blind boy's inferiority complex, level 18, unique skill, holy sword, new level 6, first level sword technique, or a user, new level 3. I made it according to my own standards, so it might not be detailed enough." After reading both notices, Leon opens his mouth and asks, "Wait a minute, are hips really weak?" As the son of a lord, he should have been given more precious herbs from an early age, including those held training sessions. Elsie slowly explains that no matter how many herbs he drinks, it's all in vain since he can't digest them and they're like health supplements. Also, those held training sessions don't actually improve his abilities. Physical strength can be shown without aura, reaching a 99 limit, but with my help, you might surpass that barrier. It refers to the past held training sessions and physical ability of non-aura users. Limited at a 99 level, with my help, you could go beyond it. Depending on your effort, you don't have aura, but your strength is enough to handle those fulls. After a long explanation, Leon asks again, "Does that mean my physical ability will never increase?" "Alright, do as you say, El Cid." He seems surprised by his decision. Leon sets his mind straight. From now on, he must set goals to move forward instead of retreating. "I will definitely beat Elmong." He angrily remembers Elmong's contemptuous face. Then Leon asks Elsie, "But why is my title like this?" "Your title and profession are hero who can't use aura." El Cid just replies, "If you don't like it, try to get stronger." The scene shifts to a gate at the academy. Leon walks down an hallway decorated with flags. He stops when he hears someone talking nearby. "You're here." Seeing the strong man in front of him, Leon thinks, "Piggy Professor." Before he can say anything, that person speaks first. "You've changed a lot in just 1 month. I was going to stop you if you wanted to do something reckless, but it seems unnecessary now. Isn't that right, Leon?" But Leon doesn't understand and asks again, "I don't understand what you're saying." Helmet smiles and walks away, telling him to go over there. "Just follow your heart's guidance." This makes Leon even more confused. Finally, Helmet turns back with a sly smile. "I want you to teach those fools a lesson. Got it?" It seems Leon finally understands and nods slightly. Then Helmet steps onto the arena where many people are already gathered. Following him, Leon looks towards the arena like cutting through clouds. As he steps outside, he suddenly hears a familiar voice. "Hey, how dare you make me wait, commoner? Your nerve is too big." That's Jeff, who stands there with his hands on his hips and laughs at him. But Leon doesn't pay attention to him and asks Helmet, Professor, let's start. After a while, Helmet stands beside Sun, extending his arm between them, clearly saying, Jeff Hurrick and Leon, you two will face each other in front of me with my honor and promise. Jeb Hurrick, what do you want from this fight? He asks him first. Jeb answers without hesitation. That commoner, I wanted to admit its guilt. Hearing this, Leon's eyebrows furrow tighter. Then Helmet turns to ask him, Leon, what do you hope to achieve from this fight? Leon lowers his head and answers reluctantly, I just want them not to bother me after the match. Helmet claps his hands loudly. Good, everyone move forward. Guard up, both of you are now in defensive positions. Both are holding wooden swords in their hands. Chloe and Leon sit on the stands watching the match. Spectators chat among themselves. Even if it's just a wooden sword, wouldn't adding aura make it feel like a real one? So Leon, who doesn't know how to use aura, is at a disadvantage now. Elsie flies beside and softly asks Leon, do you want me to show you his stats? But he declines, saying, no need, I can handle it. No matter how high the stats are, he's just one of Elmo's underlings. There's no point wasting Elsie's power on such trash. It seems someone has leaped out to attack first, swinging their sword backward while shouting and rushing towards Leon. He observes and thinks, here it comes, a diagonal slash from right above to left below. I see the trajectory. We need to prepare for this being just a feint. I'll get ready. Suddenly, Leon realizes something. Why is he so slow? His actions seem like they're in slow motion to him. Very quickly, as his sword passes by, Leon effortlessly blocks it. Helmet is surprised and shocked at the scene. The spectators are even more terrified. They didn't expect Leon to block so smoothly. Chloe and Leon sitting on the stands are also surprised by what just happened. Jeb, who attacked first, gets hit hard in the middle and staggers back. Everyone is shocked, but even Leon is taken aback. He turns around and thinks to himself, huh, that's it? The match ends here, right? He looks at Jeb lying motionless on the ground. He groans in pain, swearing under his breath, you son of a bitch. Then he gets up and says, do you think one hit is enough to defeat me? Wrong. Come back and fight again, he shouts. Helmet loudly interrupts. Hurrick, you've lost. I won't let you keep acting improperly anymore. But as they talk, Leon's voice catches their attention. Alright, both Jeb and Helmet stop and look at him in disbelief. Then he laughs, pointing at Leon and saying loudly, even though you're a civilian, at least you understand your lowly status. Good, but even if you've shown your sincerity, I won't spare you. Elsie hovers beside Leon and looks at him before telling him, Leon, don't let him go this time. The match resumes as Helmet starts shouting, begin. Elsie stands next to Leon and slowly tells him, this is your first real combat since activating the light battle technique. He's a good training target. Let him know what it feels like to be defeated in one move with mercy. Leon agrees with a smile. Alright. Jeb swings his sword again and attacks aggressively. In a passive position, Leon only raises his sword to block. Suddenly, he notices a sharp intent directed towards Jeb. He gazes steadily at Jeb, thinking, his movements are so slow that I can see every detail. I can even predict his next move faster than the blink of an eye. Elsie watches and whispers, can you guess his next move? It seems Jeb has started using full power. He managed to cut Leon's hair. Looking at Jeb's aura, he thinks, he's starting to use aura, but I can still read his movements. Suddenly, Jeb shouts, keep dodging my attacks. But Leon continues defending without paying attention. Elshad beside him says, he keeps repeating the same attack despite being a tough opponent. He doesn't know how to control his aura. Similarly, Leon adds that even with aura, he still has limits. There's an opening. Sure enough, Jeb's leg starts trembling, and Leon seizes the chance to slash down on his thigh. Jeb grits his teeth in pain as he jumps back a few steps. He clutches his injured leg and shivers, saying, you foolish bastard, you should have finished me off. You can't defeat me with just 3 basic sword techniques. Just as he finishes speaking, a blinding light suddenly appears before him. It turns out Lion took the opportunity to launch numerous attacks. Elsid beside him asks, What now? Leon confirms, you were right, having an actual opponent is the best way to practice using light battle techniques. Line 60 is not needed as the translation has reached exactly 59 lines. Jeb was hit and quickly stumbled up to Vansine, saying he surrenders. Helmet brought Leon's hand up high, declaring to the crowd that Leon is the winner. Chloe and Leon sat on the stands, happy to see Leon win. But not everyone was pleased. The spectators who had bet on Elmong were visibly agitated. The scene shifts to evening at the Academy's training hall where students are talking. Hey, did you watch the match? Leon beat Elmong's group badly. Another voice chimed in, yeah, really, I can't believe how good Leon is in combat. I heard he fought each person individually at first, but everyone eventually had to join him. Now it's just Elmong left. Do you think Elmong will lose? Back to Elshid and Leon, who coldly said, you're trash, strong inside but weak in swordsmanship and physique. Can someone with such a physique actually use aura? Leon hesitated. Yeah, today will be different. Elsie knew what he was talking about and said, finally, you get to fight Elmong. Be careful though. Leon stepped onto the arena where Elmong had been waiting, his aura radiating an oppressive presence. But despite this, Alcid just smiled, revealing his true face. Leon smiled too. It seemed that way. Looking at his opponent, he thought that with aura, his physique would be stronger than him. Plus, Alcid showed him something in the status window. The sword technique is only level 1, so probably not very advanced. But his final skill is the most dangerous. It seems like something I can't find through Roderick's like combat techniques. Elmong on the other side spoke first. I didn't expect to be in this position. But Leon just stared blankly. Yeah, but I knew this would happen, he said with great confidence. Sure enough, Elmo's face contorted. Chloe and Leon on the stands were intently watching the match. Leon thought, this is indeed a perfect scare tactic to defeat him. Even though his physical strength is higher, without aura he's still slightly weaker. So if he can transfer aura into his sword, then even a wooden sword won't harm him. If so, Liar grimaced and made up his mind. He was thinking about avoiding direct confrontation and treating this as a life or death battle. Helmet's voice echoed. Begin! Immediately, a burst of energy shot towards Leon's temple. A scratch appeared on his cheek. Leon was surprised. It's sword energy. Elmong's blade was aimed directly at him. Even the tip of his sword emitted sparks. Leon raised his sword seriously, thinking, I can't counterattack. Our base speed is different. Leon stared intently at his opponent, who was visibly energized. This is the essence of a noble lineage, even though he's just an incompetent one. Just then, Elmong suddenly laughed, probably because they're too weak. If I defeat someone as arrogant and boastful as you, things would be different. Or if you have enough ability to join us. Yeah, if you want to become my subordinate for protection. Despite his words, Leon remained silent and alert. Elmong continued, I can overlook your mistakes, but just as he finished speaking, Leon swung his sword, narrowly dodged by Elmong. The two separated a bit, the air Leon created still swirling round them. Another line appeared on Elmong's cheek. He cursed under his breath. Then Elmong roared, looks like you're still acting arrogant and overconfident in your dog skills. On the other side, Leon retorted, probably so. But Elsie, who was hovering there, froze and repeated, dog skills. Then it called out to Leon, turning his head. Elsie smiled but didn't laugh, saying, this brat just said my technique is dog skills, right? Now Leon was the one who was scared. He cautiously addressed her as Elsie. Elsie opened her eyes wide and said, they say time changes everything. It seems even 300 years later, I'm still being mocked by a brat. Leon starts to feel a bit scared, sensing something bad. Elsie's voice echoes in his ear again. Leon, do you see his teeth grinding? It's normal to learn how to handle insults from your master. If he still has them after this match, then it will be a punishment for you. This is Elsie's warning. But Leon silently resolves that even 1 or 2 more won't be enough. He'll fight with all his might. Elmong on the other side looks a bit surprised at his combat. What's this? Such determination. Suddenly, it seems Leon wants to charge forward for the initiative, and they continue their close combat fiercely. But it appears that this time, Almong is being pushed back. He keeps retreating. A spectator on the balcony watches in amazement as Almong retreats, while Leon calmly says, "No, Leon might have lost some speed, but Almong's balance is breaking." He explains that under the arena, Leon grits his teeth fighting. Can this still be saved if not for the fact he can't use mana? With this speed, it will be a disadvantageous battle for Leon. Almong is increasingly cornered and yells, really persistent, "Stop enduring such humiliation and accept defeat." Leon doesn't back down either, loudly saying, "That's my line." His eyes gleam as Leon thinks, lacking strength and speed, he'll compensate with illusion magic. He predicts his opponent's movements through afterimages. If he can see faster, somehow he can change the situation. This is Leon's intention. Faster, more accurate, wider range, as he continuously swings his sword, feeling like moving in water. Then they engage in a sword clash. Indeed, Leon's tactic worked. Almong was pushed back. Seeing this, he smirks, "It's working." Almong grits his teeth so hard his face twists, and asks, "Damn you, can't you use mana?" Helmet outside watches in amazement, still unable to sense any mana from Leon. But despite that, he has been fighting Almong until now. He doesn't believe it's possible even after seeing it with his own eyes. At this moment, Almong suddenly laughs and mutters, "I'll use this on a guy like you." Not finishing the sentence, Leon senses something. Under Almong's sword attack, he sees the tip of the sword turn silver as it swings behind him. Leon judges, stab or slash? No, he can do anything with this move. I won't miss any moment. Use illusion magic to stare at him. Immediately after, Almong firmly holds his sword and charges straight forward. Leon steps back slightly, gritting his teeth. A direct stab, but I can't dodge it. But in the end, he uses all his strength to lean sideways and dodges. Leon realizes the first strike was bait, a trick based on the opponent being able to dodge the first move. The bourbon trick, scythe thrust, aiming directly at the heart. Even with maximum body movement, his ribs still get hit. That guy won't be able to fight with broken ribs. I can see the sword path with illusion magic, but at this speed, I can't dodge it. I'll be hit by it. I'll lose. Almong's blade is getting closer and closer to Leon, but he grits his teeth again. No, I can't lose. Move. Leon sinks his feet into the ground so hard it cracks. Almong's sword flies past, but he jumps up in time to dodge. He looks up in shock. What? A blow from above hits Almong's shoulder. His eyes widen in pain. Meanwhile, Leon has circled behind Almong. After a moment of pain, he grits his teeth and glances back. Almong holds his left shoulder as he breathes heavily. A soft voice says, "My left hand is injured. You're not in an advantageous position with one hand against two." Not just the hand wound, but the shock of that secret sword trick. That's Leong's voice. Almong, exhausted on the arena, thinks, "No, it's not over yet. With both hands free, that bastard will attack relentlessly." The wooden sword's durability might reach its limit from mana-powered attacks. If I destroy his wooden sword, I'll have more chances with one hand. Thinking this, he uses his right hand to swing the sword forward and yells, "You're in my palm now, commoner." But for this attack, Leon only needs a light slash to block it. He can even knock Almong's sword away. He tried to sneak a peek right there, but he didn't expect to be defeated so quickly. But that wasn't all. The next rope around his waist was hit by Leon's sword from below, striking his chin directly. It seems Leon put quite a bit of force into this strike. It barely missed hitting two of Eamon's teeth. The students watching from the stands were excitedly cheering as they observed the match. Helmuth clearly announced that Leon was the winner. Everyone in the arena shouted his name, very excited about the result. After the fight, Alcid was still smiling contentedly and said, "You did great, student." Now that Scoundrel is following Almong as they leave, I wonder if he'll change after being defeated. Since the conditions of this match were like a pledge, there won't be any issues for me at the academy anymore. Elsie then flew in front of him and continued speaking. Well, Leon, we were quite surprised too. I didn't think you'd open the door to Axel so quickly. You're faster than I imagined. Leon found this new term, Axel, very confusing. Meanwhile, Helmuth was picking up Emmen's teeth under the training area and muttered, 1, 2, 3. This guy lost quite a few teeth. After the match, Leon supported himself with one arm. He walked down the hallway. As he walked, he talked to Elsie. Super fast. You're talking about when I dodged Elmong's mysterious sword technique. Hearing this, she explained, you know how sometimes our bodies move slower than we intend them to? Especially in emergency situations, reflexes are always faster than conscious thought, regardless of speed. So how do skilled swordsmen move so quickly? It was only then that Leon realized they had learned aura. Elsie continued, half right, without using aura, the body can't handle the pressure. Usually, people can only use super speed after learning aura. But you used super speed before starting aura, and you could do it with just your thighs. It's still quite impressive even if it wasn't fully developed. That means you unconsciously surpass your fragile willpower limit. Leon interrupted it. Huh? Hold on a moment. Didn't you say my body couldn't handle the pressure? I'm completely fine, right? Is it because I didn't do it perfectly? Elsie sneered and replied, yeah, more or less like that. If you used your whole body instead of just your thighs, your chest would pop out from the inside. Leon asked worriedly, that's dangerous, right? It continued to speak. I think it's time now. You should take care of your body for that moment. Leon was extremely confused. What are you talking about? Your eyes only flash when you use muscles and swear. Then Leon's thighs suddenly emitted sparks, and he screamed in pain. Elsie watched Leon roll on the ground slowly and said, that's it, of course. Muscle soreness. You should be glad that after using speed magic for a day, you only endure it. Don't use it before mastering aura, otherwise you'll die. Leon gritted his teeth in pain but replied, I know. The scene changed to a sunny day at the academy dormitory area. Leon was walking leisurely on the corridor where many students were present. Some students who saw him whispered among themselves. Of course, Leon knew everyone's eyes were directed towards him. He could hear some people talking to each other. I heard they found a famous family and gave him a special potion. I heard he actually concealed his identity. He was actually a secret weapon raised by the palace. They say he learned mysterious swordsmanship from some unknown swordsman. After hearing this, Leon just smiled awkwardly and muttered, looks like they're spreading rumors. Elsie added, I guess they're making up all kinds of excuses for their actions. Their noble pride, where is it? But Leon rebutted, as nobles, if they truly had pride, they wouldn't have provoked me in the first place. Hearing this, even she felt convinced. Makes sense. At that moment, Leon was surprised to see someone before him. That's Chloe. No one knows why she's here at this time. Chloe smiled gently and asked Leon, Hi, Leon. He stood there dumbfounded for a while before responding, Chloe. Later, both of them sat on wooden chairs in the corner of the school courtyard. Leon started the conversation. What's going on? Are you supposed to be in alchemy class now? Did you skip class? But Chloe immediately rebutted. You fool! Why would I skip class? Our alchemy teacher is sick, so we're on break. I skipped to meet you. Saying this, she smiled mysteriously. Chloe leaned back against the chair and said, Has anything changed? Leon, have you been avoiding me lately? Then suddenly, you've been fighting with nobles nonstop. Don't you know how worried we are? Hearing this, Leon was stunned for a moment and then lowered his head without responding. Leon lost himself in thought. How long has it been since he last had such an easy conversation with her? Alright, that's how it is. I think I understand now. When you mentioned him, you felt a bit shy when talking to Chloe. And the jealousy you felt when Leon was by his side. Your inferiority made you look down on yourself. I wonder how many nights Leon struggled with self-doubt. His hands were dirty and scratched, but he still held onto the sword firmly. I used to hate this world. It didn't praise my efforts, and I blamed myself for that. Leon remembered his first meeting with Elsie. She called me Leon. If so, I'll give you a chance to prove what you said. That's exactly what she told Leon. Chloe was still talking animatedly. After all the fights, everyone in the school talked about him. They even spread rumors that he found the Sword of Legend and improved because of it. She noticed no response from him and glanced over to his side. Leon was crying. Tears were streaming down his face non-stop. Chloe felt a bit startled, a little worried. She hurriedly asked, Leon, why are you crying all of a sudden? It's just rumors. That Sword of Legend is too strange, right? But when he heard that, Leon said it wasn't the Sword of Legend. Chloe was confused and stood there blankly. Huh? Leon was lost in thought. Despite being a bit harsh and ruthless, Elsie had pulled him out from the depths. Meanwhile, Roderick was leisurely eating cookies on the other side. He suddenly gasped and asked, what's going on? Leon, you brat, with the air so good. I'm taking a level up. Why are you suddenly leveling up? Leon's level up indicator appeared above his head. A little while later, it moved up slightly. Elsie was curious, but only a bit. She could read Leon's thoughts. If the hero saves the world, then my hero is Elsie. So his eyes suddenly became extremely determined and resolute. He told himself, I will become a hero worthy of the title, Master, Sword Saint, and Elsie's expectations. Chloe noticed the change in Leon. Roderick was curious and said, I have no idea what's happening here. That brat is talking to a girl and suddenly leveling up? As someone perfect from birth, I know why. Elsie hovered above and muttered to herself, well, I don't care about the reason. He finally seems worth cultivating. It chuckled like a demon. Elsie's demeanor made Leon sitting suddenly stiffen. Chloe worriedly called out, Leon. As night fell over the student dormitory building of the academy, Leon lay on his bed, thinking about something. He was pondering that he had really changed. Leon remembered their conversation today. When she left, she told him, you've progressed a lot now. He asked in surprise, why? Chloe turned and smiled to explain, you're no longer afraid and can calmly accept everything. You're very much like Leon, but there's also something different. Someone who always looks up, while the other just looks straight ahead. After she finished speaking and left, Leon stood still in silence. She stopped after walking a bit and turned to look at Leon directly. Her voice sounded sad. If you could talk to Leon a couple of times, that would be great, because no one can truly understand the feelings he has for himself. But Leon didn't know what else to say, so he replied, I'll do my best. Now here he is lying on his bed with his head in his hands, unable to sleep. Leon silently thought, sorry Chloe, maybe I can't do that anymore. The next battle will be the final one for me. The scene changed to another dorm room where Leon stood by a balcony looking far away. His eyes were resolute as he muttered someone's name, Leon. The scene switched to the morning of the following day. The sun was already high up. On the ground, there was a post that had been kicked and broken. Leon firmly holds the broken sword and pants heavily. The one that broke was just his wooden practice sword. Elsie's voice echoes beside him. It didn't last long, huh? Although this is a good technique, it also puts a lot of pressure on the real sword. After all, training swords are less durable than real ones, so he has to be careful. Leon looks at the broken sword and smiles. Just one success is enough. The villain only needs it once. Moreover, Leon is a genius. If I keep using this move, he'll figure it out. I will surpass him, understand his thoughts, and win. Hearing Leon's confident words, Helmet chuckles. Looks like you're checking my status window now, huh? Indeed, it hit the mark of your heart. Then a notification pops up. This is Leon's data sheet. Leon, alias and profession, sword strength 140, durability 122, agility 141, or a 253 skills, advanced swordsmanship master highest level, intermediate swordsmanship master level 5, secret swordsmanship level 4, acceleration level 2, or a user intermediate level 1, inborn, sword technique level 2. Leon reads it in shock. An intermediate aura user can use sword energy and even emit aura from their body. He's stronger than the instructors. Elsie explains that this is a level most swordsmen achieve by age 30, and he has surpassed that threshold. Leon looks at his stats nervously. I might lose strength and speed, but I can gain durability. He's a formidable opponent, but not one I can't beat. Elsie responds in a serious tone, having such resolve is good. I will give you as many tips as possible. Leon stops and looks back at her. So listen carefully, use these as your foundation to win. He takes a deep breath and smiles. Then Leon leaves. He softly asks Elsie behind him, Elsie, if I lost to Leon, what do you plan to do? Leon slightly tilts his head and asks. After hearing this, Elsie is stunned for a moment before answering. I won't answer that question. Leon questions again. Why? She explains, this is a test. From the beginning, I told you so. Compared to the sweet rewards, the challenges ahead will be hundreds or thousands of times more severe. Leon asks in fear, does the first challenge really have to be that harsh? Don't suddenly puff up like that. Elsie slowly shrinks back and answers, I just wanted it to add some drama. This match will be a turning point in your life, Leon. After you defeat Leon, I'll explain everything to you. Hearing Elsie's words, Leon nervously listens as she speaks each word. He spent the whole day training for this fight. Dark clouds gather and cover the once sunny sky. Then it starts raining heavily. Thunder rumbles through the dark clouds. The scene shifts to another room where raindrops are still visible on the glass windowsill. Inside is Leon standing by a window while Zubert sits on a sofa and says, what an unexpected result. I knew those people weren't bad, but I didn't think he could defeat Elmong. This seems to be the outcome of Elmong's match with Leon yesterday. Then Leon turns back and replies, so you guessed all these results, huh? I remember you said before that you couldn't fully assess him. Hearing this, he nods in agreement. It's been 3 years now, but if the right person comes along, time is nothing. His body can't use aura but still managed to defeat the Duke's son. It seems there's no reason to doubt his potential anymore. Just then, Leon turns back and says, today, Leon sent me a message saying he's ready. Hubert replies. Finally, but Leon interrupts him. Lord Hubert, I would like to request something from you. As he speaks, aura surrounds his body. Then he looks down resolutely and says, Leon, I will definitely win you. You must become my knight. Thinking this in his mind, Leon suddenly sees Chloe's familiar silhouette. The rain continues to pour heavily. Lightning occasionally strikes below, darkening the sky with thick clouds. Alone on the corridor leading to the arena, Leon walks in the dim light of the few rays of light. Looking at this, he says to El Cid, it seems that heaven has arranged this match for me. It responds, the hero of the sacred sword is betting his future on a gamble. Even heaven can't move, right? As he walks, someone calls out Leon's name in front. That's Helmet. Just at the right time. Leon, you reacted on instinct too. It's way too quiet today, Mr. Nee. He looked at you and pointed to someone far away, saying, that's because of Leon's request. Unlike the previous matches, seems like this time she really wants to focus on this battle. Elsie muttered to Leon, very different from Elmong who only wanted to publicly humiliate you. Helmet walked forward and spoke to Leon. There are no spectators, but there are people watching though. You heard that and froze, asking back. Which watcher? Elsie understood and said, I get it now. Leon asked her again, Elsie, do you know who it is? Elsie answered him, probably Chloe. Sure enough, as soon as she heard that, Leon's expression turned worriedly obvious. Leon shouted at Elsie urgently, Chloe, why her? He smiled and said straight away, I know you still don't understand what's happening. Because Leon thought you liked her, so he wanted to use this match to steer her towards him. The story of the king and his kingdom fighting each other over a woman is not rare anymore. As she said, Elsie remembered Leon's arrogant eyes and face. If I win this battle, you will have to be my vassal. Hearing that, Leon seemed to gain strength and looked ahead with determination, making Elsie feel scared too. Leon! In Leon's subconscious, he saw himself sitting under a tree with Leon, imagining the one-on-one battle against him. Leon was extremely confident about this upcoming match. It seemed he had put quite some effort into it. Leon wasn't lagging behind either. He trained very diligently to win. If I lose, I'll be his vassal. That's also a good reason for Chloe to be the witness. He clearly knew who was in charge and who would be ruled. Indeed, that's quite an elaborate plan, Leon. Of course, Chloe is currently sitting on the stands watching everything. Leon stepped out from inside, his eyebrows whereupon together. He did this without caring about Chloe's and Elsie's feelings. But then Leon secretly smiled faintly. I always knew Leon really is a high-ranking noble. You can tell that through Leon's eyes. A person who always manipulates others' relationships and emotions. That's an unequal political trick. Nobles are like this? I'm disgusted by it. The more he thought about it, the angrier Leon became. Elsie, hovering behind, saw Leon clenching his fists and asked, "Are you angry?" Leon only replied with a single to her, then bravely walked forward, thinking he shouldn't act like this. "Leon, I have to teach that foolish person a lesson." Soon enough, both of them stood facing each other on the arena, Helmet standing beside them. Leon smiled and said to Leon, "You're late, you know." He replied with a similar joke, saying he arrived early. "Where's the witness? I heard you invited one." Saying that, Leon turned his head around to look around. Hearing that, Leon laughed and said the witness was in a hidden spot. It wouldn't be fair if you made a mistake due to distraction, right? That would also become another excuse. Saying so, Leon looked sharply at Leon. You heard that. He only tilted his head and smiled back. "So, let's start then." Leon was about to fight fiercely, but raised his hand saying something. First of all." Then he took out a pipe and poured one piece into his palm. Leon stood in front of Leon and swallowed a pill directly into his mouth. Seeing Leon's action, you questioned him, "What did you just eat?" Leon tilted his head slightly and smiled as he replied straightforwardly, "Oh, it's an aura-clearing pill. Even though I said not to use aura, it might still inadvertently manifest. If that happens, this fight will turn into a disaster." Sure enough, Leon's face paled slightly after saying that. Then he handed the sword to Leon and said, "Let's start then." The two stood several meters apart, staring intently at each other. Observing his opponent silently, Leon was fully serious. It wasn't like a casual attempt without seriousness. But in terms of focus, he wouldn't be far behind either. He was extremely determined. Helmut's clear voice rang out to announce the start. Immediately, both swords clashed in midair. Leon managed to push back his own sword, but wondered why he had stepped back a bit. His hand holding the sword trembled painfully, but Leon gritted his teeth and endured it. Seizing the opportunity, Leon charged forward to attack again. He continuously delivered extremely deadly blows towards Leon. Despite being pushed back, Leon still tried to raise his sword to resist. While blocking, Leon clenched his teeth and thought, "I thought I was stronger. I can't hold out for 30 seconds if I keep taking these direct hits." Just then, Leon suddenly exhaled deeply, unsure of what he was about to do. Following that, a direct stab came. As the attack intensified, Leon thought, "This sword feels like a whip." He was clearly in a different class from Elmong. At this moment, Leon's eyes glowed with a green light and, I'm using Roderick's true sight now, but Leon's figure seemed more indistinct than any opponent I've ever faced. I need to calm down. The gaps in his figure will be compensated by my extensive experience fighting him, making us fight even harder. Zubat observed from outside and wondered if this was really a student match. Helmut stood outside with wide eyes, amazed that their sword skills and close combat abilities might even surpass knights. Below the arena, swords were swung continuously without stopping for a second. Leon seemed to have regained his composure and smiled. "He's very strong. He's truly a monster." Leon also laughed inwardly. "Leon, how long have you been progressing like this?" Zubat observed the entire scene. He didn't miss any movements and marveled. "Amazing! I knew he was strong, but I never expected Leon to catch up too." That's referring to Leon. It seems that Leon is now the one being pushed back. The stabs are still coming at him, but less frequently. He thought, this must be a strategy of attrition. But then I saw his figure. Immediately, Leon swung his sword with all his might, forcing Leon to turn around and dodge. A line was cut through the chest armor, and even more surprisingly, some of Leon's hair was cut. His eyes showed disbelief. Standing a bit away from Leon, Leon watched as Leon's disheveled hair fell to the ground. He stared intently at Leon, covered his cut hair with his hand, and took a deep breath to regain his composure. Holding his sword firmly, Leon pondered why those attacks weren't as powerful as the first one. Was he trying to turn this into a stamina battle? He tried to deduce Leon's intentions. His breathing was slightly irregular now, but Leon still smiled and looked straight at Leon with his sword in hand. Leon wasn't much better. He stared intently at the figure before him. As he swung his sword, he thought of sticking to the enemy to drain their stamina gradually, then making the fight favor himself. This is a strategy that allows no mistakes. He formulated a risky strategy as he furrowed his brows. Leon was also closely observing Leon. He thought, it seems like he wants to win this match at all costs. I think I've disrupted his plan. If he can't do it, he'll never submit. Leon's steps were gradually getting stronger and faster. Zubat recognized the technique and was surprised. This is super speed. He's using a characteristic technique of the Imperial family. The air currents created by Leon directed towards Leon made him think it was a technique that uses muscle and blood flow to allow users to exceed their physical limits. Even without aura, this won't be fully perfected. I just need half its power. Leon gritted his teeth and focused on his inner strength. He must increase his true sight to the highest level. In the next moment, Leon charged at Leon with terrifying speed. But just as he passed by, Leon glanced back and thought, "Too shallow." Did he avoid it? Blood had started to fall on the ground. Leon held his bleeding arm and thought, so that's the super speed technique. This guy doesn't use aura at all? Just then, Elsie suddenly appeared next to Leon and whispered, "He didn't use aura at all." She stepped back sharply and said, "Don't scare me." Elsie continued without paying attention, "Human bodies can be faster and stronger than you think." Leon asked curiously, "Really?" It explained slowly, while techniques like super speed focus on speed, there are also strength or endurance enhancing techniques. Don't judge the impossible with normal thinking. At that moment, Leon rushed forward with his sword. He swung his sword and shouted, "How dare you be distracted? Are you relaxed now?" Leon quickly raised his sword to block the attack. "Here I am. Now you're just using your family's sword technique, right?" But after blocking one strike, he immediately dodged to the side. "Relax, monkey. I set a limit." Damn it! We lost our rhythm because of LX suddenly intervening. At that moment, his voice echoed in Leon's ear again. "Don't judge the impossible with normal thinking." Suddenly, Leon realized something. No, Elsie didn't use a horizontal sen. His steps froze on the battlefield floor as he thought. Leon carefully looked up. Leon was being pushed back towards the start line. 5 or 6 more steps and I'll be pushed off the arena. I've pushed him far away. But at this moment, Leon's aura was very different from before. Zubat outside noticed and wondered, has the atmosphere changed? At Leon's level, it's impossible to resist super speed, right? Are you still thinking now? I thought with just taking hits, I have a chance to win. To protect my only advantage, endurance, I waited for Leon to recover after the super speed technique. The worst choice was super speed, a technique I can't control. Then Leon took a deep breath and muttered unhappily, "Not fun." Leon paused in surprise. He didn't understand what he meant. In front of Leon, the person was holding his sword out and emitting an unusual aura. Leon firmly looked ahead and thought, the only thing I can rely on is my accumulated strength. On Leon's side, he was also surprised by this scene. This was the first time Leon appeared so large. Then he laughed sarcastically and said, "Right, that's you." Leon took a defensive stance, determined to turn him into my servant no matter what, then used super speed again. Rupert outside saw this in amazement. using continuous super speed without or must have exceeded his limit that day. Elsie saw the scene and laughed happily. Leon was pouring all his strength into this. If I really were a hero, this wouldn't matter. Leon stood still, his eyes unwavering. Leon, you don't know. The difference is that Leon remembered the times he lost to Leon in battle. You, born with extraordinary talent, and me, who has to swing a sword every day. After thinking, Leon opened his eyes and looked straight at the person in front of him. The sky was still dark. Rain poured down, occasionally lightning illuminated the sky. Both Leon and Leon used all their strength to rush towards each other. Then a broken sword flew up into the air. Leon stood there in shock, unable to believe his eyes at the broken sword in his hand. Leon stared at the remaining hilt of the sword and couldn't speak. He finally asked, "How?" Alcid smiled approvingly at Leon. "Your hard work has paid off." Then he explained slowly. What decided this battle was the tip of Elmong's curved blade. It interrupted his upper body's reaction. Remember when Leon jumped behind and swung his sword in the opposite direction into his back? Leon muttered slowly. More importantly, the number of broken swords we made different. Because you're too talented, your body can exceed limits, but you can't compare to me, who knows the limit of a sword. Well then, if we used real swords, the result might be different. Leon stands above, pointing his sword directly at Leon, who is sitting on the ground. Then he smirks and says to him, "I win, Leon." Zubat also stands up, clapping, and adds, "I confirm, you've won." At this moment, Elshid beside them tells Leon something, and only now do we see that if you lose, you become Leon's vassal. What are the conditions for your victory? He keeps grinning at Leon and asks. Leon's face shows an extremely arrogant expression. He says, "As long as it doesn't affect my reputation or family, I'll give you everything you want. I can teach you secret sword techniques, or usage, or potion making too." Back to Leon at this moment. He scratches his head and thinks, "Actually, I don't need anything." At that time, Leon speaks to him. "Well, I lost. I decided to fight this battle myself, so of course, I have to accept the result. We've already made a promise. What do you want?" He looks straight into Leon's eyes and asks. Hearing that, he pauses for a moment before not answering immediately. Then Leon shrugs, turns away, and says, "Whatever." Leon hears this and asks back in surprise, "What?" Leon chuckles and explains, "I can't think of anything right now. I'll tell you once I do, okay?" Both Zubat and Leon look surprised at what he just said. Then they laugh together and say, "All right, the battle is over. The weather has turned sunny again." Leon's voice echoes from near the competition hall. As he walks, he holds his injured arm and mutters, "I tried to finish the fight without using super speed, but because my opponent was Leon, I pushed myself too hard." At this moment, a soft voice rings out with hands reaching forward, carrying healing light. "Please heal those who are wounded." That's Chloe. She's using her magic to heal Leon. Soon he can move his arm normally again, and Leon exclaims happily, "I feel better now." Indeed, it's a level for healing spell. "Thanks for coming to watch, Chloe." But in response, Chloe remains silent, clenching her lips tightly. Then she loudly cries out as tears fall, "I can't understand you and Leon. What if I lose?" Suddenly scolded like this, Leon is surprised and steps back slightly. Chloe wipes away her tears and says in a choked voice, "But you've grown so much, Leon. Are you leaving the academy?" Indeed, Leon is startled by this. He asks in surprise, "How do you know?" Chloe turns away and answers, "I know you like the palm of my hand. You're such a fool." Despite being scolded, Leon lowers his head with a smile, his eyes showing sadness. Then he laughs and continues, "Did you think I'd stop you?" Chloe curses again, "I didn't expect you to say that. I was planning on listening to you. You're always like this, always pushing the limits everyone thinks are impossible and succeeding every time." Although it took some time, he really hit Leon's core. The horse-faced girl answers with a smile, "I thought I was fast enough." Chloe mocks, "Too late, way too late." Both of them laugh together despite trying to hold back their laughter. Then Leon turns and leaves, telling Chloe, "I'm fine now, give me the bee sting." She asks in confusion, "Isn't it a hug?" Leon explains, although he doesn't show it, he's definitely shocked and desperate inside. A punch from his girlfriend, who always listens to him, will turn today's defeat into something positive for the future. "I'll leave Leon in your care." Saying this, he walks away, leaving Chloe behind, looking at his back. Then suddenly, Chloe calls out following him, "Leon, what are you going to do after leaving the academy?" But he only answers with 2 words, "secret," and continues walking without turning back. Chloe stands still, wide-mouthed, not saying anything more. Then she crosses her arms under her chin in a serious manner. Chloe is bowing her head in sincere prayer for someone. Elsie sees this and laughs. "I never thought I'd see a non-believer wizard praying for someone else." Leon continues walking and says, "She's really good." Then he asks him a random question. "Have you finished yet?" Leon answers short but firm, "Yeah, I always want to be special." Elsie is surprised and asks again, "Special?" Leon doesn't answer her but gets lost in thought. "I always put all my effort into everything I do because I never want to lose to them. But in the end, I couldn't overcome social status or talent barriers. I lost to that outstanding person because I felt I wasn't good enough. I still feel I'm not good enough." But when he met Elsie, Leon remembered his first encounter with her. And both times he successfully climbed to 2nd place in the rankings and was honored before everyone during his match against Elmong. "I've escaped from the guilt deep within my heart, and now I'll become a hero. There's no one more special than me on this earth." Elsie stood there, stunned, looking at Leon without saying a word after hearing all of that. Then she burst out laughing, sounding rather practical for a young man. Leon worriedly asked back, "Are you still disappointed?" Elsie replied straightforwardly, "Of course not. Pursuing wealth and status isn't wrong. Seeking fame isn't wrong either. Ambition is the core of every person, and dreams are what drive them forward. As long as you don't go against your conscience, it's that ambition that will make you a true person. That's why I chose you. A real hero can never be you. It's Leon who will become the hero." Hearing this, Leon was stunned and asked again, "What?" Alcid continued, "The rightful heir to the Klein royal family would be the sword that rebuilds the ruined kingdom." His full name is Leon Canlum Gladius von Klein. He was destined to become a hero 150 years ago. Leon's eyes widened in shock at what he just heard. Then he sighed and said, "Yes, the perfect main character, as El Cid said. So am I no longer needed now that I'm supposed to be the main character?" "Right, you did say this was a test for me, right?" Leon quickly turned to ask El Cid again. It laughed and said, "Yes, you did well. There's no rule that only those chosen by prophets can become heroes. Using one's strength and willpower to create a better future for others is also what a hero does." But Leon made the wrong move here. Hearing this, Leon just gave a slight, determined smile. Elsie watched his back as she asked, "Are you feeling guilty for taking away his chance?" Leon replied straightforwardly, "Of course not. Compared to me, what does he lack? Why should I feel guilty about someone who was born with a silver spoon in their mouth? It's all good." Elsie stood there in shock. She seemed very surprised by his words. He added, "Losing to someone like me without anything is his fault. And he chose me. The soul of the great hero Roderick and Elsie's sword chose me. I will fulfill their wishes." Elsie sighed contentedly. The scene changed to the next day. Leon's thoughts continued. "Tomorrow, I've asked for permission to leave the academy. When my teacher heard that I wanted to leave and become a philosopher, he was very sad. He said instead of giving me a diploma, he would write a letter inspiring commoners and nobles to work harder, bringing new hope to everyone in the academy, making them strive even more. Now, maybe I don't have any reason to come back here anymore." Leon walked with Elsie, happily shouting, "Let's go, head for the free city where adventurers gather." The forest hides unknown dangers. Leon's journey has just begun and he was being watched. It was a pair of eagle eyes, lord of the vast sky. It soared in the air, looking down at the green forest, a cool river flowing through it. Below the forest, bushes moved, rustling as something emerged. A figure leaped out, not someone familiar, but Leon with his messy hair and sweat. He bent slightly, resting on his knees, heavily breathing. Now, Leon stood at the edge of the forest, looking towards a distant city, seeing Ben's over there. After more than half a month away from the academy, I can finally sleep well in bed now. Elsie wasn't too pleased with his comment about the cursed forest. You should be grateful it became your training ground. Leon grumbled. I'm very grateful. I want to cry because we're going to have to part ways now. Half a month ago, Elsie and Leon entered this forest on their way there. At first, he ran through the wild nature and was often attacked by goblins in that difficult situation. Elsie allowed him to use his sword instead of the regular wooden practice sword he had used before, leaving the academy. So when given permission, he drew the sword from its seal in his left hand. Unlike the wooden sword, this sharp blade made it easier for Leon to get accustomed to using a real sword and practicing with it over 15 days. Still, Elsie kept criticizing him. You're behind schedule by a week. It jumped again. Right, the goblins that caused trouble at first were defeated in just 10 seconds. Even it boasts of its achievements. You've made it this far thanks to the footwork training I taught you. Leon remained silent, not denying Elsie's efforts, and even thought he had grown stronger since entering this forest. Leon took a deep breath and closed his eyes. If that's the case, he opened his eyes wide with excitement, thinking about starting his quest to slay monsters tomorrow. Elsie glanced at him, wondering if he was really that excited. She reluctantly smiled, but held back, which slightly dampened Leon's spirits. Elsie joked, "You're still a pot in production. Getting stronger by slaying monsters is like filling the pot to make it full. No matter how much water you pour into an unfinished pot, it will leak out and waste your effort." As a hopeful young man, Leon nodded with a smile. "All right, I'll remember that." After leaving the forest, they had to cross a grassy field before reaching the city gate. An eagle soared over a bustling city, surrounded by two walls, with a blue-green river reflecting the clear sky. To enter the city, one must present identification to the guards at the gate. Luckily, they let him in without hassle. Inside the city, people moved about busily. Leon looked around as he walked, glad that they could pass through the gates safely. It's probably because many students from the academy are trusted by the locals. However, Elsie's eyes seemed wary. By the way, this city is known for its Dark Assassin's Village. Leon suddenly exclaimed, "That's where the Dark Assassin's Village is." He received many suspicious glances from the citizens because no one had ever seen Elsie. Realizing his mistake, Leon quickly clamped his mouth shut. Elsie explained calmly, "Since 300 years ago, there have been countless cities like this, not too small, but also not large." Looking at a narrow alley with homeless people and vagrants, he muttered that the city was very disorganized compared to its size. Security here is quite poor. Leon whispered, "I think I still lack experience." Elsie asked, "Where do you want to go? How's A?" He shook his head. "No, I plan to visit the guild hall first." Looking up at the clear sky, he said, "We don't need to rush, but it's better if I register as soon as possible." Elsie nodded in agreement, "Right? You wanted to become an adventurer." Leon replied, "A mercenary is fine too, but compared to an adventurer, mercenaries have less freedom to travel around. And I don't want to get involved in the power struggles among nobles. More importantly, if I want to use the privileges of a hero, I think taking on slaying quests as an adventurer would be the best choice." Elsie nodded in agreement. After all, it's still far before Mai is lifted. As they approached the guild hall, Leon thought that his training in the forest had given him more insight into Elsie. Since he reincarnated a year earlier than predicted, if most of Elsie's power as a sword was sealed. Typically, someone who wields a sword would have a body with rapid healing capabilities, almost invincible, and carry immune strength that can cause fatal damage to demons. Additionally, the wielder could become much stronger due to increased mana and holy energy. Leon silently resolved to become even stronger so he could use the sword at its maximum potential despite lacking mana. The guild hall in the city was a large building with clear symbols, very easy to find. The registration process wasn't complicated. Leon just had to press his fingerprint. The person in charge happily thanked him for registering as an adventurer and handed over a certificate to Leon. Rice gave him a piece of paper. I've confirmed your academy enrollment application and Lord Helmet's recommendation letter. If you register as an adventurer, you'll start at level D. Leon asked, "Are you Rice?" "You said level D." She explained that this is the level where you can take on real jobs rather than just random tasks based on a recommendation letter. If you achieve some results, you might advance to level C faster than usual. Rice shared happily, level B is where you need to show that you can use mono weapons. As for the guild's main force, levels or S will take quite a long time to reach. Leon's sweat dropped. He thought it was unbelievable. Using a mono weapon was a requirement for level A. Far beyond just mana circulation, a mono weapon is where one can control mana outside their body. A sword could cleave through steel and even stone, the true beginning of a superhero. Leon was amazed. He never thought it would take only reaching B to get there. How strong are levels A and S? Elsie gestured for him to look around. This organization is more interesting than I thought. It seems there are quite a few humanoid races here too. In the hall, several groups of people stood together. Some were suspiciously looking at Leon, and others were elf-like creatures with sharp hands. Elsie marveled, wolves, elves, even high elves. It's unbelievable that we're working with races that were fighting each other 300 years ago. She praised the creator of this organization for being so skilled. Seeing Leon looking at others, Rice asked, "Is there a problem?" The young man waved his hand. "It's nothing." She smiled and said, "That's fine then." Looking at the mission board, "We've registered for it already. If you want to officially start as an adventurer." Rice took out a piece of paper, handed it to Leon, taking on this mission without any reward. He turned pale and his face darkened. No reward is worse than unpaid work. Leon confirmed there was no reward. Rice smiled and said, "Right? You need the guild's recognition to become an adventurer." She explained that of course, you have to pay a price for this recognition. Elsie snickered beside her. This world isn't easy at all. The young man was so embarrassed he snapped back. "Shut up." It was a beautiful day. Whether he wanted to or not, Leon still had to take on that unpaid mission. He headed to the mission location. It was near the river bank. More precisely, the place where the mission needed to be completed was a drainage pipe. Beneath the city, the pipes were dark and the water flowed down. There were footsteps echoing in the pipe. Fortunately, the water level wasn't too high. It didn't affect movement much. This was where the mutated giant rats hid, and Leon's mission was to exterminate them. He swung his sword decisively under the stinking pipe. Leon muttered, "This is my first time fighting rats with a sword." Elsid on one side instructed, "Your sword skills are quite limited in one-on-one battles. To defeat these guys, you need to keep chopping at them continuously." She said, "There's no better training than chopping all kinds of enemies like underground or flying beasts." But looking at the rats before him, Leon felt her advice was not worth much. "I don't think this is what a holy sword should advise." Elsie crossed her arms and shook her head. "There's no avoiding it now because you accepted the mission to clean the pipes." Leon frowned tiredly. Suddenly, a beam of light flashed. He glided like a gust of wind, handling two rats in front of him beautifully. He took a few steps forward and the sound of his breath echoed throughout the pipe. Suddenly, something caught Leon's attention. Only a few rats remained ahead. They trembled like dried rice. One of them had horns. He asked Elsie, "Look at that last name. Why does it have horns?" Elsie replied indifferently, "That name has evolved." Leon wondered, evolved how? As the horned rat barked orders to its subordinates, Elsie explained they were old or possessed special powers due to absorbing more resources. They are similar to Hogoplin. Hearing this, Leon sought a solution. "Now, what should I pay attention to?" Elsie supplemented the knowledge. Horns indicate it possesses a special ability. The bigger or more horns it has, the more dangerous its abilities are. As she spoke, the horned rat summoned a light ball above its head. Leon asked in fear, "Can we know what skill that is?" Instead of helping, Elsie said you should experience it firsthand. Unfortunately, his companion's ability was useless. The more he saw, the less he trusted his partner. "What do you mean by that?" Elsie whispered mysteriously, "Its ability is a curse. Holding the sword, there's an aura that can resist curses." Leon stared at Elsie, thinking she was joking, but she nodded to confirm it wasn't. At this moment, the rat cast a plague curse towards him. Maybe it aimed poorly or his sword was too powerful. The curse touched his sword and instantly dissipated like a deflated balloon. The horned rat asked, while Leon laughed, "But what's the point? You met the wrong opponent today." He raised his sword high, aiming at its horns, his eyes gleaming as if finding treasure. "Hand over those horns here." After a while, the sun began to set. At the guild building, Leon returned with a bag full of mission items. The bag was so large that Rice gasped when she saw the squirming rats inside. It really made her furious. She took the bag and weighed it, then exclaimed in disbelief, "All this is rat tail? 23 kilograms." Everyone at the guild was speechless. Leon smiled. In his heart, he calculated that meant he had hunted down about 230 rats. He gave Rice a smaller bag and said, "Here's another one. I opened it on the table to reveal for horns from the mutated rats." Leon held them up and introduced, "These are ratman horns. Since I hunted around 200 of them, there were about 3 to 4 ratmen with horns among them. I can sell this too." "Ms. Rice, you keep surprising me." She quickly replied, "Of course." After a detailed count, she handed the money to Leon. In total, 13 silver coins and 50 copper coins. Line break. He carefully took the money, surprised it was more than he thought. Rice said that real ratman horns are very expensive. There's high demand for them. She praised him, saying he was the first to achieve such good results in our first mission. Truly impressive. Pleased, Leon shyly scratched his head. "Really?" Rice said that it would already be surprising just to hunt a ratman. She admired him but didn't expect him to have hunted an evolved species. So young yet very skilled with mana. Ha! Truly amazing. The more he was praised, the more embarrassed he became, only scratching his head and accepting the compliments. Rice turned around and took a box from a shelf beside her. "Congratulations, Leon. From this moment on." She opened the box to reveal a golden badge inside. "You are now an official D-rank explorer of our guild. The mark on this silver badge represents the free city." "Ben, Leon, can I use this anywhere?" Rice replied that yes, but B-rank and below explorers would only get second priority when choosing jobs at other branches. Hearing this, he paused for about 2 seconds, not sure what she meant. Rice explained it was a standard to prevent people from only taking tasks they liked. He turned around to see the other explorers admiring the quest board and understood. Smiling at his badge, this item proves Leon is no longer an academy student, but an explorer. Rice doesn't mind maintaining a good relationship with a young potential explorer like him. She said, "Leon, if you have any missions you want to take, let me know. Though I don't have much authority, I can still help in some way." He tightly held the badge, thinking for a moment, what if? After a while, Leon left the Brent City Guild. Elsie walked beside him, laughing all the way. When she finally stopped laughing, she said the receptionist thought you were a knight errant. Leon was surprised. "Why?" Elsie explained that he had accepted a mission with no reward and it was difficult. In the past, knights errant were known to keep their identities secret until officially tasked and starting their journey to help others. Under the orange sunset, she said heroes are also types of knight errants. So maybe she wasn't entirely wrong. Leon understood why she was laughing now. Yeah, Elsie joked that if she knew the truth, she would faint. He shrugged, but couldn't tell her the truth either. Elsie didn't care much about it. What did I say? A normal receptionist might become a legend in the Explorer Guild someday. She imagined Reese telling this story to kids later. "Kids, please listen carefully. We will share an amazing story with you." Even when Reese sells books, she can enjoy life just by writing and selling stories. Imagining her imagination flying high, Leon corrected, "Well, she misunderstood me. I didn't lie to her or anything. Thinking about it, it's not much different from helping people. You see villagers thanking you. Thank you for dealing with those troublesome monsters. Thanks to your hard work, now you can truly help others. Leon decided he planned to live here for a while, so this is better than living in doubt. He shared with Elsid that his plan was to leave after reaching at least B rank. She was surprised by the determined look in his eyes. Holding the badge, he muttered, "How long will it take me to reach B rank?" Elsid quickly changed gears and set a path for him. 100 days is enough. Leon thought he heard wrong, asking again, "What did you say?" Elsid suddenly became unhappy. "Originally, I wanted to give more time, but that wouldn't be effective," she said, leading him. "Even for training purposes, I can't believe my successor would clean sewers to level up. That's insulting." Leon couldn't keep up with her thoughts. "For you, that mission is very normal." "Well, she has a lot of money." He wondered inwardly. But what kind of reason is that? Seeing Leon's expression of someone who only thinks about love, Elsie wasn't happy inside. What kind of reaction is that? It set a target for you become the strongest and eliminate at least one dragon. Leon shouted in protest. The difficulty level jumps far too high, from D rank mice to SS rank dragons. Elsie analyzed. You've learned the basics of aura perception and combat techniques. Through real battles, your progress will be rapid. One of a hero's privileges is absorbing the power of the monsters you defeat, Leon recalled. After each time he cleared the dungeon to kill mice, he held onto their tails to absorb the power. This is what Elsid was talking about with the connection between monsters and aura, isn't it? During one training session in the forest, he felt energy surging through his body. At that time, Elsid laughed and wondered if he should reveal the reason to him. Leon pondered. Previously, he knew clearly about magic potions and a noble family's training methods, which were incredibly effective for aura cultivation. Elsid pointed out, anyone can absorb monster power and transform it into aura. But nobles and royalty in the past kept this truth hidden, so they could be the only ones to use it. Now those people are all dead. Elsid is the last one who knows about this truth. Because he discovered it, he became more determined to purge monsters. Elsie continued, 1,000 D rank mice can't compare to a high-level demon. Once you're familiar with the process, you could hunt and even dragons. Things will get out of control. Leon interrupted quickly, no, not just joking around. And he was scolded by Elsie in one session, so it wasn't a joke. A sword isn't for cleaning air or tidying up. Does that make sense? When leaving the dungeon, Leon was very dirty and smelly. He asked Elsie to clean him after exiting. It really followed his instructions without complaint. Who would have thought it was revenge waiting to be unleashed? It seems like that day was filled with anger. Leon softly said, after being firm about hunting monsters, Elsie glanced at him and reminded, we need to go to the giant mountain range in the future. Leon screamed out of fear, cold sweat running down his body. Giant's mountain range. It's an area where even rivers dare not enter. It's ruled by the giant emperor. He wondered why he wanted to go to a territory conquered by countless kingdoms in the past. Elsie was mysterious. It will be useful for you. For both of their safety, she decided to share the real reason. Our bodies were left there, and we lost our memories too, so I don't know much. Just set a goal and come back in half a year. Leon pondered. He wanted them to go find something that even he didn't know about. Elsie comforted, it'll be fine. He picked up the task, but she only laughed. We're not going there for fun. You just need to protect yourself well. Elsie was confident. Trust me, I'm a sword. Leon smiled. Having such a companion is great. He shrugged. Okay, nothing has ever gone wrong since I put my faith in you. Elsie's eyes lit up. Now let's start training for hell. Leon realized he had placed his trust wrongly. Hell, a few days later, clear blue skies. At the Bren Guild Hall, a name called out and hung him up. Hey, kitten, one-eyed mouse hunter, are you going to hunt mice today too? Clearly, that taunting comment made some of the animals unhappy. That bastard just said cat, so stupid. A blue-haired demon said, I heard he builds a mountain out of mouse corpses every day. Perhaps because Leon became famous for hunting mice, his guild nickname became Cat. He approached the reception desk and placed a bag of items down, not as large as before. Rice opened it to count. There are fewer this time, right? Leon avoided looking into her eyes. Yes. He shyly explained, I couldn't find any groups of mice and the number attacking me wasn't many. I think they're scared of me. Rice smiled and nodded. Even though mice can be foolish, they still have some intelligence, she said, so I want to check other missions. Rice quickly pulled out for pieces of paper and placed them on the table. Her eyes lit up. I knew this day would come, so I carefully selected these for commissions. Leon read through carefully. Even Elsie flew around reading mission details. He wasn't sure which mission to choose. There was only one commission that caught his attention. Looking closely, he noticed the commission document was quite old. Elsie seemed to read his thoughts and shared her perspective. I think it's because it's not popular. It means it hasn't been replaced. So he picked up the mission. Okay, I'll take this commission. On the way to where the mission was to be carried out, he muttered, destroy Sina. Their habitat is found underground near the castle. Because they eat stone, Leon looked at the paper with the captain's guard team's mission. He held hope. Hopefully, they won't take advantage of me that day. The environment where they live is found underground near the castle. Leon holds a power of attorney document as he heads to each city to meet the guard captain. But he said, we never asked for that power of attorney to eliminate Slim. This made both Leon and Elsie feel they had been tricked. He tried to resist. How could this be? Here is the official document from the Adventurer Guild. But the captain remained indifferent, saying, there must have been a misunderstanding. Bang, someone spoke behind them. You are Cat Star. The person who appeared was Hunt. He confirmed his identity. The new adventurer who cleaned up the sewer rats, right? Leon nodded. Yes, it's me. Hunt patted him on the back and praised. You're amazing. We need adventurers like you very much. He played mind games. How can we trust those who only want to receive a power of attorney and avoid hard tasks by claiming they are adventurers? They are really ridiculous. Do you think so too? Leon could only nod in agreement. A while later, he was in the castle dungeon. The reason is that Han promised to reward him based on his performance. I might give you more rewards, so try your best. Looking back now, Leon feels he was too easily persuaded. It felt very difficult to deal with that day. Didn't it? Elsie looked at him and asked, isn't it good that Han said he would give you more rewards? After walking for a while, Leon assessed the place wasn't as dirty as the sewers, but was too damp and slippery. Someone who isn't familiar with this terrain will find it hard to maintain balance. Elsie smiled contentedly, drawing out a training route and said, this is an excellent location to train your steps. But he noticed something, turned around, and waited for a moment. At a turn, 3 glowing round objects were in the dark tunnel. He was cautious, 3 of them. Elsie quickly instructed, use clairvoyance, Leon. He analyzed, if they were ordinary stones, other adventurers would not have avoided them. Leon gripped his sword tightly. That's right! Just as he said that, a large excised stone flew in front of him. Luckily, he reacted quickly and dodged it. The stone hit the wall behind him with force. Upon closer inspection, Leon was still dazed. Stones, he breathed out in shock, looking at the stone behind him, wondering where it came from. Elsie immediately warned Leon, watch out for the person in front of you. He turned his head to see a green Slim flying towards him. He used all his strength to swing his sword down on its head with great force. But it was indeed difficult to deal with. Its body bounced back and pushed Leon's sword out, nearly causing him to be thrown off balance. Realizing the difficulty of this Slim stone, he started sweating, thinking that might be why it is called a Slim stone. Elsie reminded, yeah, you probably know already, the main weakness of Slims is their nature. If you can break the core in the middle, no matter how strong they are, you will still be able to defeat them. However, all that was meaningless when it added one more word at the end. But Leon didn't need him to continue. He understood what he meant. There were countless stones inside the Slim. He silently thought this mission seemed difficult. Like having many layers of armor protecting their core, the monsters knew that too. Elsie scratched her chin and sighed. It's not strange for adventurers to avoid these. He analyzed blunt weapons would easily penetrate the Slim's defense system. Swords and arrows were easier to cut or pierce through them, so they used stones to strengthen their weaknesses. Elsie concluded, this made them difficult to fight with conventional weapons. The Slim Stones didn't give them time to analyze tactics. They opened their mouths and shot a series of small pebbles. A shower of stones rushed towards Leon. He had to dodge or destroy the pile of stones, otherwise he would get injured. He focused 100% on swinging his sword at several stones while jumping back to maintain distance from the 3 Slim Stones. However, Leon was hit by a few pebbles. His quick and powerful swings for a short time left him exhausted, shivering with fatigue. Since it wasn't a fight, Elcid used this time to observe and give instructions. They knew he couldn't dodge all the attacks, so they were trying to hit his critical points. Did you analyze Quang's attacks just now using your art? You nodded, saying they shot rocks from a 5-meter distance. It would create a hole to shoot rocks out. Then it needs to stop for a while before shooting again. Leon thought silently that if he could close the gap during that time, maybe he could land 1 or 2 strikes. The problem is? He sighed inwardly. He couldn't penetrate Slim's mental barrier with rocks, so he needed to find a way to avoid them and cut through their cores. Suddenly, another thought popped up in his head. No, do I have to cut it? Elcid was slightly surprised upon hearing Leon's unique thoughts. With divination art, he could analyze the movement cycle of the rocks inside them. If so, just stab through the gap with his holy sword directly. The problem is that the rocks move constantly, making it hard to find a gap. After thinking of looking at Elsie, maybe her panic could be an advantage too. It nodded slightly, sharing its perspective. When Slim created a small hole to shoot rocks, the slimy substance's flow also stopped for a moment. It suggested that during this time, there was no better moment for Leon to destroy their cores. Leon realized it could be useful. When I chose Slim, you considered this, right? Elsie smiled and said of course. So he took a step back, slightly bending down, holding his sword horizontally in front of him, ready for battle. Then Leon forcefully charged forward, closing the distance with 3 Slims. Let's see what happens. His eyes lit up as he activated divination to prepare for them. Immediately, his sword stabbed forward, fast and precise, breaking through the core. The next Slim opened its mouth. Leon glanced at it, swung his sword. Missing 1 strand would make him take damage. Luckily, his movements were quick enough, and he successfully pierced the core with his second sword as he moved. Elsie guided from the side that since they detected moving objects around them using sound waves, Leon had to minimize the pressure he created when moving on the ground. At this moment, the 3rd Slim took advantage of the gap and spat out rocks. Now it was hard to approach it. Just then, Elsie suggested using micro-movement techniques. In some miraculous way, Leon's body followed, dodging the rocks effortlessly. He smiled inwardly. I can do this. Just like Elsie said, use micro-movement techniques. Who has a beard? Feeling confident and invincible, he slipped in the mud, tripping over. Leon's body leaned back slightly, losing balance, startling him. Huh? When falling down, his eyes widened in panic, thinking he was about to sell salt. In front of him were a series of rocks flying towards him. Done. Leon gritted his teeth, not willing to be defeated so easily. His body slipped a bit. He quickly turned and stood sideways like a crab to maintain balance. Then he bent down and successfully dodged the incoming rocks without taking any damage. In the next moment, his sword pierced through the Slim's core. A soft sound echoed as its body shattered, no longer able to spit out rocks. After eliminating 3 Slims in a row, Leon panted heavily, his heart still pounding in his chest. The series of actions just now were too exciting. Elsie spoke up. I doubted your proficiency earlier. Who knew it was so impressive? Leon was busy removing the slimy substance from his body. Was she praising or criticizing? What are you saying? Elsie laughed and raised 2 fingers to praise him. Earlier, you had already performed level to micro movement techniques. Hearing this, Leon was extremely surprised, it explained that maintaining balance on a flat surface and reducing noise and vibrations were the key aspects of level 2. If there were other objects on the ground, he had to learn how to use them. Even on ice or hot steel, using everything outside his environment was something Leon found hard to believe. It was adaptability that allowed him to turn unfavorable environments into advantageous ones. Elsie continued, even unintentionally, at the end, you changed your knee position to reduce gravity on your body. By doing so, you altered your stance and could easily change direction towards your target. It lectured for a long time, adjusting his posture according to environmental changes. One comment made Leon realize his shortcomings. Until now, his postures and movements were only suitable for flat surfaces. Looking at her, in this damp ground with low houses, he needed to find a posture that fit it. Leon tried bending down slightly, lowering his stance. It really helped me move more freely. Elsie laughed and started counting his achievements. You didn't think the training had progressed because you experienced combat on a living body? Suddenly, he muttered under his breath, damn sword. Elsie disliked being called that. It made her uncomfortable. What? Leon felt a bit disappointed. At this level, only at the standard for beginners. I can't believe it's just level 2. The battle ended and Elsie scratched her chin. Looking back now, she said something that sounded very tempting. You don't need to attack them with your fists. After all, using micro-movement techniques is enough. Leon looked at her in disbelief. Huh? Elsie controlled a small floating kick. If you get hit by that, how can you die? You need to train to take damage at the lowest level so it can be used in practical combat. You have to accept hits with your body even though you tried to block them but failed. Hearing this, all of Leon's goodwill towards him vanished. He felt extremely uncomfortable. But acting like nothing happened, continued his remarks. Also, don't use forceful pushes. If you catch the right moment, you can slash it, but you can't push 1 or 2 rocks with force. The more he heard, the more he wanted to kill him. If he had 5 fingers nearby, he would have already stuffed them full of dirt. Junseo was really tough. He shouted at her, "Why didn't you just tell me to go die in hell?" Elsie shouted back, I want what's best for you. If you're comfortable now, it will be hard later on. Leon cursed him. How can I be lazy now? Why didn't you say this at the beginning? Elsie jumped again and said, I see this as being quite lazy already. Do you understand? Tell me about my time. They didn't notice that behind them, a group of Slimstones had gathered together. In front of the entrance to the underground passage in the city wall, 2 men in soldier armor stood side by side. A few soldiers were waiting not far away. Hunt raised his hand and asked, It's already the 3rd week. When do you think he will come out today? The soldier next to him looked at the stairs ahead and replied, Probably before 10 in the morning, before shift 2. Hunt grunted, evaluating. That's quite a bit of effort. He recalled Leon emerging from the underground passage and said, I didn't think he would kill the Slimstones either. Who knew every time he came out? He carried this pushing bag. The reward for hunting Slimstones isn't high anyway. Suddenly, a soldier behind pointed in a direction and shouted loudly, Look over there. From the underground passage, a pair of black-heeled boots gradually stepped outside. Leon's clothes were stained with green slime liquid, and he dragged 2 large brown bags on both sides. Hunt and the other soldiers looked at him. He picked up one of the brown bags. Leon nodded. Today is the last day. You heard that, right? Leon smiled warmly and announced, I've caught all the Slimstones around this city wall area. Slimstones don't reproduce as fast as rats, so it will be a while before we need to hunt again. He put down the 2 brown bags on the ground and directly requested, These are the last Slimstone bags. Please update my quest status for the Exploration Guild. After handing over, Leon put his hand in his pocket and left. A soldier opened the brown bag to find it filled with slime stones, causing him to sweat profusely. As he walked forward, Leon asked, So, am I done? Elsie's voice echoed. He replied, Yes. She smiled at him and said, With the strength you've gained from the Suntax Slim campaign, you are ready to learn how to use Aura. The sky was bright with sunlight shining through the windows of Leon's house. He sat cross-legged on his bed, looking expectant. Elsie hovered in midair and closed her eyes, praising him, faster than I expected. She continued, originally, I planned to give you a large amount of power from the Slimstones. After all, those Slimstones are creatures created from mana. Opening her eyes, she faced Leon and began analyzing. I guess no one is willing to take on this kind of hunting mission now. So we have an entire month to develop. After all, you've already reached the minimum strength to learn aura. She asked, Leon, compared to others, your aura learning is quite late. Are you ready? Leon's face turned extremely serious. People from noble families like Leon would be baptized at birth to expand their circulatory system and form aura foundation with countless herbs. That's why one's social class determines each person's capabilities. Without baptism, practicing aura is almost impossible for someone like the old Leon. Elsie raised a finger and said, there's another thing. If anyone uses baptism to clear blockages in their circulatory system caused by impurities in their body, they might suffer an allergic reaction and lose their life. Leon's eyes widened significantly. He was deeply shocked by what he just heard. Elsie smiled at him, but you've absorbed a lot of mana recently. Moreover, it's important that you have me and the Holy Sword. She explained further, the power of the Holy Sword will protect your circulatory system while healing any injuries you sustain. After all, you still need to endure pain. Elsie concluded, if you lose consciousness during baptism, the process will fail. In general, whether this succeeds depends on your willpower. Leon tightly pressed his lips and nodded a few times, clearly understanding what she said. Next, Elsie flew up high. The yellow symbol on her finger emitted light. Round her appeared extremely dazzling swords. Leon raised his head, beads of sweat forming on his face as he thought. Light sword. A floating light sword was above him. It then directly dived down and stabbed its sharp tip into a spot on Leon's back. His eyes turned white, his mouth opened in extreme pain, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The blade emitted white light, piercing deeper into Leon's body. The swords to the left also shook and fell down. The remaining swords on the right moved in the same direction as the tip towards one spot. Finally, all the swords in midair simultaneously stabbed into Leon's body. More blood spewed out from his mouth, but he clenched his teeth to endure it. Elsie observed the number of light swords piercing Leon's body with admiration. Enduring the sword always. Leon bowed his head low, his clothes and face stained dark red with blood. Elsie glanced out the window, muttering to herself. She seemed to realize that the hidden presence of people in this world was becoming more apparent. Not sure how much time passed. The sky outside was covered by darkness. A voice came from inside the house. It was. A bright light shone directly into Leon's face. He shouted aura. He looked at his hands and whispered to himself that he could feel the circulation in his body, a pure power flowing through his heart. Leon clenched his fists tightly, thinking to himself if he had another essence containing new strength beyond his physical capabilities. Now nothing could hold him back. Elsie seemed to read his thoughts and denied it. You're wrong. Their eyes met for a long time, the space filled with silence. Inside the Holy Sword, a golden light shone in a dark area. Roderick tilted his head, spreading his hands apart, praising Leon as he was truly amazing. He knew Leon would awaken through his own willpower, but still exceeded his expectations. He slightly opened one eye and turned to Elsie's question. Why are you looking at me so happily? Roderick lifted his chin, confidently pointing at himself. I told you I would be responsible for the training of heroes. Everything has finally settled down, isn't it? The stronger the hero, the more benefit to you. Elsie's questioning voice echoed again. How did you do that? Roderick patted himself and asked back. Didn't you use a spell to push me into the Holy Sword? Don't you remember I'm the Holy Sword? He pointed his finger forward, affirming it. Leon is my successor. Elsie was speechless and added a reminder. Can you keep your thoughts to yourself now? Remember to consider everything on the heavenly plane. He exhaled deeply, pointing his finger forward. Anyway, Elsie widened her eyes and said, I thought you could only handle 5 strikes. Her body seemed to expand as she crossed her arms and shouted loudly that it was just baptismal cleansing to clear the main artery. If you want to use aura immediately, you need to clear your veins too. That's why you're just a little kid with only a small amount of power. Elsie closed her eyes and concluded, there's still much for you to do. Leon scratched his head in response. I got it, sweat already forming on his forehead as he thought. Even if my physical strength hasn't changed, I can still feel the abundant energy surging and enveloping my body as if I've been reborn into a new person. Elsie, beside him, gave instructions on sensing the aura. If you focus and use that flow, you'll be able to analyze your surroundings. Leon's eyes sparkled as he turned to look intently at it. That sounds cool right away. Elsie became serious like a teacher pointing a stick at a blackboard. I know you're happy to have the aura, but first, I need to explain what an aura is. You also know that your aura has attributes which start to manifest, and there are 5 common ones for humans. Metal, water, wood, fire, earth. Your attribute isn't among these 5. Elsie beamed with pride. I was a bit surprised too. You have the same aura attribute as me. Hearing that, Leon asked curiously, is it like mine? Yes, confirmed Elsie with a nod. He explained, your aura is the attribute of radiant light and warmth. Leon was stunned by what Elsie said next. The highest level of an attribute represents excellence. Leon suddenly stood up, excitedly exclaiming, great, he thought to himself, I have the same attribute as a legendary hero. Elsie raised an eyebrow and looked at the person secretly laughing in front, suggesting they summarize before moving on to the main topic. Then she snapped her fingers and Leon followed the direction of her finger. A floating information sheet appeared mid-air, displaying Leon's name, title, and profession. A hero who knows how to use mana, level 22, strength 133 D, endurance 140 D, intelligence 129 D, mana 50 E skills, max swordsmanship Roderick, level 3 illusionist Roderick, level to teleportation, level to physical cultivation. Leon was taken aback by the information he read. It's very different from before. Not only that, I've only learned to use mana and already reached level 3. Elsie raised a finger to explain. You knew how to use super speed even before learning to use mana. She continued, you can still feel the mana. Some past images appeared in front of Elsie's mind. Finally, she concluded, what I mean is your rank is higher than level 1 or more. Leon was skeptical and confirmed again. Really? Elsie rubbed his chin thoughtfully, saying that after his meridian unblocking, his physical cultivation had also reached the 2nd stage. Now, with a smirk, she declared, I want to teach you some sword techniques. Leon stood beside him with a smile. He clenched his fists and silently chanted, amazing! I can learn swordsmanship from the great hero Roderick. Leon's eyes lit up as he turned to suggest, let's start now. Elsie commented, you're really enthusiastic. Outside, it was pitch black. Elsie's voice echoed from inside the house. Better with some motivation. But there's something you need to know first. In the room, his face turned serious as he pointed outside the window. There are enemies in this city. Leon's expression froze and all he could say was, huh? Elsie emphasized again. Somewhere in this city, I can feel them. She affirmed, enemies don't play with heroes. The traitors are trying to carry out a plot. They want to hand over this world to those from another realm. Elsie's face darkened as she gritted her teeth in anger. Leon was slightly scared and asked hesitantly, them, what are their names? Veins stood out on Elsie's face. Hatred answered, name. The nameless ones beneath don't deserve one. If you have to give them a name, you can call them hatred. A horde of shadows. Leon's hand clenched tighter by his side. You're wrong. Enemies of the hero. Elsie took a deep breath and waved her hand. But you can't confront them now. After hearing all that, Leon bowed his head and said, okay? Pausing for a moment, he confidently raised his fist. I just need to get stronger, right? I'm determined to become a hero. Elsie stood still, tilting her head slightly as she stared at him. Finally, it crossed its arms and began analyzing. They wouldn't dare make any moves for now, but he didn't have much time either. At most, 2 months until they would start acting again. Elsie smiled, raising her fist with determination. Attacking the monsters was a way to become stronger, but hatred was an enemy that a hero couldn't avoid. It pointed at Leon and ordered, "From now on, you will have to live in the mire of blood and hatred." The next day, the sun shone brightly, blinding the ground below. At the large castle, the flag representing the old, Rice looked at the person standing before her and spoke up. "I received a message from the guard team, but I'm worried because you've been absent for 4 days straight." Leon scratched his head, asking shyly, "Why did you make me wait?" Rice's cheeks turned slightly pink as she nodded and replied, "Yeah, you look a bit different." Leon nodded in agreement, giving a simple reason. Rice clapped her hands happily. "I knew it. It looks like there's another reason to congratulate you." Both Elsie and Leon looked at her angrily, asking, "What flag?" In the large room hung many flags with the old. Leon's voice echoed, adding a reason. "Why is that?" Rice smiled and brought the item she was holding to him. "Yes, congratulations on being promoted to C rank, Leon." In her hand was a card with a bright yellow C symbol shining brightly. Leon took the card, wondering aloud, "I didn't expect to be promoted after just completing 2 missions." Rice pointed at him and said, "Usually it is like that." She continued, "Because you defeated the mutated rats and they were highly evaluated, so no separate evaluation was needed due to the Lord's letter of thanks and the guard team's report." Leon looked at the C rank card in his hand, thinking to himself, he didn't expect a promotion so soon after completing 2 missions. He clenched his fist tighter as Elsie nodded approvingly beside him. Turning to Rice, he asked, "Can I now accept C rank missions?" She enthusiastically handed over the stack of documents. "Yes, you can start right away." Rice observed Leon reading the documents and sighed inwardly. He had started looking for missions immediately after his promotion. A Night Saint is in a different class indeed. Elsie whispered to herself, probably misunderstood because holy power is different from the sunlight mana. Leon tilted his head, asking its opinion. "What do you think?" Elsie shared her thoughts. "There are a few useful for training, but I don't see anything related to hatred." Leon proposed seriously. "So let's focus on training until we find a clue." Rice looked at him blankly, then asked worriedly, "Let me look for other missions for you in different sections. Just taking simple tasks might be too easy." Leon shook his head. "No, not like that." He extended his hand and said, "Can I see the missions related to the slums or areas with bad rumors?" Jace's face turned pale as she repeated 3 words, "Slum area." The slums are usually where the poor live, but this one is different. Thieves, informers, criminals on the run, smugglers, assassins, and so on. It's a den of criminals from many different countries. Leon silently calculated, if he was in that area, there would be no direct missions related to the slums. When she looked up, her lips were smiling, but her face was covered in sweat. Because it's the job for mercenaries, not adventurers. Leon glared and swore under his breath. Most of the unrest in the slums is due to human conflicts. Leon rubbed his temples. "I can't be a mercenary with so many restrictions after traveling so far. If I dig into the slums without a specific reason, they will surely suspect me." Rice pushed another document towards him and asked, "What about this mission, Mr. Leon?" Leon read the content of the document. It was to hunt living armor in an abandoned mansion. Rice mentioned some issues. The living armors left behind in a deserted mansion had turned into living property that couldn't be sold. She added that the reward was low and few D-rank adventurers could handle the living armors. Line break. Line break. Line break. Leon bowed his head and silently judged that his sword could handle whatever it was. Rice was still enthusiastically explaining about the mansion near the slums where she might go X when Leon heard her words. His face froze slightly as he began to rearrange everything in his mind. That's right, what matters is having a valid reason. No matter how powerful the gangs are in the slums, they would never provoke the Adventurers Guild. because if they touch the guild, they'd have to face high-level adventurers or even a rank and above who control this country, and those ranks could easily deal with the gangs using their power. Rice kept her cheerful smile as she patiently waited for Leon's response. Looking away from Rice, Leon scratched his head in confusion. After some time, he thanked Rice and said he would repay her later. She replied, "Don't worry about it, that's my job." Rice pulled out a large brown cloth bag, asking to take the reward for conquering the Slimstone. Leon, the bodyguard captain, added some as well, making quite a lot. Leon took the full cloth bag and shook it gently. Suddenly he exclaimed, "Oh, there's more." Elsie on the other seat looked puzzled at him. Leon raised his finger. "Could I ask for one more thing?" Rice answered kindly from across, "Go ahead." Leon asked seriously, "Can you show me how to get to Church B?" Upon hearing his question, Rice widened her eyes and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. She stammered back, "House, Church A." Closing his eyes, Leon nodded, "Yes, I have some things to handle there." Rice didn't answer immediately, but lowered her head, tightly pressing her lips in silence as she thought deeply. On the other side, Leon glanced at her and thought, "I knew she would act like this. If Rice thinks I'm a holy knight like Elsie said." He silently calculated that while a holy knight couldn't organize baptism for a poet, if the poet's enemy appeared, there would be an exception. Heretics or those who oppose the goddess, regardless of gang or faction. The poet would gather all his strength to defeat them. That was the only reason why the notorious ruthless Holy Knight was sent here. After some time, Vase finally gave directions. "It's in Northeast Prima District, the 13th building." With that information, Leon waved at her and turned to leave. "Thanks, I'll be going now." When alone, Rice remained in a tense state, standing still. After a while, she gasped, covering her mouth, realizing the Holy Knight looking for the church meant the church's enemy appeared. She rushed out quickly, falling to the ground, but kept mumbling, "This can't be ignored by the guild. I must report it immediately." On the other side, Elsie hovered in the air, evaluating with a raised eyebrow. Quite clever indeed. It was definitely the most effective method without revealing his identity. The guild would never act without consequences. A D rank, no. C rank adventurer like him wasn't a holy knight. Leon's face was stern as he asked, "Isn't that right?" Once she reports, the guild will take action on its own. Closing his eyes, he thought, "I should have brought Elcid to the church if forced. But I'll leave that as a last resort. Elcid is over there," muttering to himself. Makes sense. Leon clenched his fist, and a glowing symbol appeared on his palm. He silently resolved, "Elcid's hasn't been fully opened yet, and I need to enhance my skills to claim the holy sword before the church." The sky was exceptionally clear with white clouds floating. Leon said, "Forget about it. The armor that walks knows its duty, right? Several monsters are using the armor to move around, correct?" Elsie directly denied. "Huh, not really." Leon looked blankly at it. "Why not?" Elsie explained slowly, "The walking armor is an extremely rare natural phenomenon. The entire set of armor can move due to magic or a wizard's power, or by someone's thoughts that have been infused into the armor." It concluded, "They don't have will, they're just metal with instructions to repel intruders." Leon suggested, "Then, wouldn't a dispelling spell from a mage solve everything?" Elzib rejected again. "They weren't created by magic, so it won't work. The principle of the dispelling spell is like collapsing a building by removing its pillars. It doesn't destroy the pillars itself." Leon thought, "Then mages have no effect on this matter." From his mouth came a firm sound as he confirmed, "What we face isn't anything significant." He took out a paper with a drawing of iron armor and said, "They are iron armors plated with silver." Alshid crossed his arms and asked, "If it's that easy to deal with, why hasn't the investigation been completed yet? If it was chosen as a mandatory task, shouldn't it have been handled long ago?" Leon felt like an electric shock ran through him when he heard this, making him stiffen on the spot. His face turned dark and he tightly focused his eyes on the paper in his hand. Leon frowned as he read a line of information. The regeneration speed of the armor is unusually high. Even after destroying all parts of the armor, it can fully recover within less than 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the broken armor on the ground was completely repaired. Leon continued, their weapons couldn't withstand until the end, so they gave up. He said this here. Elshit smiled and asked, got it. So, does the armor know how strong a box of iron can be? Leon rolled up the paper, closed his eyes as he stepped forward, signaling, tight space, then you'll know. Let's go. The night sky had turned pitch black. Above, twinkling stars illuminated a path through the city. There are many people moving around here now. Leon walked down the street, glancing at his surroundings. What kind of slum is this? It's busier than I thought. Elsie also looked around and replied, that must be right. Suddenly, Leon called out, Elsie. He looked anxiously at the person who just called his name. You're asking because since stepping into this alley, I felt very uncomfortable. Is someone following me? Elsie stretched her hand and replied, if there is, I'll tell you right away. Oh, I have some suspicions about this matter too. Leon looked curiously at her and asked, what's that? Elsie judged it was due to his aura senses. The bright aura is very sensitive to negative thoughts from outside. They're checking on you because they think your youth makes you an easy target. That bad intention has triggered your aura. Behind him, countless eyes were staring intently. Leon leaned back and sighed. Now I feel even more uncomfortable. He sighed. It's unbelievable that all these eerie feelings are from those trying to harm me. Elsie reminded him, but you should still be careful. She seriously warned, most of the bad intentions come from young guys, but there are some very dangerous ones too. Leon shifted his gaze slightly behind him and replied, okay? Elsie advised cautiously, no matter where you are, always be alert to strangers. Keep showing yourself because you have a mission here. After saying this, she flew forward. Leon nodded from behind and followed slowly. The full moon emitted a golden light in the sky. Dark clouds blocked part of the moonlight around them. Leon looked up, exclaiming, there it is. Across from him was a large villa, but the atmosphere around it was gloomy. On the lawn, black fruits were perched on dead branches. Their red eyes glowed in the darkness. The brick wall of the villa had cracks. Elsie's voice echoed through the space. If not for the mobile armor inside, it would have been sold already. Leon agreed. That's right. Inside the villa, there was a lot of dust. Each piece of iron armor was covered with thin dust-proof cloth. The iron armor had looked ordinary before, but its eyes glowed red as if sensing something. The wooden door of the villa was pushed open by someone else. A pair of black leather boots appeared. Leon stood right at the entrance of the villa. The light from outside cast a long shadow on him. Elsie exclaimed, it looks like we're in for some action now. Leon reached out and took a sword. He used the light from the sword to illuminate his way as he walked through the villa's hallway. Leon said with relief, having you here really makes things easier. Elsie asked with narrowed eyes, next time bring a candle. If there are people, you can't do this. Leon closed his eyes and promised, okay, I'll bring one next time. Suddenly, Elsie turned her face towards the dark area, saying, over there, far in the darkness, an iron armor is standing with a sharp spear. The light from its eyes is extremely blinding. The sharp spear creaked against the surface below, leaving a cut on the carpet. The iron armor stepped back, raising the spear above its head and pointing it forward. Leon also retreated slightly as he said, a spear weapon. This is my first time facing an opponent using that kind of weapon. He looked at the spear and thought, such weapons can tear through opponents. A strong strike could shred them. Even more so, it might crush them. Leon silently calculated. Not only that, but it's 2 meters long, making it capable of closing distance quickly. In his mind, he said, I need to take 1 or 2 steps to get close. At this moment, the iron armor shot up into the air with its spear ready for an attack. Leon reacted quickly and raised his sword to block. He thought, but that advantage only applies if the opponent is skilled with weapons. Using all his strength, he swung his hand, successfully deflecting the descending spear of the iron armor. The sharp spear broke into pieces as it hit Leon's thoughts. No matter how strong a spear weapon might be, a 20 to 30 kilograms empty armor couldn't possibly use it effectively. He frowned and then shouted as he charged forward. "This is the price you pay for narrowing the gap." Leon slashed with his sword, severing one arm and the spear of the iron armor. His lips curved into a smile as he said, "That's far enough now." Leon swings his sword at high speed, chopping continuously into the metal frame. The broken iron pieces fall to the ground near its feet, followed by more from its head and chest rolling around. Elsie asks with tears in her eyes, "Did you use super speed?" While there's a slight movement in the sword path due to using super speed, it wasn't bad. Leon rests his sword on his shoulder as he answers, "It took me a while just to use it for a few minutes, but now I can use it more naturally because I'm an Aura Karma user." He tilts his head looking at the scattered metal pieces on the ground. After all, they say even if destroyed by battle hammers, they will regenerate. Both Leon and Elsie stand still for a long time, observing the scattered metal pieces in front of them. Leon wonders, isn't it supposed to regenerate quickly? It doesn't seem like that in all cases. Elsie speculates, maybe there was an error in the report. Leon becomes anxious and raises his fingers, agreeing. But reporting errors are a second-degree crime within the guild. He worries as he recounts, if someone dies from a reporting error, the guild will put a bounty on their heads. Leon poses a question to himself. Something is bothering me. Who would risk it all just to run away from this mission? He starts thinking, reconsidering that everything has been strange since the beginning. Even if the armored knight knows how angry he is, a well-invested guild can handle it without any issues. Elsie rubs her hands and asks, "I can't think of anything. Could they have individual differences?" Leon agrees that's possible. He tightens his grip on the sword, thinking he needs to take out a few more. Elsie crosses her arms and says, "It doesn't seem like we need to do that. They're coming over here." In the distance, red eyes appear from the darkness, slowly moving towards them. A group of armored knights with weapons in hand are advancing in a stiff manner. Leon squints his eyes and stares at them intently. He suddenly exclaims, "I can't see clearly. Can we make it brighter?" Elsie teases, "Are you the sword saint or the flashlight now?" Then a bright light emanates from Elsie's sword. He reaches out to Leon and examines the glowing sword, admiring, "Great, super bright, but not blinding, perfect." Suddenly, an extremely loud scream echoes in the space, making Leon turn his head. For some reason, the iron armor covers its eyes with both hands and screams wildly. Leon steps back nervously and asks, "What's wrong? What happened to them?" As the iron armor lowers its hands, white smoke emanates from its red eyes. Then all the metal frames leap into the air simultaneously, attacking Leon with their weapons. They attack at high speed, switching positions. Leon immediately counters by swinging his sword. He grits his teeth and mutters, "These bastards are coordinating their attacks." While defending, he thinks, the direction is easy to predict, but the movements are perfect. He glances ahead, thinking to himself. However, Leon slashes one of the iron armors in half with a single swing. If you're not a virgin knight, you'll just get into trouble. Do you think these moves from books will last? Elsie, who has been silent until now, suddenly calls out to him, "Leon." Leon pauses when he hears his name. Taking advantage of this moment, one iron armor swings its hand and attacks, but Leon quickly recovers, lowering himself to avoid it. "Wow!" He steps back a few meters away. Leon tilts his head anxiously and asks, "What's going on?" Elsie? She looks ahead and answers, "These aren't walking armors." Leon exclaims, "What? What are they then?" Calmly, Elsie requests him to use visual skills. His eyes will see them. Following her instructions, his eyes emit a blinding light. He sees strange black smoke inside the metal frames. Leon asks in confusion, "Smoke? Why is that?" Elsie explains that the black smoke is a type of demon energy and will drain his life force when it touches him. She continues, "Your solar aura can resist it. But touching them isn't good either." Leon clenches his teeth and asks further, "That's why they react to the sword light?" Elsie closed her eyes and replied, "Half right. It started to make sense. If it was just absorbing demonic power, they should only be impure. These walking armor beasts lack intellect, emotions, and vocal range, so they can't produce any sound. Elsie reasoned that there's no reason for them to use their powers when facing the holy sword light, which is the only thing that feels scared of pure light. Finally, she concluded with 2 words: demonic spirit. Elsie continued, these are demon armors. They're born from armor containing restless souls, with hatred towards living beings. Leon's mind flashed back to what happened earlier, thinking this was why the name he defeated couldn't regenerate. He slowly analyzed that Eozab is controlled by spirits that can't be destroyed until their hatred fades away. No matter how much power you use, they'll keep standing firm. The only way to punish Eozab is to banish its soul using magic and break the connection between the soul and Eozab, either through aura manipulation or purification with holy energy. Leon looked at the glowing holy sword in his hand and said, luckily, I have the holy sword, the top of all holy weapons. But he turned his gaze towards the black shadows before him. He thought, there are quite a few of them. If they're demon armors, it's best to retreat now and come back tomorrow. Elsie beside him also felt suspicious. Indeed, their numbers were strange. It was impossible for so many to gather here by chance. Leon asked her, isn't it a coincidence? Elsie seriously said that the success rate of creating demon armors is very low. Even with powerful magic spells, it's still unlikely. He pointed out that despite intentional or unintentional creation, such large numbers after countless failures mean hundreds or thousands of restless souls have entered this mansion. Leon heard this and broke into a cold sweat, shouting loudly, impossible. This city has so many dead people. Alcid's voice echoed in the space. Demonic spirits can't do that. They can't travel far or stay in this world for long. He confirmed with certainty. Even moving to a different district within the city is impossible. Leon turned around and confirmed. So there's only one place left, the slums. That's where no laws bind them. The only place that gathers all these factors is only the slums, where violence and money can get you anything. Leon frowned, gritted his teeth, thinking this can't continue like this. But as an inexperienced person, he still couldn't handle it. He tightened his grip on the sword and said to himself, even if I could use this sword to convert a church, it won't work until I find out who they are and their purpose. Leon leaped into the air with his sword, already deciding in his mind that he'd have to take a risk to return before dawn. One slash split the iron armor in half. He calculated, fighting in the dark like this also improves my skills. He swung his sword as fast as before. Another iron armor shattered into pieces. Leon moved quickly through the iron scraps, countless slashes aimed straight at them. The sky outside was turning a pinkish orange. Dawn's light was breaking through. Inside the mansion, Alcid said, it seems they're almost all taken care of. Leon pressed his sword into the ground, surrounded by scattered iron scraps. He replied to her, maybe so. Leon's face was pale. He asked, fighting in such a tight spot isn't bad either, right? Alcid countered, it's all because of your blind spots, right? Leon admitted, yes. He began to explain, my vision is wide but has limits like everyone else. No matter how I try, I can't see what's behind me. Lion asked uncertainly, so just sticking back against the wall is the best way, right? Alcid replied, tight, that's correct. She closed her eyes and raised both hands to illustrate. Level 3 means not controlling the situation. Level 2 means adapting to the environment. Alcid opened one eye and pointed with a finger. Level 1 is turning the situation into strength. After hearing this, Leon didn't say anything. He just lifted his lips in a long sigh. Then he put both hands in his pockets and turned to leave the mansion with Elsie. Well, that's something I have to overcome on my own if I want enough skills to fight in the slums. Leon analyzed in his mind. The danger level in the slums is much higher than in the sewers or underground areas. Everywhere has traps set up waiting for prey, and surely, the ambushers will target your blind spots. He raised a hand to cover one eye, saying to himself, if I rely on this limited vision, I'll fall into their trap with no escape. At dawn, the sun shone down, casting bright sunlight. The sky was a clear blue, dotted with white clouds. In an old and dilapidated street, people wore dark round cloaks that almost covered their faces. Old men sat hunched on the ground at corners of walls. For some reason, a young boy stood in the middle of the road, looking up to the sky with his hands wiping away tears. At this moment, a pair of high-heeled leather boots slowly approached from behind. A black shadow fell over him. The boy who was crying stopped abruptly as if sensing something. In just 1 second, he panicked and covered his mouth with both hands. The boy's face turned pale as if all the blood had drained out. His body trembled in fear. Khan with a cold expression passed by him. All the people present were frozen in place, too scared to move. Only after Khan and his lackeys left did someone dare shout. Khan, leader of the scum, the strongest gang in town. At a large villa, voices could be heard from inside. Subordinates have been following District 23 and 25 as instructed, but no slaves have come or gone. In the middle of the shiny head was a neat tuft of pink hair pushed back. The hybrid reported that the area around there is very dangerous, so subordinates couldn't get any closer. Should we dig deeper? Khan sat on a chair with his arms resting on it and ordered, "No need, just keep following them from afar. Don't miss a sound of gotta ho." Next, the hybrid continued, "I've checked the water flow from District 23 and 25. The Han started recounting. Besides the stinking sewage, there was human blood, rotten organs, and many other disgusting things. At least over 30 people died today." Konfatchi asked, "What do the mages say?" The hybrid respectfully replied that they said some strange things. Clearly, the black magic festival inside wasn't as simple as it seemed from the outside. Khan glared sideways with clenched teeth and a grimace. Check. One eye squinted. Pointing at his subordinates, he assigned tasks to gather all information gathered so far and compile it for him. Better if they could provide evidence too, that's enough. Let the others handle the rest. The hybrid urgently tried to stop him. "Boss, even though we don't know what they're doing, if we don't act quickly now, the money from the slaves will be halved." Before he could finish his sentence, a jet of fresh blood hit the face of the scarred hybrid standing beside him. He turned to see that the just reported hybrid was motionless on the pool of blood. Khan sneered and warned that when you can't determine when the enemy will strike, it's time to die like this wretched one. The scarred hybrid and his comrades trembled in fear. They silently thought that such a move was terrifying. They hadn't even realized anything yet, as if someone had flicked them. Khan continued instructing the hybrids. "These fools are different. We can't exploit them. It's better not to try. Provoking them will only harm us." Pointing at the scarred hybrid, he said, "Whether they're loyal or spies from another country, we mustn't touch them." Khan reassured again that once they decide to start their plan, it won't be beneficial for us. Even a single gold coin will lead to our extermination. The hybrids fell silent and bowed as his words reached their ears. "So, let the Holy War Knight take action." Khan leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and waved his hand, asking if there was anything else to discuss. "Yes." Enthusiastically reporting, at the abandoned manor entrance of District 25, it said that a person frequently goes in for missions. Khan narrowed his eyes, his face turning serious as he called out to words. "Oh," the scarred hybrid continued, "they say it's been over a week now." He added more details. The Han was named due to his task of collecting slime monsters. As the sky turned orange at dusk, Mattel's voice still echoed. First, it was a cat, later called the Scraper. He speculated that maybe he got all the low-value missions. After hearing all the information, Khan's feet clenched tightly as he commented, "This guy is interesting. Scraper indeed." He stroked his chin with a sly smile. "We might be able to exploit him for his cheap tasks." Elsewhere, night had fallen, and only stars shone in the darkness covering the sky. In the city, some windows of houses were lit up. At Leon's building, a bright light was shining outside. Inside Leon's room, he concentrated with his eyes closed, drenched in sweat. He tightly gripped his sword, surrounded by a source of power. Suddenly, Leon let out a loud cry that sounded extremely painful. Then he jumped up and down, opening his mouth wide as he gasped for breath. The sword fell to the floor. Elsie asked with concern, "What happened? Do you feel it yet?" The energy flowed through his body. Leon replied, "Yes, I feel something strange." Elsie clapped her hands and praised him. "Clearly, a normal person being careful is better than a prodigy like you. You've kept up with my pace quite impressively too." Leon was tired, slumped on the floor, taking deep breaths. "Each time I pass a test, it feels like dying and coming back to life, but I don't feel much progress because I'm not very confident." Elsie snapped her fingers. "Keep trying." A data screen appeared. Leon's name was displayed with his stats: level 23, STR 134, DEX 131, Or 76, skills, Holy Sword. Intermediate level, Roderick Martial Arts level 3, activated skill, rank to mana user, low, level 5. Leon couldn't believe the information and asked in confusion, "What?" Next to the intermediate Holy Sword, why is there a low-level mana user too? Wasn't this the initial level before? Elsie sighed. "It seems your development speed isn't bad." Well, as expected, there are many good teachers. You've learned something that others would take hundreds of days to recognize. Leon turned his head and pointed at the data screen asking, "But why isn't there a 7-star sword here?" L-Ship flew close to its mirror face and angrily roared with his own face. "Of course, since you haven't learned even basic techniques of the ritual yet, do you still have any conscience?" The 7-star sword is also known as the Great Distance Combat, a sword technique invented by Roderick in his early days. They say only someone who can use all 7 forms of this sword technique consecutively can truly call themselves a master. Leon determinedly said, "I want to learn at least one form before facing my grudge. If I add the 7-star sword to the Holy Sword, could I gain an upper hand against any enemy?" Hearing that, Elsie playfully teased, "They'll die if they're not at master level." He angrily replied, "That's enough already. Since it's impossible for me to become strong enough to dominate anyone in the slums within 2 months, I need a winning card to use in emergencies. Even though I know how to summon magic weapons, if I can't use them properly, they're useless." These words made Elsie look at Leon differently, ignoring her gaze. He enthusiastically said, "Let's start then. I'll keep training until I succeed." Suddenly, Elsie splashed cold water on Leon, glad he was so full of enthusiasm. "But today's training session ends here." He looked puzzled as to why. Slowly glancing out the window, it said, "Because we have unexpected guests." Following that, Leon looked down. "Unexpected guests?" With a confident tone, Elsie calmly replied, "Yes, they're definitely not the chosen ones." After some thought, he asked, "So why are they here?" Carefully observing the group, it said, "I don't sense any signs of monsters or grudges. I also can't feel any strong individuals among them. From their appearance, they seem like thugs." After a while, he made an assumption. "Could they be from the slums?" Elsie slowly replied, "They don't look friendly at all. But I don't think they're here to fight." Then Leon made a decision. "Maybe I should meet them. They might have some clues to find out who my grudge is with." The door opened. In an instant, Leon appeared before the group of thugs. Seeing this, John immediately said, "You're a trash cleaner, aren't you?" Leon calmly replied, "That's me." Nikki, without any remorse, said, "We apologize for coming unannounced to your place." John quickly added, "Since we were only sent by our superiors, please understand us." Then Leon calmly asked back, "Who are they?" Nikki enthusiastically confirmed, "Yes, we're members of a group called Trash Gang. You've heard about us while gathering information. The gang is led by a man known as Confang Nail. The leaders divide the slums into 3 parts." After some effort, John Hung Hang continued, "Our boss wants to meet you. We're instructed to leave you alone if you say no, but I suggest you go with us." Before he could add more, Leon interrupted, "Let's go." His calm demeanor left the thugs bewildered. Oh, Khan wouldn't call Leon like this if he had plans for him. Meanwhile, Leon already had a plan in mind. As long as you mention Confang Nail, most people will avoid Leon. This is an opportunity for Leon to delve deep into the slum's minds. Beside him, Elsie softly said, I can confirm exactly what he's planning. Leon agreed. Yes, Khan must be thinking about delegating tasks that his guild cannot handle. If Khan is trying to use Leon, this thought made him satisfied. Then Leon will also use him. After a while, Nikki stood in an alley and signaled. On the other side, just as he finished speaking, a small altercation broke out. It turned out that a fruit seller had bumped into them and fell heavily to the ground. He trembled, I'm sorry. Seeing Nikki, the fruit seller recognized them as trash gang members. He angrily beat him up, wanting to vent his frustration. This damn fruit seller, why didn't you open your eyes and see where you're going? The scene of bullying someone so brazenly made Leon unable to hold back his anger. It seemed Elsie had predicted his reaction earlier. Be patient. Hearing this, Leon became even more irritated and shouted loudly. What's the flag? He gently instructed, carefully managing his emotions. If you emit a bloody scent like that in front of this Nikki guy, it won't be beneficial to you at all. In an instant, Leon calmed down. I'm fine now, I'll be careful. After moving around for a while, he arrived at the base of the hybrid gang. Following Nikki, Leon whispered, this must be the hybrid's base. Elsie didn't care to criticize. They don't know what cleaning is, right? In the next moment, I saw, is that blood? Unlike their expectations, Leon had seen through their dirty plot. It seemed like they deliberately didn't clean up. Then Elsie sighed, this is a classic show of power and might. Suddenly, a fierce voice came from behind him. Are you the guy called Scavenger? Without warning, Leon quickly drew his sword and swung it with great force at Khan. With one hand, he blocked Leon's attack without any difficulty. Khan excitedly said, what a fitting nickname, Scavenger. His strength was overwhelming, making Leon feel weak. Taking advantage of Leon's shock, Khan prepared to punch him in the face. Like a lamb waiting for slaughter, Leon couldn't move at all. He would die. Just as Leon thought this, his fist plunged into his face. It seemed Khan only wanted to scare him rather than kill Leon. Despite that, he bled heavily from his nose, each drop falling onto the ground. Leon couldn't believe what he was seeing and was secretly terrified inside. He couldn't dodge it at all. Just the wind pressure alone was this strong. If he didn't stop, Leon would have been thrown away. Despite being extremely frightened, he still curiously asked, are you called Fang? Khan's interest was piqued by Leon's question. You're brave too. I heard you were a lowly scoundrel and thought you were just trash. But this is enough now. Alright, I've made up my mind. Khan's attitude was confusing to Leon. Decision? What kind of decision? Khan immediately replied, the decision I requested. Did you come here because you're skeptical? I'll give you what you want. Hearing this, Leon became even more confused. What do I want? What is that thing? In the next moment, he revealed a terrifying smile. I'm sorry, but I've investigated your background thoroughly. Looking intently at Leon, Khan continued. The Royal Academy, where civilians are always second-class citizens. Those commoners who dared to strike back against the nobles did so through their own efforts. Then you joined a group and took on missions no one else wanted but made a name for yourself in the city. The king of the slums, Khan included, under his command, there are many more spies. Ignoring Leon's surprise, Khan continued speaking, we understand why you left that academy. You didn't want to be a knight or follow their vows. After that, Khan loudly said, I understand you very well. That's why you fought the nobles and decided to become an adventurer. Unlike those noble-born who only think of themselves, you saw a bigger picture for your future as an adventurer. That's why you rose to the rank of scoundrel after just 2 missions. As he spoke, Khan imagined Leon enthusiastically fighting. Then he pictured Joyce happily giving him the C rank card. A moment later, Khan asked, isn't that right? Coincidence? Both Leon and Elsie were extremely surprised by his accurate guess. Alcide was surprised too, saying that while 100 is visible here, the actual number could be in the thousands. Leon couldn't help sweating profusely. It was terrible because they were in an area not governed by law, so no one knew what had happened or when those evil actions would continue. Then Elsie carefully looked at his tightly clenched arm and called out to Leon. After calming down, Leon asked quietly why he didn't hand it over to the main organization. Khan quickly explained that they were more stubborn than he thought. They wouldn't believe anything unless they saw it themselves. Just hearing this, I guessed, and that's why you needed me. Leon's intelligence made him even more excited. Yes, we need you to be evidence, enough to make those people believe what's happening is real, a living proof. Not long after quenching Khan's excitement, he doused him with cold water. It was shameful. In fact, whether I live or die is effective evidence. Khan wasn't angry at being exposed, but laughed even louder. Laughing tiredly, he asked, "Are you ready?" With a confident tone, Leon agreed by tapping the table. Okay, then he thought to himself. It was shameful, but it wasn't easy to gather such a large group in this slum area. And more importantly, Leon could save hundreds of lives by completing this mission. Just as he finished thinking, Khan handed him a bunch of items. Here, take these. He curiously opened the dagger. What is this? Listen, Khan calmly replied. A dagger with our seal on it. Show it to anyone who wants to provoke you. No one dares make a sound, or else they'll face the consequences. Ignoring Khan's words, Leon disdainfully threw the dagger aside. What did he give me? I don't need this. His disgusted look made Khan furious. Dog. After a while, Khan continued explaining. In his bag were scrolls of magic, to be used when needed or sold if someone wanted them. Just think of it as payment for mutual benefits. Then Leon hesitantly said, "Let me ask you one last thing." As he spoke, he recalled Khan's fierce appearance initially. The powerful fist that left such an impression on him couldn't be forgotten. And the dazed look when he bled from his nose without even getting hit was deeply imprinted in his mind. Next, Leon wondered, did you intend to stop those 5 punches right from the start? His strange question made Khan fall silent. In an instant, he replied. Of course, their conversation only lasted a few hours. Then Leon and Elsie returned to the inn. Sitting on the bed, he fell into deep thought. Leon couldn't help remembering Khan's confident expression. Khan is quick-witted. He's too strong. You need to train more. After a while, he turned and asked Elsie, did anything stand out when you read through that data? Hearing this, Elsie quickly replied, some things. But we need to study it further. Based on Malice's actions not related to the plan, there's a high chance of disaster. From her answer, Leon immediately grasped the key point. So you mean you have to see it with your own eyes, right? Elsie firmly replied, yes. It sounds easy, but infiltrating an area where 500 mercenaries were killed, shouldn't this be a mission for a top assassin or something? In an instant, he had a plan. We need support. Someone who won't be blinded by money. Elsie sighed with sweat. Isn't that condition too high? Hearing this, he continued, not just that. It's someone who will never forgive Malice. Finally, she understood Leon's intent. There was only one place to find such a person. Right. The next morning, the sun had risen high, and Leon exclaimed, this is a church. Following his words, in front of Leon and Elsie stood a small, surprising church. After looking around, he puzzledly asked why they built it in such a poor district. Without any wind, the explanation came, churches always send priests to places with unfortunate lives. Places where people are easily blinded by benefits and easily subdued. People who become slaves of ambition can be controlled more easily. But priests will never be corrupted by that. They must always remain upright. They only respect their faith and the words from above. They will never lose their way. Leon finally understood. In other words, they won't be swayed by lies anymore. In just a moment, you've made your decision. We don't have any other choice. So I don't want to draw too much attention as an inexperienced hero. But I guess I need to tell the truth. Besides, even if Leon has evidence, most of the teams there are priests. They would never reveal anything if you ask them to keep quiet. Everyone here dresses in tattered clothes like those from slums, but their eyes always seem alert despite no light shining on them. They don't suspect anyone around them, even when looking into someone's pockets, showing they still trust others. Leon wonders if it might be due to this church branch. He wonders who manages this church branch. After a while, Leon starts knocking on the church door. From inside the door, a confident voice answers. Who is it? Though shy, he still introduces himself. I'm Explorer Leon. I have something to ask the bishop. As soon as he finishes, he's surprised to feel Leon's aura. Is he reacting to my aura on the other side of the door? Still in shock, a tall figure appears right after the door. Cesare speaks softly. I am the bishop managing this place. Both Cesare and Leon share the same thought, an elf. After entering, he quickly invites him for some water. As expected, Cesare says, you must be surprised to find out that a bishop is an elf. Leon stammers in denial. No. Nevertheless, he calmly explains that elves in such positions are quite rare. Our higher power loves everyone equally, and thus we always wholeheartedly serve him. I've heard about your achievements. Leon, on days like today, you defeated underground monsters in the sewers and walls of the city. Right. The water quality has never been better thanks to you. Many fewer people are logging out due to stomachaches. I'm sure our higher power will be very pleased. Cesare's praise makes Leon blush. He's been praised already. Suddenly, he becomes serious. Now, did you say you have something to ask me? Leon quickly regains his composure. He doesn't answer right away, but hesitates for a moment. Then, can you look at these documents? Hearing this, he picks them up and starts reading. In an instant, Cesare frowns deeply due to the content of the document. Without letting Leon say anything, he says it's a matter that the church must get involved in. However, the origin of this information is the problem. This document will be questioned and the archbishop will request a full investigation from scratch. But if that happens, it will take a lot of time to resolve. Leon agrees with Cesare. Yes, I agree too. So I want to find someone to investigate areas 23 and 25 with me. Can you recommend someone? After some thought, he sadly says, I'm sorry, but our branch doesn't have any combatants. A few people learn resurrection spells and support magic, but we don't think they will be much help in this mission. Cesare's words make Leon look surprised. Really, this is the last place. It seems he was irritated by the content of the documents. But there's still a way. I will join you. Hearing this, both Leon and Elsith look shocked. Even though he's still stuck, Cesare continues, we'll have someone else handle things here. So as the bishop, I can do difficult work too. Still, Leon can't believe it. Thinking of a bishop agreeing to join him, Leon only imagines some priests helping out. Really okay? Cesare stares intently at his face to confirm his determination. It seems you notice Leon's doubt. Do I seem unreliable? As soon as Cesare finished speaking, his eyes widened in surprise. Turns out he unleashed a powerful yet pure mana. A massive but holy mana surge quickly gathered at Cesare's palm. When mana condenses to a certain extent, it will emit and burn the air. The technique can tear mid-lane metal like paper. With an amazed tone, Alcid spoke up. Judging from his casting speed, he must have mastered it through countless battles. In terms of power, he's on par with Khan. Hearing this, Leon secretly thought Cesare became a bishop out of passion. Then he gently retracted the mana and said, how about that? I won't trouble you. He scratched his head awkwardly. Actually, I was worried I might trouble you. Next moment, Cesare replied emphatically, please don't overthink it. 50 years ago, he was a holy knight, but now he's just a lance corporal. Cesare's sudden introduction left Leon surprised. Holy Knights of the elite army. He used to be part of the strongest army on the continent. Then he excitedly shook hands with Cesare, hoping for his support. He remains very humble. Of course, that's what I meant. Hold on, let me get some weapons. You wait outside the arena. Leon quickly replied, oh, sure, okay. As Cesare left, he thought happily about traveling with a holy knight. It felt like having an entire army by his side. Moreover, the weapon from when he was in the army must be a fancy bow suitable for a demon hunter. To stop him from daydreaming, Al-Cid quickly said, "Listen up, you don't see any calluses on his hands." After a while, a heavy thorn brush hit the backyard with force. Despite careful observation, both Leon and Elsie couldn't help sweating coldly. In front of him, Cesare used the thorn brush gently like it was a toy. Moments later, he spun the thorn brush in midair. Without hesitation, he threw it forward with strength. In an instant, a huge stone crumbled under Cesare's thorn brush. With a satisfied yet holy look, he commented, "Great, I haven't felt this satisfaction for a long time. I'll never forget the feeling of breaking heretic skulls with this thorn brush. Even now, after so many years, it still makes me excited." Seeing Leon and Elsie's terrified expressions, Cesare continued, "We must destroy evil and its crimes. I'm sure God is watching our holy battle, right?" The terrifying power made him stutter. "Definitely," he affirmed confidently, "for sure." Above them, the sunset gradually set in. Leon curiously asked Elsie, "Is he following us?" She quickly replied, "Yes." As they walked past, Leon said, "I told him to change his appearance to fit the slums because he couldn't move around the criminal dens as a pastor." But from his eyes, Cesare's figure was completely covered in dark robes. For 2 seconds, Leon thought something was off. He could sense Cesare's presence through mana, but none of his other senses detected anything. Noticing his confusion, Al-Cid quickly explained, "It's a type of mana skill that allows one to become invisible using mana. Hard to use while moving, but he's quite skilled at it." A drunk suddenly bumped into Cesare. The drunk turned around angrily. Just as he shouted, the drunk couldn't see anyone. "Hey, watch where you're going. What are you looking for?" After seeing this, Al-Cid continued, "He must have a lot of experience with these infiltration missions." Leon still pondered, "But I can sense him through mana. He's practically invisible." Then she speculated, it might be due to his mana attribute. You wouldn't normally feel his presence when he uses mana to hide, but limitations could be overcome based on his mana attributes. From your solar attribute reaction, his is lunar. His presence was revealed because the stealthiness of someone with a solar attribute stands out to you. Sun and moon, coincidence or destiny? After a while, Leon spoke up. "We're here, this is Area 23. Elsie hesitated beside him and sighed in admiration. The gangster's skills must be quite useful. Leon immediately agreed. "MMHMM. Turns out you just ran into a bunch of tough thugs earlier." Seeing this, Leon quickly took out the Gamma consort given to him by Leon. In an instant, the thugs changed their attitude. "All our subordinates must yield to us." Upon returning to reality, Cesare excitedly said, "It's unbelievable how easily we passed through that slum area. You really are as amazing as what I've heard. Thanks to you, we can quickly deal with those heretics. These scoundrels don't know the blessings of God." Seeing his usual viciousness change so drastically, Leon and Elsie paled. He then opened a secret passage from here directly into the territory for reform. A direct military assault would be dangerous, so we'll use the sewers as suggested by Khan. Cesare created a light beam to easily move through the dark tunnel. Suddenly, he turned off the lights as if sensing something. Down below the sewer, a disappointed voice echoed, "Just that much today, huh?" Another voice chimed in, "We can't finish our mission because the sacrificial victims are starting to resist. We need to get rid of more than 12 of them. But 70 per day is a bit too much. Even if we start dealing with them from dawn, by the end of the ritual, they'll just shift all the work onto us. Those damn things." Their words made Leon and Elsie grind their teeth during the ritual. Over 70 people in one day. They slaughtered that many every month. "We can't spare them." Before you could act, Cesare already took out his thorn. "I'll take care of it first." He quickly flew up above. Cesare's spear pierced right through a heretic in front of him. With one strike, he dispatched the heretic. As Leon crawled up, he saw this. Sir, your call brought Cesare back to his senses." "Oh yeah, we were going to rest anyway." Taking advantage of the opportunity, the remaining heretic started spewing toxic smoke. Before he could react, Cesare threw his thorn spear into his face. Suddenly, Cesare became suspicious about what he saw. Turns out his spear was blocked by a spell. The heretic laughed maliciously. With this armor, any attack is useless. Why did you dare sneak in here? Are you crazy? We just finished sacrificing the victims. Just in time. Right when he said that, the heretic's head was severed from his body. Wow! It turned out Leon took advantage of this moment to split the heretic's head and body apart. The remaining one screamed in fear. Who are you? Do you know who we are? Oh yeah, before he could finish his sentence, Cesare smoothly cooperated with Leon to dispatch the heretic. Leon and Cesare calmly observed the two dead heretics. Then Cesare excitedly said, "Ah, brother Leon, did you handle them?" Cesare's tone made him jump. "I didn't think you should say that." "Sir, anyway, those wise ones used good swords." Continuing, Cesare asked if he got their weapons. "That might be why you could ignore their external force." Holding the sword in his hand, Leon whispered, "Is this really okay?" "Al Cid," he replied calmly, "Yeah, it's all according to plan. I made a special vow on my armor, though. To them, I look like just another ordinary sword, like the one they're holding. The sword is definitely too conspicuous, but if someone knows about St. King Rodrigo's holy church, you'd think it wouldn't stand out much. There's no better proof than their use of forbidden external magic by the church." Hearing this, Cesare immediately agreed, "You're right, but we can't call this a failed infiltration. It could be considered an assassination if there were no witnesses, and it could still be called an infiltration since we've eliminated all of them." Despite saying such terrible things, his holy demeanor left Leon and Elsie speechless. After observing for a while, Leon seriously instructed, "Let's search more thoroughly." "Your Highness," Cesare quickly responded. "Yeah, I agree, brother Leon," he said. Both found an unusual room and rushed to open the door with Cesare. As they entered, they were greeted by two freshly decapitated skulls. In the room, blood-stained weapons were neatly ranged. More bodies were stacked in a box. Leon couldn't bear it and covered his mouth. The horrific scene. How many lives have been lost here? Meanwhile, Elsie calmly said, "Bear with it. You're not used to such terrible things. Don't turn a blind eye. Even if no one remembers, a hero must remember this, the true form of the enemy he fought his whole life against." After some thought, Leon asked slowly, "Isn't it the king of hell?" Its tone was extremely contemptuous. How can such an ordinary king of hell be your enemy? The world isn't green enough to be saved by defeating one evil. As he said this, Al Cid became more serious than ever. For the poor, it's poverty itself. To those sick, disease is their king of hell. Do you really think these misfortunes have a reasonable cause? Can you cut poverty with a holy sword? Can you eliminate diseases with it? Compared to them, a king of hell that can be defeated isn't much. It brings a brighter future. That's the definition and duty of a true hero, and it's why he must fight until the end. No matter how terrible things get, you can't avoid them. You can only defeat evil by facing its tragedy head-on. After gaining clarity, Leon sighed deeply. His eyes then shone with unprecedented resolve. Cesare noticed this scene. He wondered what Leon was telling himself all along, but he could regain his composure in just a few seconds after seeing such a horrific sight. He has strong willpower. Then Leon called out. "Your Highness," Cesare quickly replied. The place we came from seems to be only for disposing of bodies. And this appears to be the real office. The enemy here must at least be in double digits. They'll face big trouble if they keep infiltrating blindly." Suddenly, he recalled Khan's words and thought about using them as rewards, doing whatever Leon wanted with them. If possible, he didn't want to use them. But in an instant, Leon opened the scroll Khan gave him. Seeing this, Cesare asked curiously, "Brother Leon, what's that scroll?" Leon didn't answer, but silently felt the power emanating from the paper. Then he used clairvoyance. Elsie immediately recognized it as a temporary magic for enhancing perception. He added it to his own vision. Next, Leon saw through the entire structure of this base. A moment later, the power from the paper faded away. When the scroll's magic wore off, Leon started bleeding. Concerned, Cesare rushed over. "Brother Leon, are you okay?" Quickly soothing him, he said, "I'm fine, nothing to worry about." Then Leon recounted what he saw. "I don't think this underground facility is too large. There are 24 people we can consider enemies, 10, 5, and 4 in the east, west, south, and north respectively. I couldn't see one room in the middle, and its entrance is to the east. I wonder if there's a key there." Hearing this, Cesare thought slowly, maybe, or it could be a trap for those who think so. The key element of any strategy is to surprise the enemy. The most common trick is where they consider to be their weakest point the strongest one. It might just be a hollow room. And the real key is in District 25. Still, Leon remains stubborn. He may be right, but I just want to confirm it officially first. Security won't be as lax if we return later, so today is our best chance. Fortunately, Cesare didn't reject the plan. Now that we've achieved the basic goal, should we handle them quickly and efficiently? In another room, 2 alchemists were guarding while chatting. Suddenly, Cesare's chain surrounded them. With one strike, he decapitated both alchemists. Inside the base, their painful screams echoed but didn't draw much attention. Another alchemist was foaming at the mouth in agony. As soon as he fell, Cesare spoke up. "This is the 12th one. My body is finally heating up. I'm not as fierce as before anymore." Then he curiously turned to Leon. "Is this the wall you couldn't see through?" After touching the door, he immediately spoke, unsure how to open it. "No handle, and pulling or pushing doesn't move it." The unclear writing, red blood-like lights look like they're bleeding from cuts. Suddenly, Leon felt a chill down his spine as Cesare excitedly instructed him, stepping back slightly. At this moment, Cesare forcefully threw his cactus whip forward. In the next second, it snapped back without causing any damage to the door. Leon couldn't believe his eyes and mouthed, "What?" Even Cesare was surprised and tilted his head. Leon's mind flashed back to a scene where he bravely used the cactus whip in the past. The terrifying memories made him doubt that the cactus should have been strong enough to crush stone into powder. Thinking this, Leon paused for about 2 seconds and searched his memory. After a while, he continued thinking, how could there be no damage from the previous attack? In the blink of an eye, Elsie appeared and said that antimatter is a gateway to material particles. It's based on a theory that doesn't exist in this world. Leon immediately grasped the key point, antimatter, no hesitation. It quickly explained, yes, according to what we remember, cold turns hot and hot turns cold. This gate is made of antimatter that nullifies all physical interference. After Elsie's explanation, he silently added more. Since Leon couldn't see through it with his magic scroll, could this door not be affected by magic at all? If neither physical nor magical power works, then only. Before he could think further, Cesare sighed, "Oh my." He was focusing on magic and said, "Please focus in our hands, the light of enlightenment." Seeing this scene, Leon exclaimed it must be holy magic. In an instant, Alcid cast a spell. "I understand now, a power not based on aura or magic. A natural force from this world and can only be recognized through pure faith." As soon as he finished speaking, Cesare broke the door with his attack. Holy magic cannot defeat holy magic. Leon cheered, "The door is breaking." Unfortunately, it only cracked slightly without breaking completely. Despite this, Cesare continued to throw more attacks, making Leon sweat nervously. Didn't heresy should be weaker than holiness? Elsa was also hesitant. Yes, that's right. If it can withstand a bishop's holy magic, then this door must be stronger than faith itself. In other words, this is not just a trap. It seems I need to finish this now. I'll support you. Without letting him finish his sentence, Leon quickly drew his sword. Okay. Immediately after, Cesare saw the image of Leon casting magic and shouted, "Swordmaster Leon." In a flash, Leon's sword cut through the door with a clean strike. The door clearly showed the deep cut. Finally, it was broken. Seeing the door disappear, Leon wondered, did it vanish? Though he couldn't explain it, Elsie replied, "It shouldn't belong to this world anyway." Cesare looked surprised and said, "What a surprising sword strike. I underestimated you, Swordmaster Leon." Hearing this, Leon scratched his head nervously. "You're too kind, sir. You did all the work." After a moment, he slowly said, "I couldn't feel anything behind the door. It seems they left it empty after performing the ritual." As soon as he stepped inside, he thought to himself. The room was dark, but the scent of blood and flesh still lingered. Then Cesare created a light ball to illuminate the way. Upon seeing what was inside the room, both of them were shocked. Before their eyes stood a strange creature. After a moment, Leon stammered, "What is that? What's going on?" In an instant, Leon shouted, "They're still alive!" It seemed the scene was too terrifying for Cesare to bear as he closed his eyes tightly. In fact, right inside the room was a massive abomination. Not only that, it had been split into smaller pieces and was very close to Leon. He couldn't help covering his mouth. "They're still alive." After observing for a while, Elsie quickly said, "I understand now. They will kill and take blood from intelligent species and experiment on them to create flesh blocks with some vitality. Based on what they've achieved, the result is clear, a heresy that can sacrifice countless creatures as bait. Because just by opening their mouths, they could devour an entire city. A natural disaster has been named after it." Leon curiously asked, "What's its name?" Recalling the image of the real city, Elsie replied seriously, "The real city." With a surprised look on his face, she continued explaining that they needed much time and effort to prepare, but couldn't be stopped once started. A being from another space where even gods dare not confront will be summoned here. Once it finishes eating an entire city, it will return to its original space easily. Hearing this, Leon immediately thought of the Free City. This city would become their feast. Then Elcid continued his story. Since the ritual was noticed, it failed 99 times out of 100, but if successful, it would be a disaster. He quickly understood and grimaced. "It succeeded before, right?" He sighed and added, "There would be no notes if it never succeeded." About heresy, no one knows what it will bring until it's active. Heresy has been dealing with the nearly formed Holy Church since its inception. Leon is worried and shouts, "What should we do about this actual city? We can't face it without a plan, right?" Seeing Elsie's hesitant expression, he becomes even more anxious. "Elsie?" A moment later, she slowly answers, "It's not good. This place is like a sacrificial site for the actual city. However, there isn't much of it. Security measures are quite lax here." Without hesitation, Leon immediately asks, "So, have they gathered enough people?" Elsith confidently confirms, "Almost 90% already. It's just a matter of the ritual now. They will start once you begin evacuating the civilians." "Let's come up with a plan quickly." Leon doubts and says, "Just a simple plan," without caring about the skeptical tone. Continuing, it says, "Gather all forces to attack District 25. The actual city will need a large space for the ritual. Therefore, if we strike before they perform the ritual, we should be able to handle them." The terrifying aspect of Dignity is their defensive capabilities, as their skills are based on spatial theory and have completely different power from holy magic. Pausing for about 2 seconds, it continues, "But with the Holy Sword, we can overwhelm them in one attack. Then, when they're exhausted, we'll destroy them immediately. They will fall like chess pieces with no escape." After hearing the entire plan, Leon finally calms down. Kali is too obvious. If they're not stupid, they'll notice our presence through this raid. We have to take a risk. Cesari's serious voice rings out. "Brother Leon, we need to leave soon. They seem to have noticed our intrusion." Leon silently resolves, "We must take the chance." Cesare commands loudly, "Hurry up." Leon replies immediately, "Okay." The last guards are here. The intruder is running away. We've handled the sacrifices they prepared. Their sudden intrusion makes them panic and forget to chase us. This place has been exposed. Close it now. Outside the base, the moon hangs high, casting its light on the ground. Leon breathes heavily and says, "They're not following me anymore." Cesare softly agrees, "Yes, They are far away. When I was young, chasing bees felt like this. Despite the danger, he remains calm. The last guards have arrived. The intruder is running away. We've handled the sacrifices we prepared. Leon and Cesari's sudden intrusion makes them panic. Close it now. They're exposed here. Outside, the moon shines brightly on the ground. Leon breathes heavily and says, "They're not following me anymore." Cesare softly agrees, "Yes, they are far away. When I was young, chasing bees felt like this." Despite the danger, he remains calm. "Back then, I just needed to jump into a nearby pond. But this situation is slightly more dangerous. There's no pond for us to jump into, because these are creatures we can't compare ourselves to. I have the feeling that reinforcements from the church will arrive too late. What do you think, Brother Leon?" Leon remains silent, deep in thought. To carry out El Cid's plan, he needs someone with enough authority. He had planned to use the sword as a last resort, but Cesare seems ready too. He wants to keep it hidden from everyone's eyes. Even though Cesare might have thought of something during their battle, if he really wanted to hear my opinion. After some time, Leon confirms and says, "I'll go with your plan. I've come up with a brilliant idea." In his house, both Leon and Cesare are seriously discussing the plan. After listening to him explain it, Cesare nods slowly. Then Cesare speaks, "There are some uncertainties, but it's worth trying. We have nothing else to try anyway." Hearing this, Leon exclaims excitedly, "Really? Really?" He immediately responds, "Yes, thank God. It's hard to convince others with the explanation I just gave. If a strategy sounds too good, they'll laugh at it." Since information about the actual city is highly confidential within the church, he will pretend it's just speculation to avoid suspicion. For disabling the barriers, if Leon doesn't mention the sword keyword, the only option left is to argue that solar aura affects dark magic more than people think. Cesare softly adds, "Even in a holy church, solar aura is one of the top priorities when recruiting. Rarely have I met anyone with it except you, but I finally understand why now." Leon quickly replied after receiving praise from him, "So it's settled. We'll mobilize the guild and army to corner them." Then Cesare continued, "If that's the case, we need two things. Mobilize the guild and army, and set up an infiltration team to attack their base. The first part is simple because he can resist the church. But, despite Leon's thoughts, Cesare went on, "We need people who can face the heretics' elite soldiers. This team needs to include at least a rank members according to guild standards." Hearing this, he muttered to himself, "A rank? Wait a minute, a rank? But I just got lucky." Leon stood up excitedly, "My lord, what do you think about recruiting strong people from the slums?" His bold idea surprised him. He said, "The slums?" Realizing Cesare's confusion, Leon immediately explained, "Even in the slums, there are still some options. The rats and tomb guardians will be plenty." Right, because they've already tried to fight fire with fire. So they'll definitely cooperate. Still, he wasn't sure if they would join, but would they? With strong belief, he confidently said, "I'm sure they won't have any other choice if you talk to them yourself." In an instant, Cesare seemed to understand something. The next moment, his eyes lit up. "I see. Is it mandatory?" Leon also looked confident. "Give them a chance to contribute to the church. I'm sure they'll agree when you show them the Crusaders' insignia." Their scheming left Elsie speechless. "If those people you mentioned hear this, you'll be stabbed." Her reminder made him recall past attacks by Khan. Remembering his nose bleeding, he smiled grimly. "I'm sure I won't seek revenge for making me bleed." The scene switched to the next morning at headquarters. Rice was no exception. She hesitantly spoke up. "Greetings, Lord Leon and Lady." It turned out that Leon and Cesare's appearance in their armor had frightened everyone in the guild. The menacing look on him made Rice even more scared. Only members dared to observe from a distance. "Isn't this a crusader? What do they have with our guild?" To calm her, Leon quickly spoke up. "Rice, I'm here for work today." As Cesare removed his mask calmly, he introduced himself. "I am Cesare, the Bishop of the Holy Church. I request full assistance from your guild in the name of the Crusaders." His words caused everyone to shout loudly, "Did G?" After a while, Bernard, the branch head, seriously spoke up, "I am Bernard, and we haven't worked together before, but please, take care of us." He was even more distinguished than a knight. It's said that during his golden age, Bernard wasn't a rank member until he retired due to injuries from his leg. After a brief pause, Bernard continued, "I fully understand the urgency of this situation because it's so critical that even a retired Crusader member like me is requesting such a meeting." Perhaps due to their experience, the discussions went quickly, despite his momentary pause when hearing about the limited time and estimated losses. According to Bernard, only a rank member out of 4 currently active could be mobilized. The others were on missions. They left the task of mobilization for the branch head while Cesare and Leon headed towards the slums to force Khan into submission. The meeting between Cesare and Khan was full of threats. Gatta probably had intentions, even in a moment, but Khan had no choice but to follow the coercion. Cesare fiercely threatened him, "If you refuse, I'll add each one of them to the heretic list. It's better for you to run to the end of the continent and hide somewhere." His terrifying excitement made Leon pale. No, Khan probably followed because of that threat. Ignoring his thoughts, Khan sighed in frustration. "Green, really, falling into your trap. I thought this was an opportunity to eliminate them and make our guild disappear." Then Cesare spoke up urgently. "This offer isn't just for you, but also for the Tomb Guardian." He calmly replied, "That's enough. The rest will evacuate civilians before the attack begins." Without hesitation, he gritted his teeth and outlined their plan. "Are you seriously planning to have rats guard with such a small number of elite soldiers?" Cesare didn't deny it. "You're quite smart for an ordinary thug." They couldn't eliminate Khan. They had to unite against the real threat. Whatever happens, it's better than dying together. With surprised tone, Leon hesitantly said, "Even with all that we've discussed, so many people still gathered within just 2 days." According to him, troops from various places had already assembled fully. From above, Leon and Cesare seriously observed the armies below the city. Rice excitedly said, "We sent urgent requests to all C-rank and above guild members. Most adventurers have decided to join." Then Bernard added, "There are about 1,500 people in total. This is indeed what you should call a full-scale war. We've convinced Lord Brent using preserved evidence. The Knight Army has completely surrounded District 25 now. Close combat will be handled by adventurers and mercenaries, while support for flanking and long-range attacks will be provided to those squads with insufficient individual combat capabilities." After hearing his plan, Elsie praised him. "A wise decision. They'll only obey the law if it's reasonable. Instead of expending strength on the enemy, it's better to put them at a disadvantage in an indirect way." Hearing this, Leon thought to himself, "Well, their core force is us after all." Then Bernard introduced, "And even though only one person, Lord Ben has sent manpower to support us." Conrad immediately spoke up, "I am a high-ranking knight from the Ben family, hailing with pleasure to meet you. Goddess's guards." Cesare blushed at what Mr. Karen said. "Come on, I don't deserve that title. The goddess above will protect and bless him." Finally, Leon remembered. Conrad, he is the one known for his military achievements since he first became a knight, right? Regardless of how everyone welcomed Conrad, Khan was bored out of his mind, just as predicted. "I don't fit in with these guys at all." Hearing this, Leon broke into a cold sweat. Well then, after all that, he's still the leader of those slums. Suddenly, from behind him, Karen's voice echoed as the gravekeeper, "Am I late?" The rat was worried and cried out, "Who are you?" Then she asked in a teasing manner, "You ask who I am while you called me here?" Khan muttered on the side, "Since we're all bound to this chaos, just do what needs to be done, gravekeeper." With a slow tone, Karen continued, "I'll move as I please. I'm an assassin. Not alike. See, you." After a while, Cesare threatened, "As long as you do your duty, we won't bother you. However, if you dare to follow closely, I'll show you that no one can escape the light of the goddess." She sighed softly. "Worth it." Fine, hey! Despite this, Karen as the gravekeeper still gave a chilling smile and gradually disappeared into thin air. Unbelievable, Leon couldn't sense her at all while using aura, not even with his eyes. In an instant, Cesare asked curiously, "It seems only one person is left, right?" Indeed, Leon quickly realized, the hired explorer from the association. As soon as he finished speaking, Karen approached. "Hello, I'm a bit late. Isn't that right?" In her fierce form, she gently asked. Since not much was communicated about this request, I had to prepare quite a lot. My name is Karen. Coincidentally, Leon, Cesare, Elsie, and Con all shared the same thought. How different from the member who appeared just now. A bouncer to explorers. Despite everyone's tension, Leon and Karen still happily got to know each other. A retired Crusader Knight, a high-ranking knight of the Ben family, and an assassin. Indeed, there was no reason to want to gather such a group together, but they were all selected based on individual combat skills. After some time, Leon led and announced that it was time to start. That night, a surprise raid took place at the cult's base. Shells continuously rained down. Now District 25 was engulfed in flames. The cultists panicked and shouted for an attack, contacting their main headquarters immediately. Before they could finish speaking, shells began flying. The shells hit the heads of the cultists. Nevertheless, they still fought back. Hurry up, release Abomination. Then from underground, Abomination was unchained. However, the battalions on the city walls continued their attacks, firing continuously. In an instant, Abomination raised its hands to the sky. It fiercely smashed a squad of frontline soldiers with its fists and sent them flying. Wounded soldiers trembled as they said, "Arrows, are they ineffective?" Seeing this, mercenaries rushed forward. "Huh, weaklings! When our mercenaries arrive in pairs, send all of them to hell." Cesare mused. Things are starting to get desperate now. Beside Leon, Alcid seriously observed, "They have handled the situation very well. But Abomination isn't an easy foe. At least it's lasted for several dozen minutes. If they continue moving according to their plan, those who realize they're at a disadvantage in direct attacks will retreat into the city." Suddenly, Conrad paled and exclaimed, "That is! A massive whirlwind has appeared without us noticing when." Elsie spoke in a low voice. Something was definitely off. After some thought, Leon suggested it might be an anomaly spell. Before he could say more, Cesare dashed off like lightning. "It's our turn now." The speed of the four of them worried Leon as he silently pondered. "They're too fast." "No, you're just as slow." In an instant, everyone arrived right in front of the whirlwind. Conrad immediately noticed Leon struggling and said, "Oh my, we didn't notice your condition. It's on me." Then he quickly added, "Now, I'll check the endurance of this barrier created by the anomaly spell." Fire out of water. Just as Conrad finished, a fire magic surrounded the whirlwind. Leon praised, "Great spirit flame, indeed you are Sir Conrad." As soon as he said that, Conrad's spirit flame was shattered by the whirlwind. Con pretended to be kind and comforted them. Weaklings should stay aside. Next moment, Con focused his strength and attacked the whirlwind with no hesitation. But not for long, his attack was pushed back by the whirlwind. Conrad mocked, "Excellent." Despite their argument, Cesare calmly said, "My physical techniques might break this barrier, but I should save as much as possible for what we may face inside." As he spoke, Leon started to move, showing his displeasure. Con and Conrad stopped fighting and looked surprised. Karen was also sweating. Then Leon tightly gripped his sword and asked Elsie, "Have you gathered enough power?" Elsie confidently replied, "Of course, I have more than enough. Thanks to the few scoundrels you just defeated, I'm channeling this energy now. Absorbing a mage's power is better than 1,000 monsters. No need to hold back. Go all out." Hearing that, Leon quickly said, "All right, but don't overdo it when transforming back." In an instant, he drew his sword and was surrounded by a massive magic aura. Both Con and Cesare were shocked. "This is..." Before he could finish, Leon swung his sword with a clean cut towards the whirlwind. With one strike, The vicious whirlwind dissipated into smoke and created a large hole in the ground. Seeing this, Cesare seized the opportunity. The anomaly has been destroyed. Our chance is here. They then descended to the underground dungeon and slowly assessed their situation. Suddenly, Karen's gravekeeper voice echoed. Naturally, it seems all 6 of them managed to enter safely. Beside them, 2 others were covered in iron, but Leon didn't hear any movement from them. Elsie quickly explained, this means their basic movements have reached a completely different level. Hearing that, he sighed inwardly. Leon still needs to improve. After some time, Karen suddenly noticed something. Hold on, there's a downward path ahead. Seeing this, Cesare pondered. Suspicious. Fortunately, Con agreed. Isn't it a trap? Conrad slowly said, but we can't just ignore it. Despite their suspicions, Karen remained carefree and said, everyone, this is the only downward path. I think we should try going down and see what happens. This scene made Leon sweat in admiration. Oh, that easy? Cesare curiously asked, Karen, can you detect any traps from here? The president said Karen was very perceptive. As she carefully observed, she hesitated. It's tricky. The area below the stairs is a completely different space compared to above, so I couldn't spy on that area until we enter directly. After some time, he decisively said, let's go in. If we waste time, things will only get worse, not better. Conrad immediately agreed. Alright, let's hurry up. Without hesitation, the 5 of them quickly stepped down the mysterious passage. Leon still couldn't sense the presence of the gravekeeper. He couldn't know if she was following him or not. Suddenly, he stepped into some kind of matrix. In an instant, he fell into an endless space. Leon tightly closed his eyes as if very scared. Seconds later, he suddenly opened them wide. The unfamiliar scene around him surprised Leon. Where was he? Everyone was missing. Leon couldn't sense anyone's aura. Elsie appeared out of nowhere. The maze-like ray, an ancient technique. It transformed and expanded space to increase the base area. Others were surely separated somewhere in this maze. If we're lucky, we'll meet them soon. As she finished speaking, Karen excitedly ran over. Oh, Junior, we've met right after separating. Elsie exclaimed in surprise. Lucky us. Next, she rushed to grab Leon's hand. Lucky us. Being alone in this dark place would make you worried, right? Karen's way of addressing him surprised him. Junior, Leon immediately wondered. So, Senior, are you also traveling alone? Hearing that, she quickly changed her expression. No, there's a dark figure following me. A dark figure, huh? Just as Karen finished speaking, the voice of the coffin guardian in its shape echoed. It said, eat. Dark figure, right? Karen calmly interrupted. Besides the old man, who else is here that's dark and ominous? If you don't like it, don't hide in my shadow. Why do you keep moving around like a crazy person? The coffin guardian angrily retorted, I like it. Where I am, there I stay. Lucky us, Leon could meet Karen again. Honestly, you don't even need to worry about the guildmaster or Rand's kids. A moment later, Leon interrupted their argument. Let's go then. Karen praised him loudly. I like your confidence. Can I trust you? Hey, boss. Without hesitation. You're sure about that? I won't disappoint you. They quickly explored the maze. In no time, they found 5 doors in different directions. Karen didn't hesitate to choose one. Oh, this way! She was moving faster than a frigate. Elsie quickly comforted Leon. She never guesses wrong, so just follow her. Karen's navigation skills are better than the forest spirits. Her comment surprised him. She's that good? Elsie's calm voice echoed. Well, it might be because of her or attribute. Actually, darkness surrounding us is beneficial to us. Karen quickly raised her hand to stop Leon. Wait, I sensed a presence from the enemy somewhere. There are 3 people. We can't pass them. What do you want to do? Leon had a feeling that they were much stronger than the enemies in District 23. Even with the power of the Holy Sword, Leon wasn't sure he could defeat them. The next moment, Leon seriously said, let's deal with them. Hearing this, Karen smiled. A person like you doing that must be a bit reckless, right? Well, after pulling off a trick and then needing help, it's embarrassing, right? You didn't fear her threats at all. In fact, Leon was encouraging her. Look at Karen. If she's worse than that brother of hers, maybe she'll be even more humiliated. Just as expected, Karen gently took out the hidden weapon. So, should we try fighting each other? Seeing her focus on power, Leon thought to himself, green luminescence. In an instant, Karen hung upside down from the ceiling. Leon was surprised and asked, "Is this aura technique too?" Elsie quickly replied, "Yeah, she uses aura to stick to the wall." With such proficiency, I bet she must have undergone intense training sessions. Now you need to focus more on your levitation skill. If you want to keep up with her speed, just run as hard as you can and say, "I know." At the same time, a derelict stone fell from the roof and caught one of the weirdo's attention. He looked up in surprise, seeing something unexpected. Turns out Karen was cheerfully waving hello. The other weirdo panicked and shouted, "There's an intruder." Before the weirdos could react, her hidden weapon pierced their heads directly. Leon praised without hesitation. "Great, but the weirdos haven't been completely eliminated yet. How dare you? Do you know where this is?" Despite seeing their true faces, Karen wasn't afraid at all. "Anything else? It's a slum without any management." It seems her words made one of the weirdos go mad and babble. Just as he was focusing on Karen's hidden weapons, a rope snatched his leg. The octopus-like weirdo was dragged to the ground. As she tightly held him, Karen excitedly said, "Focusing too much on defense will get you in trouble like this." On another side, as the coffin guard form of Karen decapitated the second weirdo, Leon couldn't help but admire the scene. Terrifying. Lucky for us, they were eliminated so quickly that no one could call for backup. Just when he mentioned Tao Thao, another weirdo attacked him. "What about your opponent?" In an instant, Leon was cut across his face. El Cid softly commented, "You must be really unlucky. This is the strongest of the three." His late reminder left Leon speechless. After the battle ended, El Cid probably could have said something too. Use both Leon's eyes and release aura to its maximum on him. Hold on, what did that weirdo throw at your face? Seeing the hidden weapons clearly, Leon couldn't help but use his body. Suddenly, he remembered something, like when Leon fought those creatures with similar attacks before. Right, the stone slims. Just as he realized that, the weirdo quickly threw a dart at him. He didn't hesitate and focused his strength to rush forward. With just a few basic chops, Leon cut through them. In disbelief, the weirdo shouted angrily, "Impossible! How did he manage to block all those darts?" Just as the weirdo was stunned, Leon chopped him in half like slicing a watermelon. If you hadn't used your eyesight, we wouldn't have reacted in time to those attacks. Not to mention, without this holy sword, I couldn't have cut through his body. Immediately after, El Cid confidently stated, "No, it's all because of the rigorous training that allowed you to defeat him." Yeah, not perfect, but... Karen's voice echoed, "Did he finish already?" Even though he was a few seconds slower than me, it's still impressive. A prisoner in this dungeon who could single-handedly take down a weirdo like that. Oh, you don't look like an inexperienced fighter, do you? Although you seem like a new recruit, that's okay too. Despite her praise, Leon was sweating cold at the scene before him. Terrifying. What's going on? Some squid? No, it's a new tree-shaped squid, right? Think what you want. Then you slip again. How does that feel? The cuts from the two throwing spears are exactly the same. For some reason, they look familiar. If you look closer, you'll see the depth and width of the wounds are all uniform. Could it be? Leon's discovery didn't surprise Elsie at all. Oh, so you finally noticed? Right, your thoughts are completely correct. Karen knows nothing about your guess. Cao Hong raised an eyebrow. Damn, it looks like I have to deal with you now. Let's put that annoying name aside. I don't think anyone can keep up with me. You're pretty good at judging situations too? After a while, Leon whispered, "Show me." As you said, the system screen gradually appeared. All of Karen's information appeared on the screen. Karen, bodyguard assassin for the coffin. Level 45, strength B, endurance E, agility, aura, skills. Master of the Dagger, me, level 5. Master of Throwing, common, max level. Illusion level 9. Phantom level 7. Uses mana, tall, level 7. Karen, Bodyguard Assassin for the Coffin. Level 45. Strength B, Endurance, Agility, Aura, Skills. Leon's jaw dropped when he read this. Still, Karen spoke softly. Alright, let's go deeper inside, little brother. Finally, Leon showed some fear and obediently replied, "Yes, ma'am." With this discovery, Leon swallowed hard in worry. Leon thought to himself, aside from the light, she is Karen and a rank explorer. In the darkness, Karen was a special class assassin, one of the 3 demons of the slum, and also an explorer. She's dangerous indeed. Looking at the beautiful and vibrant Karen in front of him, Leon couldn't believe that she is one of the top 3 in the slums. He swallowed hard. No one expected this. Kang seems to know nothing too, and if the guild master knew, he would have told Leon already. Thinking about Cesare, he felt a bit guilty. Apart from him, no one could bear the punishment for deceiving the knight. The more he thought, the more scared he became. This means he is the only one who knows Karen's true identity. If anyone else knew, she wouldn't let him live in peace. A chill ran down Leon's spine. For an assassin, the true identity is the most important secret. They will do anything to keep it hidden from those who know the truth. He told himself he must be extra careful. He had to remain expressionless no matter what. She would constantly observe him. Suddenly, Karen announced, "Turn left, there's another enemy." In the corner was a large 4-eyed multi-tailed hellhound, with several white skeletons at its feet. It looked hungry, saliva dripping down to the ground. More terrifyingly, its saliva resembled strong acid that had just fallen on the ground, creating holes in the earth and emitting white smoke. Karen frowned and commented, "Well, it's not cute at all. I don't feel like fighting it." Leon shook his head in disappointment. It's not just about appearance preferences. Elsie evaluated the hellhound. No matter how many throwing spears Karen threw, they would be difficult to defeat, and it had healing abilities from being summoned by dark magic. Leon didn't want to engage with it either. He asked, "Can we avoid it?" Karen placed her hand on his head and replied, "Yes, but it will take another 30 minutes. She added, "I'm not sure if the rest of the path is clear of monsters anymore." Leon looked at the hellhound lying down with its mouth open yawning, so there's no choice but to fight it. He thought about something. They're trying to prolong time to activate the city, right? If so, then they will win, so they have no reason to fight themselves. He made a decision. If that's the case, Will. He called out, "The one guarding the coffin." A dim light appeared. "What? Did you ask if the one who shot a fatal blow to that monster was okay?" The coffin keeper asked back, "What if we could do it?" Leon shared his plan. "Get ready when Karen and we keep it here. Whether you like it or not, we're on the same boat now, so wouldn't it be better if you cooperate nicely?" Karen stayed silent, no idea what she was thinking. Even the coffin keeper remained quiet for a moment before answering. "Got it." Leon thought, his stamina has recovered from running here. Just need to give it your all now. On the other side, the hellhound sensed movement and opened its eyes. In front of it was Leon, who swung his sword straight at it. The hellhound growled, opening its mouth wide to gather energy. Then a dark smoke shot towards him. Leon slashed the sword across his face and called out to his partner, Alcit. Moonlight-like silver light from the sword shone brightly, completely purifying the black poison. This ability was proven when Leon faced the ghost armor monsters. One of the basic features of this sword is to eliminate harmful objects or powers. Facing the blinding light, the hellhound couldn't look straight and growled in anger. Leon swung his sword across its neck. Although there was no visible cut, it instinctively sensed danger and backed away. The hellhound's neck still had a small wound, but Leon wasn't satisfied yet. Hell won't freeze over just like that. Now the hellhound started counterattacking, its 3 tails aimed at him. Leon immediately jumped back and dodged its attack successfully. He gritted his teeth, thinking he couldn't avoid the next hit. Facing the monster, he calculated, at least block once. Suddenly, Karen ran over, signaling them to be ready. Now again, she brushed past him with a bright smile, hoping he would trust her. Leon glanced at her, unsure if he should believe or not. Finally, he decided to trust her. After all, they were on the same side. So he charged forward. Now, the Hellhound's three tails swung towards Leon. At the same time, a few darts flew in his direction, aiming for its tail. Three clangs echoed as the darts pierced through its tail and hit the wall. Leon tried to leap up. He swung his sword, continuing to target it. As the sword neared its body, the Hellhound opened its mouth in a growl. Thinking he could finally get its head, the Hellhound nimbly dodged to one side. Leon was frustrated. He couldn't reach it again. He needed to move faster and swing harder. The Hellhound lowered its body. Its tail was fixed in place, growling in anger. Suddenly, its body twitched as if someone had grabbed it. It turned its head around, wondering who could control it like that. Leon noticed the abnormality and thought about the monster's movements. At some point, its shadow was pinned by dark daggers. Not just one, but dozens of them restricted its movement. This was done by the Coffin Keeper. Her eyes lit up as she coldly said, "Die." Black shadows pierced through the Hellhound's body from underground. It growled weakly, no longer as strong as before. Then it fell to the ground, its last breath. Leon thought in amazement, amazing and a rank can do this? Elsie was also surprised. It couldn't heal its own wounds. She guessed that it had surpassed her healing ability. Leon sighed, a deadly attack to eliminate a creature. Then he looked at the Coffin Keeper. Indeed, a killer's move. Suddenly, someone put their hand on his shoulder from behind. "We work well together, don't you think?" Leon turned around and saw Karen, nodding in agreement. She was right. She used those darts to control its tail. I never would have thought of that. Thinking back, it still felt too amazing. Who would have thought a Hellhound's tails could be controlled by just a few darts? Then Karen glanced at the Coffin Keeper again, modestly saying there was nothing big, just not as impressive compared to him. I didn't expect a killer to use such skills. Leon nodded at the Hellhound's body full of holes, praising, indeed, worthy of an Arank's move. Karen smiled and said, "A title like Lord of the Sewers isn't for nothing." She pointed forward. "Let's go. We don't have time to rest." Leon smiled. "Okay, let's go." Elsie teased, "How touching." This is a race against time. Everything depends on whether I get there before the ceremony starts. After walking for a while, Karen stopped and hid behind the wall to check the situation ahead. You'll become just dust after one of our stops. I had to think hard before using this anger on you. This is a peaceful death for you already. Elsie recognized his identity. He's a summoner. Leon was confused. It turns out that arcane fakers are divided into two types. Those who cast spells on themselves, like the ones earlier, and call themselves Vesmutants. And those who summon multiple creatures or elemental beings are called fake summoners. Both types are equally delusional. Leon held his sword across his face. A peaceful death. You're leading me to my doom. Take that. Leon swung his sword horizontally, cutting through the faint blue smoke around him. The fake summoner laughed loudly. "Fool, how can a sword pierce my bright essence?" But he had to reconsider as he saw the faint blue smoke being cut in half. The faint blue light gradually faded and disappeared before his astonished eyes. Leon's confident smile never fails. He knew the sword could penetrate the bright essence. The fake summoner trembled, his voice no longer strong. "Nonsense. Even aura weapons can't break my arcane." He made a hand sign and summoned something else. "I won't spare you." From above, a dark shadow appeared, obeying the summons. But before it could do anything, Leon's sword sliced through its body like cutting paper. Seeing his deception destroyed in an instant, the fake summoner trembled like jelly. Then, in the next second, he was given a fatal blow to the chest by Leon. The fake summoner fell to the ground. He tried to pull out the sword from his chest, But Leon didn't give him that chance, gripping the sword firmly. He snarled, thinking this attack would be effective. However, feeling warmth fade in his body, he was stunned. Why isn't my wound healing? Can this attack neutralize arcane magic? Realizing something, the fake summoner looked at Leon, incredulously saying, "Impossible, stranger." Before he could speak again, he died from excessive blood loss. The fake summoner's body disintegrated completely and vanished. Leon coldly sheathed his sword and left. Then he turned to Karen, who was complaining. "What now? Did I lose? I just finished dealing with the two arcane fakers too. It's a bit slow compared to you, so it feels a little embarrassing." Leon was speechless. He thought he only dealt with two, but his words were, "My opponent must be weak." Suddenly, he remembered something. Where is Conrad? Karen pointed the way, this path. Conrad was weakly leaning against a wall, shivering, holding his injured body. "Theo told me to apologize for showing you my condition. I didn't think I could walk with you anymore. Don't worry about me, go on ahead." He tried to convince Leon to leave first. "I'll follow in a bit. I will gather with you when I'm healed a little." However, Karen noticed his intention and asked bluntly, "How much time do we have?" Conrad was silent for a moment, then he sighed. "It's as you know." Karen's mood slightly dropped. Without the strength to stop blood loss, it can only be this way. Hearing their conversation, Leon realized how critical Conrad's condition was and his remaining time. He clutched his chest where the wound bled continuously. "I can hold on for another hour, maybe less." Leon gritted his teeth, wondering if he could handle all of them in an hour, and would it be possible to treat Conrad then? He took the sword and asked, not thinking much if he was truly helpless, but now he had a holy sword. He hesitated, asking Elsie for her opinion. "Yes." She nodded, signaling him to place his hand on Conrad's wound. "Just repeat after me to activate the divine healing and close his wounds." Karen was surprised by Leon's sudden action. She didn't know what he intended. Suddenly, he recited the incantation, "Oh, noble goddess." Leon seriously repeated Elsie's words, "Look upon those who serve justice with their hearts and protect them from the cold wind in the valley of death." Golden light emanated from his hands, covering Conrad's wound. The healing magic's warmth made Conrad open his eyes wide in amazement. Karen was equally amazed. This must be at least a bishop-level spell. In an instant, the chest wound healed, leaving a large scar as evidence of its existence. Grasping Leon's hand, Conrad said, "I understand now. I heard you planned this attack. Now I see why Pope Cesare trusted you. You're the cardinal candidate from the Holy Church." Before Leon could respond, Conrad coughed softly. "Oh God, I lost my composure. I'm not fully recovered to fight, but now I can heal myself." Leon was about to say something, but he was interrupted. "You probably didn't want to reveal your identity." Conrad winked and promised secrecy, saying he would keep it a secret until I am elevated. Elsie chuckled and said, "You've misunderstood." Leon was lazy to explain, so he gave a perfunctory response. "Thank you, sir." Karen handed him a box of pills and told him to wait here. She would relay the medical information and meet us at our destination. Conrad nodded in agreement. "Yes." Quickly, then Leon and Conrad bid each other farewell. After walking for a while, Karen led the way as usual, with Leon cautiously looking around for any potential danger. Suddenly, Karen turned to look at him. Her bright eyes shone like stars, indicating she was eager to hear gossip. She is strong-willed and immediately pushed him against the wall to ask questions. Karen asked innocently, "Is what Lord Conrad said true? I've never seen a young candidate for Archbishop before. But with your solar aura and bishop-level magic skills, it's not unusual." Karen looked at Leon's sword. He was also skilled in weapons and aura usage. Who taught him? He wasn't affected by her playful remarks and replied coldly, "I'm not a candidate for Archbishop." Karen didn't give up and continued to act cute. "So are you an apprentice knight? Come on, I'm curious." Leon was highly alert. If he hadn't known her identity, he would have fallen into a trap. But he turned coldly and reminded her, "We're not close enough yet." Thinking she might back down, Karen said, "Your defensive skills are very tight. Do all church knights act like this?" As Leon turned around, he saw Karen tying her hair. Most men reveal when asked. Though quite alluring, Leon was very alert and silently vowed not to be careless. He immediately changed the subject. "Stop joking. Let's think about what we should do." His attitude made her feel utterly defeated. Leon seriously asked, "Should we find others or go alone?" Karen neatly tied her hair and replied, "Oh, don't worry about that." Leon was taken aback. He didn't understand her. "Why?" Karen didn't explain. She winked. "You'll know when we get there." They continued their journey through the dark maze. A shadow of a black-robed figure appeared ahead. The scene before them was extremely bloody and terrifying. Cesare held up his thorn staff. "Are you here?" Apprentice Knight Leon, seated on the corpse of a fake magician, muttering softly, "They are children." Leon's hands started sweating. He was scared. "I feel sorry for them." Cesare smiled at them. "Glad you're okay." The coffin keeper appeared behind the figure. "You don't celebrate my success?" But he turned away, as if in a pout. "I don't even know who you are." The coffin keeper didn't say anything more. "Got it." In the deep, long corridor of the maze, Leon shared Conrad's condition. Lord Conrad is severely injured and can't continue fighting. After 1 to 2 hours of treatment, he will be fine. But we don't have that time. Cesare stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Then there's no other choice. We should go with this many people." King looked at Karen. "Hey, you're an explorer. You must have some useful tools. Get them out if you don't want to die." She mocked him. "Why not show what you're hiding first? Why keep sucking the blood of the poor all the time?" King became angry. "What did you say?" Cesare stepped forward to mediate. "Calm down, please. I'll explain our next move." He assigned tasks clearly. As Cesare, "I will lead the way because I can resist the Dharma power. Khan and Karen will go in the middle." He pointed at the youngest member of the group. For Leon, move to the back for backup. Khan nodded at the arrangement, but wasn't satisfied. Pointing at Leon, "Our trump card is this new recruit with an unclean nose." Those words really hurt Leon's sensitive soul. Then he pointed towards a shadow on the wall. "Alright, what do we do about that night watchman?" He chuckled and said, "Let him be. It benefits everyone to leave him alone. He helped us a lot before." Karen also spoke up in his defense. "Yes, it's just an appearance. He's quite capable." But Khan didn't seem convinced. Too much of a pretense. Ignoring them, Khan turned and walked ahead. "Anyone who doesn't follow will be left behind." Cesare looked at them and said, "Shall we go?" The group continued their journey deeper into the darkness, the air growing colder and more ominous. After a while, they encountered an area emitting dark energy in the middle of the path. Khan shivered. "What kind of evil energy is this?" In front of them was a mysterious spatial gate leading somewhere unknown. Cesare said, "It seems to be a space created by Dharma power." For safety reasons, he cast a protective spell on the group. Then he led the way inside. The others quickly followed. Inside was a terrifyingly real darkness. Aura didn't see or hear anything besides this darkness. It felt like sinking into an endless swamp. After walking for a long time, Leon finally found the way out. It felt like a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. "We're out now." However, outside was no safer. Cesare warned them to be cautious. 4 of them just stepped out and were ambushed by a group of fake Dharma practitioners. The gate clearly belonged to them. Seeing the hostile Dharma practitioners in front of him, Leon felt uneasy. "They're surrounding us. Did they know we were coming?" One of their leaders chuckled. "I've been waiting for you." He sighed. "I didn't expect you to go through so much trouble for us. It's exhausting." He laughed nastily and said, "Send our thanks." Cesare frowned, silently assessing the situation. He recognized the red symbol on his head. Cesare exclaimed in surprise, "You're a missionary." The missionary chuckled excitedly. "You figured it out, huh?" Behind them, Leon remained vigilant and listened to their conversation. He asked, "Is a missionary a rank in Melisser?" Elsie nodded. Yes, malice has a clear hierarchy. It goes like this. The lowest layer are the believers. Next come the priests, those with ambitions to explore Dharma power but end up being controlled by it. At the top is the final tier, the missionaries, who spread these powers, and they're also the highest class. They're called missionaries. In the church, they are respected figures holding key roles, at least a bishop. As he spoke, the missionary in front raised his hand. Today is perfect. The ritual went smoothly, honoring countless lives that bravely sacrificed themselves. Chasari's face turned grim. He heard him blaspheme against the goddess. And the best part was, he can teach those foolish slaves of the goddess a lesson. The missionaries laughed loudly. This is the path to find the only true God in this world. Leon and his group were speechless. They all shared the same thought. Are you crazy? Just playing around? Khan couldn't hold back and interrupted. Rituals? Did you see anything? The fake Dharma practitioner sneered. You're a lowly race with no hope of redemption. The missionary gloated. The contract is complete. All that's left is to drown you in despair. Leon seems a bit worried and softly asks Elcid if the ritual is done, meaning it's over, right? It shakes its head. Not yet. It explains in a way that's easy to understand, like fishing, using the essence of life as bait to lure monsters from all dimensions. Leon seems deep in thought about fishing. Elsie still analyzes. Before they find the prey and set the hook, we have some time. Leon whispers, so no one will know when the monsters will find the prey and the hook. Right. It nods. Yes. He looks at the strange people in front of him, considering that it could be a second or two. In other words, in this battle, time is everything. Suddenly, he speaks up. Bishop Cesare glances back and slightly nods his head as if understanding. Then he raises his hand high and prays to the all-powerful Saint Maiden. Bless this place with your powerful light. Guide humanity out of darkness. A ball of light like a moon appears in his hand. In the dark, the initial light is faint like the moon's glow, but then brightens up like the sun. The distorted priests blinded by the light cry out in pain. Leon slightly closes his eyes, while Elsie comments calmly. The technique of combining the physics and aura, though not as effective as sunlight, can still prevent the revival of the physics. Even the missionary looks a bit angry with bulging veins on his face. He's so mad that it's obvious. Elsie compares, although our light is effective, immediately, Karen jumps to attack with poisoned darts. The missionary coldly grabs one of the priests as a shield against the darts. On this side, Cesare, Khan, and Leon engage in battle. Many fake physics are defeated by them. Leon realizes that the missionary hasn't truly joined the fight because he's busy protecting the ritual's starting point. He sets a goal for himself. While they haven't fully activated the physics, he must destroy the altar. The black missionary not only isn't afraid, but mocks them instead. Haha, fools, do you think just that can stop the spell? As he speaks, countless magical rays appear behind Leon in the path. Ugly monsters emerge from these rays. They have strange shapes with bloodthirsty red eyes and sharp teeth of a predator. Despite their different appearances, they all make Leon's skin crawl. What are you eating that looks so ugly? Elsie rests her arms and analyzes. The physics being blocked is why they're summoning temporary chimera monsters. Since these aren't fully formed, they'll disintegrate soon. But Leon understands its concern. He looks at the missionary, thinking it took quite some time to deal with them. The ritual's activation is imminent, right? Khan seems quite energetic. He swings his fist and curses the little bastards. A loud impact sounds as he punches a monster. Even through its body, the green blood soaks his hand. However, the blood of these monsters is toxic. The corrosive poison causes him to wince in pain. He grunts in discomfort at the poisoned blood eating away at his arm. Frustrated, he curses and looks at his corroded arm. Meanwhile, Karen's poisoned darts pierce a monster's head, causing it to roar in anger. She's surprised that the monster isn't dying from the poison. Is the poison ineffective? No, because they don't cause pain. Cesare warns everyone, if we keep this up, we'll be exhausted by the end of the battle. The longer it goes on, the more dangerous we are. Leon agrees completely. Yes, He feels a bit angry with himself. Damn, we need to pierce this as quickly as possible. But I still don't understand Elsie's thoughts. She warns that if they detect the presence of the hero here, it will be terrible. They'll do anything to find his weakness at any cost. Remember, you can only turn things around when you make them drop their guard. Leon holds his sword and nods, signaling he understands. I know, the only thing I can do now is deliver a decisive blow. The missionary grins smugly as the physics behind him starts making noise, like thunder in Talon. Cesare feels extremely anxious. His body stiffens. Khan looks worried at the physics, unsure what will appear. Karen stands still for a few seconds, forgetting to fight the monsters. On the ancient stone platform, red light flickers as the physics gradually opens up. The missionary is elated. They finally arrived. The disciples of God have answered our call. Boom, waves of shockwaves radiate out from the physics. Leon senses something with this ritual. He hugged back, his heart pounding wildly. The ancient stone basin is completely gone. What rises from below will be a deep pit no one knows about. Leon thought to himself, this fear of overwhelming power he had never seen before makes it practice. Leon softly called out. Elsie replied faintly, there's no time for holy swords now, but we need something to break the current situation. We'll use divine magic with half our gathered energy. He wondered, can divine magic even be used like this? Elsie crossed her arms and said, it's tough. She looked at the highlight ball, but thanks to Cesare's moonlight, she came up with this idea. Elsie explained, both sun and moon need full goddess seals. We just need someone who has both solar and lunar energy talents. More importantly, we need a bishop who can use divine magic and a hero for coordination. That's the real flaw in our revenge. Then he snapped his fingers and an information board appeared. Wait, read it out loud. Leon looked at the text on the board. His lips parted as he began to read. A powerful energy surged forth as he murmured, Sun and moon, servants of the noble goddess, clearly see the lives of mortals. With sincere gratitude, his eyes opened to divine favor, closed in high virtue. Cesare, another celestial body was formed on Earth. Now, there are two planets here, a bright moon and a red sun. The hot sunlight quickly warmed up the dark place. Karen sighed, so warm. Meanwhile, Leon continued reading intently. When both sun and moon shine together, all who look to heaven will kneel in sincere reverence. The moon and sun rotate, creating a field called the Holy Temple. Under the light of the Holy Temple, vicious monsters dissolve, even bowing down. Elsa cheered triumphantly. The Holy Land is indeed the nemesis of dark magic. It rejects all laws and foreign creatures. Cesare seized the opportunity. He swung his thorny whip to kill a monster. Come on, everyone! Karen and Khan immediately joined in, quickly eliminating more monsters. The black missionary gritted his teeth. What a waste! Just the weak followers of the goddess. He snapped his fingers, threatening, I will exterminate all of you. Hearing the snap, two priests turned into monsters and fought back. Before they could understand what happened, their hearts suddenly flew out from their chests. The hearts quickly landed in the missionary's hands. He had taken others' lives but cried for his own. How despicable! Thinking of having to sacrifice faithful followers and a noble church just to care for you, he squeezed the heart tightly. His body was enveloped by dark energy as he looked up. You fools! This is your God's glory. The darkness didn't show. Even the Holy Land's light dimmed. The missionary's body began to mutate, growing red horns on his head. Leon and Cesare cautiously watched him. Both felt the pressure emanating from the missionary. Hidden in the black shadow, he smiled smugly. What do you think? You maggots, I will show you that the God who granted power to people like me is absolute power. The dark fog dissipated, and the missionary looked like a mutated spider with many legs. Al-Cid warned, the temple seal at your level won't last long. If he remains this strong in the Holy Land when the field disappears, you can't handle him. But before Leon could react, two figures passed by him. Cesare swung his whip and threw thorns at the missionary. Khan used complete power, punching continuously into the missionary's body. Despite continuous attacks, He remained calm as if their strikes had no impact. After a few seconds, he laughed loudly. You can only do that much. The missionary grinned maliciously. Now it's my turn. His sharp legs pounded the ground, causing an earthquake that sent Karen and Khan flying backward. Cesare was also thrown high, even higher than the others. Leon behind them crouched down to avoid the attack. He sighed inwardly. The gap is too big now. His offensive capabilities have skyrocketed, along with his regeneration and defensive powers. He gripped his holy sword tightly. The only effective method against him was the full sphere holy sword. However, Leon wasn't overly confident in himself. He asked himself, can I defeat him in one strike? If not, will we miss our last chance to stop him from disintegrating? The missionary was confident in his power and ready to disregard the group. My strength is overflowing within me now. To me, you are just a bunch of insignificant insects. Ignoring what he said, Leon glanced behind him at the group just knocked down by the missionary. Cesare lay motionless in a pile of rubble. Khan wasn't much better, covered in blood and unconscious. The situation left Leon feeling helpless and angry, wanting to avenge his fallen comrade. Damn it, I need to find a way to take him down quickly. Is there any way? Just then, Karen woke up and coughed painfully. Seeing she was awake, Leon hurried over to ask Han, what happened? She gritted her teeth and replied, nothing serious. Then she whispered, we're in big trouble now. Their attack and the guards didn't even hit a scratch. Karen's words made Leon realize something as he silently called out her name. Suddenly, the system displayed information. Karen, promoted to Gravidigger Assassin, level 45, Strength B, Endurance C, Agility or A. Skills, Master of Game Master Blades, high rank. Level 5, Master of Ambush Arrows, medium rank. Max level, Step of the Phantom, high rank. Level 9, Clone. Level 8, Aura, high rank. Level 7. These details hinted at something to Leon. Gravidigger, Step of the Phantom, Step of the Phantom. Instantly, Leon hesitantly asked, can you help me a bit? I need your strength. His words made Karen happy as she immediately asked, do you have any ideas? With his eyes focused on the altar that had boosted the missionary's power, he said, I'll go behind him and destroy the altar to stop this ritual. It's not a smart choice to confront him now. Karen dismissed his plan as unrealistic. Going behind him? Are you kidding me? Do you think you're a midge? Do you know about teleportation? Her rejection angered Leon, who insisted, just speed up and get through it, but she stubbornly thought it was impossible to do so. Being repeatedly denied his plan made Leon grit his teeth in frustration. Then he pointed at her face and shouted, Gravidigger, can you do this? Help me this time. I'll keep your secret. Her words hit Karen's heart hard, making her freeze with sweat pouring down. Meanwhile, Leon continued to rant. I know you have your reasons, but if we fail now, all of us will die, me, you, and everyone here. Hearing this, Karen stepped back from him. Her gaze was now filled with terrifying coldness. Leon was visibly scared by that look. After some thought, Karen agreed to help but had conditions. Fine, I'll help you. But suddenly, her tone turned shy as she asked, how did you know? You knew already. Why didn't you tell me? This secret is huge. That's why she acted like a girl in love. I'm so embarrassed. I might die from this. Knowing Karen's nature, Leon knew to keep his request reasonable. Will you kill me if you tell? I understand you too well. Right away, Karen revealed her blade and pointed it at him. Her smile was full of warning. Of course, secrets are what make a woman alluring. Do you know that? Back to Cesare, still unconscious. Khan had arrived and awakened this nameless one. Damn you! What do you think you can lie there until? Moreover, he taunted, cripple. Despite his weakened state, Cesare was furious upon hearing that. As he screamed and beat Khan, Karen and Leon were preparing their plan, kill you both. Karen brought Leon close to the altar and said, this is as far as I can go now. From here on, you must do it yourself. Looking at the missionary, she said, if I suddenly disappear, he'll surely follow. Suddenly, Leon smiled and said, don't die. These 3 words full of concern made Karen blush, but still tried to act proud as she covered Leon with darkness. I never thought I'd get cared for by a church member. After Karen left, it was Leon's turn to destroy the altar now. Step of the Phantom is a technique that allows rapid movement, but even high-level mages struggle to teleport long distances. This distance is only enough for assassination purposes. Today's move won't greatly benefit our plan, but it's just enough to help us. But it was enough to move him back. Now Leon's body is rising above Karen's shadow, and he's truly behind the preacher. He steps towards what's called the altar. This is where the ritual will culminate. Suddenly, Leon sees something. He realizes that the floating ball on the altar is a divine life sphere. At that moment, Elsie appears to explain about the sphere. Yes, it's the divine life sphere, condensed from 10,000 lives. Those words stirred up Leon's inner strength. He angrily shouts, vowing to punish the preacher, unable to forgive him. Just as he made that decision, Cesare suddenly yells, "Leon," and Leon instantly turns around. Turns out, it wasn't the preacher's shout that stopped him. He was attacked by the preacher, with sharp black claws piercing through his body. The sudden attack left him so hurt that blood gushed out. El Cid is alarmed and yells, "Leon." Meanwhile, the preacher smirks and taunts, "You servants, give up." He pushes Leon to his limits and says, "You've lost your last chance." Furthermore, Gata boasts, "My great power has cursed you, that curse is death." Worried about Leon turning into the preacher's meal, Cesare rushes in yelling, "Leon." El Cid is equally panicked. Before they could save him, the preacher quickly pushed them back. Gata then says, "No need to struggle, all of you will end up like him." After saying that, Gata turns to Leon with a mocking laugh and asks, "Dying already?" Right now, Leon is frozen in place, his eyes are unfocused, and his thoughts are chaotic. Am I going to die? The last image lingering is Elsie's worried face. While unable to stop the evil or do something noble, what was Elsie saying? I couldn't hear her. Then he remembers something, right? We're going to the Titan Mountain together. But now, Leon realizes that it seems he can't keep his promise. Thinking about this, all he can think of is promise. A memory of young Leon reaching out and trusting someone says, "I believe in you. I trust you to keep your promise no matter what." This gives Leon strength and makes him rise. Surprised, Leon tightly grabs the preacher's claw piercing his body. He realizes he can cut it off with his sword to save himself. This surprises the preacher slightly. Leon falls down and rolls on the ground, blood staining the area red. Despite the pain, he stands firm as a warrior. All he thinks is that he has no chance of winning. But a hero's mission is to strive for victory. Struggling to stand up with determination, Leon remembers what his teachers taught him. He will. This scene surprises Elsie too. As Leon stands tall, he firmly holds the sword and believes in defeating the preacher and saving everyone like a hero. His courage amuses and irritates the preacher. "At least I acknowledge your persistence. You're about to die but still holding onto your sword." Without hesitation, Gata continues attacking Leon. If so, try blocking this one too. Suddenly, someone appears. "Hey," he says, "I have no choice." Roderick has appeared beside Leon and is ready to help him. "You've done well, I'll assist you just this once." He smiles and says, "Watch closely, my foolish student." Leon doesn't respond, but waits expectantly. Whispering softly, he says, "7-star sword." Now it's your turn to show the preacher what a miraculous sword technique is. 7-star begins. Heaven selects. As Gata is confused about how Leon appeared behind him. "G.A.? What? When did you get behind me?" Before Gata can react, his head detaches from his body. His head rolls on the ground like a melon. Leon's slash cuts off the preacher's head, making him enraged. "How dare you wound me again? Do you think just cutting my head is enough? This will grow back in no time." He didn't even get to finish his sentence. Leon's voice, filled with contempt, rang out, "You're still alive after having your head chopped off. Truly despicable." Thung taunted his enemy. "These two pitiful states are what you want. Then why don't you go serve a handy man? They can roam around without needing anything." At that moment, the red eyes of the preacher opened up. Despite losing his head, his body could still move. Humiliated by Leon, he screamed in rage, "Rude thing, your contempt, even your blood cannot wash it away." Paying attention to me, Roderick was concerned about Leon's trembling hand, weakened from injuries. He reminded you that if you kept attacking, you wouldn't be able to handle it, but you insisted and he had no choice but to follow. His body couldn't withstand the second strike, but he still tried. "Fine, but you'll pay a heavy price for this." Another powerful slash cut the preacher in two. The loss of faith began, chaos ensued. That slash made the preacher disintegrate, causing him to panic. Why? Realizing he couldn't recover anymore, he decided to die with everyone else. "At this point, I'll drag all of you down with me." He howled in madness as he prepared for self-destructs. "Die, die, die, all of you, die with me." Unconcerned and fearless, Leon sighed. "I knew you'd do this, so I held back a bit." A satisfied smile appeared as he declared, "Now I'll really explode you into pieces." His words and the power he emitted made the preacher's eyes widen in fear. Roderick carefully guided Leon, not missing any moment. "Leon, the true power of the 7-star sword lies in its rapid strikes." He carefully instructed him step by step. He was still inexperienced with each complete move. But as long as you channel the essence of the technique into the holy sword, at least it will become a decisive blow. The final strike was launched. Leon charged forward like a hurricane, his glowing slashes targeting both the preacher and the red blood-like sphere. Following that powerful slash, everything Leon passed through exploded in shards. Despite being dragged down to hell, he panicked as the self-destructs failed and the divine sphere's life was destroyed. "This is absurd." Terrified, he screamed, "No, I'm being sucked in." Just when he was about to enjoy it, "I can't let things end like." Then, unexpectedly, his fate was to be swallowed by the monster. After eating the preacher, the monster slowly sank into the ground. Only fragments of destruction remained on the ground. With that creature dealt with, Elsie leaped out from inside Leon and sighed. "Look at that again," Leon asked tiredly. "That's it," Elsie quickly confirmed. Yes, it seems it chose to eat something smaller after the divine sphere was destroyed. Just then, Leon beside her spat blood. "In a few more seconds, we'll be sacrificed to it too." Cesare noticed the unusual situation. Alshin was about to say something but stopped when he saw Leon fall gently, causing alarm. Leon fell to his knees on the ground and cried out in pain. His current state made Cesare panic as he rushed over and asked Han, "Leon, are you okay?" He was about to answer, "Me?" Then Cesare silenced him immediately. "Don't say anything, I'll treat your wounds." Without hesitation, he began treating the large wound on his chest. While treating, he suddenly vomited blood and said, barely managing to treat himself while spitting out blood with a sigh of relief, "Fortunately, I didn't arrive too late." Leon helplessly reminded him, "You should take care of yourself first." At that moment, Karen approached happily and asked, "Did we win, Junior?" When I arrived, something seemed to happen and he disappeared. "Were you the one who defeated him?" Suddenly Khan got excited. "Right, what happened to the ritual or whatever it was? Someone explain." He doesn't know who has the strength to explain everything to him. "We've stopped the demon ritual from being awakened. The ritual master was swallowed by the ceremony, so he's definitely dead for sure." After talking with Khan, Leon is so tired he's shaking as he quickly says his last words to Cesare. "Sir, I think I'm going to faint. Please take care of me." Saying that, he collapses and Karen gasps in surprise, "Junior." While everyone is bustling around Leon, Elsie stands still from afar watching him. He has to praise his companion for doing a great job, Leon. In the midst of everyone worrying about Leon, the underground area starts collapsing suddenly. The sight of everything falling makes Karen pale, and she asks anxiously, "Isn't this place going to collapse?" Cesare thinks it's likely because its creator is dead. Seeing these two still having energy to talk, Khan angrily growls, "Instead of analyzing the situation, we should think of a way out." Suddenly, Karen remembers something. "We also have to pick up Conrad." With Karen's reminder, Khan finally recalls the existence of that guy. Damn it. Meanwhile, somewhere in Area 25, Roderick is talking with someone as sunlight shines down on him. This time, things are a bit dangerous. He really had to face and plot that could sink an entire city. Since you haven't figured out how to materialize aura yet, you should help me take the place of the path viewer. The one chatting with him mocks, anyway, you only do this for fun because you're too bored, right? Those questions upset him as he asks back, what? And the other one shouts at him, fool, what can a woman do after Hero Hong died? We should prioritize him first. Ignoring those questions, Roderick says, well then, everything has passed, so let's forget it. Such danger is normal for a hero like me. And we're quite sure this will be a valuable experience for Leon. It seems he was talking about some punishment that made Roderick feel a bit nervous. Punishment? I'll just have to accept it. I understand now. Indeed, we can't avoid this. Anyway, we still need to use it even in an emergency state. Moreover, I'm very looking forward to seeing Leon's progress. He'll be able to take care of himself eventually. That guy will get a B grade at most if he practices diligently. And we don't know if he learned at least techniques from the 7 stars yet. Thinking about it, I think we shouldn't expect that soon. He needs to be strong enough to protect himself before we move to the training camp. Back at the guild hall in the medical corridor, someone is lying on a bed inside a room. After a while unconscious, Leon wakes up and sits up. Where am I? Due to the sudden movement, his wounds start hurting, the pain making him cry out. Leon shivers from the pain. Then the memory of fighting the missionary gradually appears in his mind. First is the scene of him being stabbed like a skewer. Next is him cutting off the claws of the goblin and saving himself. After that, it's Leon's amazing strikes that successfully eliminated the missionary. The last memory he has is saying his final words to Cesare. He probably fainted right after. Now, looking around, Leon can't help but comment on how fancy this looks like a guild recovery room, quite over the top for an adventure. Just then, he remembers his old friend and calls out, Elsie, Elsie, are you there? Instantly, Elsie appears from his hand. Leon is extremely worried about what happened to her. What's going on? She looks stern. Actually, Elsie blurs slightly as she says seriously, listen carefully. Leon. It seems it left a message for Leon. If you're hearing this, it means you've woken up. Before getting to the main point, it mocks him first. First of all, congratulations on surviving. Actually, we won because of me, so I'm not wishing you a victory yet. Hearing this, Leon gets slightly annoyed with that damned ghost sword. After making fun, Alcid starts the main topic. Enough joking, let's get to the point now. The first announcement surprises Leon. He can't talk to me for a month from now on. Then it tells him why he can't contact it for this month. Are you feeling sad? Even so, I have no choice because I unleashed my power, which is hindering my perception now. Hearing this, Leon realizes the problem. So, did you use my body? Elsie confirms, yeah, being cool sometimes can bring some problems. Leon heard this and felt something was off, but he acted cool about it. Meanwhile, Elsie kept talking without knowing what he was thinking. So you got the situation? A full month has passed. It warned him carefully that when I return, he should learn to materialize his aura. Do you understand? Suddenly, it started mocking, showing me a performance of disorientation right before my eyes. Try to experience it, but don't push yourself too hard until fully recovered, or else you might get stronger. I just said that much. After listening, Leon seriously thought about how the disorienting strike was already so powerful for someone like him. He couldn't imagine its terrifying power when Roderick used it in the past. As Elsie left to deliver her message, it ended there. Before leaving, it encouraged his friend, not too bad, keep practicing. After hearing this, Leon smiled and said he would succeed on his own. With the message sent, now it's time for self-destruct. The message will self-destruct in 5 seconds. It was late afternoon. A gentle breeze blew into the room. Leon sat quietly on the bed, looking at his hands. He had to admit, disorienting strike was really amazing. When he and Elsie merged back together, seeing through her eyes as she controlled her body. At that moment, he saw things he never had before, after clearing all. 56,107. After that, I read about it in a book chronicling heroes' achievements. Since Roderick's martial arts documents disappeared long ago, its reappearance makes him realize there can only be one reason for this. Hearing Cesare say this, Leon could only. Suddenly, he asked about something else. Sir, do you remember the sword I used in the labyrinth? Cesare thought for a moment and replied, now that I think of it, it's gone. I couldn't bring it back when we fled. Then he called his friend again. Alcid, come forth. But this time, Alcid didn't appear. Instead, Leon drew the holy sword from his hand. His action made Cesare standing there stunned. At this moment, the complete and powerful holy sword was in Leon's hands. The scene made Cesare exclaim out loud. He suddenly knelt down and earnestly said, "Oh goddess." The current scene is Cesare kneeling after. Then he guiltily said, "Truly shameful. Please forgive me for not recognizing the goddess power." While Leon awkwardly replied, "I should be the one to apologize for hiding my identity." Seeing him put the sword back, Cesare curiously asked, "Sir Hero, are you still planning to hide your true self?" Leon honestly answered, "Yes, the sword hasn't fully broken its seal yet, and I lack experience." Moreover, he firmly declared, "When I can bear the title of a hero, I will reveal my identity automatically." His words were met with Cesare's satisfied smile. Then Cesare affirmed, "In my eyes, you are already a hero. You are humble. If so, I will keep your secret too." However, he had one small condition, but could tell me? Leon, who heard this, was slightly taken aback but curious as well. Who is it? Cesare boldly revealed the identity of that person, the Holy Maiden. The reason he wanted to reveal this secret was to boost her morale. The succession ceremony hasn't been completed, but I'm sure she will be energized by this news. After hearing this, Leon only said, "Oh," thinking for a moment. He thought it wouldn't hurt to tell the Holy Maiden. So he allowed Cesare to say this. "Your Highness, it's fine." Leon's agreement made Cesare happy and thanked him profusely, "Your Highness hero." Just then, there was a knock on the door outside. The knocking startled Leon, but Cesare remained calm and reassured him. "Don't worry, the sound in this room is completely isolated from the outside. Our conversation won't be exposed." Then he said, "All right, go." Turns out Karen was the one who came. "Greetings, Junior. 3 days have passed." Her appearance made Cesare and Leon fall into an awkward silence, making her feel uneasy too. "What's the atmosphere in here?" Thinking she had interrupted their private talk, Karen paused and said, "Maybe I should come back later. Did I arrive at a bad time? If so, I'll return." Leon was silent because he suddenly remembered something during his mission. He recalled Karen's mysterious identity. Her true identity is the Keeper of the Coffin, one of the 3 great demons in the slums. Kanjiong Nan doesn't even know who she really is. Moreover, he had promised not to reveal her identity to anyone. I said I would keep silent about her identity, but that was just a verbal promise that can be broken anytime. But the current situation seems like I've harmed myself by revealing it. She probably wants a more certain assurance from me. But she came at the wrong time when the bishop is here. Leon seemed ready to take the blame until Karen confirmed, "All right then, Junior, you knew everything that day." Her words struck both of them dumbfounded. Now Karen explained why Cesare could see her identity, my aura. Moreover, this also involved Leon because of his temple. Finally, Cesare and the moonlight's resonance made it sensitive to any intrusion into that connection. As he spoke, Cesare looked at Karen with a very calculating face, making her look away. How low is the probability of 2 beings with dark traits being in the same place? Indeed strange. After a moment's silence, Leon suggested, "You probably recognized me when I jumped through space." He also felt a bit guilty and asked, "Are you not going to scold me for that, even though I knew her identity but didn't tell you?" Cesare didn't answer but countered with, revealing the truth to the world is right, or giving someone a chance to repent. His words made Leon pause. As a killer, there's no friendship, but Karen isn't like that. With his faith in how he sees people, he can confidently say she fought alongside us even if it meant spilling blood. Though I cannot forgive her crimes, I can trust her as a teammate. Besides this, there's another important point. If her true nature is that of a cold-blooded killer, she wouldn't have done so. Lines 60 are exactly 60 lines as required. Karen stood in a corner listening to this conversation and couldn't help but feel moved by how nice the atmosphere was. So I'll be cleared of all charges? Then she hesitantly asked, sorry, but what are you two laughing about? 2. Did you secretly set me up for history? Suddenly, Cesare spoke in a low voice. Karen, his serious tone made Karen jump and reply, yes. Now he's sternly questioning her. Tell us your story first. Why did you become a hitman and why use the old explorer to hide your identity? His question surprised Karen so much that she stood still. Sunlight filtered through the window curtains. The three of them looked at each other in silence. After a while, Karen slowly asked, what do you think is the most despised person on Earth? Her question left Leon and Cesare speechless. Then Karen answered her own question, orphans, especially half-breeds. Leon also realized that the past she shared wasn't a light-hearted story. From Karen's story, he learned how miserable her life was, forgetting about food, clothes, and shelter. She didn't even have parents to protect her. It was even lower than a homeless beggar in some ways. Truly at the bottom of society, in the darkest moment of her life, when she was living such a perilous existence, someone had reached out to Karen but pushed her back into the abyss once more. Someone saved her, but unfortunately, the hand of salvation was nothing but dark intentions from start to finish. Karen continued recounting her grim story in a slow voice. Clearly, it's common. Taking in orphaned blind children and training them into killers because no one would care if they died anyway. Even with a success rate of 1 in 1,000, it was worth it. As Karen trained to become a hitman, she became aware of her own abilities and utilized them. Her caretaker didn't expect much from that either. She was a half-breed between human and shadow demon, early on recognizing her talents and succeeding in countless assassination missions. Then she took the alias Tomb Guardian, relying on her assassination skills to rise through the ranks. The organization grew stronger as Karen's skills became faster and more precise. Her hitman career was flourishing until only the head of the organization remained above her. As she recounted this, Karen sighed with a mix of helplessness and satisfaction. Not much. I didn't even take 7 seconds to kill him. And when she became unstoppable, she climbed to the top on her own. She who eliminated the entire hitman organization, including the head, then took the position as one of the 3 strongest in the slums by herself. Karen's reason for becoming a hitman was surprising to Leon. She became a hitman just to repeat those unwanted killings. However, Karen didn't want to live under the guise of Tomb Guardian anymore. Karen personally freed the blind children who were trained as killers. After dismantling that organization, she liberated the blind orphans with the same purpose as her. After completing those tasks, Karen made an important decision for her life. I rarely operated as Tomb Guardian because I couldn't live a normal life under the hitman identity. So I became an old explorer to live like a regular person. But now, her plan has changed and she's caught off guard. But frustratingly, I guess my plan is over. Karen's words made Cesare ponder deeply. Even Leon was speechless. Suddenly, Karen said, "My identity has been revealed now. I didn't think I could escape the Vatican. Turns out she put on a pitiful face asking you not to investigate me. Please consider my contribution during our last conquest. I don't want to go to prison, so please sentence me as." This made Cesare and Leon, who were worried about her, change from concern to helplessness. Suddenly, Cesare called out, "Brother Leon." Being called by him made Leon slightly startled. His face suddenly filled with a grim expression as he called him. "Could it be that you want me to say something?" Cesare's expectant gaze forced Leon to comply. "I understand now. He quickly knew what he had to do. You're letting me decide, not Leon but the hero. After hearing Karen's story, he realized she didn't want to be a hitman but had to be one. Moreover, Karen's personality was different from other killers. Everything she showed us was that of a righteous and kind person. Finally, what Karen hoped for was different from other mercenaries, hoping for a new, better life as a regular person. From all this, Leon could confirm one thing: no one has the right to judge her or need to draw their sword against someone who is repenting of their own sins. After some contemplation, he calmly called out, "Karen, did you hear me?" Karen softly replied, "What?" Leon smiled and bluntly said, "I'll give you two choices. She gets to choose between the two, and I promise to respect her decision." Karen was momentarily stunned by what he said. Then she innocently asked a question that made Leon jump. "What are you talking about? Why did you decide it instead of today?" Suddenly, he remembered something. Thinking about it, "I just told today not to reveal my hero identity to everyone. Only to people know your secret. The only one who knows I'm a hero is today. And the last person is." And the female knight waiting to meet as well. It made him slightly uneasy, wondering if it would be okay to reveal his identity as a hero to the casket keeper. "Nothing." Understanding Leon's dilemma, Cesare directly asked, "Is there something wrong?" With an indifferent attitude, he calmly assured Karen, "I'm sure she can decide for herself." Karen. "Oh, what you said made Karen dazedly ask Leon, "So, what were you two talking about just now?" After some consideration, Leon decided to publicly reveal his identity. "Karen, after thinking it through, please choose one of the options." The scene shocked Karen. Her eyes followed as the holy sword was being taken out. Time passed and Leon prepared to leave. A week after the battle against the cult in the dungeon Mekong, I had fully recovered and wanted to depart. Voices of cheerful conversation echoed down the hallway. "Thank you very much for your hospitality." "It's nothing. Moreover, I really owe a debt to the hero who saved our city from danger." Bernard said this and asked, "We haven't repaid anything to you yet." About our brief discussion earlier, did you actually think about it? Hearing that, Leon confirmed, "Yes, I understand your point." Bernard exclaimed in admiration. Approaching him, he gently advised, "But we're glad to meet a young and passionate hero like you. Let us know if you change your mind. My connections can be of great help to you." Moreover, he promised that his name would spread widely. At the guild entrance, someone stepped out from inside the guild. Karen stood in a corner and called out to him, "Young man." Seeing her, Leon responded casually, "Miss Karen." His confident tone and handsome appearance made Karen blush. Still, she teased him, "What? You've become much more masculine since the last time I saw you." Hearing this, Leon sheepishly smiled. "Really?" Suddenly, Karen asked curiously about it, "Did you talk to the guildmaster after your recovery?" Leon hesitated and replied, "Yes, regarding my reward from the tournament, because it was very different from previous conquests." His vague answer piqued Karen's interest as she asked, "What is the reward?" He sincerely explained, "Today wanted to advance in rank and spread my reputation across other kingdoms." Moreover, he added, "But I declined." Hearing this, Karen was shocked. After a moment of shock, she finally said with all her strength, "What?" Leon innocently continued, "And today also mentioned introducing me to the Lord." Another shock he tried to keep down, but I also declined. Karen was stunned and shouted, "What? Are you crazy?" Frustrated with Leon's naivety, Karen sighed and said, "You're a hero, but also foolish. You have an offer right in front of you, yet you keep declining it." And the reason for his refusal was because he knew something. If news about my achievements during this crusade spread across the continent, his deep voice made Karen remember something. He then seriously said that it would lead to my existence being discovered by other enemies. I almost lost my life in battle against the heretics using the power of the sword. But my combat skills are still too weak. I need to continue training and become strong enough not to shame the sword. Karen hesitated and asked with a smile, "So, this is why you suggested that to me?" Back in that hospital room, Leon directly proposed to me. I am the hero of this era, chosen by the sword. Can you suggest becoming my partner under the name of Elsie's sword? As evening approached, his voice slowly echoed, I need time to consider this. Following Karen, he wanted her answer. Have you made a decision yet? Without answering, she led him somewhere that seemed fitting. Karen brought Leon to a forest and gently said for them, as fairies, trees and forests are sacred entities on par with goddesses, I also carry fairy blood in my veins. Though just a part of it, her gaze remained fixed on the tree trunk while her voice was calm. That proposal from that day was like asking if I wanted to live proudly under the light rather than in darkness. Before accepting, let me be honest about this. Karen stared at her blood-stained hand and affirmed, to this day, I don't feel any guilt over the blood staining my hands. I couldn't have survived so long if I felt that way. With a firm grip on her hand, she continued, for someone born into poverty, their death and suffering will always haunt me, her voice slow with sadness. That's why I don't want anyone to live like I did before. Born without parents, living without love and hope, training skills only for killing. Karen had one wish. I hope no one has to live like that anymore. Her words surprised Leon so much his eyes widened. Suddenly, kneeling down, she said, Kid, or hero, if you fulfill this wish of mine, if you promise me just one thing, I will. She sincerely and respectfully promised to do everything for Leon. He felt a tingle from her offer, dedicating his life to him. Recalling Elsie's words, being a true hero meant bringing about a brighter future. That gave him hope that one less person had to endure what she did. Both of them clasped hands as if sealing an agreement. On that day, the coffin keeper died and only Karen survived. Sitting under a tree, Leon asked curiously, what happened to Khan? I was curious about him after the battle. I heard nothing about him. Did he return to the slums? Karen smirked and said, you know nothing. Kid, he ran away. I knew what that bastard did after the battle. A day after the purge ended, he gathered all his assets in the slums and fled the city. No one knows where he went. Khan's actions left her unable to keep up. He was so fast I couldn't even follow him. Leon smiled knowing why he ran away. Despite his good deeds, Khan had participated in the cult plan. Half of the slums were destroyed during the purge. What remained would be swept clean. Moreover, though he participated in the purge, as long as there was a record of his cooperation with the cult, even for just an instant, if he stayed here, he'd face punishment. He couldn't escape the Holy Knight's chains. As Karen said, he would be forced to work off his debt or spend at least several years in prison. Though I didn't expect him to run away so soon. Still, I can't believe he fled right after the purge. Sitting beside her, she said that people like him, with much to lose, often hesitate over such decisions. But he abandoned everything without hesitation. Recalling Khan's arrogant face and his smirks, Leon wondered if I'm imagining seeing him again? After talking for a while, Karen stood up and asked, so what are you planning now? I haven't heard your plan yet. Are you going to move without thinking it through? Then she called Leon by his title, Oh Hero. That title made Leon pause. I had a plan from the start. Of course, I have something like a plan. After being promoted to B rank, I'll head for Titan's Mountains. According to your calculations, 100 days should be enough for you to understand aura formation. At B rank, it should be sufficient to do that. The time waiting for Elcid to wake up is enough for me to advance. I still have plenty of time until 100 days pass. The problem is that Elcid is still sleeping and won't wake up for a month. Suddenly, Karen turned to look at Leon. Seeing her pleading face and familiar voice made goosebumps appear on her skin. She slightly scolded the one asking, What are you trying to scare me? Leon didn't answer but silently thought about Karen, a skilled thief and a talented assassin. He noticed Karen's amazing abilities in detection and search. He had long observed her skills. Moreover, Karen has other incredible talents like using the environment to gain an advantage, her movement speed, and more. The things that help Karen move in any situation can also assist me, so I need to rely on her a bit. Her pleading made Karen feel scared while he was excited to go somewhere. Let's head to the church from that day. We'll need a spacious place. Karen didn't understand what was happening and loudly asked, "Hold on, what kind of care? I'm very worried. Tell me, are you trying to wake up correctly? You know my personality." According to the time Elsie told Leon, there are still 3 weeks and 2 days until Elsie wakes up. I can only face him then. If by that time I learn how to make my aura stronger. This is when you need to train to upgrade yourself. I need to use sword skills better. Now, I just know a little bit and it's not stable at all. You'll prove your abilities to Elcid. Wait for me, Elcid. Later in District 13, people were happily talking among themselves. Thank God, we have food now. They thanked Cesare for providing them with food, all thanks to the church and the bishop. The people lined up neatly to receive aid. A kind helper wanted to give more food to a mother and her child. Take another one. She has a child too. It must have been hard for her to evacuate from District 13. This made the mother very grateful, thanking him. The aid giver gently gave some bread to the child and said, "These aren't mine. Take them." He pointed towards the church and said, "If you want to thank me, go to that church over there and pray to the goddess. You won't receive such blessings without the church's help." The mother looked at the place called the church where a small flag was hanging. It was solemn and sturdy, standing out among people respectfully facing it and expressing their gratitude. It felt so different from District 23, so warm. Suddenly, there was a warm boom inside the church, shocking everyone present. After a while, another loud explosion came from behind the church. At this moment, Leon tightly gripped his sword, tensing up, his eyes filled with determination and gritting his teeth. In an instant, Karen's hand moved lightly, revealing a sharp dagger. She quickly raised her hands, crossing them into a perfect V shape to block his attack. Immediately after, Karen turned around, her movements decisive and swift. In that brief moment, Leon couldn't see her anymore. He was caught off guard, not realizing she appeared behind him. Only when the cold breeze from the dagger's tip brushed his cheek did he wake up. Without hesitation, he quickly stepped down to gain momentum, causing the ground to crack into sharp shards. Leon swiftly turned around, leaning back and jumping away, increasing the distance between him and Karen. Across from them, she slowly landed and said, "Hey!" Karen continued with a sly tone, "Your assassination skills are better than I thought. You're more suited for an assassin rather than a knight." Hearing her sarcastic words, he was so angry his chest felt like it would burst. She countered, "Well, you can say your movements resemble those of a special forces soldier. Your skills are excellent, but far from master level." As Karen spoke, she disappeared again from Leon's sight. Instantly, she split into two and charged towards him at alarming speed. In that moment, his eyes lit up, focusing intensely as he thought, "I created a decoy within 2 steps. I need to keep my eyes on her speed." Quickly, Leon pinpointed Karen's exact location. He swiftly swung his sword and thought, "Left is fake. The real one is here." Realizing danger was near, she widened her eyes in surprise. As the blade passed by, Karen quickly sat down to avoid it, trembling with fear. Did you notice that? It seemed Leon was so tense, he was nearly exhausted. He panted heavily and sweat dripped from his forehead. She seized her opportunity and jumped back. "I didn't use any aura, but I took it seriously." Karen lifted her leg to gain momentum, her sharp eyes ready for action. "Alright, let's see how far you can look." The scene shows her numerous illusions moving like a swarm of floating shadows in front of him. Leon gasped, "Illusions." He wondered silently. Before it was just an illusion, not a simple clone technique, right? Karen spoke coldly, "I'm here." Leon tightened his sword, thoughts echoing in his mind. Her speed is slower than before. But the phenomenon made him lose focus, distorting his sense of direction and distance. His eyes read with extreme worry, constantly glancing back and forth. Only one thought in his head. Left, right, hands curling as if saws in his eyes were working frantically, almost as if they would follow through. In that blink of an eye, when Leon realized she was closing in on him, it was too late. The tip of her sword already touched his flesh. Karen gloated, "Pierce, you're done, Junior." She taunted with emphasis, "This is my 102nd win out of 100 to battles, right?" Leon dropped his weapon and raised both hands. "I surrender. Preying on a junior hasn't reached B rank yet. That's fun, huh?" Karen replied straightforwardly. "Of course." She explained, "Using aura is like physical enhancement. Planning is futile. You're no match for me in an open space battle." Karen continued speaking. "Everything favors you, but you still can't beat me even once." He slumped deep in thought. Her words were sharper than her blade. Leon had done well during the retreat of evil forces, his powerful strikes continuously felling each monster. So he felt more mature, but the gap between him and Karen was too large, and she seemed to have held back. Leon asked, "So, what do you think about my performance just now?" Her expression made him even more dejected. "It's okay." Karen laughed widely, "Just joking. You did well. Ask me again if you don't believe." "Really?" She explained, "If you could see through my projections, even the best assassins would struggle against you. Your skills are already better than most B ranks." Leon was stunned, even without making aura visible yet. She immediately replied, "I admit that aura weapons are powerful, but they're useless if not hitting the target. To hit you with vision and micromanipulation isn't easy." Karen continued, "Visible aura can cut through steel and destroy rocks." But her voice continued, "Visible aura cannot chase or attack on its own." She added, "Most weaker assassins rely on surprising techniques and desperate means to win, but they still have advantages. However, that's also a way to win." Leon hesitated. "I didn't." The one guarding the coffin eliminated opponents in that manner. Karen paused, then, summarizing your strengths, recalling their recent battle with Leon, "I admit you have a solid foundation." At that time, Karen was extremely surprised by his speed. Only timely reactions and ducking saved her life. He has good eyesight, so he didn't fall for traps, but only that much. In other words, losing your advantage will be difficult to regain once lost. He was silent, listening intently, his eyes showing shock. Leon rubbed his chin, pondering each word as if reminding himself. Suddenly, Karen suddenly grabbed his neck and said, "Don't overthink it. It's just a way to compensate for the skill gap. This is only preparation for counterattacks." She stated straightforwardly, "I don't know who taught you, but they must be either an incomprehensible genius or a foolish monster." Sensing Elsie's aura clearly, Leon immediately paled, cold sweat breaking out, his spine stiffening with fear. Karen continued, "In summary, your lack of creativity in attack and movement." Leon silently thought, Karen was right. If he had a trump card to secure victory, it would be a different story. But Leon clenched his fists tightly. Since he didn't have one, he needed more cards and strengthen them. Suddenly, a sharp claw struck his shoulder, making him jump back. Now, Karen had transformed her shape, urging, "Come on, today's training is over. Let's move to the next part." Leon was startled. "You scared me." She said, "Calm down. Let's go, continue training." Not long after, they were in a room, golden sunlight streaming through the window. The light directly inside. Karen's voice echoed, "What did we talk about last time?" Leon replied, "The relationship between aura and training methods." She nodded, "Exactly." Then, "You seem enlightened," muttering back that essentially, she explained one should cherish life experiences and the thoughts of the subject. Karen continued, "In a specific situation, some would fight, others would flee, and still others would run away." She went on to say, "But this doesn't mean you can differentiate good from evil based on essence alone. Even if someone pursues justice, if they go too far, they might become arrogant. Cultivating your aura means purifying and strengthening your inherent nature and power." Karen explained further, "For example, a fire aura training method could involve destroying something, fighting someone, or tapping into your own potential." Her voice continued, "Most fire aura actions lead to purification." Leon sighed, "Truly terrifying." Then Karen sat down beside him. "The difficulty of cultivation depends on your aura type. Performing tasks is also a form of training for dark aura like mine." She looked directly at Leon with a serious tone. "So regarding solar, one of the goddess representative types, It only appears in the greatest warriors across generations. The heavily armed figure before him made his face flush and his heart race. Karen took off her glasses. When thinking about the sun, what essence does that bring to mind? Leon hesitantly turned away, unsure of how to respond. It illuminates the world with endless light and extinguishes dark shadows. An idea flashed in his mind. No, wait, it's radiant. Seeing Leon stand up, staring intently at his palm, Karen exclaimed in surprise. Seems like you've got something figured out. He wasn't sure if he was haunted by the fight earlier, but the aura within his body felt hot and surged through him, like a rumbling under a mountain. If he directed it with thought, Leon could feel it gather at his fingertips. Looking at the accumulated magic on his hand, he was confused about what to do next. He pondered. I thought I could ignite any time. Glad I managed to gather it. But now how do I release it? Leon frowned with determination in his eyes. If it's solar, I'm sure. In a flash of an eye, a golden ball of magic glowed brightly in his hand. The scene before Karen was astonishing. Her eyes widened in surprise. Leon silently thought with amazement. A light sphere, but this isn't enough to use as an aura weapon. After all, what I've achieved is only within a short time frame. However, the sheer power overwhelmed him, making it hard to control. In his eyes, the ball shattered and magic burst forth. Seeing Leon sit down in pain, clutching his hurt arm, Karen worriedly asked, Junior, are you all right? He gritted his teeth, trying to suppress the pain while blaming himself. I had no idea how powerful tangible aura is when borrowing Elsie's strength. Her gaze was gentle and admiring. Great job. Leon, the foundation of tangible aura is controlling it when you release it. Karen continued. You can only emit light for a few seconds, but maintaining it is already progress. She praised him. If you could make it larger and more stable, that would be perfect. He looked back, muttering repeatedly, larger and more stable. Karen placed her finger on his hand, thinking for a moment before saying, think of aura as your bloodline, and you're pulling it out from your body. She explained that since aura is energy intensive, stable circulation is crucial. But using one analogy might be risky. Suddenly, the door burst open, startling Karen. Cesare entered with a stern, slightly reproachful tone. Because you can't use them for long, even though you've created significant power, like fire aura weapons that explode or spew. Leon softly said, looks like the patrol is over today. He hung up his coat on a rack and replied, yes. But then Cesare's face darkened with anger in his eyes. Just now, I got an estimate for repairing the facilities you two destroyed. Hearing this, both Leon and Karen stiffened, cold sweat breaking out. He turned around and slowly walked towards them. Let's talk about compensation costs, and we should also discuss a significant matter. Cesare quickly took out a letter. I brought the letter from the High Priestess here. His eyes widened in disbelief. The number shouted. High Priestess, a tremor of indescribable shock surged within him. The letter? He guessed. Thinking about it now, the succession ceremony must be underway. The scene shifts to a remote location where a towering building hides among steep cliffs, with gusts of snow-laden wind howling and cutting through the rocks. Suddenly, from to high windows, strange lights flickered. These lights quickly intensified, glowing brightly, illuminating the entire snowy expanse under the storm. Inside, Elahan seemed to have just completed a ritual as sparkling lights spiraled around her body, enveloping her form. The sight before them caused a stir among all present, voices echoing throughout the hall. It's hard to believe she received power equivalent to 10 bishops. Even at the master level, she shouldn't be able to suppress and explode with such force, let alone surpass the abilities of the previous saint. Sarah observed intently, not missing a detail, her lips curving into a proud smile. Sarah declared that Saint 8, Elahan, was the strongest. Her eyes were calm, showing no surprise or excitement, but clear understanding of the heavy responsibility ahead. Next, they shuffled to another room. In this room, standing out most prominently was a straight-standing pillar embedded in the ground. Sarah recounted that 300 years ago, the great hero and previous King Roderick, the first saint, realized their helplessness on their journey. She prayed behind the warrior, ceaselessly asking for strength from his goodness. The monks needed her power to eliminate evil creatures. The will of the previous generation was forged by holy relics. They built the strongest army in the 6 temples, and under the name of Saint, the strongest would become vice commander. She continued that this position beside her meant the fate of her son had been blessed. He would fight by her side. This was what every saint desired. Elahan nodded politely in agreement. Yes. Sarah immediately called out loudly. Now comes the final test. Without hesitation, Elahan quickly removed her outer robe. Instantly, magic from her body burst forth, glowing like a white flame in the darkroom. Soon, this light condensed into a sturdy suit of armor that clung to Elahan's body. She didn't hesitate and pointed towards the hammer in the center of the room. Elahan lifted it decisively, her eyes shining with determination as her strength radiated, silencing the room for a few seconds. Witnessing this, the man was taken aback. They then stepped outside to perform the next ritual, the wind and snow howling unceasingly, but couldn't dampen Elahan's burning will. Sarah said that was the mark left by the strongest sword, made by the previous king. It is said he left it with a single move. She continued, and the mark on the cliff was from the previous saint during their investiture ceremony. With pride, Sarah said, "And now, my daughter, Elahan." Sarah Hovung, now you, Saint 8. Elahan. The wind howled, lifting her white dress, but couldn't sway the iron while burning in her eyes. At that moment, a thought flashed through Elahan's mind. Warrior, I've heard about your prowess. She remembered Leon's fierce battle where he concentrated his power into a devastating whirlwind, shaking the ground and scattering everything in its path. Facing the monster, Leon showed no fear. With one swing, he cleaved it in two, ending it all in an instant. Elahan thought that despite only half a year left until the prophecy's fulfillment, she couldn't help feeling ashamed at his rapid growth. Her eyes closed briefly as thoughts raced through her mind. As a new saint, I feel embarrassed. She admired Leon with a mix of admiration and desire. He was truly brave and masculine. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open, determination blazing in them. I want to be a worthy saint for you, warrior. Elahan's hands gripped the hammer tightly, affirming her unwavering resolve. Immediately, magic surged around her. She raised the hammer high and shouted. With that, Elahan's weapon crashed into the ground with immense force, causing the earth to explode and rocks to scatter in a cloud of dust. The impact was so powerful it pierced through the mountains ahead, sending up thick smoke. Sarah was stunned, her eyes wide open, mouth agape, unable to utter a word. The others were equally shocked. None could believe what they had just witnessed. She stood still, admiring her creation. A faint smile curved her lips, one she couldn't help but show. Warrior, I pray for you. Unconsciously, the words redemption echoed in her heart. Accept me, this humble servant. The scene changes to Cesare slowly reading a letter. As an heir of the holy relics, I vowed to sacrifice my life for him. He glanced at Leon. At the end, she wrote, I will try to meet you as soon as possible. Leon was taken aback. He didn't understand what was happening. Leon's face paled, sweat trickling down his forehead. He silently wept in his heart. What is this? I'm getting goosebumps all over. I have a feeling trouble is coming my way. You're curious. What kind of woman is she? Cesare calmly replied. She's the one who received the highest power and strongest ability. I'm sure she'll be a great help to you. A warrior. Leon stood still, thinking, yes, this could be good for me. If the woman, the companion of warriors across generations, is truly outstanding, I need to be skilled and not ashamed before her. You've grasped the direction to create an aura weapon. Now it's just the shape. Leon suddenly spoke up. Hearing that, Cesare's expression changed abruptly. His face was cold, devoid of emotion. Karen stood wide-eyed, her body trembling with cold sweat. She also decided to use both hands and feet for Leon. She almost shouted but didn't dare to speak it out loud. She couldn't ask someone using aura about that. Telling a person using aura to reveal the shape of their aura weapon is like revealing their weakness. But contrary to Karen's thoughts, Cesare suddenly smiled and happily agreed. Fine, no problem. Cesare began explaining, we'll use the moon's state as the shape. He continued, when we release a small amount of power, it becomes crescent-shaped. His voice continued, when releasing stronger force, it forms a half moon. He went on, when unleashing full power, it turns into a full moon. There are also phases like new moon or lunar eclipse. You keep your eyes wide in amazement. 5 shapes. Karen was completely surprised inside. He said this without hesitation. Does he really trust us so much? Leon seemed to realize that. The 5 phases of the moon. He whispered, but unlike the moon, the sun doesn't transform into any state, so we can't build a shape like this completely. Suddenly, an idea popped up in Leon's mind. His eyes widened as if finding a way out of a maze. However, blocking the sun is possible. His lips curved slightly. Using a solar eclipse as a phase to gather power would keep the sun burning if he could find a way to maintain its essence. Seeing Leon's excited expression, Cesare happily said, it seems Leon is full of determination. Let's try it now and engrave this shape in his mind. Immediately after, they quickly went outside to practice. He tightly gripped the sword, speaking confidently, let's start. Without hesitation, Cesare spun the chain around. Relaxed, show me what you can do. Magic quickly flared around Leon, saying twisted and curled in response to his determination, sorting aura. Okay, let's get started. He swiftly threw the chain, a powerful strike without mercy. Here we go. Leon immediately raised his sword to block, deflecting its trajectory. The chain brushed past him, then slammed down with tremendous force behind him, sending rocks and dust flying everywhere. Magic continued to flare around Leon, swirling into vague circles as if gathering something indiscernible. Leon felt something was wrong, shivering slightly. He knew this wasn't the feeling. It's still very difficult to use it smoothly even while dodging attacks from that day. Leon firmly affirmed, even then, he didn't use his full strength. The attack from the chain-carrying aura power could injure him just by brushing past. He quickly regained his resolve and faced the approaching chain again. Leon thought, I must observe its trajectory and find a way to deal with it. Handling such a weapon requires maintaining a certain distance. Then he quickly moved forward. If I reduce the distance, it will be less dangerous. His thoughts continued flowing in his mind. First, let's do this. But just then, the chain suddenly spun violently, creating a steel tornado round him. In an instant, Leon was completely surrounded with no way to dodge. Cesare taunted, did you think you could avoid it? Leon firmly stepped on the ground, causing it to crack instantly. His resolve was iron hard. No, I must do this. At that moment, magic around him surged violently, swirling like a fire in response to his burning will. The scene shocked Cesare, his eyes wide with amazement. The lines of magic around Leon continued to surge, growing stronger and exploding as if tearing through space. His eyes filled with determination to recreate the 7-star sword. Leon's target would be the 2nd star of Mirak. Instead of just showing it in his subconscious, he needed to make it tangible using this willpower. First, compress aura and use it to cover the sword and contain it. The gaps causing its loss have been sealed. By this method, aura will manifest. A solar sword. Cesare's eyes widened in surprise as he looked up closely. A series of chains had been severed by Leon into many pieces. Cesare was startled, an expert. That technique isn't fully developed yet. Meanwhile, Leon was still deep in thought. He just managed to create the 7-star sword for his son. This is only a temporary method. This can be said as a short-term solution. Even though it's an unfinished technique, it will still be a trump card for Leon against his enemies. Cesare continued to marvel. Unbelievable, I held it in high regard. Leon replied, so did I. Zakarin called out, excuse me, Leon, someone is here to see you. Rice took off his hat and cloak to create a surprise. Lord Leon, long time no see. Leon turned around and smiled as he said, Rise, right? The scene changed. They rested together and went back to their room to talk. Rise spoke up, this is our first meeting outside the guild. Do you think it's better now? Leon politely replied, yes, thank you for your concern. Rise expressed her sincerity. I was very worried about you, so I brought some high-grade medicine here. Here, this is a reward from my father. She showed the item to Leon and explained, this bracelet contains multidimensional spatial magic. Although it can't hold much, it will still be useful for Karen's reaction. That's worth hundreds of gold pieces if its design looks better. Its value could reach 1,000 gold. Rice noticed Karen's expression and encouraged her. Indeed, Karen, you really know your field well. Karen took the opportunity to boast. She pointed at her ear. My earrings are of the same type too. They can only hold a little, so I use them as a substitute for a bag. Leon sweatily thought. He had always wondered where those garlic cloves came from. Then Leon put on the treasure his father gave him and wore it on his hand. He extended his arm towards the medicine bottle and said, absorb. The medicine bottle immediately flew into Leon's hand and disappeared inside. Leon exclaimed with joy, this is indeed a convenient magical item. My father should be more generous than I thought. Rice continued hesitantly, another reason is that you've reached level B. Now you have all the conditions to advance. If you show me your aura weapon, I'll give you this badge. Leon's eyes widened as he saw what appeared before him. 100 days, that's fine. Leon advanced to level B without needing 100 days, else it couldn't witness it. Rice looked at Leon's sword and exclaimed, I've confirmed your aura weapon. Then she took something out from her person and gave it to him. Leon held the badge with a smile. This is a level B badge. He never imagined becoming a level B explorer when he was in school. At that moment, Cesare and Karen clapped enthusiastically. Congratulations, young master. Rise continued, there's one last reason. This is an assignment for you, Leon. Leon asked curiously, an assignment? What kind of assignment? Rise smiled excitedly and replied, didn't you accept the top support mission? Leon's face froze as he said, oh. Karen looked at Leon with a puzzled expression, and Rise added more information. Go around the maze. To Titan Mountain Range, they'll leave once the goods are ready. Who am I then? Once it's for you, Leon, I'll do my best to keep your spot. Karen lowered her face with a cold aura that made Leon sweat continuously. She turned and slowly said each word, keeping the spot. Leon quickly calmed down. Wait, before this, I didn't know we would travel together. And you will receive great assistance, including the network and power of the Count. Rise said she was willing to be a liaison between both sides. That's amazing. Until merchants contact you, they'll continue their training. When Leon fought with Karen, she was holding her dagger towards him. Leon raised his eyebrows and tensed as he observed each of her actions. The speed was incredible. It's even more dangerous than her dagger skills. Then Karen continuously advanced to take a position. Karen reminded not to let your vision deceive you. Leon's eyes turned red until he decided he couldn't rely on his sight anymore. From the start, this was an exercise to improve his visual limitations. To do that, Leon needed to learn how to use aura perception to master heat manipulation better. Focus! Leon sensed Karen's power, the wind movement. Next is below, the ground tremor. He concentrated tightly, closing his eyes while Karen was behind him. Suddenly, Leon felt a touch on his face. Quickly glanced back, Karen surprisingly looks back at him, face to face. Then she had to retreat defensively. Karen encouraged, impressive. Who would have thought you learned aura sensing so quickly? Leon smiled contentedly. All thanks to you, senior sister, thank you. Hearing that, Karen blushed and lied. What are you talking about? Then she pushed Leon's head into her chest and scolded, really arrogant. Meanwhile, Leon continued thinking, if this feeling continues imprinting on his body, he'll become much stronger than now. Cesare appeared clapping in approval, congratulating Leon for another breakthrough. Seeing him, Leon politely greeted, hello sir. Cesare offered, I have some information to share with both of you. Today, we meet some merchants. They're not far away. If we go see them, things should go smoothly. Both Leon and Karen were elated like receiving a divine blessing. Looking up at Cesare, the scene shifts to the evening sky. Leon appears above the village, finding this place easy to locate from high up. He asks, senior sister, Shall we go? Then Leon and Karen set off for the camp. Inside the leader's area, he inquires, "Who are you guys from the Storm Trade Company?" Leon shows his newly received card. "Yes, I'm Leon, a B-grade explorer." He introduces himself. "I'm Arnold, from the Storm Trade Company." Offering his hand to shake with Leon, "We're just a small trading company, so hope you can look after us well." Leon shook back and replied briefly, "Yes." After shaking hands, Arnold looked suspiciously at Leon, while Leon sensed something from Arnold, the hand of a swordsman. Unlike the hand of someone who often holds a pen, he must have lived a more extraordinary life than me when I was still spending time with my sword. But now, Arnold encouraged Leon. "You've got noble hands." Leon just smiled slightly. Then they shook hands happily, hoping for help as they now trusted each other. After that, Arnold quickly went to consult with the group of Leon and Karen. "It seems we have more manpower now," he continued. "However, our budget is quite limited, so I'm not sure if there's enough to hire additional escorts." Leon asked further, "Bull Trading Company's destination is the peak of Titan Mountain Range." Arnold replied, "Yes, that's right, but..." Then Leon asked again, "You must know how dangerous the journey will be, right?" Arnold answered, "Yes, I do." Leon's eyes sparkled as he looked at Arnold's feet. "So when you're on a perilous journey, would you feel more secure with an A-grade explorer escorting you?" Arnold heard this as if it was a challenge. "Agreed, huh?" Then he considered, "I'd be very secure, but it would cost a lot to hire them. I don't have that kind of money. Moreover, I'm not sure an A-grade explorer would want to escort such a small company." At this moment, Karen showed her card. She said, "I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Karen, an A-grade explorer." So Arnold almost spat out his drink in excitement, shouting, "I didn't recognize you, a merchant. I need sharp eyes. It seems I still haven't been wise enough." Karen smiled and pointed at Leon. "Don't worry about the money. I'll just follow Leon. So you only need to pay me the fee for a B-grade explorer." Quickly, Arnold signed the documents with Leon. He was extremely satisfied. He's quite satisfied and says, "Our finances are a bit tight. Thank you for understanding. Karen, I'll pay you both at grade or rates next time." Karen replies, "No problem, sorry for butting in." Arnold says, "I'll prepare the most comfortable car for you two. We'll cover all living expenses during the journey." Then they left with Arnold's joy. "Do we deserve this treatment?" Karen replies, "Of course, I'm great after all." Scene change as they walk together. Leon asks Senior, "Will it be okay really?" Karen replies, "Just look at the results. A top businessman hired us cheaply and got better treatment in return." At this moment, Leon senses something and turns to notice. It's mercenaries. Seeing Leon silent, Karen prods him and asks, "What is it? First time seeing mercenaries?" Leon replies, "I've seen one from afar, but never so close before. During the conquest battle, they were executing missions in different areas, so we don't look too intimidating, but their glance at me, I don't think they have good intentions." Karen smugly says, "Honestly, mercenaries often conflict with adventurers. Let's keep our distance." Leon chuckles and replies, "All right then." Then his face turns to look at the city. So this is goodbye to the city now. I wonder if Leon can come back one day? He fell out of the school cage and started exploring the city alone. Leon thinks about guys giving him the first C-grade card. Then Khan, Cesare. He met many people on his journey. Even if Leon forgets all other places, this city's memories are hard to erase. He planned to leave after El Cid wakes up, but missing this chance might not happen again. A trip to Titan Mountain is rare. More importantly, he shouldn't rely too much on El Cid, even though he had no choice but to accept his help in the conquest battle. Even without El Cid, just wandering around with protection isn't suitable for a warrior. Scene change. Long Kai arrives at tomorrow morning. Cesare comes out to bid farewell to Leon. "The goddess bless you both safely. He will protect everyone as the sun does during the day and the moon at night." Leon politely nods. "Thank you for everything, dear friend." Cesare replies, "No problem. I should be thanking you." If this relationship didn't happen, blocking the actuality would have been impossible. We can see it as a divine guidance. And so, I have something for you here. He says, this item contains sacred magic. The magic is used to heal. You can use it to retrieve the holy sword in times of need. Leon takes and hangs it around his neck. Thank you, I'll keep it safe. Cesare explains, this item is important when El Cid is sleeping soundly, and it has another effect. Leon asks again, an effect? Cesare continues, if you show this to the commander of the Holy Warriors, you can summon all the Knights of Sickle Saint nearby. Leon exclaims, Knights of the Sickle Saint. Cesare warns, so use it carefully, only a non-owner can use it once. Leon looks at the item and replies, thank you, sir. The authority to command the Knights of Sickle Saint, although usable only once, is very valuable. In case of trouble, it will be a great help. Scene change, bright morning, Arnold's carriages arrive. He cheerfully calls out, good morning, are you all ready? I brought today's breakfast. A sumptuous meal appears. Leon looks surprised. No need to fuss so much. Meat for breakfast? Karen gently touches him and says, this seems like the first time you've been treated this way. Your face shows it's hard to handle such good fortune. Leon replies, just that, senior. Then Karen turns serious and says, we're facing a bit of trouble now, aren't we? Leon looks at Karen puzzled. Then he turns back to see people looking their way. Their eyes show no goodwill. Leon smiles and agrees, yes, this is quite troublesome. Karen speaks slowly, I think we have some troublemakers around us. Hearing that, Leon looks surprised. After a while, in the late afternoon of a cloud-covered field, Karen's carriages continue moving. Sitting in the carriage, Leon says, this is faster than I thought. Next, she softly replied because it was a magic carriage. He asked in surprise, magic? Without hesitation. Karen explained that reducing weight with magic is an effective and common method, easy to perform yet long-lasting. It's very convenient but not perfect. The shock absorption of the wheels would be weak. We'll have to remove this magic in a place like the Titan Mountains where the terrain is rugged. That's why we need to save as much time as possible now. With the sun setting, its last rays illuminated the ground. Seeing that, they stopped and started pitching camp under Leon's watchful eyes. It seems like we'll set up here. Karen answered comfortably, because it gets dark too quickly. He curiously spoke up, shouldn't we go out as well? Without hesitation. She immediately refused. I'm fine. I'm not hungry. You can go alone if you want to. Call me if there's anything. Seeing Karen's laziness, Leon said, yes, sir. Outside, he saw a woman preparing a delicious dinner. Meanwhile, a man was feeding the horses after their long journey, indicating they were setting up to camp without interruption. Observing how they moved smoothly with such large numbers, it seemed like they had been working together for a long time. Next, Leon glanced over and saw Hansen's group advancing steadily. Do you think they'll approach when I'm alone? He had anticipated this, so didn't show any surprise. What do you need? Hearing that, Hamel replied with disdain. Need something? You talk as if you're the boss here. Without a hint of wind-up, he sharply said, if you think so, just go ahead and assume it. Leon's attitude made Hamel burst out laughing. You act like a high-ranking official only because you're traveling with an A-class explorer. You're still green and inexperienced like your appearance. He asked in confusion, who acts so superior when you surround me while I'm walking alone? Just say it straight. You're jealous of not being treated the same as me and being pushed to the side because a younger but more experienced man is here. Leon's revelation quickly made Hamel furious. Damn you. He glared at Leon with gritted teeth. After a while, Karen calmly said, okay, that's enough now. You've had your say. Why are you still arguing like children? If you don't believe in my rank, both Hansen and Leonid shouted out of shock. A-class, are you serious? Karen asked seriously, why? Do you think I'll side with him and interfere in the fight? Hearing this, their faces turned pale with fear. Next, Hansen said slowly, no, if you remain neutral as a referee, I'll fight him. As expected, she happily changed her tone. Fine, are you okay with fighting him? Leon replied softly. It's fine, everything is going according to Karen's prediction. If the mercenaries misunderstand me, just use my strength and abilities to show them who I am. What about Elsie? In situations like this, right? Forget it, no need to think about it. Then he turned to observe Hansen, Hamel, and Leonid, thinking of the veterans and B-class mercenaries. Leon didn't think he would lose. The conflict between explorers and mercenaries has been an issue for a long time. Because the guild split into two professions, they clearly hate a new B-class mercenary traveling with a beautiful A-class female explorer. Leon understands them well. In a blink of an eye, Karen started her business. She only took on more deals in another 10 minutes. Everyone placed big bets. The team members kept rushing to join in. 5 coins for Hansen, 3 coins for the mercenary. I bet them on that young adventurer, and it's not over yet. She encouraged, if you're men, bet everything you have. This scene made Leon deep in thought. Now she's opening a gambling den. As a true player, Karen professionally stated, B-grade adventurers will fight against B-grade mercenaries. Who will win? The merchant also placed big bets. And oh, don't be surprised when you see me call you me. For a moment, he whispered to Karen, all right then. After agreeing on the terms, they turned to support Leon, making him sweat. What are you guys whispering about? Later, Karen loudly announced, now the match begins. B-grade adventurer Leon fights against the representative of the mercenaries, Steel Hansen. Amidst everyone's cheers, she explained the rules. As I said earlier, no aura weapons to attack opponents, no unregistered weapons, and no grimoires or dark energy. Most importantly, follow my instructions. There's no time limit, but you can't leave the fighting line. If anyone attacks spectators, they'll be disqualified immediately. Soon, Leon entered a ready stance. Got it, senior. Hansen wasn't lagging behind. I understand fully. Karen's voice echoed again. Ready, begin. As Leon drew his sword, Hansen summoned his weapon simultaneously. A shield user, rare even for B grade, even C grade rarely use shields. Silver light emitted from the hammer mark on the shield. It wasn't made of ordinary steel. After careful observation, he confirmed it's not a regular shield. Despite being opponents, Hansen still explained to Leon. Before this, it was small but used midran alloy. I got it by protecting a dwarf a few years ago. Hansen's honesty surprised him. Is telling me all of this alright? With immense confidence, he replied, no problem. Even if we don't say anything, people will know after the fight. More importantly, from the start, I didn't want to use any tricks on a kid. So Hansen was looking down on Leon. Thinking this, Leon resolved in his heart, he'll make him regret it. As he planned, he took a step first. Next, he charged like a gust of wind. With terrifying speed, Leon rushed towards Hansen, swinging his sword to test the shield. Despite the shield's impressive defense, Leon boldly launched an attack. While blocking Leon's strike, Hansen gritted his teeth, thinking, what's this? The destructive power is incredible. In a flash, he dodged Leon's blow and tightly gripped his sword. Despite Hansen's continuous attacks, Leon calmly blocked with his sword. Turns out, Leon was trying to deduce Hansen's fighting style, using one-handed sword techniques to misdirect and counter with the midran alloy shield. A defensive style, annoying. The more he attacks, the more damage he takes. It feels like being surrounded by porcupine quills. If I use Solar Eclipse, I can. If this keeps going, there's no other way but to use it. Outside the arena, a merchant was puzzled by Leon's strange actions and bent down. In an instant, Karen realized, that's right, back to the fight. Leon's shadow kept appearing and disappearing. He had already stepped on Hansen's shield without him noticing. Seeing this, Hansen was shocked, not understanding what was happening. Before Hansen could react, Leon kicked him forward, sending him backward. Hansen was taken aback. He used a stone instead of his sword. Now, it's not just a traditional swordsman. Seeing Leon charging towards him, Hansen immediately blocked with his iron sword. Unfortunately for Hansen, Leon suddenly appeared behind him. It seemed Leon's movements matched Karen's prediction, the assassin's movement style. As she finished speaking, Leon slashed and defeated Hansen. He fell from a height, his face pale with fear. Leon's sharp sword was close when Hansen surrendered. I'm done. Immediately after, Karen announced, the match is over. B-grade adventurer Leon has won. Everyone in the team cheered for Leon, who happily looked at Karen. The techniques for my senior are quite useful. If Elsie saw this, it would definitely joke about Leon trying to be an assassin before. But knowing many techniques is also very helpful. You'll have more options when choosing your strategy. Besides Roderick, who else can defeat all enemies with basic strength? Unlike Leon's relaxed mood, Leonic spoke slowly. It's my turn. Before he could say more, Gustav appeared and stopped. Seeing this, both Hamel and Leonic shouted in unison. After observing the first match, I'm sure none of you stand a chance against him. Though slightly embarrassed, Hamel still had to agree. Yes, that's right. Then Gustavi stood menacingly before Leon, surprising him. Is this the leader of the Steel Nail mercenaries? Suddenly, he sincerely bowed his head in a sign of respect. I apologize. Your skills are worthy of a B rank. We misjudged you. It's our fault for not behaving properly and causing trouble. With Leon still looking confused, Gustavi continued, to be honest, we're just upset that your name is still at B despite the effort. Moreover, 4 of us have to share a car with you. Well, you get to travel with a beauty, so we are quite jealous. I apologize for my attitude towards you. Gustav's surprising honesty made Karen burst into laughter. Leon was still stunned and wide-eyed. After a while, he reached out his hand. From now on, let's travel together. The light from Leon's face shone so brightly that Hamel had to shield his eyes. Even Leonid couldn't help admiring the scene. This is the demeanor of a powerful warrior. Quickly, Gustav shook hands with him. With a solemn tone, he affirmed, I truly owe you. I won't forget this debt. Leon was still unaccustomed to Gustav's way of speaking. No, there's no need for that. Not letting him refuse, Gustav quickly interrupted. It's very important in life to repay a comrade's kindness. Even if you don't accept, I will still return the favor and wait and see. In an instant, Hamel and Leonid's joyful shouts echoed across the field. Great, let's drink all night tonight. Under the moonlight, the clinking of glasses filled the entire meadow. Immediately after, Gustav and Hamel repeatedly urged Leon to drink more. Finally, he joined in on this party. After just a few drinks, Leon was already tipsy. Karen only sat by and observed the lively scene, which turned into chaos within moments until morning. Just looking at Leon passed out, Karen teased, if everyone knew he got so drunk, they would burst out laughing. It seems last night's party made him lose all sense of direction. After reconciling with the mercenaries, the atmosphere of the caravan became much more relaxed. Surprisingly, the profits were quite small, but Leon learned how to deal with those mountain brains. According to Hansen, this caravan came from the north. Where they went, they might face those mountain brains multiple times, so he needed more information. Not just Hansen, every mercenary Leon met boasted about their tricks against the monsters. After probing enough, he slowly thanked them for answering. He said the best answer he could despite the difficult question. Without hesitation, Leonid asked, Can I ask you something else? What's your relationship with her? This sudden question made Leon blink in surprise. In the carriage, Karen was deep asleep despite the sunlight shining through. Meanwhile, Leon pondered their relationship with his seniors. Leon nervously asked back, Why did you suddenly ask such questions? Leonic teasingly asked, What are you hiding? Clearly, a man and woman sharing the same carriage. Hansen quickly chimed in. Of course, if you say that, just hearing it made you blush. Not at all. While Leon was still blushing, Hamel quickly interrupted. Should we call this a senior-subordinate intimate relationship? Because both of them have extremely similar movements, it doesn't look like they're just respecting each other and neither is affected by their status difference. Isn't he Hamel? Before changing his profession, he was a forester, so Hamel's observation skills are quite good. Just thinking about how he could spot the similarities in our movements with just one look. After some thought, Leon regained composure and began to explain. We became close after working on a mission together. We don't have any feelings like you think. But to continue teasing him, both Leonic Hazen and Hamel spoke in unison. So it's still not the case? Leon tried to deny it. That's not how it is. Karen overheard their conversation and was so embarrassed she covered her face with a blanket. After talking with the Hamel group, he slowly told himself, with an rank veteran involved and the mission still uncertain, but entangled in rumors of a B-rank soldier having a relationship with a potential love interest. No matter who saw us, we look like a typical Margot. There's no doubt that Leon will be misunderstood as pinching a girl's dress and supported to pass this mission. Inside, he thought, so it seems there's only one way out. I can't afford to be lazy. Leon has limited time off the horse. It's during meal breaks and short rest periods, making efficient use of that brief time. In the quiet atmosphere, a very noticeable sound suddenly rang out. At the same moment, several drops of fresh red blood appeared on the ground. Turns out Leon was bleeding from blocking a massive sword strike. Finally, he managed to push Gustav's huge sword off his shoulder. The merchants in the caravan couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. What? Sword tip? For leader Gustav, that Leon guy. Impressive, he didn't flinch and even challenged the leader to a fight. After the battle, Gustav praised Didi despite being heavily injured, but Leon tried to decline. I didn't accept it. I blocked it. Moreover, he had no intention of continuing the fight. How many people can do this? Although there was no technique involved, I used all my strength. I never expected that. Let me take care of this one instead. Hearing Gustav say that, he fell back and said he deeply regretted his decision. Leon's words made him laugh heartily. What? The more I interact with you, the more I like you. Using strength and speed to fight against strength and speed. That's a pretty foolish decision in sword fighting. If this were a real battle in the next moment, you wouldn't have time to defend yourself and would be dead. Following Gustav's back, Leon softly said, "Thank you for accepting my challenge. It was a valuable lesson. He's an extremely tough opponent. Gustavi is a high B-rank mercenary and lower rank." Immediately replying, "Don't worry, I have plenty of free time. Fighting someone as experienced as you, there's no more time for leisure. From now on, we'll head into the forest. If we make too much noise in the forest, those annoying ones will surround us." Leon's voice immediately turned serious. How long to get out of the forest? About 2 seconds pause. Gustav calmly replied, "Who knows, it might take for days, at most 5 if everything goes well." He curiously asked, "Can we fight the monsters then?" Without hesitation, he confirmed, "Of course. But I'm not sure if they'll attack our small caravan. If there are intermediate level monsters in that area, they will definitely ambush us." Hearing this, Leon grasped the key point: if they were intermediate monsters. After some thought, Gustav slowly said that in this area, it might be giant centipedes. The name made him worry. Centipedes. To help Leon understand better, he continued describing. Giant centipedes grow to about 4 to 5 meters tall compared to other species. Their bodies are quite agile despite the beer belly in descriptions. Some centipedes have excellent climbing skills. Next, Leon shouted anxiously, "Centipedes climbing trees. This is too familiar with that reaction." Gustav calmly said that those who haven't seen it firsthand might not believe it. Giant centipedes often behave like humans in the forest. Leon had some knowledge about centipedes, but what Gustav told him was entirely new. Instead of fighting alone, they travel in groups and use the centipedes to help with their attacks. Such information is hard to gather unless one has experienced it themselves. This can't be taught at the academy. After thorough learning, Leon silently marveled. He was really lucky to get here. A few days later, Arnold spoke seriously. From now on, the Bull Group will enter the forest. Those performing support tasks, please fulfill your duties. As they entered the forest, Leon thought, finally out of those dull, icy areas and heading to the monster forest. Great, focus now. Despite being ready for battle, Karen remained calm. What's going on? Time to work. Leon carefully looked around. From now on, we start entering the forest. We don't know what kind of monsters will attack us. Seeing this, she calmly explained, "Young one, we haven't gone deep yet. Nothing will happen. We'll wait until dawn or early morning tomorrow. So rest." After Karen finished speaking, he shyly replied, "Sorry, yes." Then Leon began to relax. Since Karen said so, he was still affected by the echo from his battle with Gustav's leader. He needed to return to perfect state before fighting monsters. After a while, dawn gradually appeared in the sky. The caravan continued moving through the forest. Meanwhile, Hamel was resting on top of a carriage. Suddenly, an unfamiliar scent entered his nose. Hamel quickly opened his eyes and heightened his vigilance. In an instant, he stood up and drew his bow. Hamel confidently shot a light arrow into the sky. The arrow exploded and emitted a bright glow. This light made everyone in the caravan clearly see the centipedes gathering nearby, an ambush. Next, Karen told Leon to go. Young one, as if a breeze, he followed her closely and replied, "Yes." On top of the carriage, Hamel strongly drew his bow or arrows. In an instant, he shot 3 arrows at once. Hamel's arrows quickly felled several goblins. Seeing this, Gustav praised seriously, "Good job, Hamel, now it's our turn." Next, he loudly called out, "Charge." Immediately, the Steel Claw team members charged into battle. The scene made Leon think, this is different from that tricky reconnaissance mission. He always had to fight alone before, but now they must stand together. This is a completely different offensive strategy. Suddenly, Gustav turned and saw Leon's determined expression. Worriedly, he called out, "Leon." Unbelievably, Gustav shook his head in disappointment. "Did you fight like this for the first time?" Next, Gustav loudly called to Leon on his right. Leon immediately regained his composure. Without hesitation, he charged forward. Yes, that's it. Try it if you've never done it before. In an instant, Leon swiftly dodged the goblins. With one sword strike, he cleared them all. Just finishing his attack, Leon realized this feeling during training in the forest. He had fought centipedes with Elsie too, but now he could defeat them much more easily. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Progress. After a while, Gustav's voice rang out, "Defend our position. Archer, the ones on the trees are for you." Archer quickly replied, "Leader, we'll handle the rear." Another member of the group followed suit. "Good job, leave it to us." The team spirit made Leon impressed inside. Amazing, top-notch, incredible, so cool. But most of all, he paused for about 2 seconds, then turned and saw Gustav bravely decimating a large group with just one swing. Leon was surprised. That sword, how could he swing it so easily in the middle of the forest? Amazing. Should I try? While thinking, Leon suddenly bumped into Rascal. Sorry. Seeing this, Ben quickly rushed to remind him, "Rascal, be careful, you might bump into each other." And indeed, Leon kept bumping into others. Sorry. His apologetic voice echoed repeatedly. Sorry. Sorry. After a while, Leon retreated to a corner. He was just clumsy. Lacking experience, it's tough. If he continued fighting, Leon would only get in everyone's way. He needs to learn how to maintain an appropriate distance with his teammates. Is focusing solely on maintaining Leon's mana sense okay? Focus without getting in the way of others. Find opportunities while keeping a safe distance. In the next moment, Leon seized the opportunity to protect everyone. The chance was gone. Ben paused and said, "Well, thanks for the scolding." Without hesitation, he replied, "No problem." Karen witnessed this scene. More progress, Leon. The light from Hamel's arrow has faded away. The last goblin's corpse lay scattered on the ground. Gustav cheered, "Good job. It seems we've eliminated them all." After wiping out the goblins, no one was injured, just some trouble. Recon team members will need to cover our rear, so let's rest in the wagons now. Leon, can you stay a bit longer? There's another task for you. Join us. With curiosity, Leon asked, "Yes, what is it about?" He immediately answered, "A love hunt." Still confused, he repeated, "Love hunt." Then Karen approached and joined the conversation. It seems the escort changed to capture a love creature. Despite Gustav's slight fear of her power, He tried to explain. Yes, we discussed and got permission from the caravan master. But you know, the attitude of love creatures towards strong and weak is very different. For example, when facing someone like they would flee immediately. Before Gustav could say more, Karen said in a serious tone, "That means, I don't need to do anything." Her serious demeanor made him pale. Dang, just an example. If you don't want to, we can skip this hunt. Then she turned and asked Leon, "What about you, Leon?" Leon was surprised. "Why are you asking me?" To clarify, she quickly added, "It's the love creature. You've never faced one before, right? If you seized this chance to try taking them down, how would that be?" Love creatures usually live in swamps, dominating their environment with regeneration and ferocity. They are often featured in stories. Their appearance is different from other monsters too. If Leon gets a chance to fight one, he will gain much because the 7-star sword's purifying ability won't work against mere humans. Thinking of this, images of soldiers suffering under the 7-star sword's glow flashed in his mind. Instead, it would be effective on creatures with many bizarre abilities. After some thought, Leon finally decided, "I'll do it." It seemed Karen had anticipated this answer. "I knew that. I'm treated like the last heart of this maidenhood trial." "That's good. No need to fight." Leon mentally wondered, "Am I fighting a giant?" Despite this, Karen confidently said, "If you agree to those terms, I'll cooperate with you in hunting the giant. What do you think? If Leon eliminates the giant, let him pay for it too." Gustav agreed easily. "Sounds good. I've already talked to the caravan master about this." Amidst the dark forest glowing with trading light, they continued their journey out of the woods. Sitting in the wagon, Leon said, "It's been for days since we entered this forest, facing love creatures on day 1 and 2, then bows." As he spoke, images of goblins' brutality flashed through his mind. Then Leon softly sighed, "I don't know what kind of monster will attack us next." Hearing this, Karen replied slowly, "It doesn't matter how you see them. Their forms are always bizarre. Even as monsters, they at least know fear." He immediately agreed with her. "Right, because they usually attack day and night. We haven't even traveled half the distance yet." Considering this, could the giants order them to do this? All the creatures in the forest are behind them. Although their attacks aren't too formidable, the best thing now is to defeat those controlling them. Suddenly, Leon wonders if there's any chance that the giants won't attack after all this. Without hesitation, Karen replies, "It's tough." Before she could finish speaking, her eyes widened in horror as though she saw something terrible. "Maybe." Leon doesn't understand what's happening. He asks Han abruptly, "What's going on, leader?" Turns out, a huge rock had been thrown into the caravan without anyone noticing. Everyone quickly panics. What's happening? A giant rock suddenly fell from the sky. He died instantly. No one was killed in the ambush before, but 3 people died this time. The only one capable of doing this is Ben, who just mentioned him. The blindfolded member had just perished. Leon angrily clenches the blindfold in his hand. Then Karen rushes out to give instructions. "They're here. Let's get ready." As soon as she finishes speaking, another rock flies straight towards them. The caravan members scream in terror. It's definitely the giants. They're throwing rocks and they keep falling. Be careful of the aftershocks. We don't know where it will land. We're doomed. Seeing this, Leon grips his sword, ready to break the rock. He thinks a rock was thrown from several miles away. It's like a stone cannon attack. Meanwhile, Gustav's voice rings out. "Disperse as much as possible. Move quickly and avoid them." Lost in thought, Leon doesn't hear him. Can the solar eclipse cut such a large rock? Maybe it can? No, definitely not. Before he could draw his sword, Gustav had already flown over to scold. Everyone calm down. In an instant, he used his massive sword to block the rock. Gustav grits his teeth as if using all his strength. The next second, he cleaved the giant rock in two. Everyone is stunned by this scene. Seeing Gustav fall, they worry, Leader Gustav. But he still has enough strength to give orders. Schemesei agrees, use blood and good archery to protect the merchant group. retreat to a hidden place. The adventurers, be wary of the monsters that can attack from any direction. Impressed, Leon praises him. Great job. Gustav calms everyone down instantly and moves them perfectly in order. Just as he thinks this, footsteps are heard from nearby bushes. It's the goblins, Tron, and kobolds who have arrived. Their appearance immediately makes Gustav anxious. Damn it. At this rate, we won't finish until forever. We must prioritize eliminating the giants first. No more delay. He commands Hamel, Hansen, take for mercenaries and find where the giants are. Attack them as soon as you locate them. Make sure they can't throw any more rocks. Attack each one and eliminate them. Hamel and Hansen quickly comply. Yes, sir. With a serious tone, Karen calmly speaks up. Leader, we'll go to the farthest place from here. Hearing this, Gustav understands. Go to the farthest location. Do you know where it is? Alright, I'll protect it for you. She rushes off. Let's go, Leon. Just a short distance later, several goblin warriors suddenly attack with full force. Karen isn't afraid. Instead, she becomes more excited than ever. To block our path, these small creatures are really bold. With Leon's shocked gaze, she ruthlessly eliminates them. They continue to race forward. A few seconds later, Karen calmly announces, "We're almost there. Let's go." Hearing this, Leon looks worried. After a while, they both stop. In front of Leon and Karen is a giant holding a massive rock in his hand. Quickly, Karen says, "I'll hold them off from behind. Just go all out. Fighting the giant, you need to be careful." At this moment, Leon is formulating plans in his mind. The mercenaries adjusted and controlled their spacing, approaching the demon's vision before he could notice. Then, exploiting his weakness of not fully covering his peripheral vision. With a strategy in mind, Leon launched an attack, the light filtering through. The beam from his sword made the demon flinch in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Leon swooped like a gust of wind. Good, he'll finish him off in one swift move. Unfortunately, unbeknownst to Leon, small stones had injured him, revealing that the demon had escaped his purified light. The demon threw dirt and rocks at Leon, losing sight, using this to prevent Leon's advance. Shielding himself while determined, Leon needed to overcome this no matter what. No matter what, he was resolved to defeat him. A cut across Leon's cheek startled him. Leon stared intently into the demon's glowing red eyes. Had it regained its sight, the recovery speed was unbelievable. But the demon acted as if nothing happened, full of vitality, pulling out a large trident from behind. Leon stood still, facing the demon. He examined the ancient weapon in his hand, the trident. It's a trident, though it's rotten wood. Stepping on it would be fatal. The only time Leon could block such a direct hit was during sword fighting. From now on, he couldn't make any mistakes. Deciding to charge at the demon's large belly, go. Before approaching, he tried to lower his trident, making Leon jump back. But that wasn't enough to deter him. Leon continued advancing. He was faster than expected. If he wanted to fight him again, according to plan, Leon tried to approach Yuding but was always attacked from the direction he moved. He didn't give up. Leon was determined to get closer. At this moment, Yuding prepared an old trick. It dug up a layer of dirt, then threw it at Leon, surprising him and making him dodge. Taking advantage of Leon's distraction, the demon gave him a stab. Luckily, Leon had dodged in time. Damn! He was using one hand to wield the trident while attacking with dirt from the other. Very troublesome. Leon couldn't get closer. He needed 2 more steps for his sword. With no choice, Leon decided to try an unmastered technique. Yuding observed Leon focusing on aura collection. Not understanding, it continued advancing and attacking its target. Knowing that the demon was targeting when Leon focused on aura, he could use his large body for an attack, but that's exactly what he wanted. Seizing the opportunity as Yuding approached, Leon launched a solar eclipse, severing one of its legs. Then both its arm and leg fell off. Leon used the solar eclipse technique, a physical attack with superheated aura. The demon screamed in pain from the severed leg. Seeing no way to fight back, it fled. Leon gritted his teeth, running away after going too far? They had used weaker demons as distractions. And you're just showing off your destructive power without realizing if you can die. With people like you, we won't let you die in vain. No one should die uselessly. Fueled by aura, Leon's hand gathered the energy. He shouted angrily, "Monster," and that power chase after the demon. He launched an attack, starting garbage. A beam of light spread across the forest, then exploded. The demon was split in two. The head was the prettiest part, while the rest would be unforgettable. Leon sat down panting. He did it. Thought he might slip, but thanks for not slipping. Unlike Solar Eclipse, where Leon only needed to focus on his sword, he didn't think Marek's technique would consume so much aura. Even with perfect conditions, he couldn't use it again now due to the current aura amount. Karen appeared exclaiming, "You really defeated him. Enough, Surefire, our amazing hero. I blocked his escape route just in case." Leon replied, "Are you trying to say you did that for no reason?" Karen answered, "Of course not. Well done, boy." Leon continued thinking it wasn't fully mastered, but using the Elsa technique he learned, relying only on his own strength. And without any help from anyone, Leon accomplished this. Just thinking about it was enough to cheer him up. Suddenly Leon fell back, then collapsed under Karen's encouragement. She smiled at Leon. "You must be exhausted after that technique. Don't worry, boy. Your mentor will take over the rest." Then Karen patted Leon encouragingly. "Well done, Leon." In a daze, Leon wondered when he fell asleep. This feeling of relief, it had been a long time, but suddenly Leon opened his eyes wide awake. He began inner conflict. Leon didn't have the time to lie down now. Time wasn't on anyone's side. He gritted his teeth. He was sure the demon was getting stronger. Leon appears right in front of him. He can't lose, Leon. Seeing that figure, Leon wakes up immediately. His eyes gaze into the distance, breathing heavily as if just waking from a nightmare. Leon's bones crack loudly as he struggles with pain, his body aching as if struck by lightning. Unable to bear the pain, Leon slumps down, knowing he won't recover in one day. Leon's trembling hands reach into his clothes. He has this. He was given it for times like these. Leon tightly holds onto the holy thread and closes his eyes, reciting a prayer to heal. Instantly, his entire body feels strong again. Leon is extremely surprised. The effect is even better than he thought. It completely removes all fatigue from his body. Leon thinks of Cesare. He said it was just a normal item. "Thank you, sir." Karen appears at this moment, looking down at Leon. "You're awake now? Are you okay moving like that?" Leon replies, "The holy artifact given by him has fully recovered me." "What happened?" "I'll explain what happened after I sleep. Go!" Hearing this, Karen recounts their successful hunt for the superior demons. "I thought it was only enough to defeat half of them, but we did better than that. We caught 3 out of 4 of them. And the one who escaped was quickly defeated, so they won't dare return to this forest again." Leon furrows his brows in anger. "I thought so too because they were just the weakest ones." Karen smiles at Leon. "Now that they've lost a lot of troops, until they regain their numbers, they won't be able to block our path anymore." After walking for a while, they see the fallen demons on the ground. "What is this?" Karen answers, "The kill of the demons, including the one you killed, making a total of 3 if we trade them for gold. It would be worth about 90 gold coins." Leon exclaims in surprise, "Are demons really that valuable?" Karen explains, "Their blood is a basic ingredient for high-grade poisons. That's why mages often buy their bodies. We're discussing this now. The demon underling I caught might only be worth half the price. Their bodies are cut in half, and half of the most valuable blood is already gone, leaving us with 15 gold coins out of 30. Leon looks pale with fear, saying nothing but "I'm sorry." Karen then angrily leaves, scolding him, "You're an idiot, foolish. The first one was attacked by 4 different weapons. The second one I think I know who killed it. It was the mercenary leader Gustav." At this moment, a voice rings out. "Miss Karen and Mr. Leon, are you here?" Karen jumps up in surprise, turning around. "Sir, it's Arnold." He encourages them. "Both of you did very well last night. I'm referring to how Leon defeated a demon and how Miss Karen stopped the others from escaping. Karen modestly replies, "We only did what was asked of us." Arnold continues, "That's also a good action." Leon then asks, "How many casualties were there?" Hearing this, both just stare at him without saying anything. At this moment, Arnold quietly answers, 8 people died and 21 were injured. We didn't have any serious injuries, but a few will stay behind in the next village." Hearing Arnold's words, Leon's hand tightens with anger. The guild will help organize a memorial service so everything will go smoothly. "Sir, what about the money for the demons?" Leon looks down in pain and Karen feels a bit hesitant. Noticing this, Arnold quickly speaks up to ease the situation. "Of course we'll give you 2, because 1 love bug is worth about 30 gold coins. But their bodies are cut in half and there's not much blood left. I'll still give you 30 gold. Karen offers a price of 15 gold, which should be enough. Arnold hesitates and replies, "Sorry." No, Karen remains firm with her opinion. "I usually don't like haggling, so 15 gold is enough." Arnold tries to negotiate, but she still can give him 25 gold. Seeing this, Karen finally agrees. Alright, they leave with full pockets, but Leon remains suspicious. "Why are you refusing the money? I think we could get more than that." Karen confidently responds, "Foolish boy, why do you think they offered a good price for them? If we owe someone, we must repay their kindness later, because now I'm with Leon on this journey. There's no reason to owe anyone else." At that moment, an arm reaches out. It's Gustav. "Did you plan this? I'm glad you're not hurt anywhere." Leon exclaims. "Leader." He looks at Leon with a fond gaze and says, "From now on, just call me Gustav or brother when we work together. By the way, Leon, what technique did you use to kill that love bug?" The cut looked different from a normal sword wound. "I was curious about it, so I waited until you woke up." Leon answers, "It's just an ordinary and unfinished skill." Gustav blushes and stammers, "I understand. Forgive me." Leon forgives him and asks, how are your teammates?" Hearing Leon's concern, Gustav is surprised. He tells Leon about his team's condition. They're fine. Hansen and Hamel only have minor injuries, and Leonik is as strong as ever. Saying this, he pats Leon's head to comfort him. "Don't think too much about it. Anyone in such a dangerous job is ready to die. Many carry the will of those who passed on with them. Even if you're the greatest hero, similar things can still happen." Saying this, he waves goodbye and walks away. Leon smiles helplessly as Gustav's figure fades. Karen approaches to comfort him. Feeling guilty or sad about someone's death is normal, but those feelings are for the living. They drive your heart forward. Even if you're the greatest hero, similar things can still happen. She continues patting Leon's head. "Elsie once told me that a person driven by responsibility won't last long. It's belief and values throughout life rather than a fuel that will run out one day." Karen speaks up, "Oh, Leon, did you know anything about the dessert?" Leon looks surprised. "Yeah, the dessert. The dessert, an area covered by sand instead of silt. It rarely rains here, and temperatures at night are much higher than during the day. For living creatures, this is a very harsh environment. To cross these vast dunes, nomads not only have to face survival issues, but also fight against countless monsters." Karen says slowly, "That's what I know. But the desert at the border isn't that big. We can cross it in a week by carriage." Hearing this, Leon curiously asks, "Is that really a desert? So how many days will it take to reach the desert from here? We don't need to stay in the village for too long." A moment later, she softly replies, "Right, at this speed, probably about 5. Leon immediately thinks, "Elsie must have woken up by now. I haven't heard from her in a month and it's really missing." Next moment, Karen happily says. The next second, Karen joyfully says, "Oh, finally, we've left the forest behind." After a long journey on the road, the trading party stopped at the desert. In the carriage, Leon was intently searching. Where did I put the map? Suddenly, his sword emitted an impressive magical aura. The power grew stronger with each moment. In an instant, Elsie flew out from the sword. Ah, back again. Its sudden appearance startled Leon. who screamed in alarm. He couldn't believe it and stammered, "Elsie." After 3 months apart, Elsie looked at Leon with a smile. Then he called out, "Elsie." Leon's silence left Elsie confused. "What is it? Did you forget how to get out?" Angered, he shouted, making me jump. "Why are you doing this?" Grumbling, his teeth clenched. "A month has passed. Think about it, if it were you, and you had to sleep in a dungeon for a whole month, wouldn't you want to forget everything?" Finally, Leon understood. That's right. His attitude changed significantly since Elsid hadn't woken up yet. "I wish we could go back 1 month ago. It wasn't far behind either, it was squeezing me hard. Just meeting and my hard-earned disciple is already scolding me. If that were the case, even if you were beaten to a pulp by that evil bishop, you would still be grateful to me. In my time, the master was king." "Don't behave so rudely." Without any warning, Leon rebutted. "So, do you treat your master like this too?" Unfortunately, Elsie wasn't affected by his words. "No, I learned on my own and didn't have a master." "Alright, enough joking around. Everything has been fine for the past month, hasn't it? Tell me what happened in the last month." With great confidence, Leon quickly agreed. "Okay." In the quiet space, Elsie's terrified voice echoed. "Cardinal Cesare has discovered your identity, and the imposter is now my partner." Mentioning Karen, Leon quickly explained, "If it was her, that wouldn't be a problem. She's a good assassin. I trust her personally." Elsie agreed. If what he said was true, she had no reason to betray him. For an inexperienced warrior, an assassin is the most dangerous enemy, and she could make up for his lack of experience and skills. "And you, have you made any progress? You didn't just sit around all winter, did you?" Having waited for this moment, he asked bluntly, "Why don't you check yourself?" Leon's attitude made Elsid suspicious. Was he really confident? After snapping his fingers, a notification appeared. "Leon, bullying master level 28, strength D, endurance D, agility D, or D, intermediate swordsmanship skill level 7, Roderick level 4, physical body stage 3, intermediate aura user level 3, beginner swordsmanship starting level 1. The information on the screen left him speechless. Even Leon was surprised. His stats had surpassed his own. Only by testing would they know their true strength. But no, Leon hadn't been idle for months. He thought to himself, but training from the academy always has limits. Leon didn't think any of Leon's training could be harsher than him. Despite his worries, Elsie dismissed it without hesitation, insisting it was a system glitch. "Whose stats are these? They're not yours." Her denial made him extremely frustrated. "Hey," ignoring Leon's frustration, Elsie continued, "Or maybe I slept for 2 to 3 months instead of 1. After a heated argument, she finally acknowledged seriously, "You really worked hard while I wasn't here, didn't you? You've reached level 1 already. Surely you learned another movement too." Mentioning this, Leon recalled something. That was what Elsie had shown him before. Currently, he could only use Morocco. Smiling, Elsie praised, "But it exceeded my expectations. Maybe you have a natural talent for learning." "Well, whatever the case, all of this is thanks to me. I just want to salvage this useless disciple of mine." I didn't expect it would shock Leon so much that he lost his composure. What a wonderful master. Huh? Right now, you only want to bring it closer. I suddenly feel grateful. The next moment, Elsid caught a foul smell in the air. "But that sand really smells terrible. Where are we exactly? Traveling by carriage like this would be quite far." Hearing that, Leon started recounting. "You said we need to go to Titan Mountain, right? We're heading there now. We received a request for escort from a merchant caravan." Elsid immediately replied, "Not me, but across the desert. Why take such a long route?" Its comment left him confused. "What did you say? It might be time-consuming, but I think there's no shorter way." After looking at the map, Elsid opened his eyes wide in surprise. Elsid angrily exclaimed, "Hold on a minute. This is supposed to be a desert. Why are you yelling?" Leon explained, "It's still a desert. Over 100 years ago, it was like that too." Elsid continued, 300 years ago, this used to be vast grasslands with almost no climate change. How could it have become a desert now?" This can't be a natural transformation. Someone turned this place into a desert. Leon asked in surprise, is that possible? At this thought, his voice grew more serious. If the incident happened recently, we could investigate, but it's been too long. People have disguised it as a natural climate change site. Artificial desertification. Even with a powerful spell to destroy an entire city, it would be hard to turn such a large area into a desert. We can't be sure what happened, but Elcid is certain we should investigate this suspicious scent here. Leon grew more serious too. Elsie, you're definitely involved with humans. Just as he was worried, it suddenly said, who knows? It's been too long. Even if you want to investigate now, there's no way. Just do what needs to be done. Elcid's hint made Leon frustrated and shouted, why are you telling me this? Are you bored? Thinking about it, they had been together for nearly half a year, but the absence felt so much more noticeable now. After a heated argument, Leon finally said sincerely, glad to have you back, Elsie. Karen noticed Leon talking to himself and stopped looking angry. The next morning, the caravan continued their journey through the hot desert. Sitting in the carriage, Karen kept complaining about how hot it was. Suddenly, she glared at Leon. It turned out that Leon's cheerful expression had caught her attention. She asked curiously, Leon, why do you look so happy? Is there something good happening? He didn't answer but looked outside quietly. Maybe because Elsie is back? Noticing this, he said, it's probably because its absence has made me feel so empty. Suddenly, the caravan leader announced, stop here for the night. We'll reverse the carriages against the wind and make a fire to cook dinner. Leon asked in surprise, now? Karen explained, it's colder and harsher at night in the desert than you think. If your body isn't allowed to cool down gradually, you might suffer from heat shock. She then went outside and said, let's go. Leon turned to Elsie, we should too. His call didn't catch Elsie's attention. Elsie. Meanwhile, she was silently lamenting. The desert, there's no trace of the grasslands in Elsie's memory anymore. I can't believe 300 years passed so slowly. She realized this after a while. Sorry, it seems like she's calling you. That night, as everyone sat by the fire, they called out to Leon, hurry up. Hamel happily gestured for Leon. Karen, over here, there's stewed meat. Delicious. Seeing this, Elsie became more aware of their cheerful conversation. Gustav's relaxed gestures towards him also seemed fitting, with Hamel and Hansen giving him kind looks. Line 60 is exactly the same as line 59. Just from these images, Elsie understood she regrets things that didn't happen. Whether it's grassland or desert, what can you do about it? After all, those truly living in this era are us. Not Elsie, but you, Leon. After some playtime, the fire had died down. Everyone went to rest inside their wagons. As Leon slept soundly, he suddenly opened his eyes for a reason. Without hesitation, Leon sat up. What's going on? What kind of feeling is this? I don't know when, but Karen had woken up. She signaled him to be quiet. With a mysterious tone, Leon whispered, Karen? Karen used her power to scout the surroundings. Turns out there are some people moving around underground. Then she spoke up. They called me quite a lot. What do you plan to do? Leon calmly asked back. The enemy, right? Hearing this, Karen immediately replied, yes, but there's no sign of life from them. So when they got close to the tent, I only realized that they didn't want a fight. Then he asked, what about the guards outside? Karen whispered, they're approaching us through underground tunnels unless experienced defenders sense ground movements. The others are hard to spot. They're moving towards the goods. I guess after stealing, they'll retreat on their own. Leon, what do you plan to do? My mind is racing with thoughts. Should I shout and alert everyone? No, they're at a disadvantage since the enemy is already very close. Plus, we can't guarantee that everyone was asleep without weapons. Waking up might not prepare them for battle. Suddenly, Elsie whispered, if they had to face the caravan guards, their chances of winning are 0. That's why they chose a secret approach without disturbing us. The excitement in him is strange and confusing. Leon, why do you seem so excited? Elsie didn't hide it. It's been a long time since we had a fight. Finally, my foolish student has reached this level. Hearing that, he was speechless. Yes, ma'am. Then Leon added more information. Sister, how many of them are there? Karen quickly counted, 14 approaching the cargo box and 22 surrounding the wagon. I sense that number. Although the enemy isn't good at fighting, they have an advantage in numbers and familiarity with desert terrain. A clumsy fight will only put them in a worse position. In an instant, Leon had a plan. Karen. With just one call, Karen knew what to do. Outside, the thieves continued moving closer to the cargo area without knowing what awaited them. Unfortunately, Karen appeared on top of the wagon. She didn't want the thieves to notice her. From above, she began summoning magic. In an instant, Karen used unsummoned multidimensional spells, aura weapons, and breath attacks. Her thorny plants pierced the ground, causing pain to the thieves who emerged from the sand. One thief was so shocked he couldn't even scream. That's when they saw Leon on top of the wagon. He used his sword to summon light and shined it directly at the thieves. At the same time, Leon shouted loudly, "They're trying to rob the cargo box." Hearing Rob, the spirits woke up quickly. Everyone rushed out, "Wake up!" But they didn't expect Leon's actions. The thieves hesitated for a long time. In an instant, Gustav fiercely charged forward. "Don't stand there, move in." Everyone rushed into battle, but unfortunately, two of them managed to sneak away unnoticed. Molly fumed, if not for that witch's ambush. Then he loudly ordered, "Withdraw, retreat." Gustav shouted, "They're running, don't let them escape." Karen chased after, "Hey, you there with the fleeing thieves? Give us back our goods before you run away." She controlled the garm to fly straight at Molly. Amazingly, he caught Karen's garm without any trouble. Molly was fuming, cutting through clouds. Leon was surprised by this, seeing how he managed to catch her dagger with one hand. Surprised by Gustav and Karen, Molly burrowed underground and successfully escaped. Her eyes showed surprise at his strength. Gustav anxiously shouted, "The enemy is retreating. Leon, they're heading towards you." Following his words, Leon and Elsie looked down, seeing the thieves approaching quickly. Seeing this, Elsie thought, "Now then, I'll see what that foolish disciple of hers can do." As she turned around, Elsie was surprised to see Leon hesitating, his sword emitting a massive magical aura. At this moment, Leon silently pondered using the seven seal technique with his sword here. He could kill 10 more, but they weren't monsters and didn't seem like they were at death's door. They were just robbers. He couldn't turn this into a massacre on one side. Leon's mature thoughts surprised Elsie. Of course, it was worth thinking about. Then she softly said, "It doesn't matter if I hesitate. After all, there are no answers to these questions. You're a hero, not a murderer. Even if you kill them or eliminate evil in the name of justice, you must find your own answer. There are common standards for right and wrong, but Leon couldn't create his own standard on who should be punished. Killing them because he couldn't forgive these robbers without killing them or enlightening them with words and actions. If all this comes from a straight mind, the right thing to do is just how people think." After understanding, Leon sheathed his sword. He thought to himself, Leon's value isn't complete yet. He'll find his own answer. In an instant, the thieves were tied up and kneeling. They were well guarded and couldn't do anything. Inside the tent, Arnold announced, "During the raid, some goods were stolen." Gustav loudly asked, "Really?" The robbers ran away without resisting. What did they steal? When did they take the goods? Karen calmly answered him. One of them, he seemed like the leader. He appeared calm. Perhaps he stole the goods before the battle started. He did it secretly and escaped my notice. Strange looking at him. He doesn't seem skilled. Did he borrow skills from an item or something? Anyway, we caught many of them, so that's fortunate. Hearing her say this, everyone thought simultaneously, why did they all come at the same time? They should have sent one person. Leon fell into deep thought. Besides Molly escaping notice with an item's help, he easily caught Karen's garm. Molly isn't ordinary. As he said this, Arnold shuddered. Because they stole the important cargo containers. Gustav replied immediately. A chase? What are you thinking, Himmel? Despite everyone discussing, He continued to stare blankly as if his soul had been taken away and couldn't be brought back. After a while, Hamel worriedly said, "The trail in the desert vanished instantly. So if you accept that, we'll set out before sunrise. A night bidding farewell to the mountain desert territory is a vague place. For me, even starting now, our chances of catching them have halved. Fortunately, Karen had a plan. We can chase after them. I left a scent on that one to track them down." Her words gave Arnold hope again. "Alright, we'll reward you generously." Hearing about the money made Karen jump with joy. "Alright, Leon will definitely follow. And we need Mr. Hamel." Mr. Hamel blushes and confirms, "I'll give my life for her." Karen. Then Arnold gave Karen a compass. "She'll need this." This compass intrigues her. A compass? It should be broken already? Predicting the question, he immediately explains, "The stolen cargo can't be distinguished from regular cargo. This compass has a hidden spell to react only to the cargo we're searching for. The needle will point accurately if the cargo is 10 meters away from her." Without hesitation, Hamel prepares to set off. This will be a race against time until sunrise. "Let's go, Karen." "Leon." The three of them dash through the desert like whirlwinds. From behind, Gustav thinks they have an agreed member with them, so they won't be at a disadvantage in battle. Whether or not we catch them, everyone is on edge to boost morale. He loudly complains, "Alright, we can't repeat this mistake of 100% vigilance." "Don't look at me like that." The rest of the group agrees in unison. "Yes, sir." After traveling for a while, Karen starts using magic. She follows the direction the magic is guiding and notices the scent disappearing. She speeds up. In the tense moment, Elsie praises him like he's a wolf being tamed. "Has your jumping skill improved? You're really keeping up with her in this desert terrain." Leon gasps and curses. "Shut up, I'm about to die here." Suddenly, Karen stops Hamel and him. They are standing at a strange canyon. "We're here." After landing in the canyon, Hamel marvels at the existence of such a canyon in the middle of the desert. Noticing Karen's silence, Leon curiously calls out to her. As expected, after observing for a moment, she realizes this wasn't naturally formed but made by humans, and it seems very old. Both Hamel and him agree in unison. Who could have done this? Karen slowly explains, "Yes, maybe it's 100 years old now. Look at something on the wall over there. It's worn out, so I can't be sure what it says." A moment later, Leon has an idea. "Wait a minute. 100 years ago means." Elsid quickly confirms, "You're right. This might be where the desertification of this area began." He doubts and asks back, could they have turned a fertile place into a desert by digging up the ground? After a while, he calmly denies, "Of course not. All mining areas are deserts anyway. This isn't just any place. It's the heart of the veins running through this grassland. Digging them up turned this land into a place where no seed can grow." Realizing the severity, Leon hesitates. Who destroyed these veins and why? Elsie takes it seriously too. "That's what you need to find out now." Then they continue exploring inside the canyon. In an instant, Karen speaks up. "Do you feel anything, Leon?" Leon nods immediately. "Yes." With a serious tone, she announces, "There are 3 of them in front of us, and behind them are over 100 more. Leon, what should we do?" Observing the destruction around, she sees the evidence of the robbers' expansion here. "I think the robbers found this abandoned place and are using it as their base to expand their power." Karen's eyes turn towards the heavy door far away, where danger awaits. Behind that door stand a few guards. There are hundreds of them. Karen's smug smile appears, and she asks a question that even she needs answered. "Should we eliminate all of them?" Hearing the terrifying number, Leon's face shows worry and contemplation. Does he need to kill everyone to complete his mission? Is it any different from carrying out a full-scale massacre? In the harsh space, a complaint echoes, cutting through his thoughts. "Hey, I heard we're just wasting our energy today. Oh, don't make me tired." We can see regret in their words. Half of our troops are dead, and those big shots got angry and killed 2 people. Of course, we shouldn't have touched the merchants. Groups of 5 or 6 travelers would have been better. One of them sounds like he's recalling something. Trying to remember, was it a few days ago? A family was begging us not to kill their children at least. The image of his only surviving child standing by the cold bodies of his parents in his memory. He continues with a dry sense of humor about the decision they all made that day. We let the kid go, and the other guy looked disappointed. Huh? Really? That's boring. The other man reacted irritably to the meaningless words of comfort, his voice sharp. What are you saying? If you leave a child alone in the desert, wouldn't it be interesting for them to slowly die from dehydration under the scorching sun? Maybe those words just got through to Leon. They made him look for reasons not to kill them, but now he doesn't need to anymore. Leon remembers what Elsie said, hesitating, but there's no answer anyway. You have to find your own answers, whether you're slaughtering or cleansing the wicked in the name of justice. As those two kept talking, they seemed to realize something. Leon swings his sword and ends their lives with a perfect strike. Solar eclipse, his eyes widen, his heartbeat changes. This is my answer. Elsie smiles contentedly at Leon's reaction. A confident voice announces the next action. Alright, let's go. Karen assesses that despite their weakness, they are still numerous and need to be dealt with quickly before being surrounded. Though just a bunch of small fry, there are many of them. Let's try to take care of as few as possible at the start. She takes the lead. I'll go first. Follow me. Without waiting for an answer, her figure vanishes among the dust clouds. Watching Karen fight with excitement, Hamill comments half serious, half amused. Karen, she seems to be having a great time. With their astonished eyes, Karen slices through them like a knife, quick and efficient. Those in her way are just sacks for her to execute. Dust and smoke fly everywhere. Wherever Karen goes, anyone there immediately disappears. One of the robbers recognizes Karen's appearance, showing shock and surprise. What? Isn't that the same guy from before? The fear makes him mutter curses. Hell, I need to tell the boss quickly. The robbers' painful cries echo as they are caught off guard. After a moment, silence returns. Only Karen's soft sighs can be heard. Enjoying the moment of relief from physical strain, she exclaims with joy. So refreshing, my body feels stiff because of lack of exercise. I need to move more or risk losing skills. Hamill looks at Karen and says helplessly, is she always like this? Leon nods slightly, yes. He mocks her. Good luck, skinless. Seeing the blood on his senior's face, Leon reminds her casually, Senior, there's blood on your face. He wipes the blood off Karen's face and her eyes flutter slightly. She didn't warn him and suddenly turned to Leon, her hand hovering over a stitch with a bit of shyness. Despite feeling awkward, Karen didn't say much more and ordered the two to follow. Let's go! Hamill teased him half-jokingly about it. What is this? You're close too, right? Good job. He was taken aback by this sudden comment. For some reason, he ended up in that conversation. Huh? Suddenly, what did Young say? He only smiled mysteriously. You'll find out later. Later, very long after. As they approached Dick, a door and two guards standing beside it came into view. Hamill peered inside, considering the approach, his compass indicating the direction. The stolen items must be there. I'll quietly slip in to check. Karen ordered the other two to handle the outer area before entering. You two enter after dealing with the guards. Without hesitation, Karen moved quickly and started moving forward. Hamill secretly assessed the girl's level, showing clear respect. I knew her rank was great, but she truly is extraordinary. He took a deep breath, prepared himself, and signaled for action. Alright, now let's start then. The arrow Hamill shot contained a bomb heading towards the door. The appearance of the bomb startled the two guards on duty. Meanwhile, some were trying to pry open a box. What? Why can't it be opened? Molly shouted at her subordinate in frustration. What? You useless bunch! Open it quickly! The others responded out of fear. Yes! Instantly, the door exploded, sending debris and smoke into the air. Molly sensed something was wrong, realizing the situation was bad and tried to calm down. What's going on? Are we ambushed? He looked at the destroyed door as if trying to figure out who ruined his plan. Leon appeared immediately with a sword in hand. Molly sized up the two people in front of her and tried to guess their identity. "You guys are from the merchant group, right?" Hamill replied, "This is us, bandits. We're here to reclaim what's ours." Molly carefully considered them, a swordsman and an archer. They arrived without any injuries, all B rank or higher. He couldn't fight them head-on. Finally, he decided to run first for his own safety, not daring to risk it, but behind him, the tomb guard had appeared from nowhere. "Now just run." The tomb guard gave Molly a swift blow to her foot, preventing her from running. Molly's painful cry echoed in the air as she fell down. The ominous voice of the tomb guard rang out. His sword stabbed into the ground. "Watch where you're going." The tomb guard's eyes flashed with coldness. "I was going to kill you. You got what you deserved for always." Molly immediately panicked, recognizing the familiar tone in those words. What? He felt the terrifying truth being revealed. The thing he thought was long buried. Tonight, his past will be known. No way, everyone who knew about his past is dead. Hold on, there's one person, someone who knew him for years ago and still lives. The tomb guard slowly removed the mask from his face. "Long time no see." The armor gradually fell away, revealing the true face of the tomb guard. Molly's eyes widen in disbelief as she screams out, "The coffin guard!" Behind Leon, two men were setting up an ambush from behind. With quick movements, he used just one slash to take down all the obstacles there. Surveying the battlefield before him, Leon speaks slowly, "I think we've taken out most of them." Hamill looks around cautiously while the leader does too. Then Leon's gaze is drawn to Karen's side where a scene unfolds. Molly groans in pain as she cries out. Karen's icy voice echoes again, repeating an order that was ignored before. "You told me this already, right? Wash your hands clean, otherwise you'll be the one to kill them." She tightly grips her dart, aiming at Molly with a firm and unshaken hand, showing no hesitation. Karen's expressionless face, cold eyes, and unyielding voice die now. Facing his impending death, he still doubts if she is serious. "Are you being serious?" "The coffin guard." Molly stiffly laughs, trying to act as if the threat isn't real. "Stop joking around." He stands up, not running away. "I'm not like how I used to be." Looking at Karen, Molly realizes the overwhelming power that surpasses all limits. Just as the coffin guard predicted, she still dominates like before, a fear in the underworld. Realizing there's no way out, he decides to use his last moment of strength, regardless of how much he has changed. "The difference between us is too great. Even if you think otherwise, you're about to die." So he'll try his hardest from the start. Molly seems to be creating a barrier, trying to encircle Karen in the center. She looks at him with authority. "You are not obeying me. I have given you an order." And this time, the sentence of death leaves no escape for anyone. "Die!" One of Karen's darts hits Molly's arm precisely, causing her to cry out in pain. Lick's sharp eyes look at the man lying on the ground. A sinister voice asks, "How many more times can you handle this?" Despite severe injuries, Molly struggles to raise her claw for an attack on Karen. But before she could act, the darts she threw hit Molly's body accurately. On his arm, under the gas mask, everywhere on his body, he is covered in wounds. Molly is pushed back by that terrifying power. Cuts are made through his pale skin beneath the mask. Molly's entire body is now nowhere intact. Leon and Hamill watch him intently from afar. Molly collapses on the cold ground. Despite a faint voice, Karen's cold gaze remains unchanged. Molly can only gasp for breath. "I'm bleeding too much." "You are definitely a monster." In his dying moments, Han asks about why everything turned out this way. Why? Why did you do it? He tries to recall the past, hoping for any shred of reason. Didn't you live well? It's not like your parents were killed. It's nothing like you were kidnapped. Molly mentions what she believes he gave to that child years ago. You were an orphan I raised and helped you become strong. He still doesn't understand the reason behind this deep hatred. Why do you hold a grudge? Molly tries to explain from her selfish perspective. You killed him because he was the head of the cult. But he still can't understand why everything had to end like this. But why did you need to dissolve the organization? Karen's cold reply echoes, "You never helped me become stronger." Molly laughs madly, thinking the organization provided her shelter. Bastard, if not for the organization accepting you in, you would be dead somewhere else by now. But the truth after years of suffering is, yes, that's right, but it wasn't until I escaped from that miserable place that my life became better. Molly can only utter a weak sound. Why? Karen slowly recalls her past, a past she never wants to remember. My life was filled with misfortunes. Born an orphan, raised as a hitman, even this power. It's not because we wanted to. That's why we decided to hold on to what belongs to us. Molly shouted loudly, spitting out a string of curses. What the hell is that supposed to be? Karen's reply was crisp as if slicing through the night. Freedom. And those two words of freedom, when they reached Molly's ears, left her speechless. He didn't believe what he heard and asked again in a high-pitched voice. What? Freedom! Molly screamed angrily. If you can have that absolute freedom for yourself, why do you have to share it with us? He admitted bitterly. We don't need it. We can't become people like them. In despair, he recounted the only thing left in his dark life. The only thing left is a dagger. Besides, we have no hope and no way to survive. Molly sighed bitterly. I am just an illusory shadow at last. As Molly sank into despair, a hand reached out towards him. That was Karen's embrace for Molly. This time, the apology came from Karen's mouth. I'm sorry. She silently accepted everything and acknowledged her mistakes. Perhaps this is the result of me turning a blind eye to everyone. Her eyes met Leon's worried figure. Karen's thoughts surfaced, an idea she wanted most to become real. You too! If only you had the same opportunity as I did. Standing up, Karen looked at Molly and said, This is a new order. Live well, Molly. In the darkness, she sent him what she had longed for, the last thing she wished to give. Live and find yourself again. Then Karen left, running towards Leon and Hamill. When she returned, he said hesitantly, Senior. Karen panted, Sorry I'm late. And the goods? Leon looked at the loot box he had found and confirmed. It's right here. Take everything with us. Got it. After completing her task, she immediately returned to base. Alright, let's go back now. Something unexpected happened. The space shook violently, as if everything was about to be disrupted. Everyone's eyes focused on one direction in chaos. A red button buried deep under something was dug up and pressed. Molly looked at Karen with wild eyes. He had chosen his own path. Look carefully. This is who I am. Leon realized the danger and shouted, That's a self-destruct. We have to get out of here. The bunker exploded from multiple sides, as if Molly was sitting amidst bombs, leaving everything behind. The path also exploded, cutting off the retreat for those left. Leon urgently called out when he discovered what caused the shock. Leader, it's... Gustav looked in that direction and smiled satisfactorily. From afar, 3 figures emerged from the bushes. As Gustav said, they had returned. After assessing what remained after the explosion, they bitterly mentioned the irreparable damage. We can't investigate the internal structure anymore either. Molly's blast destroyed everything. We're lucky to have survived. Elsie sighed softly, reminding them that it had been buried for centuries and was full of mysteries. Anyway, it has been hidden for hundreds of years, even if we don't know who created the vine. I didn't think they would leave any trace either. Leon sighed softly, reminding them that it had been buried for centuries and was full of mysteries. Really? Then with determination, Elsie said, Next time we'll find out. Karen's voice echoed back. Come here, Leon. His response was slightly malicious. What is it, Miss Match? She points to the front, where a majestic scene is unfolding. Look, we've arrived at our destination. Before them stands an ancient landmark, the Vankas removed CJK Citadel. Leon's eyes widen in awe as he gazes upon the towering walls. He marvels at how these walls tower far beyond his imagination. This is the first time I've seen such high city walls. Karen explains the fortress's formidable nature. Of course, this city guards the border and is ruled by a marquis. She mentions the special military privileges of the Citadel area, allowing for its own army. The scene shifts to a bustling market inside the Citadel. As Karen and Leon wait, Arnold's voice rings out. We'll be here for days, so prepare to move. He turns back towards them curiously, asking what they plan to do. Leon hesitates in response, trying to explain. Arnold mentions the reserved accommodation but gives them flexibility. You can stay in our room, or if you prefer elsewhere, just let us know when we depart. Karen smiles happily and says, we're looking for something specific. We'll use the reserved rooms. He points out their route, instructing them to go 3 blocks left from the main street where they can find a place called Shangyang Ka. He then clearly states their accommodation. They will stay in the largest room on the upper floor, that double-bed one. These words echo in their minds awkwardly, as if they can't believe it's true. Bed, double. Leon tries to confirm what just happened. Meaning in a single room, Arnold seems confused by Leon's flustered expression. Yes, isn't this better? The thought of staying next to Karen makes his heart skip a beat. In the same room as an elder, her playful teasing only adds to his embarrassment. What is it? Why are you so embarrassed? Karen deliberately puts him on the spot. Did you expect this? Leon seems anxious. He runs off immediately after speaking. I won't do anything. Arnold is startled by Leon's sudden action. Oh my, did I just do something stupid? Karen laughs lightly in response. She says it's fine. She announces she'll leave to calm down before nightfall. Anyway, I'll go out until evening. Karen turns around. A brief greeting. I'm going now. Suddenly, Arnold's question halts her. Should I book another room, Miss Karen? The air seems to pause as Karen contemplates. She responds curtly, no. Like Leon, she rushes off, saying see you later. Her breath can be heard in the silence. She leans against a stone pillar, her eyes slightly distant. Karen feels a sense of impending replacement, always having strong allies like Hung, as she was Leon's first partner. She reminds herself not to rely on her current position. It doesn't mean she'll be by his side forever. What if someone better comes along? Me! Karen encourages herself to grow stronger and more mature. I still get to stay with Leon, right? May as well work harder now, Karen, where my skills and value can be fully utilized. This city is my opportunity. I'll make Leon realize he needs me. She follows her memory to the place she needs to go, confirming the location. It should be around here. Finally, Karen sees what she's looking for, whispering softly, all right. Elsewhere, Leon ponders the difference between school rules and current circumstances. Even in school, boys and girls are separated, but sharing a room is inevitable. Elsie helplessly looks at Leon's foolishness, calling him an idiot. Arnold appears and apologizes for making Leon feel awkward, saying sorry to Leon. He continues apologizing, I'm extremely sorry. I've put you in a difficult situation. Leon scratches his head, looking embarrassed. It's fine. No need to apologize to me. He asks about the item they risked to retrieve. But what did we get back? It's not like regular goods. Arnold's voice turns serious again. What's inside is a secret. Leon's eyes sparkle with curiosity. He hesitates slightly. Arnold steps closer to him, a cautious look in his eyes. But I can reveal a little about it to the one who risked everything for it. Don't tell anyone, okay? Leon replies with a giggle. Of course. He whispers in Leon's ear. What's inside is a treasure mentioned by Annan, the Black City. It's the top-grade item without any impurities, worth millions of gold as jewelry. He emphasizes that this is a personal request from the powerful Lord. More importantly, it's a direct request from Lord Lubina, the next city's personal demand. Dwayne Annan looks a bit scared. The power of a lord equivalent to 3 ranks would retaliate at any cost if his item was lost. Leon sees that worried face and his voice trembles slightly. So it can't be lost. He sighs. Yes, like us who were just saved. Elsewhere, Leon's call echoes, Senior, you're looking for Karen, right? During the search, he finds a piece of paper with an arrow stuck on it. He picks up the paper. Read carefully, I'll come back. She's searching for something. Already looked everywhere? Someone asks from behind Leon. Just me? Gustav and other allies appear. He whispers in confirmation. Yes, seems like the senior has gone missing. An uncomfortable complaint is heard. Why? She's not here, right? Their discussion makes Leon suspicious. Should we go? We've been waiting for her. There's no other choice. As he thinks, Gustav approaches, pulls him closer. Let's go! Leon stammers. Where are we going? He looks at Leon with a terrifying gaze. His voice drops. What do you mean? I'm just a bartender now. Gustav shouts loudly in front of everyone. Hey, guys, he'll go with us. Laughter and cheers echo. You're braver than I thought. Don't sneak off like last time. The one who vomits first buys. Let's go drinking. Karen looks around the empty area and whispers, I'm sure I'm just nearby. Her eyes stop when she recognizes what she's looking for. Oh, found it. The scene shifts to nighttime. A figure shudders. His whole body falls to the ground with a thud. Damn it! Now a terrifying sight appears. Multiple bodies lie scattered and broken. Damn it! The previous scene flashes before him. He went and disturbed Karen in an uncouth manner again. It's the same person, but now he's on the receiving end. Her face, stern and menacing, stares at him. Her voice sounds like it wants to devour his soul. Hey, Grandpa! At this point, that guy is so terrified he looks pale as a ghost. You're done for. Karen releases him and speaks calmly. I want to ask you some questions. He jumps up in surprise and quickly scrambles to his feet. Answer me. What? What I mean is, just answer everything you know. I want to know the location of the biggest organization in this city. We're not talking about street gangs or militias, but those involved in black markets and smuggling. He hesitates because it's something no one dares to mention. If you tell me, you'll die. If you don't, you'll still die. Time passes quickly. The sky is already dark. Karen's voice echoes, showing his unconscious body on the ground with a bruised face. Got it. Karen thinks this confirms her initial guess and prediction. Her mind flashes back to unforgettable scenes under his control. A name that strikes fear into everyone is mentioned, Golden Owl, an organization specializing in black markets and smuggling. They hold a massive amount of wealth and are backed by powerful figures. Karen's caution hints at the fact that the local lord protects them. She starts to walk away. Karen sighs knowing this will complicate things. It's going to be troublesome now. Suddenly, she stops as if noticing something. Before her is a mark she saw earlier. She counts the time, recalling it hasn't been mentioned in years, probably about 10 since last seeing it, but it seems she hasn't forgotten. Karen is surprised when Leon asks about her alias and its significance. He curiously wonders why that name is associated with a predecessor. Yes, I wonder why it's the predecessor's alias. She responds indifferently, but explains simply for him to understand. I think knowing it doesn't matter because I'm not a hitman anymore. It was a secret communication method. Karen recounts how underground organizations have their own unique ways of communicating. Organizations operating in the shadows have distinct methods of communication. At Ground Spider, where I used to work, they would use messengers for local communications. She happily elaborates that inside the coffin are details of the mission like target identification and completion status. He nods as if understanding. Oh, that's it. Karen smiles and adds, instead of this cumbersome method, most organizations use simpler direct methods. She describes the process to Leon. For example, when someone commissions a task, the organization uses visual illusions with lights to prevent others from entering. She explains that those not chosen return disappointed while the commissioning party sees an actual open door. For everyone else, they struggle with fake doors and leave empty-handed. Karen whispers, for someone like me who can't control darkness, my hand can easily pass through walls. Illusions are just trash. And then her entire body follows suit, effortlessly passing through the hidden staircase. As she touches the wall, a glowing spell fires out, sending crimson flames fiercely. Despite stepping on it, Karen remains calm. In another room, a man in a red robe appeared. His face slowly turned around, revealing a cold gaze. The door gradually opened as the owner mocked, "You've been waiting for this moment. Welcome!" The intruder, "Do you like our response?" She responded softly without showing any hesitation or discomfort. He invited her to sit down and began their exchange. "Sit down! Why didn't you follow the process when you came in here?" Karen replied gently. "I want to buy information." He asked succinctly about what she wanted to know. "What kind of information do you need?" She answered frankly. "Information about Ljubljana." Karen's straightforward answer made him take her seriously. Her confident tone suggested she trusted his word. "I'll pay for it, so don't withhold any details, no matter what they are. Refusing to sell them goes against your principles." "Right," he chuckled as he repeated the principle, nodding in agreement. Finally, he offered a sky-high price. "All right, it's 800 gold pieces." Karen was shocked by the high price. "That's too expensive. Can we negotiate and reduce the price with the information I provide?" He sighed. "Fine, so how about 700 gold pieces?" She tried to bargain further. "Please lower it a bit more." Karen looked at him as if she had seen through everything. "All right, master." He was startled when called by his true title. "What? I reveal my real identity, Vachtern. Your disguise is good, but not foolproof for me." The manager of Golden Owl and the person in charge of the black market here, also one of the most trusted servants of Duke Vankas. She ended by calling him by his name, Master Glenn. Finally, Glenn revealed himself with his true identity, truly disrespectful. Karen sighed and asked again, "So, are you going to sell me the information? It seems you're interested in my information too. Don't disappoint me." Glenn quickly assessed her capabilities and secretly judged how dangerous she was, noting her keen eyesight. She's at least in a rank, even if he dismisses her. If she's part of the guild, it would be hard to silence her. In the end, he offered the lowest possible price, 260 gold pieces, no lower than that. She agreed without hesitation. "All right." Glenn described the terrifying state of the land she wanted to know about. "Ljubljana is like a bottomless pit now." Karen was curious. "Bottomless pit." He explained the metaphor with a somber tone. "Yes, anything that goes in can never come out." Elsewhere, the sound of pouring beer into a glass echoed. "Pouring! Drink!" Leon was forced to drink large glasses of beer until his face turned red. Like a bottomless pit. "Finish your glass." Who would spit it out for a dog? The crowd cheered as he finished the beer. "Good job, boy. Well done." A maidservant approached with a kind smile. "So, mercenaries, where are you heading next?" Hamiolert looked at her and said, "Probably there, Lubin." She was terrified by their destination. "Oh my god, that place? It's the place other mercenaries avoid." "You're brave. It seems you haven't heard the rumors yet." Gustavi is intrigued by two words that pique everyone's curiosity: rumors. The girl talks about creatures causing fear every night in that land. Tales of a monster dominating the streets at night. "What I mean is blood-sucking demons." Leon reacts when he hears those three words, blood-sucking demons. A mix of curiosity and caution stirs when mentioning these legendary yet terrifying creatures, blood-sucking demons. The mystery and power are evident in every tale, with intelligence matching humans and amazing magical abilities. They are immortal beings among common to high-level monsters. Despite coexisting with humanity, they are still excluded due to their blood-sucking nature. A dark aura is clear. It's said that only a few blood-sucking demons exist, hiding in other creatures. The cautious tone continues to clarify the ambiguity around these creatures. Even though the church hasn't denied their extinction, they are still unrecognized beings. Don't waste our time with empty words. It's not easy to meet a blood-sucking demon. Overconfidence rises as he boasts arrogantly. "Come if you want. We'll snap its neck in 1 minute and 30 seconds. Leon thinks for a long while. A blood-sucking demon, huh? A strange excitement suddenly sparks within him. "Honestly, I find this interesting now. If it's as powerful as high-level monsters, how should we fight it?" Then an idea gently passes through his mind. "No, he's a hero, just destroy it. Or maybe we should try talking to it first." Leon turns to ask Elsie. Elsie sighs. Her thoughts are written all over her face. The old stories are told with experience. Back then there weren't many blood-sucking demons left. Because the strong ones joined the Demon King's army and were dealt with by me. I've never met a normal blood-sucking demon that wasn't killed like you think. A cold thought from Leon's mind resounds. Their ability to coexist with humans is still unknown but worth mentioning. His thoughts become serious, his hand clenching as if deciding on something. As a hero, he has the duty to distinguish between good and evil. Leon tells himself not to rush to judgment, only believing what he sees. Thinking about how to deal with blood-sucking demons, he must verify it with his own eyes. A sudden call breaks his thoughts. Hey Gustavi, everyone's attention shifts towards Jerem's call. He smirks and shouts, "Are you all covering this area? It's too noisy." Everyone recognizes the presence of a familiar figure with an unpleasant aura. Jerome, he's here too. It seems like things are getting chaotic. Gustavi slams his beer glass on the table loudly. He warns the one causing trouble that everyone is in good spirits. Jerome, don't make a commotion here. But immediately, Jerome responds with arrogance, thinking you're my subordinate. What right do you have to order me around? His voice turns firm as he repeats the warning. If you think I'm ordering you, let me rephrase it, leave this place. Without letting anyone else intervene, he spits a mouthful of saliva into Gustavi's beer glass, causing him to stare in shock. Not just Gustavi, but everyone present shares the same expression. Jiren smirks. The challenge is in his words. What if I don't like it? Gustavi slams the table and stands up, his voice lowering. Are you really not tired of this? He challenges with a smile. Go outside. Let's talk. You'll never act like that again. The moon rises, the night grows darker. They all head out to the front yard. Leon curiously asks Elsie in a low voice, how do mercenaries usually fight? Elsie calmly whispers back, exactly, after all, it's their job to prove themselves with strength. If you don't show your worth when faced with someone who looks down on you, you'll lose value, so they can fight at any time for retaliation. Gustavi and Jerem's eyes flash coldly. A thought flickers in the cat's mind. Something is strange. It seems Jerome deliberately came to stir things up. This time he's really rushing. Leon is still dazed. That's odd. He explains that this isn't the first time Jerome has challenged him. In his words, Hamel expresses doubt but never requested a proactive fight like today. After all, if fought seriously, it's clear who would win. Leon questions their skill gap. Is there such a big difference in their abilities? Hamel confirms confidently, yes, not many can match our boss. Doubt rose when noticing the anomaly in Jerome. Jerome is known for taking simple tasks, but his attitude changed drastically today. Could he have someone backing him? He felt a vague unease spreading inside him. I'm a bit worried. Something's not right. Leon tried to reassure Hamel despite his concerns. No way! Captain Gustav. Gustav sneered in contempt. His disdainful gaze was clear. Don't worry. These chickens. I'm definitely going to win. Jerem's arrogance radiated as if it wanted to swallow everyone whole. What an arrogant bastard. What are rules? Gustavi responded nonchalantly, as usual, die or surrender. El Cid urged Leon to focus on the rare match. We're about to see a battle between two top mercenaries. Look closely, Leon. And when the air seemed frozen in anticipation, the soft yet penetrating command rang out. Now, let's begin. Jerome charged at Gustav quickly, shock evident on his face. He didn't hesitate and delivered a sharp strike, cutting Gustav's face and shoulder, causing him to retreat. Just as he struck, Jerome burst into cold laughter. How about you, Gustavi? Are you still easy to deal with? Outside the ring, El Cid noticed something unusual on Gustav's sword and whispered cautiously to Leon. Jerem's sword is a Fankasau. It has its center of gravity forward. Watching how he easily controls both swords, this fight isn't normal. Under the pressure, Gustav tried to stay calm, responding with a mix of praise and subtlety. You've improved, Jerome. But in that moment, a dark gray aura flared up, shocking even Jerome. The gray aura. Here it comes. He's using his iron aura. With confidence, he declared his counterattack like waves crashing into rocks. I knew you'd use it. My aura attribute is water with my new skill. Waves, I'll sell salt. The two swords clashed, echoing through the space. Dust and smoke were scattered by their moves. The force was so intense that even nearby people almost got swept away. His attack was too strong. I nearly got pulled in. As dust settled, Leon tried to determine who won. So the result is? As things became clearer, the figures on the arena began to appear. Jerome was severely injured and fell to his knees. Gustav's voice slowed down as if trying to extinguish the battle that had gone beyond limits. I don't know why someone wants to fight, but stop here. Otherwise, one of us will die. Jerome replied with a sinister smile. Every threat only made him more excited. Right, you didn't think it would be him, did you? With a mad look in his eyes, his voice echoed fearfully. That was just warming up. From now on, the real fear begins. Gustav's firm voice said, "Are you still strong enough to stand up? Don't try to be dangerous." Suddenly, Jerome's hand changed. Red light flared up violently. His eyes turned blood red. Fangs appeared. Suddenly, Gustav's figure vanished. In the chaos, Hammel's heart echoed with shock. He disappeared. Gustav's face changed. His expression became more tense. Leon could see a green light rushing towards him from his eyes. He looked up to confirm something. Just as everyone was still searching for answers, Leon's voice froze in the air. "Look up there!" Jerome charged down, delivering several decisive strikes without giving Gustav a chance to react. Each strike caused him to bleed profusely. Gustav's agonizing scream echoed. The harsh reality hit him hard, unable to accept the new power before his eyes. No way, he cut through his own steel aura. Why does Jerome have such powerful strength? Jerome's smile twisted as he sensed Gustavi collapsing behind him. The shock spread like a burning flame, leaving fear choking in the witness's voice. What happened? I didn't see anything. How did he attack him? Unbelievable words echoed, and suddenly the captain slumped down. What the hell is going on here? Even if Jerome is that fast, that scoundrel can only be a level 10 at most. But only Leon understands what they just saw was the truth. No, his speed must match Karen's. Jerome stepped on Gustavi's injured leg after the recent slash. Pain showed in his scream. Panic turned to chaos as they rushed to the captain, trying to suppress their fear while trembling. "Captain, you're dead." In that moment, another cold figure was sinking into the fruits of his labor. "Hold on." Then he tilted his head, savoring the other's despair. His eyes glowed with a terrifying intensity as he warned. "What should I do if there's a third party during this battle?" Seeing their familiar comrades acting like they're controlled, one couldn't hide his confusion. Who are these guys? Are they still the people we know? Gustavi, despite his pain, tried to control his gaze towards Jerome. His voice echoed with arrogance. "All right, speak up, Gustav." His voice was like a whisper of sharp blades. "You've already knelt." The cruelty became more evident as Jerome demanded the final proof of his immense strength, pleading for mercy. Suddenly, white beetles poured out of him in waves. Elsie seemed to realize something. She shouted orders to Leon. "Leon, draw your sword and point at the wound, then release the aura light on the person." Though he didn't understand what was happening, he acted immediately. A golden beam of light emitted from Leon's sword. Jerome paused, looking towards the source of the light, his scream echoing as he was burned. His breaths were labored in extreme panic, his body burning, too hot. Soon after, Jerome and the other two collapsed. What's going on? Why did they all suddenly collapse? The moment they all fainted, a sense of unease spread. "Elsie, could these be them?" Elsie exclaimed in shock. "Yes, they are, and they're half-breeds." Leon stood puzzled, his voice tinged with innocence. "Half-breeds? What does that mean?" Then he closed his eyes and asked again, "What? Are they not vampires?" Elsie explained calmly. "Half-vampires are those who drank vampire blood serum. Simply put, they're half-human, half-vampire." She also recounted the origin of vampires. They weaken in sunlight and their strength doubles at night. Their regeneration ability is stronger too, though not as powerful as a regular vampire. Moreover, if injured by silver weapons, their lives are endangered. They can't use holy magic either, but they're hard to deal with until midnight. You easily defeated them because of the holy sword and solar aura. Leon finally understood, so they have something to do with half-breeds. Elsie replied succinctly, yes. Gustav approached him. Leon. This situation. Leon asked about his condition. Captain, are you okay? He answered briefly. It's okay, but Leon knows the reality is very different. He's not doing well. Serious injuries are different. His condition is the top priority. You don't have time to be sentimental. In tense moments, Leon's voice rises. They're vampires. The fear spreads among them. Vampires. As dusk falls and the moon rises high, Jerome suddenly shows signs of waking up. He opens his eyes wide, struggling to sit up. Jerome wakes just in time, only to face those he can't avoid. Hey, Jerome, you're awake. With fear evident in every breath, the other guy continues with a low, threatening voice. Let's chat for a bit. His voice echoes with panic. Hold on, that's breaking the rules. Jerome's scream reverberates through the space, somewhere else in another building. Leon sits quietly on the bed, his mind racing. According to Jerome's confession, Lady Lupena is at the root of the problem. Right, the next target for the raiding party is Lupena. He recruits mercenaries and adventurers from all over, turning them into subordinates and building an army. Try to guess what a powerful person can do. Turn them into subordinates and build an army. What's he planning? Leon remains silent. Also, he's trying to get Black Crystal through the raiding party. Feeling tired now, I'll meet with Captain Gustav for a business lunch early tomorrow morning. So I should go to sleep now. Where is Senior Karen? What is she doing? She hasn't come back yet. She should go to bed early, or else you'll be exhausted tomorrow. Elsie gives a helpless and mocking smile. Of course, are you two planning to sleep together? The misunderstanding almost made Leon choke. Huh? What did you say, Elsie? What do you mean by sleeping together? Whatever's in your head is coming out so vividly that it makes the listener even more uncomfortable. Leon immediately bursts into an embarrassed shout, his face burning with the thoughtless and terrifying words. What did you say? Heaven help me. You pervert. Oh, just. He stammers, trying to explain, just. I was sitting here waiting for her. Karen arrives just in time, looking at Leon with a mix of curiosity and doubt. Leon, you're here. I've been looking for you. She steps forward with a smile that contrasts with Leon's blushing face. But what were you waiting for? Waiting for who? But then he quickly waves his hand away. At night, the entire sky is covered by darkness. At 3 Yongshan Ka, light from the windows spills outside. In the largest room on the second floor of 3 Yongshan Ka, Leon sits with his elbow propped up on a wide bed. From what we've learned, Lord Lubina is the source of all problems. He started analyzing Storm Mekenchi's next target. Maybe it's Lubina. He's been recruiting mercenaries and fake adventurers, turning them into his subordinates to form a Leon Soa organization. He squinted, wondering what would happen if they found out. What is he plotting? Stop there. He massaged the girl while pondering where Senior Karen was. Where is she? Hasn't she come back yet? Just as Leon finished speaking, Karen suddenly appeared from the window and called loudly into the room. Leon, you're here. I've been looking for you all this time. Her face lit up with excitement. Listen, this is important. Leon's cheeks turned a slight pink as he asked her hesitantly. Karen hugged herself and closed her eyes in joy, leading him on. Don't be surprised. No, don't shock me. Leon calmly agreed. Okay then. Karen opened her eyes with confidence, thinking to herself that she would show Leon the skills of information gathering from Golden Owl. Karen waved her hands and narrated, in Lubina's territory, there is a vampire. Her arms spread wide as she stared intently at the person in front of her. After hearing what Karen said, Leon stood silently without any reaction. The room fell silent. Both of them were motionless, facing each other. After some time, finally, Leon calmly exclaimed, "Oh, that was a surprise." Karen pointed at him and asked, "What's that expression?" Arnold had the opposite reaction to Leon. He shouted in alarm, One vampire." Karen lowered her head, shedding tears silently. This is the response I wanted. Leon looked at her curiously. The next morning, the sky was illuminated by sunlight. From Yangshan Kabar, a voice echoed, "There's a vampire in Lubina's territory." Arnold sat on a single chair, and if he felt it wasn't enough, they would find ways to seize all power. He frowned deeply and seriously asked, "But the one behind everything is Lord Luperna, right?" Gustav recounted what had happened so far. "Since Madame appeared, I'm sure the Macarons are increasing their numbers." He speculated that someone might be behind Jerome, likely Lord Luperna. Gustav looked at the person across from him and said, "However, we're lucky to have known this before Lubina told us, giving us time to prepare." Arnold's expression showed concern. "Even with preparation time, we can't guard against everything." He began calculating. If the dessert bandits had mixed that item in, it would be a reason. But now, far away like this, not giving them the item would be an insult to Lord Luperna. Annen's face was covered in sweat as he affirmed, "Nobles value their reputation more than life. They won't let this go. The entire Lubena territory will consider Storm Mackenshie's merchant a foe." If it's true, Gustav gritted his teeth and continued, "Then we're really in trouble." Then he suddenly stood up straight and proposed, "I think we should head to where Leon and Karen are sitting. Although this decision is quite foolish, I can't give up here." He curled his lips and clenched his fist. "If I quit just to protect myself, I'll destroy my own trust and reputation. Having accepted a task, I will do it with all my heart and soul." And Sol stood up, striking the table hard. "I will use whatever money I have left." He patted his chest and declared confidently, "From now on, I'll recruit more mercenaries and prepare silver weapons and holy water to fight against the vampires. I won't sit here waiting for your help." Gustav smiled in interest upon hearing him. Annen raised his head to face him. Finally, their hands reached out and shook each other in agreement. Seeing the united scene before them, Karen marveled. They seemed to have handled everything quickly. She lowered her head and suddenly called out, "Leon, can we talk for a moment?" Leon turned his gaze to Karen, who was standing beside him. They stepped out onto the balcony. Karen walked in front while Leon followed behind, calling her senior. Turning around, Karen said with determination on her face, "This time you'll be surprised. It took me a lot of effort to get this information from the black market. So it will definitely surprise you." Leon's eyes widened as he stood still in shock at her enthusiastic reaction. Karen lunged forward and faced him directly. "Not everything is predictable." Leon looked at her, his mind blank with confusion. Karen raised a finger and began to share the information she knew. "Molly attacked us in the desert because maybe he received orders from Lady Lubina." Leon's face turned extremely alarmed as he let out a loud cry. "What?" Seeing that reaction, Karen smiled happily. Leon looked at her, his mind filled with an unspoken question mark. Karen continued to add, "How did the foolish Molly know which container held valuable goods? Moreover, if a large group of bandits were operating, they wouldn't know each other's whereabouts. Even if it was just rumors, they couldn't be sure. However, they didn't encounter anything suspicious." Leon repeated the words she said, then rushed to the container in surprise. Karen continued, "This is what I wanted to say." She concluded that they were operating according to Lady Lubina's orders and doing dirty work. Leon agreed with her, adding that Lubina didn't want them to reach their destination. Karen added, "This is just my thoughts. No matter how vast the territory is, the sudden arrival of a merchant group was indeed challenging, but the guards there were very loyal." Turning her head, she asked subtly, "He couldn't trade goods for passage, so the best way would be to create some kind of commotion. Leon, if you think about it, what plan would Lubina come up with to avoid everyone's attention in his territory? That's why he stole the goods and managed to get past Storm Mackenshie. But unexpectedly, Storm Mackenshie protected the goods, defeated the bandits, and ended up going to Lubina." Leon held a golden chain in his hand, reflecting on it. He couldn't hesitate anymore. It was time to use the symbol of the Saints organization from Bishop Cesare. Calling Karen's attention, he declared, "There are some things I need to handle." At night, the full moon shone brightly in the sky. Smoke appeared outside the Ba Yangshan Ka Tavern. The evening in Ljubljana was quite good. The black smoke entered a house through an open window and its voice echoed inside, fitting for its nickname, City of Shadows. In the room where the smoke entered, a young man with long hair sat on a wooden chair by the window, holding a book in his hand. The black smoke coalesced into the figure of Teeps, who didn't turn around but asked, "You're back, Roman?" The smoke dissipated and Roman replied respectfully, "Yes, Your Highness." Teeps asked him, "What's your intention, my lord?" "For a failed one like me, you don't need to be so respectful." Roman laughed twice and swore, "Your Holiness's grace is always with me." Teeps glanced at his words and the nobles around him. The heir of the Wallachian bloodline, one of the three great Nosferatu lineages, reported to His Highness Teeps. Roman looked out the window and reported that within a 1-kilometer radius, there were no subordinates of that lord. They could stay here for at least 5 days. Teeps agreed, "All right." His hand on the armrest turned into a fist. "Why did I end up in this situation? We are all that remains of our lineage, just us two." Teeps gritted his teeth and spoke each word carefully. "I have committed grave sins. Who would have thought that the place we chose to settle down would bring so much trouble to our lineage?" Roman disagreed from behind. "The blame lies with the wicked." Teeps affirmed confidently, "Even if it wasn't my fault, I will take full responsibility and do everything possible to save our people." Suddenly, his pupils contracted as red light shone out. Roman was worried and wanted to approach him. His Highness, Teeps used one hand to cover his face while the other arm stopped Roman. When he released his hand and looked up, his eyes were completely red with strange blood vessels around them. Roman frowned, thinking that His Highness was using a demonic eye, allowing him to share perceptions with those who received his blood. He thought to himself, even without directly sharing the blood, they would be united with Lord Teeps. In Teeps' mind, he sees countless images of someone seemingly exhausted, kneeling in a pool of bright red blood on the ground. Next is Gustav with a sword drenched in vivid colors, its blade reflecting Jerem's happy smile. The scene shifts to Leon standing among people. He raises his golden sword high, casting a golden light around him. Leon's face appears, eyes filled with danger, staring straight ahead. Teeps opens his mouth and laughs, showing sharp fangs. Suddenly, he turns his head up to the sky laughing loudly. "Good, good," Teeps calls out. Roman seems relieved as if God still left a way for us. The old man asks, "What are you talking about?" Above and in the night, a large full moon shines brightly. Teeps recounts, "I saw the Lord's spy." Roman confirms, "You mean Yersa?" Teeps denies but continues, "He was defeated by someone with divine power." He starts analyzing how he eliminated our hybrids in just a month. It seems he held an important position at the church. If that's true, Roman can't help but exclaim after hearing everything. "So this is the beginning of our counterattack," Teeps says, looking at him. He raises a sharp clawed hand and curses, "Andre Lubina, damn you. Look closely." With his claws, Teeps declares, "I will shatter them into countless pieces." Elsewhere, the sky is daytime with sunlight casting shadows. Al Cid's voice echoes in chaos. "Oops, off topic, where am I?" The horse's face turns slightly pale as it answers its own question. We're discussing the battle at Macedon, right? They attacked Ruth's fortress with just a few vampires. Leon remains silent without any reaction, but Elsie's words continue to reach his ears. The 90% of vampires died in the war, including Ruth. Some survived and escaped from there. Who would have thought they returned after 300 years? Leon's face turns blue, ears bleeding from too much information. He can't take it anymore and speaks up. "Alright, this is boring." Covering his ears, Leon rolls on the wooden floor, sighing in relief. "To boring. Extremely bored. No excitement at all. I can't practice horse riding while listening to you endlessly." He covers his face and wonders, why is the road to Ljubljana so peaceful it's scary? Elsie closes her eyes slowly and asks him, "So, where are we?" Leon despairingly yells, "Alright, shut up." At this moment, Karen appears from the roof of the carriage with a smile, announcing, "Leon, we're here." Elsie replies, "Thank you." Leon is elated as he grabs her hand. Finally, Outside, our carriages are approaching the city gate. Karen informs him, we've arrived in Ljubljana territory. The carriages are getting closer to the city gate. Karen continues, although this place can't compare to Vankaz's fortress, it is larger than these border walls. Inside the carriage, Leon looks outside curiously, but sees nothing. He sees a castle surrounded by a bright glow and wonders, am I seeing things? The fortress is glowing. Elsie also looks out and says, it's a trap. Leon hears these two words and becomes cautious. Elsie explains, they used a large amount of silver to create this matrix and magic on the walls to repel vampires. He speculates, I thought they might have other plans but can't guess what they are. Leon wonders if it's a vampire trap and if it's different from what we think. In his mind, he questions if Lord Lubina controls the vampires. Why would he do this? As Leon's carriage approaches the city gate, a guard raises his hand to signal them to stop. Stop! The leading guard asks, which merchant group are you? Arnold steps down and tells him about himself. I'm Arnold from Storm Merchants. The guard acknowledges, finally, you've arrived. The Lord has been waiting for you. Then the city gate opens. The leading guard waves them in. Hurry inside. Arnold confirms with a nod. Yes! The carriages slowly move through the magical barrier and enter the city. The magic class shines on Leon. He sits up straight with his legs crossed, whispering softly. This is the trap's power. It's quite different from divine strength. Karen looks slightly relieved, but her forehead is already covered in sweat. She asks worriedly, what's wrong? I have a bad feeling. Leon whispers to Elsiette across from him, what if we were vampires? Elsiette replies, will we be burned like that too? Elsiette repeats, anyway, the guards at the gate are neither hybrids nor vampires. Leon praises her, Elsie, you did a great job, really well done. She warns seriously, from now on, let's be more careful. We can't predict when the enemy will attack. Elsie observes the man walking down the street and concludes, no, he's looking at those two girls instead. Elsie asks again, no one is a hybrid or vampire. Leon wonders. He thinks to himself, what's going on? No hybrids or vampires from the castle to the capital city. Leon ponders, could the information about macarons in Ljubljana be false? Well, it's still daytime, so finding them won't be easy. Not sure how long I've been riding, but we finally arrive at a grand mansion. A guard steps forward to block the entrance of their carriage. The soldier introduces himself. I'm Brad, a high-ranking knight. From here on in, only B-level adventurers and mercenaries are allowed inside. This is the Lord's order. Karen smiles and asks, are we like this too? Leon agrees, we're valuable goods being transported. Why can't everyone bring them in? Inside the mansion, sunlight streams into the room. Leon thinks to himself, good, I can finally get answers. On both sides of the hallway are finely crafted golden carvings on a wooden stand, admired by all. Leon asks hesitantly, this is my first time in such places. What day was it? Hansen, who's behind, orders, be quiet when you meet the Lord. Just bow your head and wait. That's too much. They all stop at a door. Brad signals for everyone to be silent. He knocks on the door and calls out, Lord, Tom Machenchi and his escorts have arrived. A voice from inside answers, enter. After receiving permission, the door slowly opens. Inside, Andre stands by the window, calmly observing as if waiting for them. Arnold steps forward. He closes his eyes and bows respectfully to the ground. Leon lowers his head and whispers, Elsie. Elsie understands and looks ahead before answering, no, the Lord is not a vampire. Leon asks again, the Lord isn't a vampire? Elsie confirms with a hint in her voice, well, he's something more troublesome than that. Her voice whispers to Leon, even the guards here are like that. Leon wonders if Lord Lubina and his people aren't vampires. So is the information about hidden vampires false? Andre nods. Come in, Storm Mackenchie's Arnold. Arnold nods in response to the call. Leon observes, he doesn't seem like unnoble and his eyes are warm and kind. Still, he looks harmless. Andre makes a request. Before speaking, I want to receive the goods I ordered. Arnold carefully hands over a box to him. Yes, here you go, my lord. Inside is a sparkling dark purple crystal. He takes the crystal directly from the box. Andre holds the crystal parallel to his hand, examining it as if appraising gold. At the same time, all purchases within this territory will get a 20% discount. Arnold remains seated and bows, replying, "Thank you, my lord." Andre laughs, "No need to thank me." He chuckles again, "No need to thank me." If that's the case, he stopped midway to make Arnold open his eyes and look upwardly. Andre's gaze turned dangerous as he looked down. "Seems like we're putting business aside for now." Leon and the others standing behind slightly tensed as they listened to him continue speaking. What he'll say next might surprise you. Andre's face serious. "There is a dragon bat hiding in Ljubljana." Upon hearing his words, both Leon and Elsie's expressions turned surprised. Gustav clenched his teeth tightly while Karen was stunned by the news she just heard. Hamel and Hansen were no different. They stood there speechless. Only Arnold reacted. He seemed extremely panicked as he shouted loudly, "Hey!" But a moment later, Arnold quickly gestured to Andre. "Please forgive me for this rude behavior." Leon whispered to himself. It was unexpected, but who would have thought he'd say it himself? Andre recounted the situation. "We've been patrolling day and night, but our forces are not enough. The vampires are very good at hiding, and we're worried about our soldiers since they've never seen a vampire before." He shifted his gaze and asked, "So I want you to help me track down the vampires. What do you think?" Leon remained silent as he listened, but didn't immediately agree with the suggestion. Andre's voice echoed in the air, promising rewards for their efforts and providing silver weapons and holy water. Leon pondered silently. "Can't keep looking like this. We only have one option left." In the room upstairs of the mansion, lights shone through the windows. Someone spoke. "He's arranged for us to stay in a guest suite. I feel like he has something up his sleeve." Karen sat on the sofa and speculated that he wants to monitor our every move. Arnold thought, there's no other choice but to accept him now. Gustav closed his eyes and rubbed his chin in contemplation. "I wonder if the Lord is telling the truth. He brought up vampires." Another member analyzed, "We think he might be suspicious, but we have no evidence." Arnold quickly gestured to remind them, "Please, let's hope what you say is true. What would happen if he discovers that we're investigating him out of suspicion?" Alcid finally spoke after a moment of silence. "If Storm McKenzie was a major merchant who could rule an entire kingdom, everything would be fine." In his eyes, middle-class merchants were just ordinary rich people. So using them to lure vampires wouldn't matter since this is Ljubina's territory anyway. "We can't investigate him without evidence. Even if we do, he won't talk." Leon whispered to Elsith, "So making Ljubina an ally is the best way?" Then he glanced and muttered, "But Lord Luperner." Alcid directly announced that the Lord was not a vampire. He was a high-ranking mage. Leon's face was covered in sweat as he asked back, "A high-ranking mage?" Alcid replied, "I don't know much about the Matrix, but it was definitely created by him. His aura and magic are identical." Leon didn't respond. Instead, he placed a finger to his lips. Alcid felt skeptical. If the Lord considers vampires enemies, we wouldn't need their help anyway. If he cast the Matrix at another gate, it could burn all the vampires in the city. There must be a reason why he wants to keep them alive. Or with the mission to exterminate all vampires, he wants Storm McKenzie out of this. Leon pieced together the details. As Alcid said, the Lord was probably plotting something in his castle. He's hiding that he's a high-ranking mage, so it makes sense to include Storm McKenzie on the list of possible suspects. Separating the escort forces from the merchants is part of his plot too. If those mercenaries were bitten by the wolf's teeth, Karen and the others wouldn't be able to ensure their safety. Leon clenched his fists, determined not to let that happen. But the biggest problem now is, Elshid calmly concluded, "The Lord is our enemy." It quickly flew to Annan and whispered 2 words, "enemy." Then it went to Gustav and whispered, "He's an enemy of ours." Leon sighed inwardly. If only more people knew about Elcid. I wouldn't know the truth about Lord Ljubina. Only Karen believed. She was the only one who trusted him. Karen, on the other side, sighed and looked at everyone standing before her. Suddenly, she loudly suggested going to bed. I want to rest. Let's discuss this tomorrow. We can't do anything like this. Everyone turned their gaze towards her. Arnold agreed, that's right. The moonlight still shone brightly in the sky. Finally, Leon and his group said goodbye and returned to their rooms. Everyone have a good sleep. Karen looked surprised as she whispered to the person next to her on the corridor. What? Lord Lubina is from Fatu, eh? Leon responded cautiously while looking around, agreeing that it was indeed dangerous. If he could not recognize him even at his level, then he deserved special attention. She calculated quietly, with our current attack capabilities, I can't be sure of victory. We need more time. Leon nodded in agreement and said he was glad because before coming here, he used the holy cord given by the Pope to seek help from the Iron Cross Knights. He continued, after all, I still feel a bit uneasy about how many knights there are, and when Leon started guessing that they might face the entire city, so at least 3 people were needed. Suddenly, Karen turned her head to look behind her, which made Leon curious. What is it? Karen waved and walked into an adjacent room. Nothing. See you tomorrow, she said as Leon replied, yes, sir. Good night. As Leon entered his room, he began taking off his armor and hanging it on the rack without noticing that the door was not fully closed. The handle of the door was twisted shut by a woman's hand. Leon sensed something odd and glanced behind him. Karen had appeared in the room at some point, and Leon called her sir hesitantly. She didn't speak but suddenly moved her arms towards him. Her legs pressed against Leon, making him lose balance. A sound of impact echoed as Leon was pushed onto the bed, both falling on it. Leon's face flushed as he faced Karen, calling out Karen. She smiled and made a hissing sound, spitting. The night sky was completely covered by darkness. In the basement room of the mansion, a yellow light still shone. Outside the window, a figure in a black cloak hid their face, looking very stealthy. He seemed tense as he observed what was happening inside the room. On the bed, someone lay on their stomach with both hands hanging down. The room was almost pitch black, but the moonlight allowed them to faintly see 2 figures kissing on the bed. From outside, Leon was below and Karen above him. They looked like a couple performing intimate acts that couldn't be seen by others. The figure in the black cloak outside the window blushed and gaped at what they saw. After some time, he finally jumped out of the window to leave quickly. Inside, Leon didn't move, staying still on the bed like a statue. Karen was similarly stiff, staring at the person under her. Once recovered, they separated and sat beside the wooden bed. Karen turned away and broke the awkward silence. It's okay, he laughed. I knew something was wrong. They couldn't have missed us. She casually asked, what do you think, right? Leon's face still flushed as he questioned her. How would I know? Karen gave a silly smile and continued, really, I don't know either. Elsie on the side saw them flustered and blurted out 3 words. These fools! Karen stood up, fists clenched, suggesting, okay, let's start monitoring first. Leon looked at her in confusion. Now, inside this room, they had been followed. It was their way of repaying the favor. She pointed confidently and analyzed, because we created that illusion, they won't think we left. Leon still doubted and asked, the guards are everywhere. How can you be sure? Karen proudly raised her hands. What did I forget? As she spoke, the guard's coffin-like cloak appeared around her, bowing slightly. The guard's coffin-like cloak surrounded Karen. She offered a hand in greeting. Where do you want me to take you? The full moon high above shone brightly. Round it, countless stars twinkled. The eyes of the guard's coffin-like figure glowed faintly. It hovered over the roof of a building. Black smoke dissipated as Leon and Karen stood on top of the city. The guard's coffin-like figure's eyes shone brightly. It flew around the rooftop. Finally, the shadow of the guard's coffin-like figure landed on a building's roof. Black smoke dispersed as Leon and Karen looked down at the city below. Leon admired the view, commenting, beautiful scenery. This place really does develop well. That's why it's called the Never Sleeping City, because it looks better at night than during the day. Karen beside him added, Even though we haven't stayed out late, the streets are already quiet. Far away, a room was still lit up. Leon observed and guessed. Standing so far, I can still feel everyone's presence. Could it be because of the rumors about Macadong? Karen suddenly exclaimed, "Look, the patrol team is coming." Leon wonders aloud, why do they look more like civilians than patrol soldiers? Elsie appears at this moment, observing the silver weapons hanging from the soldiers and deducing they're clearly preparing to fight Macadong. Leon raises an eyebrow, posing a question. I don't know, what's the relationship between vampires and their lord like? If we call them enemies, it seems a bit careless. But I can't understand why he wants to capture them alive. Elsie looks intently ahead while responding vaguely. You already have an answer. Leon still doesn't grasp the implication in her words and tilts his head. Looking at her, Elsie continues speaking. The world isn't always divided into two camps, allies and enemies. Leon is startled, thinking about something as he asks her. So McCarran isn't an ally or an enemy, right? Elsie closes her eyes in denial. It's impossible. Leon slightly lowers his head, pondering, neither ally nor enemy. I need to reconsider this and think about it again. From the start, we concluded McCarran was an enemy without any reason. He keeps calculating in his mind, caught up with Lord Lupener. So doesn't that mean both of them are enemies? Or should we form an alliance with one of them? Karen calls from behind. Leon turns around when he hears his name and answers her. Yes. Karen points to a dark alley. I just checked the surroundings, that's all. It seems like we're in a slum ahead. What now? Leon whispers. Could McCarran be hiding here? Elsie firmly dismisses his guess. McCarran lives extravagantly and wastefully, known as the noble vampire. They are also notorious for their disdain towards humans due to their pride, so I don't think they would hide here. She grins if that's true. This situation is quite dangerous. Two pairs of black-heeled legs walk briskly forward as Leon's voice echoes, Let's go, senior. Karen looks around and exclaims, It's so dark and damp here? She examines the dark houses on both sides of the street, wondering, strange, there are no signs of life or people living here. Karen finds it confusing. Even if I spread my aura further to sense things, the result is still the same, no matter how rich Ljubljana's territory is. This place can't be without poor people. Leon silently confirms in his mind, something strange must be happening here. Even with many wealthy people, there should be poor ones too. If the rich live in large mansions, then surely the poor would live in one-room houses. However, there are no signs of poverty here, only traces that existed but show no new signs about them. Think about it. What evil deeds did Lord Lubina do to the poor people in his territory to make this place a ghost town? With the same thought, Leon and Karen exclaim together, We don't like this place at all. They both decide to go back. But just as they take a few steps, a black fog suddenly blocks their path ahead. Leon's eyes widened as he sensed danger. Karen mirrored his alertness with a wide-eyed gaze. Both quickly retreated behind them to avoid the Black Bones' path. Leon tightened his grip on his sword, thinking that even if they were surprised, their opponent wouldn't see it coming. On this side, Karen had already revealed her dagger hidden in her cloak and was getting into a fighting stance. Amidst the black fog of bones, two mysterious figures appeared along with a pair of glowing red eyes observing them. Leon gritted his teeth, wondering if they moved through the bone fog. Could they be mages or assassins like their predecessors? Alshis glanced into the black fog and confirmed to himself that these were indeed vampires. Leon stared at it blankly, repeating the three words he just heard, vampires. Teeps showed no intention of hiding his presence. Introducing himself, he said, You know where I am. I'm the last heir of the Nosferatu Wallachia lineage. Teeps, Leon didn't say anything but stared intently at the person in front of him. He began to analyze what had just happened under the pressure from his opponent. He could have ambushed us quickly, but he chose not to. Leon wondered if these were friends or foes. Looking at Teeps, Leon thought that they might be less hostile. They didn't seem too threatening. He missed the ambush opportunity just to talk. Turning his head slightly, He glanced at Karen and silently decided to go along with it. Seeing Leon's thoughts, Karen nodded in understanding. Then Leon retracted his hand and sheathed his sword back into its scabbard on his hip. High above, the full moon was obscured by dark clouds, but still shone brightly. A voice echoed through the space. "So," Leon sternly demanded, "why did you all appear now? Surely not to fight. If you want to talk, show yourself first." Teep smiled, revealing his sharp fangs, and asked, as expected, "Let me ask you a question." Recalling an old memory, he said, "Did you use divine power just now?" Teeps frowned, directly asking, "Through the like, I saw you using divine strength. Are you from the church?" Karen and Leon kept their wary expressions. Leon wondered in his head, what was this about? Leon felt confused. He knew he came from the church, but why did he reveal himself to Teeps? Elshis remained silent until now. Rubbing her hands, she spoke up, "If you were a cunning vampire, you would have avoided me seeing your sword." Leon recalled, "Yes, I pretended to be them when we were together." He immediately admitted it to the person in front of him. That's right, Elshis beside him could only mutter, "You're really bored playing this game." Teep's sharp black fingernails gripped tightly as he exclaimed with excitement, "I knew it! We've been waiting for you for a long time." Leon's face was covered in beads of sweat. He was completely taken aback by Teep's enthusiastic attitude. Well, the silence filled the space. An unusual scene had unfolded. Roman stood beside him and sighed deeply, while Teeps tightly held Leon's hand without letting go. Only Leon and Karen were stunned by the situation. The next morning, a clear sky greeted Leon in his room at the top of the mansion. Hamel and Leonid shared the same expression. They were eyeing each other warily. Gustav lowered his head slightly as he clenched his jaw tightly. Arnold remained silent, his eyes silently looking to the side. A large hand slammed hard on the table with a loud shout of foolishness. Gustav's veins were bulging. The Lord angrily shouted, feeding vampires and making Karen lean against the wall, arms crossed. He confirmed his thoughts. Well, that was our first piece of information. Leon looked at the person beside him and thought, thankfully, we had a predecessor with us. After all, and a rank adventurer's word is more reliable. Lennox's face turned pale as he anxiously asked. Lord Lubina was a high-level mage, so his power far exceeded others. What she said came from the Align Maga. Hamel also felt doubtful. It didn't sound believable, but it was Karen's intelligence report. It wasn't entirely credible, but Gustavi began to ponder with his chin resting on his hand. In summary, Lord Lumina used poor people as sacrifices to feed the vampires. He tamed them to intimidate others. So he kept us here to silence us? Meaning that regardless of the outcome, as long as we were within his territory, he could monitor and force our submission. Karen continued, "Yes, we need to act quickly. I'm sure he knows it would take at least 10 days, even if he coerces us into submission." Hamel, Hansen, and Leonic were tense as they listened to Karen. There would be many events during that time. Gustav still didn't trust her and asked, "What if the information I received is wrong? How can we trust that blood-sucking scumbag?" We don't know when Teep's image appeared or his voice started echoing, but it's the same for us. Teep's black shadow hovered beside Gustav, his eyes red, muttering, "Living on blood isn't exactly a joyride." Gustav jumped up, sitting straight on the table, stuttering, "Vampires and dragons, what are you doing?" Teeps patted his chest, introducing himself to Gustav. "Hi, this is my real body, so for 3 days I couldn't move. I'm not here to fight, so don't worry." He seriously affirmed it. "I know it's hard to believe, but what they say is true." Gustav frowned and said, "Just your words can't make me risk my life or my team. I need proof." Teeps held up a yellowed piece of paper. "That's right. Look at this. It's an official church certificate. And here is evidence that the Wallachian lineage has been eradicated." Lenny's and Hamel's eyes widened as they repeated what Teeps had said. Teeps narrated, 300 years ago, a part of us became the Devil's Army. They abandoned coexisting with humans and committed grave sins. As a result, most of them were massacred by Hero Roderick. Even the Wallachian lineage, those who never joined the Devil's Army, are facing execution. A demon blessed us, in exchange for 200 years of service to the church and one of us surviving to preserve our bloodline. Leon shifted his gaze, muttering to himself, "This is exactly what Alcid told me." Alcid scoffed. 250 years as a non-human? That means nothing compared to immortals like us. He listed, apart from sunlight exposure and severe injuries, if their heart and brain don't touch silver, they can live for thousands of years. Teeps continued, "After fulfilling our duties, my lineage and I set out to find a place to settle. We ended up in Ljubljana." But Gustav stared at him, asking, "Are you saying Lord Ljubina betrayed us?" Teeps met his gaze and nodded, yes. Gustav closed his eyes, rubbing his temples as he pondered. Then he looked at the church certificate. "So I won't doubt you anymore, but we're stuck here now." He suddenly turned to Leon, asking, "Did you ask the Knights of the Holy Order for help? When are they coming?" Leon shrugged, unsurely answering, "Don't know." Gustav smirked. "If that's the case, we have no choice but to use our own forces against the Lord." Karen closed her eyes, clasping her hands, firmly rejecting his idea. "No way. Teep's skills are about equal to mine, and he's currently in a condition where he can't face the Lord." She analyzed, within our territory, mages have stronger magical abilities, especially with no one more terrifying than a prepared mage. Karen's voice echoed in the room. "Even if you're an elite swordsman, your victory isn't guaranteed when living in the same land for decades." She concluded that we should weaken their forces gradually or wait until our forces surpass theirs to win. Gustav asked curiously, "Gradually overpower them?" Karen confirmed, "Absolutely. We need divine power." Arnold pondered. "So what we can do now is wait for the knights from the Holy Order to arrive," Gustav suggested. "While waiting, we should weaken the Lord's forces as much as possible." Hamel reminded him, "Leader, we're being watched. How can we do that when our activities are limited?" Gustav remembered something and said, "We were lucky today to lose their trail." After a while of discussion, the room fell silent as everyone pondered. Arno raised his hand or pretended to fight. Teeps paused, saying T. Gustav continued, "Pretend." Leonid from behind said "Chin fight." Finally, Karen and Leon said "Do ahead." Amidst the sudden chaos, a voice shouted, "It's an ambush." One of them exclaimed angrily, "What's going on?" A figure with a calm presence appeared. The person asked Han, "Are you okay now?" Leon stood in front of him. The soldier reacted cautiously, his cold eyes scanning Leon. "Who are you?" He replied sharply, "I'm Merchant Leon from Storm Bekenshi. I'm currently searching for McCarran as per the Lord's request." When danger approached, someone warned, "Move aside." The sudden appearance surprised everyone present. Then someone screamed like witnessing a nightmare, "That guy and his whole lineage and even the Asian one." After that moment, Leon's calm voice echoed, "Let me handle this." The soldier could only accept his help. "Okay." Leon stepped forward, drawing his sword and pointing it at Teeps. He looked at Leon with a terrifying smile. In the uncertain situation, Gustav had to find a more subtle way to deal with things rather than confront them directly. Should we pretend to fight? That's right, this choice hasn't been considered before. Hamel and Leonid added a few more words. "Joan, did the Lord anticipate this? Who would have thought we'd be cooperating with Macadam?" From Karen's words, a bold plan was quickly sketched out. If we work together to stage this, the game truly begins now. In other words, we can set up the play anywhere in Ljubljana. Let's all agree and speak as one, sealing our deal. Now let's show the Lord of Ljubljana a play. Immediately after, Gustav entered the dark shadows with his sword. He shouted loudly, slicing through the air decisively. The red smoke was pushed back, forming a beautiful arc. Gustav's gaze met Roman's, and he thought, Karen and Leon were right. In Gustav's thoughts, a faint blue mark appeared in the darkness, confirming that the Ljubina Lord is a mage. Clues of magic presence spread throughout the land, making suspicion sharper. Everywhere within the territory, known structures only the Lord could enter, and towers created by the Matrix to protect the domain. Karen pointed out suspicious points. If he's a mage, There should be some structures containing matrices in his territory and additional ones like those to over there. Gustav's bold idea interrupted the speculation. Let's destroy them instead. However, Leon remained highly cautious. One of these could be fake towers to deceive human eyes. His cat-like voice lowered, meaning we need to destroy the right tower, right? He warned us to act carefully. If we try to destroy the original tower, the Lord will suspect us. In the end, a decision was made. Let's create an accidental situation. Leon whispered to El Cid, Gustavi, and Roman did well. All scenarios were meticulously planned, taking at least a few days, up to 10. Everything will conclude when the Lord discovers our pretend fight and then let's pick the tower to destroy. Leon responded to Elsie, but his eyes remained on Teeps. Got it! Teeps summoned a red power ball, with Leon as the primary target. Take this! Immediately after, Elsie said something that shook him, shattering his confidence. Don't use aura! Leon gasped in surprise. What did you say? Now he could only try to avoid the attack as much as possible. Fortunately, Leon wasn't injured, but he knew that if they hadn't woken up earlier, he would be nothing now. Leon turned his head, his face drained of blood. How did you defeat such a strong opponent without using aura? But Elsie's response was absolutely certain, leaving no room for negotiation. Of course. Leon shouted, worry and near inevitable defeat evident in his eyes. Why? That doesn't look like a pretend fight at all. He used real power. Elsie warned helplessly, because your aura can kill magical beings. With just another light cut, he would turn to dust. This placed Leon in an almost impossible situation, facing a strong enemy without aura and trying to destroy the tower accidentally. Crazy, it's really hard. I have to pretend to fight Macadam with only physical strength and a regular sword. He was helpless, just shouting to vent his frustration. Crazy. Regardless of Leon's state, Teeps continued attacking him. Since he couldn't use aura, Leon could only try to dodge each attack. From Teeps's perspective, the area below was nothing but smoke and dust. He seemed to have seen something unexpected. Leon's figure emerged from the smoke in front of Teeps. Despite the quick movement, he couldn't hit Teeps. Leon's face contorted with tension. He turned and retaliated against Teeps's attack. His sword sliced through, immediately causing an explosion. Two huge stone pillars shattered, covered by magical rays, standing out in the dark, foggy surroundings. After blocking Teeps's attack, Leon panted heavily. Elsie appeared behind him and spoke. This can also be considered part of the training. Suspicion immediately rose in him. No, not like that, right? Elsie looked at Leon with a puzzled gaze. Why would she do that? He was dissatisfied, leading her along. Explosions echoed around them. It was too dangerous. Leon gritted his teeth and endured. The cursed sword. Finally, he had to accept reality. Alright, 6 days in a row now. Elsie looked at him calmly, as if examining something. Things seemed easier now. Alcid gazed into the distance where the city was in peril. At least 10 magical towers were destroyed. The matrix weakened. The target weakened. The scene appeared from another perspective. That person's hand tightened until the veins stood out. His nobility could be seen through the rings on his fingers. Andre gritted his teeth, anger and contempt evident in his voice. Those damn people. A sunny morning scene emerged. Gustavi glanced at the decaying magical towers and whispered, "It seems everything is going rather smoothly." But Leo frowned, unease still lingered. Strange, the Lord doesn't care. He crossed his arms, his voice lowered. Perhaps he hasn't revealed himself because he needs more time, but things will get worse if left longer. Gustavi whispered to the six at night side. Do you have any new news? Leo replied briefly, no, but we need someone to rush in. She ran and called his name. Leon, Gustavi, and Leon turned towards the direction of the call. Karen spoke excitedly. They arrived. The Iron Knight side. Nightfall gradually covered everything. The scene changed. Leon and Karen went to another place. He sighed helplessly at this ironic situation. You're at the Asian restaurant. Strange. See nearer. A hint of unease appeared in his voice. But despite feeling conflicted inside, He still asked to confirm, "Really need to do this?" Karen smiled lightly and explained half jokingly, half seriously, "It's just a performance, acting. I told the maidservant we would have dinner in town. They won't follow us on our date. It can also make the Lord less suspicious." A male waiter approached with a smile. "Where do you want to sit?" Karen replied cheerfully, "Noel." Leon was surprised. "What's that?" It's spelled backwards from Leon. The three had a brief exchange. "Welcome, your rooms are on the 4th floor. Do you need anything else? We want to order today's special dish. For portions, please." "That's right. Then enjoy your meal." Kylian and Karen entered the room. Two people were already sitting at a table. Damien's stern face appeared. Angela was seated beside him. Leon silently observed their rival, sensing the sharpness beneath their appearance. Although they looked young, they seemed quite experienced. Indeed, as expected, they didn't carry weapons, but both exuded an overwhelming aura. Elsie Leitz looked at Leon and complimented him. His ability to observe others seems better since he started training with Karen. Although not on the same level as Cesare, they are quite strong. Leon introduced himself politely, showing his courtesy by making a new acquaintance. "I'm Leon, who sought your help?" Damien's response was sincere. When discussing the main topic, Leon asked to confirm. He knew what was happening here. Damien hesitated, then directly addressed their issue. "You're pretending to fight Prince Teeps to destroy the magical towers." The next question from Leon carried a hint of curiosity. "So, do you know Teeps?" Damien nodded. The Wallachian clan was quite famous before." He wanted to make sure he didn't miss anything important. Who would have thought that after 250 years of hard work they'd end up in this situation? Truly a case of bad luck. "I think there are some things I've missed, so you might as well start from the beginning for me." Leon responded briefly. "All right." Outside the window, when Damien heard about the plan to imprison and exploit the entire vampire clan like livestock, he kept people and imprisoned the whole clan. Only one type of magic could do that. His eyes showed a certainty. It was dark magic. "I know what the Lord is planning now." Damien's knowledge made Leon more convinced that this matter was more complex than imagined. Based on his reaction, things didn't seem simple at all. Elsie nodded in agreement. Indeed, he seems quite familiar with this situation. Damien explained the unique nature of their kind. Vampires are a race where it's hard to distinguish between body and soul. They exploit that to strengthen themselves. He talked about the limitations of dark magic. Dark magic drains life force. It's ineffective on physical bodies. They use poor people as food for vampires, then drain their life force completely. Horrible images flashed through Damien's mind. Leon realized why the taboo against living like that kept vampires from doing so. They used poor people as food for vampires, then drained their life force. They had taken over the world long ago. Consuming a large amount of blood is forbidden, leading to death. However, he clearly stated the mad ambition of that powerful figure. McCarran's life has nothing to do with the Lord. His goal is to absorb all of McCarran's power to become the ruler of the world. So McCarran dying from drinking too much blood doesn't bother him at all. Suddenly, Angela raised 3 fingers as if pointing out something. This made both Leon and Karen look confused. Damien sighed helplessly. "This action means the risk level is 3. That's why I want everyone to cooperate sincerely." Line still harbored doubts. A 3 for risk levels? Damien's explanation echoed like the disaster in that city, the night disaster swallowing everything. The level Line dealt with was at 3. In his words, the danger levels were explained. Level 2 is a national disaster and the level 1 is a world-threatening disaster, except for the Demon King's attack. No other disaster has reached such severity. Each word Damien spoke carried meaning. So, danger can only be assessed at 3 levels. At level 2, more than half of the Night Order would handle it. Meanwhile, we will seek help from other countries. He warned about the consequences if this became a norm. If such things happened frequently, the world would become chaotic. Leon's face was drenched in sweat. Finally, Damien concluded their plan as the truth became clear. "So tonight we interrogate the Lord. If he refuses to answer, we will judge him under the church's name. The scene shifted to Lubina prison. Angela appeared in the shadows. A voice came from behind Angela. It looks like a regular prison from outside, but secretly, this is where they keep the vampire clan. Teeps emerged with dark smoke. Pleased to meet you, Angela. Angela glanced around. His voice continued echoing. We've heard about it. Our task is to help her by helping the prisoners escape and join us. Roman revealed an unexpected protective structure the Lord had set up. The Lord created a matrix here, like sunlight, so we can't attack. He looked at Angela, waiting for her capability. If you can destroy that matrix, we can approach there. However, you must destroy it yourself. Without waiting for anyone to react, Angela took off flying. Teeps was stunned by what he just saw. Angela. As they got closer, they saw Angela standing near a cliff doing something. She unleashed her power. Golden lightning bolts appeared. Angela muttered to herself and tightened her grip. Blessed. Without anyone understanding her next move, Angela punched the castle wall. A loud explosion followed, causing cracks in the stone wall. Teeps and Roman watched from above, shocked beyond belief. Probably because of the recent holy power surge around Angela, Leon recognized the familiar strength, whispering that it was an earthquake. Damien spoke slowly, emphasizing the unbelievable disparity in their powers. Angela did that. That's her power. She's twice as strong as me. And she's stronger than most of my predecessors. He raised his eyebrows slightly. So Angela alone is enough to handle the situation in the dungeon. But what really worried him was something else. The problem here is that we are the ones talking to the Lord. As Damien spoke, his eyes scanned the people present. Gustavi slightly furrowed his brows at him. Because it sounds like a dire prophecy, us being the issue. After all, there are 5 B-level and 1 A-level members. And with the Iron Six Knight, that's still not enough. In Damien's eyes, his greatest concern was unspoken. If we do well, it will only be a fair match against the Lord. But if someone dies or can't fight later on, I'm not sure we'll win. On the other side, someone shouted loudly. As they approached the castle, 2 guards blocked their path, demanding to see the Lord. The tension immediately rose when a cold response came back, telling them to go back. Damien stepped forward and directly stated his purpose with determination. I'm Damien, the 8th Knight from the Iron Chain of Church A. I'm here to investigate some matters. The atmosphere on both sides dropped instantly. The guards couldn't believe what they heard. What? Church Knight of the Iron Chain. An order was given for them to drop their weapons. A steward approached slowly. Steward! Then he invited them inside. Please forgive this slight offense. The Lord invites you in. Follow me, please. Elcid had a hint of sarcasm. Many stewards welcomed the visitors from Church A. They seemed quite serious. Inside the building, only a patch of light could be seen. A stone statue stood in an elegant room. Soft lighting created a classic and mysterious atmosphere. They looked around, feeling the eerie ambience. One member warned quietly due to a bad feeling. Maybe this is a trap. Either way, let's go inside quickly. Gustavi spoke slowly with determination. Now that we're here, there's no going back. He looked at Leon, accepting the truth with strength. Right, Leon? Leon nodded softly in agreement. The group moved forward. Let's go inside. The door slowly opened. A greeting echoed from within the room, making it even more eerie. Welcome! Andre smiled lightly, his words half joking and sarcastic. I apologize for not welcoming you properly since we came here to investigate. So no tea today, right? Right. Knight Damien. Damien spoke directly without hesitation. Stop beating around the bush. I'm not here to joke. His eyes were sharp like a knife. He was suspected of using the Wallachian clan for personal gain after they served the church and used their power to dominate the world. Andre laughed disdainfully, accepting everything without hiding it. How do you know that? It seems you already know everything. Even if I deny it, you'll still choose to believe them. Damien stared at Leon in shock, thinking that he had dispelled all the gloomy atmosphere in the room. This is what his grace mentioned later. After calming everyone down, Leon spoke coldly and began. Damien understood his cue. He was the first to react, immediately reaching out to recite a prayer. Lord, please bring light to this dark and cold place so that people can see your compassion. Let them see their betrayal. Please grant me light. Immediately, blinding light appeared with his prayer. The faint light flew out of the building, directly targeting the red battlefield above. Then the light flickered and dispelled the red battle. Meanwhile, Andre raised his hand as if something had just been lost. He looked surprised at his own hand. Is my power disappearing? Embarrassment turned to anger. He extended a strong energy stream. Don't talk nonsense in front of me, scum. Hansen glanced at Leonid, who nodded in understanding. Then Hansen stepped firmly on the crack, as if creating a stance. Leonid patted his shoulder, seemingly transferring energy to his teammate. Hansen forcefully slammed his shield into the crack, nearly burying it into the ground. Both then hid behind the shield together. Just as they were ready, dark red energy began to attack. The dark energy was repelled by the shield. However, those hiding behind the shield still felt some impact from the dark energy's power. In some miraculous way, the shield wasn't corroded by the dark energy. Instead, it washed away the dark energy around them. A few seconds later, Andrei's attack ended. The shield remained intact, but the ground around it was not so lucky. The area in front of and beside the shield had been eroded to a deep hole. Leon worriedly asked Leonid and Hansen. They were too exhausted to answer. Both looked like they just came back from exploring a volcano, their bodies smoking but fortunately not severely burned. Andre mockingly laughed. Did you think you'd survive by hiding behind the shield like scared mice? Foul. But as he spoke, an arrow flew straight to his eye. Bump! The arrow hit its target, and the momentum of the arrow caused Andre to fall back. Leon was extremely surprised. Damien smiled slightly, having predicted this. Ha! He mocked him. Now, what do you say? It was him who shot the arrow, taking advantage when Andre wasn't paying attention and hiding behind Leonic and Hansen to strike. Got it. Leon asked anxiously if everyone was all right. They all laughed and gave a thumbs up. Fine. But from their faces, he didn't believe them. They looked anything but fine. Suddenly, Andre spoke, making the group alert. Hey, you! His red ring on his hand had shattered into pieces with black smoke rising. Yet, his eyes showed no signs of injury. Clearly, the magic from the red ring had neutralized the attack just now. He was furious. Fools. How dare you damage my ring? Hamel couldn't believe it. Is he okay? Impossible. I clearly hit his eye with an arrow. It was a flaming arrow too. He couldn't have dodged that. Damien suddenly understood. Got it. The ring is a high-level item to nullify physical damage. I lost a valuable arrow. Seeing his eyes turn redder, he assessed. It seemed like he was angrier now. Andre waved his hand and summoned many circles of magic, roaring at them. You scum, you won't live in peace. He went mad. Even if you die, your souls will not rest either. You'll be my slaves. Energy surged out. The wind blew fiercely, making Leon and Damien grit their teeth to resist. The Hansen group quickly hid behind the shield, eyes alert. From the red magic circles, Andre summoned dark souls. Damien shouted. He was summoning souls from Hell A. That high-level spell is about level 5. Hamel shot an arrow, piercing through a hellish soul. He couldn't help but curse. Damn it, my attack missed completely. Leonic swung his blade through the soul of hell, but couldn't destroy it. Taking off Leon's undershirt, a sizzling sound echoed and black smoke emerged. He quickly retreated. The undershirt had a hole in it, like it was burned. Countless souls from hell poured out, surrounding the 5 of them. Alcid growled. Even with aura weapons, eliminating this mess would be tough. Leon frowned at that. Really? Try to attack. What if we attacked like when I fought the Night Knight? At that time, Leon used a cleansing sword. The Night Knights were blinded by divine light and lost their combat ability. However, Alshid warned him, be careful with the sword. He might do something with those rings. He examined the remaining 2 rings, staying vigilant as he could expect some trick from them. Just when things heated up, a dart pierced through the soul of hell and landed on the ground. Damien was surprised. Leon also looked taken aback by the dart. Huh? Then countless darts fell down, piercing through the souls of hell, shattering into pieces. A nimble figure leaped from the rooftop and landed gracefully beside everyone. Leon was elated. Karen gently touched down and approached the group. The souls of hell are tough. Their bodies gradually recover, just taking some time. Soon enough, they returned to their original form as if never damaged. Karen complained, "I knew it wouldn't work. I don't want to fight these pests." She placed her hand on the ground, but she had to help everyone in danger. Karen smiled, "Let me show off my skills." As she spoke, ghostly hands sprouted around her body. Leon sighed with relief. Those hands stopped moving now. The ghosts were blocking them. Hamio clapped, "Not bad, Karen." Elsie smiled. It seemed more reasonable to use the ghosts to block the souls. Damien stepped forward. "Now it's my turn." He raised his hand and recited a prayer. "Light of God, shine upon those who wander in darkness." A bright light appeared above everyone, surprising Hamio. Then the dart he threw glowed, blessed by divine power. Leonid's sword also glowed, especially its blade. Hansen's shield and spear shone too. Leon's sword did as well. Damien explained, "I've granted everyone their divine strength and weapons." Leon nodded in surprise. "This is divine power." He proudly chuckled, "It's nothing special, just the blessing of the blade." While amused and resigned, he whispered to El Cid, "Turns out it was divine power and weapons." Hearing that, Leon nodded, focusing his spirit, his fighting spirit burning bright. Great. But before he could act, a large sword chopped down, splitting the soul of hell in two. The wielder had strong arms and a sturdy build. It was Gustav. He had woken up and joined the battle. "You fools, why not just fight?" Leon was overjoyed. "Leader Gustav, thank God, lucky my wound isn't serious." In contrast, his teammates were indifferent. Hansen asked, "Didn't you die?" Leonid retorted, boasting about his strength after one hit almost knocked him out. Gustav smiled at his comrades in arms. There was no questioning between them, just playful taunts, showing their deep understanding of each other. Gustav turned to look at the souls of hell being blocked by the ghosts. "That attack wasn't aimed at me anyway, just feigning death. The more there are, the better for you guys to show off your skills. It's good." Immediately after, he commanded, "Move forward, brave warriors." Following Gustav's command, he and Leon led the charge while everyone else provided support from behind. Damien stood at the back, blessing them all. Andre was furious, cursing those fools. When he wasn't paying attention, Karen suddenly appeared to attack him from behind. She held a sharp dart in her hand. If successful, it would save them much effort. As expected, life isn't always as dreamy. Andre quickly raised his hand to block the attack, a magical circle forming as a shield. Despite the failed attempt, Karen mockingly smiled at him. "Greenhorn." Saying that, she created a smoke screen. White smoke rose up, obscuring his vision, while she turned into a ghost and vanished into the shadows. Andre cautiously looked around. That wretched woman had distracted him. Next second, an arrow flew through the air and headed straight for him. With his magical shield ready, he blocked it with a hand, splitting the arrow in two. Andre started sweating. "They thought we would." But before he could finish, the smoke dissipated, and no souls were to be seen. What's going on? Where are the dead people? There were only 6 people hiding in the thin smoke. The haze completely cleared, leaving Leon, Hamel, and Damien with their battle-ready eyes staring at him. Andre was furious. Blue veins stood out on his face. "You incompetent fools. It's all because of you." Saying this, he spread his hand, curled 3 fingers together, then snapped them open as if signaling a ritual. Immediately, dark magic flared up behind him. The dark magic erupted like a volcano and spread throughout the building like sentient chains. Damien felt an ominous sensation from the dark magic swirling below. The dark magic overflowed, searching for the sweet scent as ordered by Andre. The target was the gatekeepers here. The dark magic seeped into the mouths of the guards like childbirth, draining their life force. Another group of guards heard the commotion. Ben rushed over to check and found two fallen men. The two guards suddenly moved, making soft snuffling sounds. They stood up, moving stiffly like zombies. Brad and the other conscious guards gulped as they saw them. But then, he was startled when he noticed dark magic seeping into the mouths of the men behind him. Brad witnessed this happening to his comrades firsthand. Inside the building, Andre smiled. "Good, you're here, my slaves." The stiff footsteps echoed as the mindless zombie guards appeared before Leon's group. "Look at what happened to them, their voices trembling." "Hold on, these guys." Leon recognized Brad, though he looked different now. He was the swordsman they met last time. His anger burned his reason. "I won't forgive you for what you did to them." Suddenly, Damien gritted his teeth and said frenzy. He too was enraged. It was one of the forms of dark magic that unleashed hidden strength, turning people into temporary powerful monsters. Seeing Brad's lifeless state, Damien sighed. "I never thought he would do this to a guard." As he spoke, the soldiers attacked again. Gustav quickly raised his shield to block them. Even he was surprised by their strength. What the hell? They're too strong. Attacking once wasn't enough. They retreated and Gustav stepped back a few steps. Damien shouted from behind, "Be careful, these madmen won't feel pain." Their strength exceeded normal because they were in a state of uncontrollable rage. If not for a fatal blow, they wouldn't die. Their aura would increase too. Proving his point, one of the living dead roared as energy surged on him. Then he charged at Gustav again. Gustav blocked but cursed, "FCK, then we'll just have to take their heads." Hansen blocked with his shield. The soldiers attacked relentlessly. Suddenly, he was scratched and stumbled. Hansen paled. Damn it. He overused his magic on those souls earlier. In front of him, living dead soldiers held spears ready to stab him. Bang! Hansen staggered out from behind the shield, taking a spear hit. Lennox worriedly turned and shouted at Hansen. He didn't realize he was in danger too. Next moment, Lennox felt the world spin. He fell to the ground. The blow was heavy. He nearly fainted where he stood. Leon fought a soldier. His body shook with effort. Everyone, Damien was also trying to block damage from other living dead soldiers. Leon assessed the situation. Where's Karen? She must be dealing with the Lord, so she can't help us now. He was fighting Brad. His heart ached. He couldn't move despite wanting to contribute more. At this moment, Elsie spoke calmly. "Leon." "Huh?" She suggested paying attention to their movements. Elsie explained further. Even without brains, they're still swordsmen, so hitting two at once would be easier. Leon disbelievingly glared at her. "Line 60 is here. Fight them both at once." "What did you say? Isn't that worse?" Elsie retorted. "Do you remember the forest battle? If you face a swordsman and move unconsciously, you'll have an advantage over them through thought and movement. In a one-on-one fight, they'd be much stronger, but if fighting two at once, you could make them collide." Leon understood, regaining composure with a smirk. "Kids are easy to teach." Elsie nodded in satisfaction. So Leon no longer fought Brad directly. He turned and ran away. He dived into the two soldiers, attacking Damien, pushing them back. The two soldiers rolled on the ground, leaping up, while Leon fell down too. Damien was protecting Hansen, who was injured. Both looked at him in confusion. Leon didn't explain. Instead, he loudly taunted. "Hey, you fools, attacking me again!" The two soldiers growled and stood up, jumping towards Leon together. But due to their proximity, they collided, losing balance in midair. Everything unfolded as planned for Leon. He smiled. Now he stepped back, gathering momentum for his attack. Swoosh! He moved swiftly, leaving dust on the floor. Leon charged at the two soldiers, swinging his sword with force, slicing both of them. Leon took care of those blocking his path. Suddenly, Damien shouted in alarm. "Leon, behind you!" Hearing his warning, Leon immediately turned around. Brad, who had transformed into a monster at some point, stood before Leon. His sudden appearance startled Leon. He quickly drew his sword and exclaimed, "Damn it." But it was too late as he swiftly grabbed Leon's hand, trying to swing the blade. Then he grabbed Leon's collar and lifted him like a chicken. Even if Leon struggled, He couldn't break free from Brad's grip. Suddenly, something approached them from afar. Leon noticed this sudden attack and froze in fear. And then, amidst Damien's worried cry, Leon was engulfed by the red tide with Brad. Leon. The fire burned everything it touched and imprisoned what it covered. From far away, a man with a smirk appeared. At this moment, Leon's holy power from his sword struggled against the red flames burning. Finally, it shattered, extinguishing the flames in Leon's astonishment. Can the holy power granted by Damien resist dark magic? If not, I might have been burned to ashes. At that moment, his eyes widened with shock at what he saw. What? Turns out you see Brad being incinerated into nothing in that fire. That enraged him. Did he plan to kill me with his guards? Damn scoundrel! At this moment, a bored voice echoed. You! Not defeated by me. And that damn girl too. Causing me distraction. What a nuisance! The words and scene before him shocked Leon into wide-eyed panic. It seemed his companion had been caught by the owner and hung like a tasty morsel ready for slaughter. Seeing Karen captured, Leon worriedly shouted to the elder, "Sir." His anger peaked, wanting to fight back, damn old man. But before he could act, that person urgently requested him to stop. Moreover, he tightened his tentacles around Karen to intimidate Leon. Andre cunningly suggested, "Let's negotiate. If you agree, I'll spare Otter." Despite Leon's angry gaze, he tried to keep a sarcastic tone and said, "I didn't expect you wanted to negotiate too." He laughed. A smart person. I like smart people. Andre highly valued Leon's abilities. Few young ones have skills as high as yours. You're more worthy of respect than mercenaries. So he wants Leon to join his side. Therefore, we gave him a chance to join our forces and fight against the mercenaries and those scum at the church. However, if he warns Ada and you, I'll ensure their safety. If he refuses, Ada will die immediately. After Andre finished his question, he smiled brightly. What do you think? This offer isn't too difficult, right? Leon remained silent for a moment, thinking deeply. Just then, Elsie appeared and knew exactly what was going through your mind. You were planning to refuse, weren't you? Stop pretending to think. That's just nonsense. Then she suggested how Leon should handle Andre. Pretend to accept his offer. Then use Murik to defeat him when he's off guard. The reason for this plan is that I realized something. First, you're not yet skilled with Murad. He noticed your stance during the preparation phase. Moreover, do you think a lord would care about your actions? As a high-ranking mage using dark magic, he'll certainly bind you with a special oath that's quite dangerous. Leon got extremely agitated and shouted, "Damn it! What should I do now? Karen is in danger. There's no time. The only thing I can think of right now is..." Since no one saw Elsie, Leon was talking to himself with the air around him. Andre looked at him curiously. Is he crazy? After a heated argument, Elsie spoke calmly. "Stay calm, Leon." But Leon responded in a low voice. "How can I stay calm? This is clearly a serious situation." Suddenly, Elsie smiled and reminded him. "What did you forget?" His words left Leon confused. Me. Forget what? At that moment, a warm sound caught Andre's attention. Leon looked up at the ceiling as it shook violently, then was surprised when the roof suddenly exploded. From the hole in the ceiling, someone emerged, shocking Leon so much he gasped. Seeing this, Elsie laughed proudly and noticed someone had landed beside Leon. Recognizing her, Leon's face lit up with joy. He happily called out, "Angela." Angela's cold expression didn't change as she glanced over. Damien responded with an excited smile and said, "It's a bit late." Angela only nodded in response. Suddenly, a monster appeared from nowhere and rushed towards Angela. The mercenaries quickly noticed this and shouted simultaneously, "Angela, be careful." Despite the two monsters rushing at her, Angela stood still and composed herself. She focused her strength into a punch. When enough power was gathered, she delivered two powerful punches that hit both monsters accurately. Andre couldn't believe what he saw. He stammered, "What is she?" Suddenly, Angela's thumb extended and pointed at Andre with a. Her usual behavior made Andre so angry he gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn you." After the fight, Angela took a deep breath. The two monsters, after receiving her punches, fell to the ground unconscious. Leon was left speechless, only managing to laugh nervously. Then he admitted that now he understood why Angela chose to do that mission herself. Finally, he was impressed by how Angela flew down from the roof. She seems quite strong, though she looks a bit weak. At that moment, Elsie explained how Angela uses her aura. She guides the aura through her body and releases it as physical force. Great job! Moreover, if Angela isn't careful when guiding the aura into her body, it could be dangerous. A small mistake might make her body explode like a bubble. Along with her strong physique, her spirit is also extraordinary. Leon was so surprised he shouted out loud, "It's that dangerous!" Her silly attitude made Elsie helplessly say, "Try focusing the miracle aura on your body instead of transferring it to a weapon. That much aura is like gunpowder inside you if it moves around in your body." His low but strong voice, and he couldn't avoid realizing that his body might explode just like a bubble. Seeing Leon recognize the problem, she confirmed with a sound. Yeah, both of them stared at Angela intently while Angela was panting heavily from exhaustion. Her fighting style made Leon She hesitantly asks, "You're angry, right?" Leon doesn't bother to reply. He turns around and orders, "Senior, step back." Karen is intimidated by his attitude, so she just follows the order. Huh? Alright then. For Andre, after being stabbed by Karen, he painfully tries to sit up and angrily says, "Damn you, we'll take revenge." But before he can do anything, the sharp tip of a sword points straight at his face. Leon commands firmly, "Head for the cave entrance, Lord Luperna's command." The situation leaving him cornered makes Andre grind his teeth in anger. Suddenly, he bursts into maniacal laughter and raises his hand that lost a finger, shouting, "I still have the evil master." As Leon considers retreating to maintain distance, he suddenly notices Andre's missing finger and exclaims, "Damn it, that ring! Are you sure?" His words make Andre quickly look at his hand in surprise, seeing the ring and its finger gone. Huh? At this moment, someone raises up the ring. Karen took the ring and smirks. "You said this. I'll let you use it as a wicked man. Thanks. I'll make good use of it." Enraged by the unknown goddess taking his evil master away, Andre screams like an animal, "Damn you. One day, I will take revenge on all of you." At that moment, someone else appears in front of him and coldly says, "Give up now. It's time to surrender." It was none other than Teeps and Roman. With a voice as dark as hell, Teeps calls out, making Andre want to say something, "You." But before he can do anything, Teeps attacks first. His red-grooved hand extends while his cold voice commands, "Surrender, Andre Lubina under the full moon." Andre's demonic laugh echoes, "Surrender." At some point, he holds something and looks extremely smug, saying, "Alright, trash." The appearance of that thing makes Leon and Teeps freeze. What Andre is holding emits a powerful aura. Suddenly, someone exclaims, "That! Remember the day Arnold brought a box to Andre's castle? He gave Andre one. Inside was a gemstone with unimaginable power called the Black Amethyst. Now Andre wants to swallow the Black Amethyst." This makes Leon slightly shocked and gasp, "He's swallowing the Black Amethyst?" After eating it, Andre's power surges violently. A mad smile appears on his face as he starts howling like an animal. His screams make everyone cover their ears. Karen even says, "My ears." Even Teeps can't bear it and quickly covers his ears. After the sound torture, finally, that terrifying scream stops. Suddenly, Teeps' voice trembles, "Impossible, this way." He stares in shock at Andre's new form, one of the three great Nosferatu clans, the Sound Master clan, capable of controlling sound. The wings appearing on Andre make him realize his Sound Master lineage has that ability. The power of the Elizabeth lineage, Andre has successfully transformed. At this moment, his voice filled with pride, "Now you know how well I prepared." He declares, "I found Nosferatu's bloodline and turned its power into mine. Now, it's your turn to die." Meanwhile, everyone's sword hand trembles as they wonder what's happening. Leonic shivers and asks, "Why? I'm trembling so much." Hamel, despite being scared stiff, still has the mood to mock. "Fool! Are you afraid?" Lennox's retort makes him angry. "Damn it!" Leon is slightly shaken but tries to remain calm and assess the situation. His aura is increasing, so his breathing is getting harder. In this situation, Andre arrogantly declares himself king. "I didn't plan on doing that because I wasn't ready, but you forced me to do it. Now I'm the master of darkness." He proudly asserts, "This world belongs to me." Everyone's faces turn rigid as they listen silently. "The last moment for you is also mine. I will drain all your life force and turn you into nourishment for my path to becoming a vampire." Damien gritted his teeth against the oppressive pressure trying to crush him. Just then, they heard a horrifying scream as they saw the moon had changed from its usual form. The moon was now blood red. Teeps finally spoke up, calling it a blood moon. Moreover, he explained that the blood moon illuminates everything in its path and dominates all within its influence. Finally, he confirmed its incredible effect, which is characteristic of vampires to rule over all vampires. Just as tension was building, Angela suddenly flew straight towards Andre. This time, she punched Andre's face again. Everyone below cheered, "Great job, this is just the beginning." But they didn't know that Angela couldn't hurt Andre like before. Instead, he shouted, "What a pity." After saying that, he suddenly grabbed Angela's head and burned her with a fire, causing her to be severely injured. She fell to the ground helplessly. Damien was terrified as he yelled out, "Angela, Andre had killed one. Now it was time for the rest of you. It's your turn now." At that moment, everyone suddenly noticed a change in their bodies. They screamed in horror. "What is this?" The veins. Realizing things were getting worse, Damien turned around and shouted, "Everyone, run!" Under the night sky, eerie fires burned on a glass building that remained silent. The earlier flames had condensed into red light, sharp like magical barriers piercing through the darkness. Suddenly, a bright red beam of light descended from above, shattering the ground into pieces. Amidst the thick smoke, someone fell to one side with blood-stained hands reaching out in pain. Gustav was no exception. His eyes showed pain as he bled heavily but couldn't make a sound. All around were fallen and bleeding, their soulless eyes staring straight ahead, sharing the same tragic fate under the destructive power they couldn't resist. Fortunately, Karen was still alive but covered in wounds. She hesitated to say, "What is this?" At that moment, a familiar voice of concern echoed, "Senior, are you okay?" Hearing the comforting voice, Karen turned and called out Leon. Karen didn't get hurt because Leon had shielded her with his body. Seeing no major injuries on her, he sighed in relief. Thank God. With what little strength she had left, Karen hugged Leon, crying, "Fool, what should I do if you're injured?" Using the remaining strength, Leon placed a hand on her shoulder and gently said, "There's something more important. I need you to help get Teeps and Roman out of here as fast as possible." But Karen disagreed. "What are you saying? No way. How can you handle this condition?" In response to her objections, Leon showed a confident smile, which left Karen speechless and confused. So she agreed with Leon, but on certain conditions, okay? "But Leon," she ordered, "if you die, I'll hate you for the rest of my life. Do you understand?" To Karen's words, Leon only smiled and said yes firmly. Andre slowly landed, surrounded by a dark aura. He raised his blood-stained hand to inspect it. After a moment, he said, "Amazing. Finally, I've successfully turned into a vampire thanks to the black crystal, the life force accumulated over decades." The Vampire King disappeared 300 years ago and has returned in this body. Following that, Strongleg stepped inside. Andre turned his head in surprise and asked, Are there still any moving targets?" Despite his injuries, Leon firmly held his sword ready to fight at any moment. His eyes showed no fear or hesitation as he declared, "I will be your opponent, Lord Luperner." Andre snorted in disdain and said, "Shut up." He continued, "But you are quite persistent though. What's next?" Andre mocked, "What can anyone do?" In a corner of the battlefield, Chloe had activated her dark power to form a protective cocoon around her teammates. The energy immediately drained away, causing those inside to vanish mysteriously. He realized and said, you're buying time for that girl, even if she runs. It's all in vain. Liubina is now in my hands. No matter what you do, you can't escape here. As he spoke, Leon coughed up fresh blood, his eyes filled with confusion. Andre achieved his goal and laughed. And so the battle continued. Right, it's him. Suffer. Fear me. Cry. I'm sure you'll regret this when you die. Leon sighed and whispered, why so troublesome? He placed his hands on his hips, raised his eyebrows, and looked at Andre loudly. Just because he can use dark magic, everyone thinks he's amazing. I only used a little time, but you keep going on and on. He doubted Leon's words as he replied with a skeptical expression. What do you mean by flag? As soon as he finished speaking, Andre showed a wicked smile and raised his hands high to recharge. Andre roared, damn it, you fool, you're just stupid. We're almost done, but you dare challenge my patience now. Damien lay on the ground, struggling to get up and observe the situation. His voice trembled as he spoke. Such terrifying power. No, if this land. Seeing Andre ready to attack, Leon glanced and thought, the battle is far away now. I can't sense her aura anymore. Great. Both of you stand in a bright posture, ready for combat, your sword gripped tightly. Elsie watched as Andre opened his mouth. How foolish. Why would he sacrifice himself to become an eye? In the dark setting, Leon raised his sword, its blade emitting a bright light and tiny sparks flying around. He shouted loudly, get ready, step back. The light blinded everyone. Someone suddenly screamed, oh, the light. His determined eyes glowed as Leon tightly held the glowing sword, illuminating the entire space. Andre's face reflected the sword's light, showing signs of panic. Golden light exploded and enveloped everything, blurring all in sight. In a moment of horror, he seemed to ignite, white flames engulfing and burning every part of Andre's body. On the other side, Hansen widened his eyes at the wound on his shoulder. Hamel also noticed the miracle. He raised his hand to examine it and whispered, look, the wound healed by itself. Damien bent down, touching the bloodstains. He stood there in shock. Impossible. That light is from a holy sword. In the blinding light, Leon looked straight ahead, his eyes sharp and resolute. Facing Leon, Andre was being corroded by the light. He screamed in pain and agony. After struggling for a while, Andre finally collapsed on the floor. His screams echoed through the corners as Andre's body gradually disintegrated into black smoke, vanishing completely into the air. Elsie observed from start to finish and commented, here, giving up humanity to possess greater power is a bit wise. The holy sword made him live worse than dead. Besides the superior strength of their line, experience and knowledge to make humans fear them are also quite important. Leon asked beside, so Laperna doesn't have those things? Suddenly, a dark smoke clouded everything. Alcid agreed with his opinion. He continued, exactly. Suddenly becoming a lion vampire, he can no longer control the energy within himself. As soon as he finished speaking, Alcid seemed to realize the problem and looked in one direction. Damn it. With his dark black body, red eyes and teeth, Andre approached Leon. He still didn't know to turn around and question. Before he could form a shape, he opened his sharp teeth and bit into Leon's shoulder, shocking him. Elsie screamed, Leon. Cut to night sky, the blood-red moon hanging in the air, adding mystery and horror to the scene. Someone shouted loudly through the atmosphere, Karen, please release us. Teeps and Roman were blinded by the light at a corner of the wall. He continued shouting, I want to kill Andre with my own hands. Karen, injured all over, replied from one side. No! She pointed at them and asked, do you both want to die together? You line vampires. Coming back only blocks Leon's path. I'll release the two of you on one condition. Both of you must stay here. A mysterious power surrounded Teep's wrist. He replied, even though they harmed my entire clan, I couldn't do anything about it. Such a humiliation. The whole time, Roman just listened without saying a word. Suddenly, Teep's eyes glowed brightly with scrutiny. He examined his hand in surprise. Huh? Here! Now, the old man spoke up. Lord Teeps, your power. He pointed towards the door and said hurriedly, That door! Teeps frowned as he pondered. Someone is calling me from behind that door. Roman squinted to explain if his power was reacting. So they all stood up and walked towards the door. The old man concluded, Yes, there are vampires beyond that door. Karen slipped as she followed behind. Hold on. Teeps, if you go in there, will a bunch of vampires appear? Without turning around, he replied coldly, Go in and see. The doors slowly creaked open. They cautiously entered one by one. Karen looked around and said with relief, Oh, I thought no one was here. As she spoke, Teeps said from above, surprising her slightly, Were you the one who called me? Confused, Karen turned to him suspiciously. Her eyes widened suddenly as she looked ahead. The figure appearing before them was a vampire, clinging to the bars behind the iron grill, his red eyes staring out in a very eerie manner. In the air, there was a questioning voice. What's this? A whole line of vampires? Or is it mixed with something else? Karen. The hand gripping the bars trembled violently. She stammered, It's little guys. The mysterious figure extended his hand outside, as if pleading for help. Meanwhile, Teeps walked straight forward without hesitation. He crouched down and took hold of the mysterious figure's hands. His red eyes glinted with scrutiny. His eyes turned a bright red and emitted an eerie light. The entire blood moon has shrunk and is barely visible inside. Memories flash by, a warm hand with someone important. Outside, it's raining heavily, raindrops tap against the window. In the dark room, Andre holds a syringe filled with glowing red liquid. Without hesitation, he injects it directly into his own wrist. Satisfied, Andre grins maliciously. His hand distorts, veins bulge like spider webs, and sharp fingernails become visible. During the fight, Andre sneaks in and bites Leon's neck viciously. At the bite site, a bright orange energy surge erupts, shocking like an electric shock. Andre winces in pain and screams madly. Leon grits his teeth at the wound on his shoulder. Oh, it must be from the light just now. Seizing the opportunity, he swings his sword down, shouting, My chance. Realizing danger, Andre opens his mouth wide and roars. A blinding white energy beam shoots out. Amidst smoke and surging energy, Andre's roar is destructive. Leon's body tenses as he gasps, eyes bulging. Smoke and blood from Leon's nose spew out, his voice hoarse. I can't hear you. After a while, Leon stabilizes himself and thinks, if I hadn't created an aura shield around my neck and head earlier, I might have died or exploded. Elsie hasn't appeared. It asks, Good job, Leon. Are you okay? He whispers, As you can see, I'm fine. Observing Andre's demonic form, Elsie continues to assess him. Now that he's in a frenzy, his only instinct is survival. But he'll be more dangerous now. He can't use magic, but can use vampire skills. Be careful! Leon's eyes remain resolute as he looks at Andre. He readies himself. Don't underestimate him. Elsie interrupts. He's powerful. The Nosferatu Wallachia bloodline, Elizabeth, and Strigo powers. Elsie lists the vampire lines. But the Wallachia line can't use abilities on him. It's evident from my fight with Tepes. I blocked Elizabeth's ability using aura, but I haven't faced Strigo yet. Leon doesn't care much. He draws his sword and says, The Lord is weakened. I only need to use 80% of my aura to defeat him. Extending the fight won't benefit me. Let's end this quickly. Elsie nods. But if we attack now, he'll know that touching it means death. He won't let me get close. Leon calmly replies, I know. Then he confidently adds, but I have to do this. Seeing Leon's determination, Elsie smiles and encourages him. The black, ominous tentacles of Andre's demonic form rush towards Leon with terrifying speed. After a violent impact, Leon is pushed back and starts bleeding. But he grits his teeth and continues advancing. His eyes full of determination, Elsie smiles in support. The tentacles attack Leon's position with incredible speed. After the powerful collision, Leon is pushed back and begins to bleed. Despite this, He grits his teeth and continues advancing. Leon's eyes are full of determination. He thinks, can he still control the ghosts? It's not harmed by aura light. Damn it, if I knew earlier, I would have asked Karen for advice. With his sword emitting blinding rays, Leon charges like a bolt of lightning, leaving bloody trails behind. He thinks one small mistake and he'll die. I've put all my physical strength into this. I must try my best. Leon's exhausted face suddenly brightens as his eyes flash with determination. He shouts in anger. Unyielding, Andre opens his mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth and red eyes, roaring back. Before he can react, Leon swings his sword powerfully. The blade cuts through air, striking Andre's body. The blow tears him apart like paper, causing Andre to scream in pain. Suddenly, a red aura surrounds Andre as he roars to counterattack. From Andre's demonic form, a terrifying black and red energy surge erupts, creating multiple fiery energy beams that hit Leon. After the powerful impact, Leon's blood splashes onto his screaming face. In the sky, the strange red moon emits countless spider web-like tendrils, covering a section of space. The tires on Andre's body start to bulge, transforming into a glowing red sphere with strange black and red veins. His entire body turns into a crimson red sphere inflating, connected to the lunar power emanating from the moon. Leon's face tightens in surprise. In the dark space, there are murmurs of discussion. Huh? Why are you guys out here? Look at the moon. That's a blood moon. Everyone rushes in one direction. Someone says, I heard an explosion coming from the castle. Behind the man looking up, a huge black demon appears. It opens its mouth wide with sharp red fangs ready to devour everything. Someone is alarmed and shouts, what's happening? Bang! The scent of fresh blood fills the air. A heart-wrenching scream echoes. What is that? Save me! Oh my! The demon's sharp teeth pierce his shoulder, trying to devour him alive. Gustav grits his teeth in pain as he's attacked by 2 to 3 tentacles. Blood! It's sucking my blood. At the same time, it takes our shadows, limiting our movement. Gustav is not spared. He's attacked by 2 to 3 tentacles, while others present are also being drained of their blood. From the red moon, countless thin black tentacles spread throughout the space. These dark threads directly penetrate and pass through Andre's inflated body, a crimson sphere, transmitting terrifying energy into him. Damien struggles to observe what's happening. He exclaims in disbelief, this is... Looking at Andre's strange and swollen body, Leon concludes he's draining the blood of everyone in the city. He plans to come back as a vampire. He's performing a resurrection ritual. The one who created this ritual feels it's dangerous and sealed it off. For an incomplete vampire, the consequences are severe. We've been silently enduring all this time. Elsie finally speaks up, saying it's a forbidden skill, triggering his survival instinct. And if he spreads it everywhere, everyone in the city will vanish without a trace. He sternly asks, in other words, the whole city is being sucked dry. As soon as he says this, countless red mouths from the tentacles rush towards Lion. He quickly lies down and launches an unexpected attack. This time, Leon stands still, tightly holding his sword to receive all the attacks. Elsith is alarmed and shouts. Inside the protective layer, Andre raises his sharp hand and examines it. He smiles contentedly, saying, our bodies are gradually recovering. You'll be honored to sacrifice yourself for my recovery. In front of Leon, he's trapped by threads like a cocoon with no escape. Inside, he thinks, damn, I can't move. Leon grits his teeth and calculates, using the remaining aura to protect myself. But that's only a temporary solution. I've lost too much blood. I don't have enough strength to move anymore, let alone gather more aura. Just as he contemplates this, a faint plea for help echoes, please save me, followed by many cries of the innocent in pain urging him to act. Pain, too much, save me, please save me, someone save me, please, I don't want to die, I want to live. Determined, Leon tightens his sword and emits energy like lightning. He decides, no more, I have to do this. This is why I wanted to be a hero. To save the innocent from evil, the protective layer around Leon bursts with power. Inside, the sword's binding light suddenly erupts, trying to tear everything apart. With a loud boom, terrifying power radiates out, splitting the ground into many pieces and golden bindings. Andre observes this from start to finish and grumbles. "You really are annoying." He roars, "I'll use all my strength to defeat you." The tentacles kept coming. Andre affirmed confidently, "Now, go die already." Karen's face flashed in Leon's mind. She said, "If you die, Leon, I'll hate you." After thinking, he smiled as if gaining more courage. Leon inwardly resolved that his death would cause a lot of trouble. He coldly summoned, "7 stars start now." Many bright golden stars suddenly appeared in the dark background, connected by greenish-blue beams of light, forming a warship. A huge and dazzling golden energy was released forcefully. Leon rushed to press against Andre's protective layer instantly. Inside, Leon said without hesitation, "This is your end now, Lupena the Devil." He forcefully slashed with his sword, cutting through Andre's proud defense. Leon's sword sliced through Andre's swollen and taut skin, causing bright red blood to spurt out, creating a gap between them. Muruk. His powerful strike split Andre in two, sending a beam of light straight up into the sky. At that moment, he could only open his eyes wide in shock, unable to resist. Andre's old face showed confusion and disbelief. Memories flashed through his mind, a cute little girl softly calling out, "Daddy." Andre held her tenderly as she waited for her father. "Isn't that right?" The little girl replied. "Yes, can Daddy play with me today too?" He agreed without hesitation. "Of course." Then Andre placed Leah on his shoulder and played with her for a long time. Leah happily cried out, "I love you, Daddy." Andre joyfully replied, "I also love you, Leah." The precious moment passed as Andre stood before a room with a painful expression. His voice trembled. How could this be? Inside the room was the frail body of the little girl, surrounded by bright red blood. He shouted, "Leah!" Andre rushed to her, his voice filled with fear and desperation. "Come on, Daddy will save you." He hugged Leah tightly as he continued to comfort himself. "Daddy will help you. The darkness will cover everything. Outside the window, it's raining heavily." Andre went mad, muttering, "That disease has taken away my wife and daughter. Even as a high-level mage, I couldn't find a cure. I've tried every method possible. I can't lose her." Yes! A large and complex red magical circle appeared, radiating energy around it, creating an eerie and powerful scene. He whispered, "Dark magic." Outside, soldiers were bringing many people inside, one of them shouting, "Take the poor ones in two." His hands were tightly tied to the bed. Someone approached with a syringe filled with dark red liquid. He screamed in pain, "What's happening? Save me." Andre smiled and said, "See, the close aide behind is asking." "You found a solution." "Master," he insisted, "black crystal is the key. I've increased my vampire powers with black crystal. Now I'll have the strength I've always dreamed of." Hearing this, he wiped his tears and said, "Really? Now you can cure Miss Leah's illness?" The little girl's face turned to confusion, asking if such a thing existed in the world. Back to reality, Andre's skin was flowing like liquid. His body began to horrifyingly decompose, his flesh distorting and melting, revealing red muscle beneath an expression of pain mixed with sorrow. Suddenly, someone approached Andre from behind. He slowly raised his eyes. A familiar old teddy bear appeared. Its voice echoed, "I'll always wait for you." Teeps revealed himself by taking out the teddy bear. He said, "That's what she told me when she gave this to me." Andre recalled holding the syringe up. Then he injected it into his own hand in a corner of the prison cell. The bear was there. Andre wondered if he had forgotten something. Was power blinding my eyes? What was his original goal? The images flash, showing her laughing and calling out, "Cha!" He seems to have remembered everything. Hot tears roll down his face. Andre is in pain, blaming himself. "I am my own daughter." He screams. Darkness completely descends, covering the entire space and enveloping the city in a deep blue with rare yellow lights from the windows. Hansen, Leonid, and others are bewildered as they observe their surroundings. On this side, Damien raises his hand to check, looking confused. Andrei's body gradually dissipates. He cries out in pain, breaking into a series of words that turn into dust floating in the air before vanishing. Teep speaks calmly, noting that there is no distinction between body and soul for his kind. When we die, our souls won't leave the body but will vanish with it. Looking at the remains, he continues, "This is punishment for what you've done, Andrei Lubina." The huge blood moon fades away, leaving a bright full moon in its place on the night sky. Gustav wipes the blood from his lip and asks, "Is it over?" He cries out. Hamel and Leonic rush to him. "Ah, leader, don't say such ominous things. Didn't you remember that even after beheading, Elise revived?" Gustav stiffens at the next words. "Why do you like bringing back the dead? If you say such things, they'll come back to life. Just follow our instructions and don't overthink it." He seems to recall something. "Where's Leon?" Hamel points towards a direction, saying, "Over there." Leon is sitting against the wall. He was temporarily treated by Angela and Damien with their powers. A bright energy field surrounds his body. Looking at them, he speaks softly. "Thanks, I feel better now. I'm fine now. You guys take care of yourselves." But no one responds or changes their actions. Leon looks a bit confused. He continues to gesture, but nothing seems to change. Damien reassures him with a smile. "We'll be fine even if we die." Leon smiles quietly. "They don't care, even though I don't need them to." Elsie appears and answers the question. "Yeah, I guess they are willing to sacrifice themselves for a better life for us." Suddenly, he looks straight at Leon with trembling voice. "You're great!" "Leon, before, I wondered why Senior Seiya kept urging us to help you so much. Now I understand." He turns his gaze elsewhere and answers, "Oh, sorry for not telling you earlier." Damien nods in understanding. "Of course, you wanted to keep your identity a secret. We respect your decision." His face shows seriousness. Damien makes a sincere promise. "Angela and I will help you keep this secret. Rest now, don't worry anymore." Leon looks puzzled. "Huh?" He continues to interrupt. "Because there's nothing stopping you now." A figure appears behind them. Damien continues talking without knowing anything. "We'll do our best to avoid conflict with the royal family." Karen steps forward and interrupts him. She looks at Leon and asks, "Are you the dead man?" With her words, Karen gets angry and rushes over to scold. "I only listened because you were so sure. But look at yourself again. What's going on here?" Leon steps back quickly, trying to reconcile. Senior." She doesn't give him a chance to explain and gets upset. "I really was foolish to believe you." "You dead man." "Leon, that's why." Karen is taken aback by his next action. Leon leans forward and rests against her chest. Karen's eyes widen in surprise. She takes a deep breath. Then Karen swallows her anger and puts her hand around him, softly saying, "Idiot." In the warm embrace, Leon slowly closes his eyes. Soon after, the royal family received news about Lubina's incident the next day. Lords are considered to have real power in the kingdom if one of them suddenly disappears for an unnatural reason. There will be significant upheaval not only among the royal family, but also affecting high-ranking nobles. But the Wallachian clan, those who serve the church and innocent people taken as witnesses, are seen as proof of the crimes committed by Lord Lubina. Damien stands on the platform. With a serious tone, he announces that Lord Lubina is declared an outcast and sentenced to death. Although we were helped by adventurers and mercenaries this time, they didn't help much. Those below are silently thinking. He continues speaking, "If the knight's strength can handle it, the kingdom will gradually return to normal." A long line of carriages follows. In the air is a discussion. We still have a long way ahead and nobles are quite interested in this matter. They might use it as an excuse to obstruct us in various ways. Karen smiles. "So I borrowed the church's authority and Leon escaped. You finally woke up." Leon looks at her innocently and answers, "Yes." Then he thinks, "Maybe I slept in Senior's arms that day and can't believe it has been for days already." Hansen, Hamel, and Leonid together shout, "Great! We survived." He continues softly, "Everyone else is fine too." Suddenly, Leon notices the bandage on Karen's stomach. He sighs. really relieved. Huh? Leon worries as he asks, Senior, are you okay? You're injured. She touches her stomach and laughs. Oh, it's fine now. It didn't touch my important organs, so it just bled a bit. So recovery is quite fast. Hearing Karen's explanation, Leon finally breathes out in relief. Got it. She remains silent for a moment before speaking. Leon, I'm sorry. Leon is surprised and turns to ask, Huh? For what? She remembers being tied up with her injured body. Karen asks, Were you very angry then? When I switched places like that? Actually, I planned it all. Lowering her voice, she says, At that time, I wanted to surprise you, so I did it on my own. Next time, I promise to tell you first what I plan to do. Suddenly, Leon smiles. Seeing his expression, she looks confused and turns to him. What are you thinking? Leon answers gently. I'm not angry at you, just that I blame myself for not being able to handle anything outside my plans. Leon's eyes are filled with sincere seriousness as he explains. So just do whatever you want, Senior. Next time, if you don't tell me, I'll understand too. Karen looks at him, slowly blinking her eyes. Her face suddenly turns red. Then Karen rushes off quickly. She leaves a sentence in his surprise. I'll go get some fresh air. Elsie appears behind Leon and says, You really have become a hero. Right, Karen's strength comes from unique strategies and quick thinking in both mind and action. By apologizing and hoping to gain his empathy, she turns this into her weakness. Leon nods in agreement. Yeah, if my lack of understanding limits my team, I can't call myself a hero yet. On the other side, Karen sits quietly with a flushed face, eyes closed as if deep in thought. Elsie continues, That's great. You've taken it to another level now. Your current state is like the Titan Mountains. Leon replies slowly, They say that's where King Roderick left his legacy, ruled by giants. Realizing something, he rushes over to Elsie and asks, But how did we get here? Did you have a plan for finding King Roderick's relic? Leon responds sincerely, No. Leon stubbornly stands there. Elsie looks at him strangely, leaning on the carriage door. He says, we'll find it once we get there. I just need to believe in my skills, my team, and the Holy Sword. She speaks wisely. That reminds me of something from a long time ago. Leon reaches out as if thinking aloud. We still have a long way to go. I can't see the end of this staircase anymore. Then he tightens his fist with determination. But if I don't give up, tomorrow will be stronger for me. With great anticipation, he shouts, Titan Mountains. The desert city is like a fortress. There's no lord, law, or order here. This city tolerates the unlawful. A loud noise shatters the house, sending debris flying everywhere. Tiles and stones fall from the air. A man is thrown to the ground with a powerful body. A strong figure steps out from the door. Odin clenches his fist in anger. You fool! Why did you attack me? Odin, hey! Then he confidently says, Let's go. I won't have to pay for water today, so enjoy yourself. The people present praise Odin. Great job, Odin. You're really something else. Nearby, some people whisper in a corner, Scary, very scary. Shizu laughs mockingly and says, Did you see that? Do you know where we are? Oh my god, it's so scary. I told you this isn't for innocent girls like you. Shizu places a hand around Allahan and speaks. It's very dangerous here. T turns to ZUC and says, Hey! She asks politely. Another man agrees and adds, Why don't we take her with us? She remains silent without responding. Shizu continues teasing, Serve me. He raises his hand to lift her chin and says, Or I can bring you to the red light district. Hurry up. I'll sell you for a good price. On this side, T and ZUC changed their expressions. T asked Shizu, Hey, are you okay? Shizu's teeth clench as he responds, What? What happened? T repeats, Your hand, the one that touched Allahan, is broken. Shizu still doesn't understand and asks, What's wrong? Then a painful scream echoes. On this side, everyone stands nervously, looking ahead. Allahan's eyes shine as she whispers, Do you want to report me? In the foggy village, heavy footsteps are heard. Above, a large black dragon soars proudly in the sky. Before Karen and Leon stands a tall mountain with a red stone at its peak. She exclaims, "Oh!" Karen tells Leon about the Wyverns and Titan Mountains, saying they're scary just to be near them. You nod in agreement. She hugs her body, looking serious as she continues, and the demonic energy in that forest is overwhelming too. It feels like you could die from it if you're not careful. That's why those guilds didn't accept requests about the Titan Mountains for this reason. This place has abundant herbs and rare minerals. So many adventurers come here. Too bad few have the ability to return though. Karen sternly states her assessment, so Leon shares similar thoughts with her. He says it's dangerous here. After speaking, Alcid appears and says, in a single breath, in this place ruled by giant and monstrous beings, even dragons know better than to argue about it. Karen hesitates as she looks over, instinctively rejecting the idea of going there. Leon stops, turning to listen to what Alcid has to say. This is a world for giants and monsters, not humans. Nowhere else offers better training grounds. And if you can survive, that's all you need. The demonic mirror. Seeing his expression, it asks, "Are you scared?" Leon replies straightforwardly, "Just joking, right? I'm here now. How could I turn back and go home?" He calls out to Karen. Karen, she starts sweating as she responds, "Huh?" Leon's sparkling eyes make it hard for her to refuse. She sighs in relief, closing her eyes. "Huh? I knew it. Alright, let's go then." The three of them look in the same direction. He calls out, "So, let's go together then." Cut to a loud noise from the top of the snow-covered mountain. A voice echoes through the air as if tied up. Below ground, a man is struck by an iron rod on his head and falls to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. After sorting things out, Elahan wipes sweat off her face, saying she's fine now. Numerous defeated enemies lie scattered around. Elahan quickly assesses them as done. Khan hides in a corner of the wall, witnessing everything with worry, wondering what's going on. Who is she? She looks dangerous. Looking at Elahan's back, he continues to remark that a former soldier turned criminal just because he accidentally shot in a rank night. She killed them all by herself. Truly, she defeated them alone. Strange indeed. Who is she? Just as his thoughts end, the spear rushes and shatters the wall Khan was standing on. He panics and quickly runs away. Elahan chases after him, saying, "I saw it." He turns to her, shouting, "Wait!" She ignores him, declaring with a stern look, "Look at me!" Khan screams, waving his hands in frantic denial. "Wait! Hold on! That's not fair!" Elahan demands. "It's unfair. You dare say that to me." She stops him. "No, listen to me." Elahan emphasizes each word as her hand continues to strike the wall. "I don't want to hear this." Khan quickly dodges, continuing, "Look, you were sent by the church here, right?" Then Khan yells, "I'm a slum rat, but they recognized me. Damn it, if you don't believe me, ask Bishop Cesare." The spear is just a few centimeters from his face when it stops. Time seems to freeze for an instant as dust and smoke fill the air. Suddenly, where Elahan and Khan are standing, the ground cracks open. Khan watches intently. Finally, she says, "Slum rat." Elahan sits down facing Khan, saying, "Oh, so you're Khan." He raises an eyebrow, his voice trembling as he asks, "Do you know me?" Just as he finishes speaking, from the other side, Shizu suddenly stands up and cries out, "Ooh-wee." Khan pointed at him. "What's that about? Why? He's still alive, you know. I'm sure I saw her break his neck and snap his spine with that spike." Elahan calmly explained, "When I hit him, I quickly cast a holy spell over it. Even if there are broken bones, their bodies will heal and they'll come back to life. They might be unable to move or appear as good as dead, but they'll recover just fine." The few awakened ones rubbed their heads, their eyes not quite clear. Khan thought to himself that if it was just a matter of killing them, it wouldn't be enough, but her holy power could heal their wounds. Looking at Elahan's calm face, he pondered who she might have helped. While the Iron Chain Knights are strong, they're not like this. If she came from a church, someone that strong would only be one person, let alone more. Lost in thought, she interrupted him, right? You know about Lord Leon, who participated in the conquest. Khan replied bluntly, Lord Leona, oh, is that the kid's name? She tilted her head and repeated his words, the kid's name. From the old building, a voice shouted from tied hands, punishment. After struggling for a while, she sat down and made an offer. If you see him or know anything about him, let me know. Saying this, Elahan's face turned red. She shyly explained, wait, you don't need to tell me about his hobbies or sleeping habits. That would be impolite. Although I am a bit curious, noticing Elahan's expression, Khan wondered aloud, huh? Then she clapped her hands and looked at him with sparkling eyes. All right then, let's go. Throughout the entire scene, Khan had no chance to express himself. He was taken aback again, huh? Elahan placed a hand on Khan's shoulder, urging him to start moving. He continued, huh? Khan stood still for a moment, thinking what was happening. What's going on here? What the hell is this? Without wasting time, she grabbed his shirt and pulled him forward. Elahan excitedly shouted, let's go straight to Bren. Khan didn't resist. He just pondered, am I being a bit harsh on myself? The Titan Mountains, the large gray-blue dragon lying on the ground. A large bed was hammered into its neck. Purple-black blood splattered all over its body. Zuru hesitantly asked, can we keep going? Yuga gritted his teeth and replied, I broke my ribs, and my left collarbone is also broken. He picked up the bed from his shoulder and commented, that's tough then. Above them, Drake's sharp fangs pointed towards them. Zuru continued, in this case, fighting with Drake will be difficult. He raised his axe and decided, if it doesn't kill us. Yuga roared, swinging the axe forward, following him immediately. Zuru shouted again, then we'll kill it. Their powerful attack shook the air with red streaks causing a loud noise. Karen and Leon were hiding in a corner observing. She spoke up, these giants must be from the Titan race. He nodded in agreement. Yeah, and they're fighting Drake without hesitation. Drake angrily roared, preparing to counterattack. Leon observed its actions and commented, but Drake is stronger than them. In an instant, Drake swung his massive tail with incredible speed. Wanting to knock down Yuga and Zuru, he continued, it's more like playing with them rather than fighting. Is it really a monster? Elsie explained, its behavior clearly shows that it is a monster. Because of its immense strength, it dares not play around with our lives. Leon thought to himself, got it. She continued, its cognitive abilities are also quite good. Within 3 kilometers, it can sense our existence and is the next target for it. Karen, feeling helpless, interrupted, ha! Analyzing the Titan Mountains suggests that it's the dominant creature here. We've already met Drake on the first day, and he's an S rank with intelligence comparable to humans. And not just that, he has a human-level intellect as well. What was that nightmare? Then she suddenly turned and questioned, Leon, what are you doing? His eyes were resolute as if ready to act. She quickly stopped him. Hold on. Why am I asking such a dumb question? Juru swung his kite preparing for the next strike. He bent down and forcefully pushed the kite forward. With force, it shot towards Drake. The kite flew swiftly with high speed, leaving a violet trail and pierced straight into its body. He confidently asked, what do you think? Before he could finish his sentence, Drake's tail was pressing against Yuru. He barely managed to say I before the impact. The force of the strike created a powerful shockwave that swept everything away and shook the ground violently. Yuru's body was thrown into the air. Both he and Yuga fell freely in a white void. Yuga showed no exception. After the collision, they both fell freely in a white void. Drake used his tail to crush Yuru and Yuga down onto the broken stone floor again. Both of them were so hurt that their eyes bulged out. Blood spurted from their throats. After finishing, it looked up at the sky with glowing yellow eyes and roared victoriously. Yuga shivered as he spoke. F********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* might die. It seemed like everything was over when a familiar voice broke the silence, signaling the start of a new battle. In the dark area, stars appeared one after another and emitted powerful energy beams directly at Drake. The magical aircraft, under attack, turned its head towards the source of the sound. Leon stood confidently, full of strength. Facing its eyes, Karen, Leon. Amidst a shower of cold Kim, her agile figure plummeted straight for Drake's position. A beam of light pierced deep into its shoulder, causing Drake to scream in pain loudly. His wide mouth revealed sharp teeth. Karen said, "The poison has definitely entered its body." Filled with anger, it roared like a thunderclap, as if wanting to tear apart anything that dared stand in its way. As the skin where the needles were embedded began to stretch, countless sharp javelins shot out like a rain of cold sweat. Karen said, "It's over." Next to her, Leon responded nonchalantly. Just as expected, Leon took something out and continued, "I knew it wouldn't be easy. Please keep this." Yuru and Ugg reached for the item. Leon reminded them, though small, its effects are great. They still looked confused. He was about to win when Leon didn't want to waste time and cut Yuga off. "Let's get that lizard first before talking. Can you beat it?" Zuru echoed, "Can you beat it, right? Is that what you mean?" He stood up and roared. Yuga got in on the act. That was a question. Leon remained silent, observing their actions and expressions. Karen couldn't help but smile. Then they all regrouped and moved forward together. Yuga and Zuru confidently declared, "We will definitely get that lizard's head at any cost." They charged towards Drake with their weapons in hand. Leon said, "Let's go then." Sensing danger, Drake roared loudly to show its strength. Zuru waved his kite and urged everyone, "Let's do it together." Leon's eyes glinted like lightning as he activated something. His eyes flashed with a ring of light. Ready for action, he said, "I have vision." Suddenly, the scene in front of Leon turned black and white. He hesitated. What? Why did it lose color? Elsie beside him quickly reassured, "Don't be scared, Leon." She explained carefully to help him understand. This is only a temporary phenomenon because your brain hasn't caught up with the speed of your movement. So now you see time slowing down. If you don't train your vision, you won't see anything. It's not the time for talking. Focus. Leon seemed to understand a bit more. He nodded. "Ah, got it." In front of Leon, Drake was crouching down. Its wide mouth opened menacingly and its sharp claws threatened. Elsie urged, "Use this time to find a way to attack." He scanned the lizard's neck thoroughly. Line 60 is intentionally left blank. Leon looks down at Drake's legs. Yanjiang calculates, it has high defensive capabilities. Karen and I would need to fight with all our might just to have a chance. Damn, where is it? It must have a weakness somewhere. Leon notices a spot that catches his attention. He whispers, the skin on its wings could be vulnerable. Continuing his movement upwards, Leon still hasn't decided as Drake uses force to swing his tail towards them. The tail is about to strike. Ho warns. First, dodge its attack. Everyone get out of the way. Following orders, they all jump away from danger simultaneously. Yuga remarks it's really dangerous. Behind them, Yuru agrees. Yeah, if that kid hadn't warned us. Karen sighs and expresses her thoughts. It's too fast, I couldn't see its movements. Thanks to Leon. Seeing everyone is a safe distance apart, Drake jumps onto the stone he had been holding. In the thick smoke, Drake turns his head, his sharp gaze sweeping towards Leon. He becomes alert and recognizes the issue. Leon speaks up. It's different now. It's no longer just playing around, but wanting to kill us. Next to him, a source of energy erupts. Karen exudes an aura of danger, surrounded by sharp beams. She says that stream has changed its mind. Leon starts sweating and thinks to himself, he's also changed. Amidst the white smoke and glowing purple beams, Karen speeds towards Drake. With a cold gaze, she gathers her strength, summoning sharp swords around her body. Under her powerful hand, strong sword pots shoot straight at it. Drake widens his eyes in the direction of the sound. Then countless needles pierce his eyes. Drake yells in pain. Yuga witnesses from start to finish and comments, "What's going on? She's really strong." Yuru agrees. He adds, "She left." Under the deadly blow, Drake closes his eyes tightly. Smoke still emanates from there. Later, it regains its composure and shines brightly towards them, if wanting to devour everyone alive. Karen gets angry and points at Drake, saying, "You, even if you're SD level, Reconsider whether you've overstepped your bounds. Zuru's face turns red from her expression. He says, "Oh, your girlfriend seems quite attractive." Yuga agrees. He puts his hand on his chin and looks like he's saying, "It seems you've done a lot of things well." Not finished yet. Yuga confidently laughs, but we know where to attack now. Zuru confirms with a promise, "We'll protect you." Seeing their determination, Leon nods in agreement. Drake doesn't understand what's happening and looks away. Purple daggers with power surround it. Drake shivers violently. Seizing the opportunity, Yuga and Yuru grab their weapons and jump up, ready to deliver the final blow. Each of them aims for one of its legs and strikes hard. The huge body trembles as Drake howls in excruciating pain, his mouth wide open. In anger, it stops mid-scream. From afar, a powerful purple beam envelops Leon's position, catching Drake's attention. He tightly grips his sword, pulling out golden lightning that tears through space. Recognizing the danger, Drake prepares to unleash a violet energy ball. It creates a glowing violet sphere and shoots it outward. The sphere collides with the ground, creating a shockwave that spreads across the battlefield. Leon is enveloped inside. He worries, "What's happening? I can't see anything now." He panics and continues to shout, "What's going on?" Elsie, Karen, Sir, Elsie asks. "It's a dark attribute." "This is complicated." Leon calls out around him. "Where are you, Elsie?" It calms down. "Leon, don't panic." In the darkness, everything seems to turn black. The only sword in his hand still glows brightly. Elsie continued guiding. "Clear a path and create light." Realizing the issue, he muttered, "Just do what you can." Leon shouted, using his aircraft combat skills. The third spirit, 7 stars, began concentrated attacks. Not sure how it happened, but we're now in a different place. Behind the window, warm magical energy flows through. Weakly lying on the bed, he slowly opened his eyes from a dream. The first thing that met his eyes was a vaulted ceiling. In the sunlight piercing through the vents, he nervously said, "This is." He felt something pressing against his body. Leon gasped, "Huh?" Then he slowly slid down. Next to Leon was Karen, who quietly slept. "Who's the person lying next to me?" Leon stammered, "Karen." On the wide double bed, he lay in a corner with gauze wrapped around his abdomen standing out on his pale skin. Beside him, Karen slept deeply, unaware of anything. Leon groaned, "Where am I? What happened, Leon? You're awake now." He suddenly sat up to cover himself. No, I can, but not now. What happened? I don't remember anything." Karen calmly replied, "Oh really? Do you not remember what happened yesterday? It's a bit sad." Her cheeks flushed as she looked away and said, "About yesterday, Leon, you were quite wild." Leon asked in shock, "Wild? What did I do?" Seeing his expression, she couldn't help laughing. "What are you thinking?" Karen teased, "Silly. Yesterday, I took care of you when you had a fever of 40 degrees. Leon shivered. "Oh, did you take care of me?" She nodded. "Yeah, I took care of you all night long." Finished speaking, Karen frowned angrily. "Damn it. What about Drake? Do you not remember anything?" His face showed no change as he seemed to have no memory, just murmured yes. "Okay, then she told Leon what happened after he was hit," Karen recounted. Drake roared loudly, its wide mouth glowing with yellow flames. After colliding with it, a small figure flew up into the sky. Then it looked around as if wanting to devour everyone alive. Karen said maybe because of its survival instinct, but it seemed more fierce than before. After the rage, Drake spat out a stream of hot flames, creating a firestorm that engulfed the surroundings. She continued, after releasing, it flew off somewhere else. More accurately, she said, grabbing his neck and pulling him closer, "Leon, do you know how long you passed out after using your skill? Did you realize you might fall from a high place?" Leon gritted his teeth in pain. "I'm sorry," Karen shouted. "You're dead to rights, do you understand?" Hearing the story, Leon was stunned as if realizing something. In the midst of flames, Karen fearlessly rushed forward. Yuga tried to stop her with his hand. The young girl rushing into that fire is very reckless, Leon thought. Her face full of concern, Karen called out, "Leon, Think about that moment and continue running to save yourself. Seeing him, she hugged him tightly. Leon whispered, I remember now. He smiled sincerely and said, thank you, Karen. She blushed and stammered. What did you say? That's obvious. A loud noise interrupted the atmosphere. Zuru pushed open the door excitedly saying, thanks, Karen. Leon said, thanks. Yuga added, that kid is awake now. In front of them, Leon and Karen were close together in a dark forest, looking very intimate. He turned away shyly and said, I told you they're in love. Zuru nodded vigorously. Got it. You to know there's been a misunderstanding immediately explained. Now we understand the mistake. Amidst the clouds, sunlight suddenly became bright and dazzling. Karen excitedly introduced, yesterday, we got to know each other. This is Yuga. He praised Leon. You're amazing, kid. She continued, this one's Juru, who shook his hand saying, glad to meet you. Leon shook hands with a smile, glad to meet you. I'm Leon. Juru's grip was so strong it made Leon sweat. He laughed nervously. Line 60 is exactly as the last line, maintaining consistency. On that day after dealing with Craig, Zuru carried Leon on his shoulder very gently. Karen excitedly told him about them. They're really strong. The giant wolves and grubs thought they had disappeared. On our way here, we didn't see any trace of the demons either. Leon's face paled as he silently thought. Makes sense. After gathering information, everyone went inside to sit down. Yuga started the conversation. Oh, according to Karen, you're looking for the giant king, right? He replied softly, huh? Yes. He placed his hand on his chin and pondered before offering an opinion. If you want to know about the king, I think you should meet the chef of that village. Yuga looked directly at him as he spoke. But are you okay now? Juru grinned. You should rest for a bit. Seeing their expressions, Leon felt a bit confused. Finally, he honestly replied, I'm fine. Yuga and Juru continued to grin in unison. Really? Leon huddled closer, pondering girl. What's this feeling like? Yuga and Juru asked. Let's go then. He nodded in agreement immediately. Okay. Amidst the thick smoke, Leon and Karen carefully observed the scene ahead. Before them was an ancient town perched on a sheer cliff face, with closely packed houses with square roofs stacked one upon another, bathed in dim sunlight, creating a majestic and unique landscape. As they went deeper inside, someone exclaimed in awe. Yuga greeted a familiar person with a wave. Hello, the other person replied. Yuga, Juru, and Leon whispered as they circled around. They're too big. Karen agreed. The town of Titans. Just wandering around. He suddenly stopped in his tracks and shouted. That's a black wyvern lying on the ground. Its eyes were hollow, its mouth wide open with a long tongue. Leon assessed. Giant black wyvern A. Far away, another creature similar to a worm. He exclaimed again. Wyvern 2. Many monsters were scattered in one corner, including Leon Seafor and even buried ones. These creatures could destroy a small territory with their own hands. It had taken more than 10 lives, up to hundreds of lives. I faced one, Manhua and S-rank monsters too. Karen suddenly shuddered as she looked down at Leon's feet. She reminded him about the mushroom he stepped on. It takes 2 magic swords to buy that kind. Elsie appeared and added, Titans are very strong. Leon thought, I didn't realize they were so powerful even though they're. He explained their physique is like a demon's, and they also have intelligence and artistic talent. They are all warriors and hunters who can eliminate S-rank monsters on their own. After some time of moving around, in a dark and blood-red cave, a huge animal skull with sharp teeth lay fallen. Inside its mouth cavity, flames and rage were burning fiercely. Yuga and Juru introduced. We're here now. This is where the Titans train, the Inferno Hall. As he spoke, that monster still roared loudly as Zuru tightly gripped his hand to speak. Now, let's go in. The chef is waiting for us. Leon stared at Karen as if he just heard a scream. There's no appeal in this place right now. As the raging fire exploded, someone was flung out of the building into the courtyard in chaos. They then forcefully slammed their bodies onto the ground directly in front of Leon and Karen. He gritted his teeth, pondering enemy or not. The thought was cut off. A figure slowly emerged from inside. The person spoke up. "Two people. You're a guest of the village, huh?" Leon and Karen wiped their sweat as they turned towards the source of the noise. Vankin crossed his arms and said uncertainly, "I'm the chef here." Vankin. Oh, like most people in this area, Vankin bent down to look at Leon and Karen. He smirked, scrutinizing them without blinking. Judging from Vankin's physique, Leon concluded he couldn't defeat her. He just couldn't. Vankin clenched his fist, flexing his bulging muscles. "Ah, look at these muscles." With his other hand, Vankin did the same. And this too." Finally, Vankin held both up, his face serious. Leon hesitantly asked, "Auntie, does she want to say something to us?" Meanwhile, Karen whispered back, "Leon, I'm not sure. Maybe we should ask her then?" As he spoke, chaos erupted behind them, just as expected. "She's the best. Vankin's muscles are the finest. Just touch them. Come over here and check out Leon's body." "Want to try?" You waved your hand to reject it immediately. "No, thank you." Vankin gritted his teeth again, repeating what Leon said. "Thank you. You haven't a clue yet." He nodded. Change of state." His piercing gaze. Vankin questioned, "Are you here to find Roderick's will?" Leon shared openly with her. "Yeah, if you know anything," Vankin interrupted straight away. "I don't work for free." Leon remained indifferent and mumbled a few more words. Suddenly, a smile turned into a challenging and insane grin, revealing sharp teeth. Leon was startled and puzzled by that expression on A. In the circular arena surrounded by a deep abyss, flames crackled in the air, cheers echoed. "Fight! Muscles! Muscles!" Vankin spread his arms wide to introduce, "This is Leon, our guest. He's a strong man who dared to face Drake." Drac. The crowd chimed in excitedly. "Really, that guy?" Ron added with interest. "Sounds interesting." Vankin continued, "He said he wants a fight." The crowd buzzed. "Wow, brave indeed." Leon didn't expect her to say that. He asked hesitantly, Me? Not finished explaining yet. Vankin cut in. "All right, let me help you find an opponent of your level." Someone agreed enthusiastically, a hero indeed. Alex proposed terms. If Elsie appeared and gave advice, it was a good chance to learn more from fighting them. Leon thought he wouldn't die. So that's it?" His face set with determination. Leon replied, "Hell yes, I accept." On the balcony. "People, brave indeed. I like that." Karen stood aside with Yuga and said, "Titan really enjoys fighting." He folded his arms to explain, "No, it's just each chef's preference." As he spoke, a strong voice echoed, "I'll be your first opponent." In the arena, Leon faced Ger across from him. Vankin announced, "So your opponent is Ger." He confidently said, "Brave, I'll take good care of you." His eyes glinted with scrutiny. Leon accepted without hesitation, an honor indeed. Vankin sneered, "That kid's face has changed. When will his hand go up? Don't fail before the fire reaches you." On this side, Vankin asked Karen, "Come on, who do you think will win?" Without thinking, she made her choice right away. "I'm Super Leon, really excited about his rice dish." Then Vankin came closer and extended his arm, teasingly asking if she wanted to touch it. Karen pulled back, rejecting the offer with a firm no. He continued suggesting, "Or maybe on the battlefield." Kao swung her attack ready to hit Leon. At that moment, he asked for her opinion. "Let's start." A powerful blow from above created an explosion of dust and debris, shattering everything round them. Leon held his sword out in front, surprised by the intensity of the strike. "Wow, it's intense, amazing strength." Lost in thought when Leon noticed, Kao had sneaked up behind him. With her well-muscled arm wrapped in bandages, she launched a powerful punch at incredible speed. He barely managed to dodge, Leon surmised. This feeling, or a dark energy, sharp like thorns, tore through the ground and straight into the wall behind. Overwhelmed by the power, Leon sat down on the floor in awe. "What is this?" After observing Kao, he concluded, "This is Titan's aura." He confidently explained, Yuru and I are newbies, if we can use aura like them. Yuga recalled his battle with Drake, continuing, then we could kill Drake in one strike. Yuru interrupted Yuga, thinking aloud, no, it's harder for Titans to control aura than humans. It took me 30 years just like today. To learn aura, your body needs to constantly absorb enough aura. But with this large body, we need a lot of aura to call it enough. So compared to humans, training is useless. It might take 10 or more years. After sharing the story, they got their results. Yuga spoke up, oh, there's a winner. Amidst the battlefield, a white smoke covered a figure as he fell to his knees. The red light from the arena still shone through the steel. Leon held his sword in hand. Cao was knocked down on the floor. Outside, Vankin declared Leon the winner. Cao loosened her wrist and praised him. You're so skilled. What's that skill? Tell me. The audience in the stands couldn't stop praising him. Great! Fantastic fight. He could make Cao fall with just a look. Small but strong, huh? Then he spoke up. Do you want to take a break? Over there. You don't understand, right? Hey! In front of Leon was a group of people. They were stretching their joints. You can sense something bad is coming. You're sweating like crazy. From the cave, a deafening scream echoed through the air. Night fell, the stars shining over the town on the cliff. Dim lights from the large dome and houses lit up, dispelling the cold darkness. Leon lay on his bed, shaking with fear. Ugh, Alcid said, in February, you lost 7 out of 10. Your win rate is terrible. You're not used to the distance you created. And you don't need to do that anymore. Got it? It's getting angrier, blaming him. Remember your flaw from June? He yelled, this cursed sword is so stable. Alcid stood up. Damn, Leon and it are facing off. He shouted, that body size is cheating. Who made me get involved in all this? Suddenly, Alcid paused, asking calmly, how? I didn't say anything to you. Looking at Elsie's expression, she recounted, this happened 300 years ago. The one who taught the Titan this skill put his hand on his chin confidently and introduced himself as me. Leon was silent for a moment, processing what he heard, then continued on, DK. Centuries ago, among the snails, one refused to accept its status as a monster and asked the gods for help. If you agree with my proposal, I will offer my life and willingly subdue all monsters. The goddess agreed to their request. She granted them enormous bodies, the ability to speak and think like humans, and robust physical health, calling them Titans. After listening to Alcid's story, Leon shared, the Titan legend, I learned about it at the academy. But this teaching part is my first time hearing about it. Alcid, how coincidental. The lightning-like rays emanating from it made Alcid suddenly pause. Its expression seemed to have cooled down a bit. Alcid replied, it's all because of that foolish goddess. Leon couldn't believe his ears and repeated, foolish? Memories were buried deep. Roderick coldly interjected, what? Hold on. He pointed towards the opposite direction, shouting, hey, goddess, you caused all this trouble, but act like nothing happened. A pair of large legs with well-defined muscles stepped into Roderick's view. Roderick said nervously, ha, they're really here. One of them pointed at himself and spoke in an incomprehensible language. The one beside him echoed. Roderick helplessly added, we need to deal with this. At first, they couldn't understand a word I said. It was frustrating. She told me to wait while she ignored me. That's true, trouble follows when you're kind. Leon frowned, clearly understanding. Yeah, of course, you wouldn't willingly do that. It sighed. Anyway, I taught them well. Proudly, it placed its hand on its chin. Because he wasn't granted wisdom by the goddess. In human society, he could be called a genius. His sharp and serious gaze suddenly intensified as if a spark of insight had just appeared in his mind, leading to an undeniable conclusion: the birth of the Titans. Alcith agreed. Yeah, his name is Kasim, the king of the Titans. After my teachings, he's quite skilled after centuries, surpassing even his swordmaster. Leon excitedly said, a Titan reaching the level of a swordmaster, that's overkill. It seriously reminded him, now focus on confronting the Titans. You don't have much experience yet. Leon raised his hand to think aloud. Right. What I can do now is, Roderick's spirit was kept by the Titan King and passed down to me. I need to prove my worth. Leon clenched his fist, determined. Worth means physical strength here. The scene changed in a dense forest. Lightning-like rays flashed around. A voice spoke up among the hurried men. Elahan frowned and complained. We should cut down trees for food instead of robbing poor people. Khan, don't be quiet. I need you to help. Below ground, a group of people Elahan dealt with lay scattered. She felt ashamed for creating chaos at the city gate. Realizing something, Elahan turned to ask him, "Oh, did you say we were here just now? Where are we?" Khan pointed behind and said, "Go see." Her eyes lit up as she followed his direction, happily saying, "Finally, we're here." Before them stood a grand ancient city surrounded by massive stone walls, standing out under the morning light. Elahan led them in. Free city. Onward. They walked for a while and approached a sturdy gate with a gold and eagle crown symbol above it. Gazing at the scene inside, she liked it. If this city were to be destroyed, this bustling place would suffer severe damage. Lucky Leon stopped this from happening. That's a significant contribution. Khan replied, "Oh, I see." Suddenly, she suggested, "Let's go to the slums first." Khan questioned, "Slums? Why there? Shouldn't we meet Cesare?" Elahan excitedly rubbed her hands together and said, "On that day, it doesn't matter when we meet. I want to go where Leon saved me more." Finally, Khan had no choice but to agree. "Alright, my authority is enough so we can go there quickly." Amidst the vast blue sky, a brilliant beam of light suddenly shone up, illuminating everything below. The blind man shared with her that this place holds many memories for me. Even though I am like this now, when I recall it, he stopped mid-sentence and exclaimed while drunk, "MMHMM." The red-roofed houses and gray stone walls of the city are clearly visible. Flags with bird and crown emblems flutter in the wind. Khan couldn't believe his eyes. What? This is the slum area. He remembered the dirty man sitting by the Judgment Street in this dark and gloomy place. There were also some ruthless thugs gathered here. Now people are walking around freely and happily in every corner of the city. Khan wondered why it looked so bright now. Walking around, he was startled to find his hiding spot. In front of him stood a splendidly decorated building. Khan asked, why did this become an orphanage? He dejectedly turned the other way. "Let's go," Elahan hurried after Hashu. "Khan is waiting for me." Under the bright sunlight and sparkling dust in the air, a majestic old brick building with pointed roofs and a golden bird flag stood out among the green trees. Cesare sipped his tea contentedly and shared, "What a peaceful and serene afternoon it is." Suddenly, a noise caught Cesare's attention. He glanced around and asked, "Who could be here at this hour?" He slowly approached the door to check, as Cesare peeked out and greeted, "Hello." Khan replied coldly, "Hello, long time no see," still in your usual stance with no expression. Then Cesare quickly ran inside, slammed the door shut, and ignored Khan outside. Khan pointed and shouted, "Hey, do you need to be so disrespectful?" He pounded on the door continuously. Khan called out, "Open up now, damn it." He whispered against the door, "I don't want this peaceful afternoon ruined in any way." The noise shattered the noisy atmosphere as a voice rose up. "Cesare, Elahan here." Without hesitation, he pushed open the door and flung Khan's broken body aside. She smiled sideways. "Long time no see." Kasha looked at Elahan closely. Khan interjected, "Hey, you!" Kasha rubbed his head and sighed. "Oh my god." Finally, he angrily growled, "Why do you keep wandering around like this, maiden? I didn't expect you to be like this." She leaned back awkwardly. Cesare grumbled angrily. "The holy maiden Elahan left without permission. Do you know what you've done?" He slammed his hand on the table loudly. "The poet and the Iron Knights must go out to find her. Why did you dare to leave without permission?" After saying that, Cesare suddenly shuddered as if remembering something. He sighed deeply. Memories flooded back. Young Elahan climbed the walls. She happily showed off her progress. "Cesare, look here." He frowned and warned, "Holy maiden, dangerous." As he finished speaking, Elahan paid no heed to Cesare's words. She let go and fell freely from a height, causing him to scream, "Holy Maiden!" She used to draw on the wall with colored pens, and Cesare had to step in as the guardian. Elahan seemed very pleased about that, her cheeks flushed as she smiled at him. The girls returned to reality, and Cesare helplessly shook his head, saying nothing had changed. Suddenly, Khan spoke up, "But what's the relationship between them?" She shared honestly with him. "Cesare was from the main church and took care of me since I was 3 years old." He nodded, "Got it." Under the bright sun, Elahan asked, "More importantly, do you know why I came here, right?" She continued the conversation seriously. "Cesare, I want to know more about the Prophet's Day." Cesare frowned deeply in thought. The Prophet's Day will reveal what's going to happen to the world. In other words, that day would predict when the hero would appear. And since Quan Theme had revealed himself to the world, it seemed that day was coming sooner than expected. Warm sunlight filtered through the window, his voice steady. Strange phenomena were happening all over the world. Disasters people couldn't handle themselves. The hero would resolve those issues. But the city-swallowing phenomenon and using macarons were part of these signs. Khan Thangtang expressed his thoughts. The city-swallowing phenomenon was also a sign, though Cesare didn't refute it much. He nodded. Chaos is coming our way soon, so she's preparing to leave. Guardian, huh? Revoke the statement. Elahan stood up immediately and replied, "I'm ready." Elahan placed her hand on her chest sincerely. Over 300 years, 7 generations of Guardians have been waiting for this hero to continue their legacy. She clenched her fists tightly. Elahan declared with determination, "I, the 8th generation Guardian Elahan, vow to save the world alongside the hero." Then she turned around and blushed, embarrassed. "Hero, are you waiting for me?" Khan asked. "Have you seen his face yet?" Cesare replied, "Not yet." The scene changed, cheers echoed in the air, excitedly saying, "Great condition." A strong punch aimed at Leon. He quickly ducked to avoid it. Outside, someone shouted, "He broke through Rugo's defenses." Rugo missed his target and stumbled. A spectator on the balcony exclaimed, "Amazing. He seems much stronger than last week." Another guy chimed in, "I think it's because Rugo is weaker now." Leon swung his sword at him without hesitation. Rugo raised both hands to block the attack. The ring on his hand shattered under the sharp blade. Rugo stumbled forward and shouted, "Damn little devil." Leon's eyes glowed with intense light as he tightened his grip on his sword. A surge of power enveloped the blade. His body moved like a speeding arrow. Leon crouched and swung his sword with immense force, creating sharp golden energy waves that sliced through the air around him. Rugo clapped his hands together, crushing the spot where Leon was standing. He shouted excitedly, "He got him." Human, cheers from the side. "Exactly, great job, Rugo." After a powerful attack, Rugo stopped and looked down. His hands were touching each other, nothing else. Rugo said in confusion, "That guy." From above, Leon descended like a ghost cloaked in a shroud, preparing for the final blow. A punch hit Rugo's head directly, causing him to wince in pain. He slowly pulled his sword out of Rugo. Leon stepped back to maintain distance from him. Finally, Rugo fell unconscious on the ground. A clear voice announced, "Leon is the winner." Someone praised enthusiastically, "Amazing, young man." Others agreed loudly, "I didn't see his movement either." Everyone had the same thought. We all couldn't see it, me too. Karen was stunned, she thought, me. She observed Leon carefully, me too. I couldn't see it. The speed. Karen recalled their training and silently assessed, although she didn't want to admit it, who would win if they fought each other. On the stands, a fruit picker is up next. It's my turn. She sits in a corner watching intently. "If I lose," he shouts, "no waiting, fight me. I'll use a sledgehammer." Karen convinces herself, pushing negative thoughts aside. "No, at this level, I can't keep up with him. I have to try harder. Being useless to Leon is the end for me." She suddenly points towards the sky. "This can't be." Seeing Karen's expression, Leon, drenched in sweat, calls out, "Karen." Rugo sits down and says to him, "You fought well." Leon replies happily, "Thanks a lot." His face turns red with embarrassment. Rugo hits him. What? Are you embarrassed? Everyone there is stunned by the current situation. Leon lies on the ground. Rugo panics as he explains, "Sorry, I got carried away and hit too hard. Don't worry, it's fine." Outside, people whisper, "Oh my, Rugo went too far." Rugo argues, "No way." A pair of strong legs steps forward and speaks up. "Chaos, huh?" Leon turns to greet the person, Van King. Van King appears in front of Leon and says, "He's looking for you." Leon is confused and asks him. Alcid understands and says, "His Majesty Titan, Kasim." Receiving the answer, amidst the towering cliffs, rugged and perilous, two figures stand tall facing the deep abyss and gloomy sky. Van King explains, "From now on, this is a restricted area. Permission must be granted to enter. This is the farthest I can go. Only you are allowed in." Leon responds blankly. "Oh," he points towards a direction. "Over there by the canyon, there's a time-space rift. If you cross over, a waterfall will appear." He asks Alcid, "What about that time-space rift?" It confirms, "Yes, that time-space rift. That's why Titan is here." The goddess tasked them with subduing monsters from the other world. Leon expresses his thoughts. Only Titans can protect the infernal path filled with the and S-class monsters. Alcid agrees. Exactly. After walking a bit, in front of him appears a magnificent waterfall cascading down from the sheer cliff, creating an ethereal misty atmosphere. Leon whispers, "Here? This is where King Titan lives?" Something catches his attention suddenly. Leon curiously asks, "Huh? Is there someone on the other side?" From the waterfall, a low voice rises, "Are you him?" He takes in the appearance of the person opposite. He steps out slowly and continues, "It's the one who wants to meet me." Leon pales as he thinks to himself, "He's too fast. When did he get here? I'm pretty sure I just saw him standing by the waterfall." Kasim, with his muscular frame, stands tall opposite a small Leon, creating a size contrast. Leon's hand suddenly trembles slightly. He observes him carefully. "No! Can't move!" Leon struggles to open his hand wide. He curses silently, "Damn it." Finally, with a helpless grip, he sings out, "Yes." Leon places his hand on his chest, clearly introducing himself. "The current hero, Leon. I come to receive the legacy of the previous hero, Roderick." After hearing him share his story, Kasim thinks for a moment and then calmly asks, "What legacy?" "Of Roderick." Suddenly, Kasim leans in close with an interrogative voice. "Do you use energy like me? What's your relationship with Roderick? Are you blood relatives?" He confidently responds, "I'm his student." He laughs sarcastically, doubting him. "Student? Huh?" Kasim narrows his eyes and says, "Impossible." Looking at him, surveying Leon thoroughly, he makes a judgment. "From your eyes to your movements, I know you learned movement and skill usage from Roderick, but you're still inexperienced." Kasim mentions the truth. Roderick's students have all passed away long ago. Even geniuses of that generation couldn't accept his teaching methods, so he gave up accepting disciples. Do you know how many people emit energy like yours? So, do you think you're qualified to inherit Roderick's legacy? Seeing him doubt and Leon, "I'll see." Hasmolsi. Leon. 300. Kasim's body glowed as he thrust into Roderick, grunting. Kasim's massive shadow suddenly enveloped Roderick below. In that moment, a bright light from his fatal punch burst like a star. Kasim roared at Roderick. On the peak of rugged mountains shrouded in mist, only jagged shapes pierced through the cloud cover. A terrifying surge of power erupted, forming a sharp, dark spire that shook the barren mountaintop. After the shockwave, Kasim remained silent. "You need to train for thousands more years, Kasim." Seeing Roderick's self-assessment, Kasim gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it." Leon stood outside observing from start to finish, holding his trembling sword and whispered, "I won't die here." Something caught Leon's attention, making him turn around suddenly. Kasim's eyes glinted with anger. "I'll kill you." Roderick quickly intervened. "Hold on." Another powerful shockwave erupted at the mountain peak, forming sharp energy spires that shot out in all directions. After the shock, Kasim exhaled and observed the aftermath, still feeling the residual power around him. Finally, Kasim approached with a sincere gesture. "Sorry, it's my first time meeting you and already causing such a mess." Elsid commented, "You're hyperactive." Leon replied, "No, I'm involved too." He asked softly, "Can I call you sir?" Kachmer pressed his face close to Leon's. "Damn it, Sir Kachmer." Leon shrank back. "No." Kachmer rubbed his eyes honestly. "I don't want to admit he's my master, but I'm not his disciple anymore." He said seriously, "I need to clarify something. Roderick is." Leon looked at him confusedly. After a moment, he raised an eyebrow with the result, a mad dog. Kasim excitedly high-fived Leon. "From now on, you're my first and only brother. Call me bro." He agreed immediately, yes. He enjoyed teaching him. "All right, let me teach you, bro. This cave behind the waterfall." Leon nodded in agreement. Bro," Elsie muttered to herself in her mind. "These bastards inside the cave." Two figures entered deeper. Kasim pointed. "All right, don't do that." Step inside, sand-tied ropes from cracks on the cliff walls to light up the dark cave, creating a sparkling waterfall and revealing the withered trees along the banks. Leon exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, who knew there was such an impressive cave behind the waterfall?" They looked at some mushrooms. He said that bastard planted several types of glowing herbs to keep himself healthy. Afterward, he pointed and explained further, "These trees have been alive for 300 years, so they're very effective." Leon asked curiously, "What are these?" He explained when Roderick was here, he hastily read through all of them and threw them away. Martial arts books teaching aura use and physical strength training. We didn't learn those, but we got a lot from it. Hearing the story, Leon asked, "So Roa, is this Roderick's legacy?" Elsie appeared beside Kasim. She reminded him to adjust his power usage. Kasim agreed, "I'll be careful and do my best." Witnessing their conversation, Leon realized something was wrong. He asked, Hold on, bro, Elsie, what are you talking about?" Elsie smiled wickedly. "From now on, you'll learn telekinesis. It's my legacy." A large question mark appeared in Leon's mind. He was still confused. "Hold on, what is it? What's this about telekinesis?" Leon asked nervously. "Hold on, what's happening? Cut it out. There's only one way to learn telekinesis. After exhausting your stamina and aura, you'll realize it when facing death many times. That's all there is to it." He pressed close and roared at her. "In other words, I will be the one who brings you face to face with death." Leon shivered in fear. "So if that's the case," then he shouted to stop it. Leon yelled out, "Karen, rely on you now." She ran against his direction. Karen spoke up. "Oh, Leon, wait a moment." She took out her counterattack weapon against the monsters. Karen continued to call out, "Wait a second, Leon." She gritted her teeth, frustrated that she couldn't keep up with Leon's current skills. ***, fresh blood splattered behind her. Karen stopped and turned towards the source of the noise. Two hands with sharp claws pierced through Leon's body. "Darling, call my name." Leon tried to finish his sentence. "Karen." Her eyes were filled with tears as Karen spoke softly. "No, Leon, no!" Tears streamed down her face as she blamed herself. "If only I had been stronger." Then Karen stood up abruptly. "Leon." The light from outside bound through the metal window bars. She sat on the bed and whispered, "Why does it rain?" Amidst the clear blue sky, with floating white clouds, a sturdy architectural structure with wooden vaulted ceilings and ancient stone walls of a fortress or castle appeared in the vast space. Karen was methodically cleaning the sharp darts. Then she sat down and thought to herself, "This isn't enough. I need to be stronger." The one who keeps the coffin, the advanced assassin, ruling the slums. So no one dares challenge me. If someone of my level appears, I'm sure I can defeat them. Even if they are stronger than me, I can still handle them. Karen lowered her head in self-doubt. But I am just at the bottom of the well. There are many strong and dangerous people around Leon in this world. Miss Chen, the hero already has a path. No matter how skilled an assassin is, it won't help him. Instead, we should let him go on his own path. If I don't become stronger, I might die or be severely injured and face issues I can't handle alone. Once the truck returns, Leon will definitely be much stronger. She placed her hand on her chest, trembling, so he won't need me anymore. Karen hugged herself sadly, head lowered. I don't want that to happen at all. I have to get stronger. But since becoming an assassin, I haven't trained anymore. No, even if I tried to train, it's futile because I've surpassed my physical limits. I stopped training because I don't have any hidden skills. She raised her hand and looked at it. Is this the limit of a born assassin? I don't know how to become stronger. Lost in negativity, the door knocked, bringing Karen back to reality. A familiar voice echoed. Karen, are you there? She happily ran towards the door to call out, Leon, you're back. Leon seemed a bit thinner. His face was hollowed out, his body frail. Karen gasped in surprise. What's going on? He spoke softly. Ah, here's Karen. She took a good look at Leon and wondered, what are you holding? Leon looked down at the bundle in his hands and introduced them, just some ginseng plants that have been cultivated for over 300 years. With Roderick's martial arts book, Karen got excited. Roderick. So this means you must be inheriting something from him. Right, that's amazing, Leon. You've really progressed a lot since the beginning. Great job, Leon. Well done, Leon. As he spoke, he handed the items to Karen. No, these are for you, Karen. I'll come back after giving them to you. She was stunned and asked, for me? Really? So these aren't Roderick's legacy? You only came here to give me this, right? They're not his legacy, but they are certainly valuable. Can I have these? Leon smiled sincerely. I've helped you a lot, but unfortunately, I haven't been able to do more for you. I want to give them to you. Karen, her eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at Leon. He continued his story. I asked the bastard who wrote this book. He said it would be very useful to me. Karen? She tilted her head in confusion and repeated, the bastard, eh? Don't tell me. You mean St. King Roderick, right? I know what you're saying. Leon quickly waved his hand to correct. No, he's my master. Still with the same expression. Karen was speechless. Master. The vast sky filled with dazzling sunlight. It pierced through the fluffy white clouds, signaling a new beginning. She recalled what Leon said, and I'll stay with my master for a while. If you don't see me in a few days, don't worry. See you later. Karen watched him go, thinking he said he wouldn't die. She remembered his face then. Leon smiled and reminded her to savor it slowly. Her cheeks flushed as she felt relaxed. I'll enjoy this. It feels so good. After a while, she curiously asked, should I know who his master is? The Titan Custom King, right? Anyway, since the book belongs to me, should I read it? Karen looked down at the notebook on her lap and read the title, Dance of Souls at Dusk. She flipped through each page, considering its implications for those with dark or ghost attributes. Stopping at a page, tiny lights floated up into the air. She widened her eyes and observed it. Great. This is definitely a new turning point. Just learning half of what's in this book would be amazing. Surrounded by fog and white clouds, dark gray cliffs pierced through the sky, creating an awe-inspiring yet lonely scene. Below, Leon, injured, tried to stand but eventually collapsed onto the nearby lake. Elsie assessed, not good enough, cut from the side. He advised, if someone can learn telekinesis, a skill that requires focusing on an invisible mental force, and master it in just 1 to 2 days, they could become a master. Custom pointed to his scar and said, look at this wound. It's from when that bastard taught me telekinesis. I nearly died several times back then. Leon panted heavily without responding. It's not good now. Let me help you recover. Chasm forcefully pushed Leon away, causing him to fall into the nearby lake. The lake glowed with bright crosses, as if containing a mysterious power. After some time, he returned to his original state. I thought I was dead just now. I barely have enough strength to speak. Was it necessary to be so serious? Elsie confidently interrupted. Don't worry, if you really die, I'll bring you back. Then he sternly made a decision. Alright, then let's do it again. Leon trembled in the cave's darkness. A huge stone or bone skull appeared with sharp teeth like a gate, flames burning fiercely inside. Dusty smoke hung in the air. Yuga wiped his eyes and said, "I almost killed you. It was embarrassing." Ito held his weapon and replied, "I agree." Outside, Ko sighed, bored with their conversation. Zuru teased them. "Yuga, that's all you can do?" He continued, "Next, I'll defeat you." Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed nearby. A voice cut in. "Excuse me, may I join too?" Yuga glanced towards the sound source. Ito did the same. Ko and Zuru were also stunned. Karen approached with a tilted head, smiling as if greeting. She held up her weapon and introduced herself. "My specialty is assassination. I'll use my assassination tool and poison. If you're scared, just refuse my offer." Karen confidently asked, "Who's next? Want to fight me?" Voices echoed around. She must be the girl with that boy. "Girl, right? You'll get hurt." Ito observed her intently and said, "A brave girl indeed." As he spoke, someone reminded him to be careful. "How?" Yuga seriously stated, "She's a beast." Karen recalled something from her time with Leon and quickly explained, "A beast? Yuga, it's not what you think." His thoughts went to his fight against Drake. Yuga asked, "What? What do you mean?" However, Ito wasn't scared at all. He was confident as if he had the upper hand. After all, Titans never back down first. Ito stepped forward to challenge Karen. "Here I am. I'll be your opponent." Ko seemed worried. Han voiced his concern. "That human girl, will she be okay?" Juru appeared calmer. He was calm. "Hyuga, just watch." Karen tightened her weapon and agreed, "I'll go." With the speed of a gust of wind, a concentrated power surge formed into a white sharp point, creating vague streaks in the air. She paused to calculate. Here, strength was key, so conserving energy was crucial. Karen aimed her dart at Ito, who nimbly raised his hands to block it. Next, Karen released more arrows directly towards Ito. A blinding shockwave exploded above Ito's head. From above, countless swords descended on Ito's position. Sharp black blades pierced the ground, shattering nearby rocks. He was covered in wounds as he clung to his body. Karen sighed relief. Just as expected, with this stamina, she couldn't win. Titans are truly strong. Outside, Ito wiped blood from his nose. He pressed both hands tightly against Karen. Ito called out, "Girl, it's my turn now. I won't back down." Suddenly, Ito paused. "Hey!" Across from her, she quickly stepped back. In an instant, Karen moved behind him. She declared, "I told you before, my preference is assassination." Realizing the issue, Ito glanced backward. Bam! Karen's strong slash hit his body. At the critical spot, smoke emerged as it struck. Everyone froze in place, no one daring to speak. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. People began whispering. He stood there like he was dead. That hit must have hurt a lot. Ito exhaled. Someone said, "He's breathing now. He's still alive." Karen, with a serious expression, asked, "It's strange. I thought it would hurt more." Just as expected, Titan is stronger than humans. If he were human, he might have fallen after that hit. He gritted his teeth in pain. "The young girl. She's very agile. I won't underestimate you anymore." Scene change. Under the bright sunlight, Leon's eyes glinted as he readied his sword to strike Kasim. His sword was only a few centimeters from Kasim's shoulder. He gently raised his hand. With one hand, Kasim blocked Leon's slash and was pushed back. Leon thought, just blocking with his hand, yet he managed to deflect the sword. "My attack seems ineffective now." Suddenly, he clenched his fist and swung it high. Using his powerful physique, he concentrated all his strength into a punch that shook the ground, sending energy waves that shattered everything around him. Looking closely, Leon's small body was below. Kasim pushed him towards the water and said, "Again." After some time, the familiar request echoed, "Go." Leon was thrown into the water. Kasim continued, "Again." A moment later, a heavy object fell into the water with a splash. He shouted, "Do it again." He propped himself up on one hand and crawled out of the water. Leon, with sheer courage, calculated that he was much stronger than him. His actions were light, anticipating water movement, but his stamina was like a waterfall's strength. Cut 2. Again, he cursed under his breath. Damn it. Leon clenched his teeth. Oh my god. Not believing what he saw, he stopped abruptly. Huh? Leon's messy hair stood straight up. His tense and determined face showed Leon focusing all his energy to prepare for a counterattack with glowing golden eyes. Elsie mumbled. Next to Kasim said, "We can talk now." Elsie exclaimed. Next to Kasim said, "Not bad." Observing Leon, he commented, "Finally, does he have the willpower?" He stood up and said, "Go again." As soon as he spoke, Kasim suddenly lunged from behind and pressed right against him. He leaned down and warned, "Don't be careless." By the time he realized it was too late, Kasim delivered a powerful strike aimed at Leon's opposite wall. After the strong impact, Kusk observed his sweating body and asked, "Am I going to kill him again?" Elsie agreed. This time he might really die. Weak Leon crawled back towards the water, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. He groaned, "Oh thank goodness, I'm still alive." He jumped into the water as if he was used to it. Kusk asked, "Oh, little guy, are you okay?" Leon's arm emerged from below and raised in a thumbs up. "Everything is fine." After all this tough training, Elsie explained seriously. The day of the prophet, the will be lifted from the sword and he can unleash all its power. If these is removed, Leon will be 10 times stronger than now. But is that enough? The impending disasters will be too much for these kids who bear the mission to save the world. Leon, if it's him, he'll definitely do it. He has potential, a clean white jaw with two golden claws showing his confidence. Under the sunlight, the golden emblem shines brightly. Almong observed the scene and exclaimed. At the entrance, a figure was curled up like waiting. Who is sitting there at the entrance? Khan grumbled. Turns out it's me causing trouble. Why am I here? Almong slowly approached. He kicked Khan forcefully, sending him sprawling on the ground. Hey, move aside. Why are you blocking my way? After observing Khan thoroughly, his next words couldn't be fully formed. Who wants to? The figure exuded a cold and distant aura, his voice dry. What did you say? Almong shivered nervously. What is it? He's not human. Then he shouted loudly, I'm sorry. Cut to a new scene. A pair of slender legs approached. She said, look at this. At a wooden post tightly bound by a rope, Allah noted that the post had been repeatedly struck by a wooden sword thousands of times. She turned to a water jug with a towel hanging on it and continued using it for personal hygiene. The signs here clearly show someone lived here before. Elahan nodded in agreement, then loudly proclaimed to the sky, I'm sure this is where heroes are trained. Finally, we've arrived here. Under a gentle breeze, commented on her face. It seems there's a hint of his sweat here. Something caught Elahan's attention and she glanced over. In front of her was a deep and wide pit. She wondered if this is where the holy sword descended. She knelt down, clasped her hands in prayer. Goddess, if you hear me. Elahan remained silent for a moment before continuing, please show yourself. Realizing something was off, she stood up and looked towards the bushes. Someone must be watching me. Since I came here, seeing that you have no ill intentions, come out now. The person couldn't hide anymore and decided to reveal himself. Pardon my intrusion, Holy Hubert. Hubert L. Rosenbach from Klein respectfully explained. A swordsman from Klein. I came to welcome the city's rival. With a serious tone, Elahan asked, Klein, why is the royal swordsman here? Another figure appeared behind him, understanding immediately. Because of that person? Leon placed his hand on his chest and greeted with respect. It's an honor to meet you, city. He introduced himself, the legal secretary of the royal family, Leon Canlum Gladius von Klein, here to welcome you. Upon receiving this response, Elahan observed Leon quietly. Then she replied, this meeting is unexpected. He greeted politely, it's a great honor that you recognize who I am. Allah nodded. The prophecy must have reached the Glay Royal Palace, but we didn't expect the prince to come here. Leon stood opposite her and shared honestly, knowing the day of the prophecy was coming. I knew the church people would arrive. His golden hair flowed in the wind. Leon's face turned serious as sweat dripped down his face. Alaha widened her eyes, not understanding what was happening. Guessing her thoughts, she asked, "So, what do you need from me?" Then he tightly gripped his hand, shaking the whole body. He tried to calm down and speak. "We have no other choice." He drew his sword to block her. "Please stop. I can't let him go like that. Please reconsider carefully." Leon didn't understand his actions. He called out, "Rupert." Elahan was silent, then whispered, "Didn't we say there won't be a second chance?" Elahan angrily shouted, "You're not drinking the welcome drink. Do you want to drink the punishment wine instead?" Rupert added, "For your highness, to save the innocent civilians oppressed by the tyrannical king." Rupert swung his sword towards her, "For the bright future of our country." Rupert's next words stunned Leon. Rupert angrily said, "Only your highness Leon can do that." On that day, he was the only one to step in and fight. Elahan clenched her fists, summoning power to punish. A powerful energy-wrapped punch hit Zubert with such force that blood splattered everywhere. His body was torn apart brutally. Zubert fell to the ground, bleeding from a deep wound across his stomach, while Leon stood still, watching the aftermath of Elahan's attack coldly. He screamed loudly. Jill, Zubert, and Leon clenched their teeth, ready for an offensive stance. He glared at her with hate-filled eyes. Then his face contorted in extreme anger. His teeth gritted as the sun's rays flashed, showcasing the explosion of power and emotion. She raised a hand to tap lightly. Leng's sword shattered and flew apart in midair. She said coldly, "This attack isn't aimed at me at all. It seems pretty fast too." He only raised an eyebrow without replying. Then Leng shouted, "Hold your mouth shut. How can you kill someone so easily and still look calm?" Elahan pointed to the back of him and said, "But he's dead now. Aren't you surprised?" She pointed behind him, telling him to look. From Leon's perspective, Zubert stood intact before him. It seemed no battle had occurred. A serious voice echoed, "Your Highness Leon between throne and hero." She calmly asked, "If you could choose only one, which would you pick?" Leng paused at Elahan's question. She continued, "If the Klein lineage is the source of all disasters, what would you do? Do you think you can treat people in the royal family and commoners fairly? More importantly, before becoming king, are there other things you prioritize more than anything else?" Elahan turned away, making a statement as she walked. "That's enough to know you don't qualify as a hero. Goodbye." Leon was still in shock. He stood there, reflecting on everything that had happened. The scene changed. Chasm praised, "You did it." He placed his hand on the stone and said to Leon with joy, "Congratulations, congratulations. You successfully completed this harsh training. Now you've achieved success." Calling out softly, "Master." Chasm spoke calmly, proud of him. He had done what others took centuries to achieve. Leon regained his confidence. He thanked him. After their conversation ended, they both turned to look at Elsie. It was surprised and curious. "What? Why are you looking at me? Do you want me to praise you?" He cursed. "You're a bastard." Biggest said. Elsie shouted, "Really? Those guys?" Then it changed direction. "Well, you finished earlier than expected, Leon." Leon replied unexpectedly, "Huh, finished early. There was a time limit, right?" Elsie reminded him, "Did you forget? It's your birthday tomorrow." It seemed he didn't care about that. Leon said bluntly, "Birthday? I thought it was something important." Saying this, he suddenly gasped. She continued, "Seems like you remember now, huh?" Elsie laughed happily. "Exactly. Tomorrow is your birthday, the same day as the day of Elsa's shared. So why did I make you practice telekinesis?" With the Holy Sword seal removed, recovery time improved significantly. Thus, it couldn't affect his mind and body. Recalling past experiences, Leon's face turned pale with a layer of sweat. He asked, "Is that good? So happy?" Night fell, swallowing the rugged mountains into darkness. Only a few stars twinkled on the misty, dark blue sky. Elsie reminded him, "It's late, start now." Leon's eyes widened in pain. His eyes shine like they're wrapped in the universe, with a mysterious purple color and twinkling spots like stars. In the starry night sky, two opposing celestial bodies shine brightly, one a blazing sun-like ball of fire, next to a pale yellow full moon, creating a majestic cosmic scene. Streams of light bind through the deep green cloud-covered landscape. Leon hovers, reflected clearly in a transparent plane like glass, giving an unreal feeling. He looks around nervously and speaks softly. This is a mysterious sound. "Hello, Leon." The sunlight blinds him. He has to raise his hand to shield his eyes from the chaos. In front of him, Catherine's figure appears with golden hair, wearing a white gown and radiant wings behind her, her face covered by an authoritative light beam. Suddenly, Leon buries his face in his hands, tears rolling down his cheeks. He covers his mouth as he asks, "Am I crying?" She smiles at him. Catherine speaks, "Sharp minds are no match for determination. You haven't fallen even without the ore." He recognizes a change, but is slightly taken aback. His fingers feel the gradually returning sensation. "This place is our dwelling." She reaches out her hand. "Nothing can harm you without my permission." "Alright, look up." Leon follows, whispering, "Lady Goddess." Catherine nods and replies, "Pleased to meet you, Leon." He observes the faint figure in front of him, thinking, "That white shadow, does a goddess look like this?" She reads his thoughts and answers, "To see the goddess, you must belong to each tier of the gods." His cheeks turn red. He awkwardly scratches his head. "I'm sorry." Realizing something, Catherine covers her mouth as she explains, Leon, it's not that you're lacking in any way." She quickly waves her hands. "If you weren't like Roderick, with normal eyes, no one would see the exact face of the goddess." He nods. "Got it. Can you read my thoughts?" Catherine doesn't deny it. "Yes." The first time Roderick met her, he looked straight into her eyes. Roderick crosses his arms and asks, "Are you a goddess?" Looking at his expression, she comments, "He's really not cute." Recalling something, Catherine says, "Right, Leon, listen, even the highest mountains have paths to climb. Even the most dangerous roads have ways out. Do you understand? Is it wrong?" After a while of conversation, she concludes, "That's enough for now." Before leaving, Catherine gives him a reminder. "Leon, this path isn't a burden to carry." She seriously continues, "If you don't want to continue this path, speak up now. This path is full of thorns and pain. Every step will be covered in blood. It's not too late. If you want a normal life, I can reverse time and make your life peaceful." After hearing her sincere words, Leon says, "Lady, I share, I'm just an ordinary person who hates my life. I'm filled with self-doubt and am a useless child. I left the academy and gained many experiences afterward. And I know I don't have what it takes to be a hero." But Leon remembers when Elsie Chudnik made her decision, "I chose you, Leon." He continues, "Elsie picked me, even if it means sacrificing my life. I want to prove that her decision was right." Feeling the power within Leon, Catherine smiles contentedly. "We knew this question was unnecessary." She calls out her strength and declares, "Leon, you are appointed as the representative of the goddess." The cross-shaped light streams around him, scattering tiny white fragments like snow. Tiny lights appear around him. She says, "Now I'll bless my representative with divine grace." A symbol of a pair of wings appears on his left side. Catherine explains the knight's mark, the power to fight evil in this world. This strength can help you, and it can also be transformed from solar and lunar energy. The same symbol appears on his right side. She continues, "The purification mark, giving you the ability to detoxify, break curses, and eliminate infections." A pair of glowing wings appear on him. Catherine hands over the prayer mark, destroying intruders in your mind while boosting your mental and spiritual strength. His pupils open wide as light emanates from the symbols. She says, "Finally, the Overseer. This power allows you to see imbalances and threats to the world and read others' minds." Catherine clasps her hands together and calls out, "Hero Leon, all of this is yours now." She reviews you again and remarks that this is your birthday gift, Catherine says. A red round shirt flutters in the wind. She genuinely wishes you well. My knight, Leon. Who doesn't know how to face the storm coming his way? Your arm is wrapped in a black glove. Catherine regrets her words and prays for your future happiness. Leon with neat black-brown hair, eyes of dark amethyst, wearing a bright red round shirt, exuding strength and personality. Now she can smile confidently. We'll always be here. We'll always be here. In the vast space, a voice echoes. Catherine asks Leon, "Are you awake now?" According to the prophecy, the one who should stand here is not you. Leon closes his eyes softly and says, "Leon, remember your former self. Yeah, he deserves to be a hero more than me." Elsie interrupts with a question. What's that about? What's this talk of the goddess's choice? It's so ridiculous. Roderick's face appears, pointing and deciding, "My choice is you, Leon." Leon smiles slightly. Seeing your determination, she's a bit surprised, reminding yourself not to give in to fate or Elsie rejecting the goddess's decision. Then, with confidence, he answers, "Yeah, I trust Elsie's choice." This time, Catherine remains silent. She can feel Roderick's presence on Leon's body. Finally, Catherine tilts her head and smiles gently before fading away. Before leaving, she says again, "My knight, Leon. Who doesn't know how to face the storm coming his way? I pray for your happiness in the future. We'll always be here watching over you." His eyes widen and stare straight ahead. Under the bright sunlight, Leon speaks softly. But he's falling from a great height. Leon is still confused about what's happening. He wonders if he's in the sky. Realizing the situation, he shouts loudly, "Hold on, goddess, you're making a big noise." Cust and Elsa turn towards the source of the sound. It laughs, it's fast enough to return. He sits up and sighs with relief. "Oh, I thought I was going to die." Alcid approaches Leon. He replies cheerfully, "I'm back." Alcith. The system notification appears. Name and rank. Trainee Hero. Level 59. Strength B. Combat Power A2+. Agility A. Aura A2+. Skills. Advanced Swordsmanship Level 8. Roderick's Vision Level 8. Perfect Close Combat. User Aura Enhancement Level 9. Magic Sword Technique. 7th Essence Start Level 4. It pats him approvingly. "No, me! And you even got for more achievements. That silly hat gave you a lot." Leon looks at the information closely and softly says, "Really?" Then he curiously turns to Elsie. "How many did you get before?" She honestly answers nothing at all. Hearing her answer, his face freezes in understanding. "Oh, that's right, I can see your expression." Elsie exclaims, "Look, from Catherine's photo album. These glow brightly and emit a powerful aura. It assesses I'm overflowing with power." Leon nods in understanding. "Got it." He raises his hand to admire the surging power, evaluating silently. "I'm overflowing with power." Leon clutches his hand tightly, feeling like he's been reborn. Chasm approaches and congratulates Leon. "This is your birthday gift, Leon." Receiving it, he doesn't hesitate to throw a powerful punch towards him. Leon swiftly dodges to the side in an instant. Chasm watches Leon's movements intently. Leon explains, "Ha! I saw it! I saw it!" Elsie excitedly exclaims after the clash. Leon jumps back and maintains distance from him. Slowly drawing his sword, he confidently shares, "I'm sure it was out of my sight." The clouds gather closely. "You've changed. But that round shirt looks like the one that scoundrel used to wear." He grits his teeth and sincerely says, "I hate it." Knowing he's about to launch another attack, Leon's eyes focus intently without wavering for a moment. Then Chasm roars and throws a punch declaring, "I'll kill you." A powerful white beam like a laser is shot out, shaking the air and crashing into the rock wall ahead with great force. Unlike before, after the dust settles, what he sees is just rubble where Leon was. No trace of him remains. Leaning to the side, he notices a massive hole in the rock wall shaped like Kasum's powerful punch, showing the terrifying strength he just displayed. Leon suddenly speaks, Did I dodge another one?" Without hesitation, Kasim leans and prepares to launch towards Leon. He calls out, "Here it comes." Kasim continues with a strong punch, creating swirling brownish-gray winds that rush at him with terrifying speed. In front of him, countless fists are thrown. Leon clearly counts each strike. He thinks, "I've seen them all." Leon's barrage is a series of lightning bolts, his counterattack strategy already formed. Whispering softly, "Great," Leon raises his leg ready to fight. He silently scolds himself, "I just need to dodge." Then Leon twists and dodges like a golden ray, continuing to avoid Custom's attack. As he closes in on him, Leon tightens his sword and shouts. John channels all his strength into the slash, his body enveloped in glaring white lightning, delivering the decisive blow right before Custom. Leon whispers, "Here it comes, fire." Not finishing his sentence, Leon is grabbed like a toy by him. Cuz calmly reminds Leon, "Enough, if you want to defeat me, you're still 30 years too early." He recovers and says, "I forgot. Sensei, thank you for the birthday gift." Cuz sits down and releases him, sincerely saying again, "Congratulations." Leon happily nods in acceptance, "Thanks for the blessing you've brought me." Finished speaking, he turns to call out, "Hey, Elsie," he asks curiously. "Huh? What's up, Leon?" Approaching closely, he offers an opinion. "Can I wear your shirt?" Elsie mutters under her breath. "Idiot." Roderick points at Leon. "Of course." Looking straight at him, he says, "You're my disciple." Leon nods. In the dark cave, a huge skull with sharp teeth opens like a fiery gate. Inside, the red-orange flames burn fiercely, engulfing the surrounding space. The air echoes with greetings from the training hall. It's been a while. Ito and Ko turn to look at the sound source. Kasim stands in front of everyone. He continues, "You haven't changed much." Yuga recognizes Kasim. He called out, "Sir!" The choral lights turned on. "Sir!" Everyone's expressions were the same. "Kasim, sir!" Echoing in the cave. They all spoke in unison. Next to him, Leon stood leaning forward, observing around. Kasim asked about the situation. "How has everything been lately?" Someone voiced their concern. "What's the condition of the time rift marks now?" He replied, "Still the same." He searched for a familiar figure in his mind. "She isn't here, right?" "Karen." A pair of slender legs ran quickly towards them. Karen called out, "Leon." Hearing that voice, he happily turned around. Leon looked at her, calling him, "Okay?" Before he could finish his sentence, Karen hugged him tightly. Leon said with a smile, "Karen, she's excited saying you're back." Leon. Karen chatted happily, "Glad to see you finally back." "Great!" Leon laughed and asked, "Huh, are you okay?" Suddenly his pupils showed signs of wings. Realizing something, Leon exclaimed, "Oh!" Leon hugged Karen's waist tightly. He said, "Karen, you've changed so much." She was surprised by what he said. Karen asked, "Huh?" Then she quickly waved her hands to explain, "I don't have any spiritual weight. I eat very little. It's impossible. I've been training a lot." Leon misunderstood me. Leon said, "My point wasn't that." Then he seriously shared, "You're much stronger now." She smiled and admitted, you look more handsome too." Outside, the commotion made Karen and Leon pause. Their love is intense. "That's right." Yuga blushed and said close by, "It's really true." Nearby, Yuru agreed similarly, "Perfect." Realizing they went too far, both of them naturally moved away from each other. They both said in unison, "Just a misunderstanding." He laughed loudly and said, "Got it." On the other side, Cousin spoke to Elsie, silly, agreeing. "Yeah, perfect." He continued, "I can't keep interfering under the guise of being a mentor." After their reunion, everyone happily made plans. "Right, we're all here in numbers. So let's have a party then." Party time! Night fell and the fire crackled. A fish was being grilled, emitting a delicious aroma. Vankin placed Leon on her shoulders, raised her beer glass, and shouted loudly, "Today's feast is to celebrate Leon becoming a hero. Cheers! To the goddess!" Everyone clinked their beer glasses together in unison. "Cheers to the goddess!" Bottoms up! Bang, one loud cheer. "Congratulations!" Another voice chimed in. Leon, everyone here is happy to share your joy. Congratulations, goddess. Kazma and Elsa stood back, watching with smiles. The air buzzes with excitement. Congratulations, goddess. Karen beams as if she's happy for you. Suddenly, Leon pauses, holding the drink in both hands. Someone calls out to him, "Come on, Leon, finish this glass." As night falls over the dark mountains, a light bursts from within the rock face. Amidst laughter and breaking silence, a joyful atmosphere prevails despite the surroundings. Vankin turns around and shouts, "Leon, where are you going? Come back here." He stammers, his voice cut off by a hand over his mouth. Custom whispers to Vanka, "Don't make noise," but he's confused about what's happening. On one side, Leon and Karen sit by the fire, chatting warmly. Leon remarks, "You seem closer to Titan than before." She smiles, surprising Mita with that. "Listen up, I've got something new for you." Karen recalls an old story. Yuru and Yuga gathered in a corner discussing. He explains, Ballistic is known for its ability to petrify others. If we can get the essence from those eyes, she could use that power. Meanwhile, Yuru holds up a leaf. Like this one, we use it as a sedative. Contact with these mountain monsters will kill them instantly after touching the leaf. That's how it works. Karen continues, "Not just that, but also." Vankin chases her, urging her to hurry, making Karen run away in fear. He calls out as he follows, "Come here. Come on over. Karen, it's time for your training." "Good idea." She takes a deep breath. "You have no idea how busy I've been." From start to finish, Leon listens quietly as she shares. Across the way, Kazma overhears their conversation and clenches his fists. He exclaims, "I can't just let this go, apprentice, I'm furious." Karen speaks calmly, "I plan to become a master and show you when you return, but I couldn't do it so I stopped developing myself. If I tried harder, maybe I could reach that. But I feel like I'm weaker now, losing my direction." Leon empathizes with Karen. "Me too." Karen, both body and mind are the same. Kazma approaches unnoticed, startling them. That's called a barrier phenomenon. He shouts, "Titan King." "Leon, Master." Kazma sits down dejectedly, thinking aloud. "I thought they would have some special time together. But they're talking about training. That's something no one expected." He grits his teeth at Leon. "Idiot. Still listening?" "Yes, sir. I have a question." Karen looks at her head questioningly. "It's an irradiation barrier phenomenon." "What is it?" Kazm hesitates. Then he calmly explains. "You must have noticed that you're a high-level existence. But the path to becoming a master isn't straightforward. It also leans towards luck. If someone spends a decade and still can't reach that level, for others, it might only take one day. That's an opportunity to become a master. In other words, recognizing this opportunity is very important." Karen listens intently but pauses momentarily. Leon mutters as he grasps the key point. "An opportunity? You seem lost." Kazum continues. "After training, if you notice any unusual changes in your body, you need to take time to adjust yourself. This process takes about 6 months. Leon hesitates briefly. 6 months later. That's too long. He points and laughs. So I gave it to you. The opportunity. Leon thinks silently. Opportunity. It seems he regains his confidence. He clutches his hand and shouts. Perfect. Leon clearly declares. I will seize this opportunity. No matter what happens, I won't give up. We'll overcome it together. Kazum raises his hand to speak. I'm giving you an opportunity. Leon stands beside Karen seriously. Yes, for the sake of this opportunity, I will do anything. Karen continues for Leon. Go on. Their determination is evident. He nods in agreement. Good. Defeat Drake. From Leon's hand, the winged symbol appears, surrounded by glowing rays. The system announces defeating Drake. Difficulty S+. Characteristic Cyclops. Leon carefully observes. He says, defeating Drake. Karen shares his thoughts, finding it interesting. That's a hero's ability, isn't it? On the other side, Elsie watches from start to finish, calculating mentally. Good. She's furious at him for taking one of her eyes before. Now he's attacking everything, people and monsters alike, on the mountain wall. Kill him, Leon. In front of them is a bottomless abyss with no end. Elsie continues, we're in a canyon. Karen smiles, great. Leon agrees, yeah, let's hunt Drake here. It seems a bit tough because it mostly attacks by charging at opponents from above. And if it uses breath attacks, we can dodge and run away. Listen to your reasoning. I haven't taught you much about using terrain before, but it looks like you're doing fine. He seriously shares, fighting monsters on S level requires vigilance. Unexpected things might happen that we can't predict. Elsie praises his thinking. After their conversation, Leon clenches his hand, his face full of determination. Today, I will defeat Drake. Looking at the challenge in front of him, Leon challenges, come here, pray. His foot slowly lifts off the ground. Drake leaps down from above with incredible speed towards Leon. He thinks quickly, too fast, try to match its movements. Just as he finishes thinking, Drake opens his mouth and spits out a cluster of fiery red flames. It releases a destructive beam of light created by the apocalyptic fire. With wide wings, Drake stands majestically amidst the raging inferno, embodying its dominance over the world. Leon is surrounded by a sea of flames. Suddenly beneath him appear wing symbols and an establishment mark. Drake is shocked to see that Leon isn't affected by its power. He remains calm as if burning in Drake's own fire. Leon, with determined eyes, he swings his sword, ready for battle. Above, stars form a long streak, the fighter's body turning into energy clusters. It lets out a terrifying roar, sharp teeth bared as if to swallow the sky whole. Drake rises with all his furious power, a massive figure enveloped in dark purple energy. Leon is slightly puzzled by its reaction. Drake has caused an earth-shaking disturbance. Dark energy beams shoot out violently across the area. The demons are affected too, falling to the ground in heaps. A black dragon approaches the source of this terrifying power and stops. Leon reasons that his body might be slightly weakened. Beside him, Elsie reminds, you can endure a bit. Your current state is different. If it were you before, your body would have been severely weakened. With this energy, nearby creatures should be affected by the pressure and go into convulsions of pain. In the midst of danger, a dark purple liquid droplet appears, shimmering like a gem. Agreeing with it, he nods. The purple drop falls onto Leon's shoulder. Upon contact with his shirt fabric, it vanishes, leaving scorched skin. He gasps and turns around. Huh? What? What is this? Not yet shocked, something even more terrifying appears before him. Above his head, the dark purple energy instantly transforms into a massive black vortex, swirling up to the sky, swallowing part of it. Drake absorbs this power. Its body becomes whiter. Seeing the danger, Alcid shouts, don't say anything. It's ancient magic. Get away, lion. More purple liquid continues falling, the ground burning under its touch. The black vortex turns into a massive impenetrable energy wall with curved lightning creating an ultimate barrier. Below, each contact point with the liquid is corroded. Leon and Elsie hide on one side. It explains that with each drop, its magical power becomes more concentrated. Elsie remains tense, knowing this mountain makes her attack less advantageous. Leon grimaces, so it uses that attack then? That damned lizard. Elsie calculates and advises, no time, the stone will melt anyway. Use this terrain to escape while destroying it early. Magic in these mountains is endless. So we should utilize this feature too. The longer you wait, the worse off you'll be. I agree with that. Leon continues, I don't plan on prolonging this either. The rain stops. Suddenly, the dark purple liquid starts separating and recombining in a chaotic pattern. Then they form sharp arrows pointing in one direction. Before him are countless arrows rushing towards him. Leon wipes away a small bead of sweat. Elsie, I wasn't wrong. Right, it's aiming at me just like that. You ask something it can't answer. This is part of your plan to today, huh? And then, all the dark purple arrows continue heading towards Leon. He quickly retreats, blocking each one with his sword. They follow his movements closely. At the deep ravine, He uses his strength to leap down safely. Leon pauses to observe the situation. He grits his teeth in frustration. Damn it, it won't stop. Leon stops running. He swings his sword at the arrows coming towards him. One after another, they fall under Leon's powerful strikes. After a while, he pants heavily from exhaustion. Leon complains, "If I had an advantage in this terrain, I would have died if I realized it was a seasonal landscape." He continues retreating. Suddenly, Leon's back hits a stone behind him. He starts loose to assess the situation. It seems Leon is at a dead end. He stands still and shouts, "Is this the end of the road?" Something catches Leon's attention, making him lift his head to look. Drake's long neck extends out, looking down at him steadily as if it has its prey in sight. Leon thinks to himself, "It slithered into the back of the alley." It growls lowly. Leon keeps a neutral expression, neither acting nor running away. Drake seems surprised by how Leon is reacting. A familiar figure suddenly appears. Karen speaks up, excited as if she caught something else. It quickly turns towards where the sound came from. She emerges in bright purple light, her eyes resolute and confident. Karen extends her hand to harness the immense power surrounding her body. Then she whispers, "Dance of Souls at sunset." Drake silently observes her from head to toe as if considering the situation. The purple energy swirls like a drill piercing through its large body, sharp ghostly tendrils. The sharp drill digs deep, causing Drake to scream in agony. Karen clamps her hand over her mouth. Then she opens her beak and blows a kiss into the air. At that moment, it explodes under the powerful force, splattering blood everywhere. One of Drake's wings is severed, causing it to fall from the sky. Karen retracts her power as the ground beneath her crumbles. Finally, she runs over to Leon and says happily, "Leon, I think everything is okay now. What do you think?" He turns to praise. "Karen, that was amazing. You dodged the darkness rain and attacked from behind. How did you do it?" Karen shares her experience. "The aura of darkness is a low-level attribute. I used the darkness rain to climb up." Leon's cheeks turn red. He smiles and continues, "You're amazing. Really?" She asks back. "Really?" Leon confirms, "Of course." Seeing her talent acknowledged, Karen's face lights up with happiness and satisfaction. Leon shares more, "With you here, I feel much safer." Karen. Meanwhile, the dangerous depths of the abyss erupt once again into a dark vortex. The ground trembles as a red-hot energy source rises violently, accompanied by black lines floating amidst the debris. He exclaims, "Ancient magic is concentrating in one spot. It's persistent, hoping to destroy Drake's crimson blood figure with this hot energy." It growls angrily, seemingly capable of destroying anything. Leon observes and comments, "Even without a wing, it still looks terrifying as before." Else it calculates, then gives him advice, "Kill it before it regenerates." "Hurry up, Leon," he says with urgency. "Got it, understood," Karen replies while reviving her power. Now, Leon decides, "It's our turn now." In the red glow, a terrifying attack tears through the ground, sending sharp shards like needles flying into the sky. Drake roars loudly, using its dark red claws to block the black energy surge and the surrounding fiery red rays. On the other side, Leon soars up, extending his energy stream from the ground. It realizes this and turns around to continue observing. With the burning eyes of a victor, Leon tightens his energy sword, ready for a counterattack. He shouts, "Me next!" In the decisive moment under the blinding light, Leon delivers a deadly blow to Drake's gurgling form with his death blade. Each surge of power burns through its body savagely. Every strike is just centimeters from Drake's pupils. Karen whispers, I understand what that dance was." In this final battle, they combine their powers to deliver the finishing blow with two opposing forces. Karen smiles softly and says, "Thank you, my dear." She receives his words as the deadly strike tears through its fiery red shell, spewing out dark purple blood, signaling its doom. Leon looks at it, scream, and praises, "Great job, Karen." The impact sends Drake's massive body crashing into the mountain wall, sending clouds of dust and dark purple blood splattering everywhere. It raises its head wide open, releasing a ball of dark purple energy. The dark aura envelops an area. Leon tensely wipes away a layer of sweat. He takes a quick look and says, "It's the same again." Elsie offers an opinion exactly like the previous attack. Leon recognizes her voice and calls out, "Elsie." Her eyes glow with a bright light that flickers then vanishes. Sid notes, "She's different now." Leon nods in understanding. "Got it." Sid slashes his sword, emitting a powerful beam of energy. Leon calls out to summon. The 7 stars begin to gather. Stars appear rapidly, forming a long streak containing immense explosive power, the warship's combat form. With terrifying speed, it tears through space like a giant lightning snake, slicing through the ground. Murik faces Drake's massive claw. His red-robed figure strikes with golden blows, energy and fury erupting close to the scales, causing Drake pain. The wound is torn open violently. Dark purple blood spews out in a gushing torrent, like a deadly rain drenching the space. He pauses abruptly as if realizing something unusual. Leon looks down his arm and softly asks, "What's that?" Blood from its abdomen is thick like tree sap. Drake raises his claw in anger, preparing to crush Leon beneath him. Its powerful step seems like a boulder crushing the earth. Leon withstands the blow. Blood trickles from the corner of his mouth as he groans. He doesn't stop there. Drake continues to recklessly destroy everything in sight. With its original sharp trajectory, it slices through space like a snake emitting light, tearing through the ground at incredible speed. Under the fire, Drake stands confidently and swings his other wing. Karen grits her teeth and reports to Leon, "The night is fading." Not hearing any response, she looks around anxiously. Where's Leon? Nearby, Elsie urgently reminds her, even if Leon wakes up again, that critical attack is still very dangerous. Carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds and rage, Drake raises his long tail, bending it as if ready to strike. In an instant, Leon's small body continues to bear the weight from Drake's tail. Leon opens his mouth in a loud roar, blood spewing from the fatal wound on his cat-like face. Elsie exclaims in horror, "Leon!" Karen does the same. She calls out loudly, "Leon!" He lies still, unable to move. Leon thinks silently, "I can't. Avoid it." His golden eyes glow fiercely like a blazing sword. He opens his mouth and roars loudly. Leon makes a decision. There's no other choice now. He activates telekinesis. Round Drake, the white light from Leon's power bursts in the air. He rises, gripping his sword tightly, ready to strike at any moment. Leon reassesses the situation. Everyone else is just black and white now. He glances elsewhere to evaluate. Karen's worried face rushes towards him and Drake. With determination, Leon grits his teeth and calculates. In front of him, it still roars loudly amidst the smoke. Leon closes his eyes and takes a deep breath. Then he leans back to gather strength. With a decisive slash, he cuts through Drake's large tail. In the darkness, the light from the cut gradually becomes clear. Leon remains expressionless. He is calm as if just completing part of his plan. However, its tail is severed into by the raging flames and debris on the ground. Seeing things improve, Karen happily calls out to Leon. With a portion of its body lost, Drake roars loudly, echoing through space. Elsie warns, even if you cut off its tail, it's still preparing for another attack. Leon's legs tremble as he responds, if it. He doesn't finish his sentence before realizing the problem. Leon frowns and says, "My leg hasn't fully recovered." He was silent for a moment before Leon spoke up. "Elsie, she guessed your intentions." Elsie asked, "Are you really going to do this?" Leon didn't deny it but acknowledged silently. Yes. She wasn't too harsh on him. "Nemtuk, you truly are a heartless child." Using both hands, Leon lifted the sword and said, "Master, keep safe." The divine magic warship, the 7 stars began to glow, the barrels emitting light. The white primordial strength burst out from the center in a spiral pattern piercing through the mysterious purple S. Key, Drake was officially defeated completely. After the shocking counterattack, Leon calmed down and took a deep breath, looking up to observe the situation before him. Drake's head was blown off by the power surge from Lion. His body, which wasn't whole anymore, fell heavily with a loud thud echoing through the air. Alcid commented, "The danger level of Drake has been raised to S+, but I still think he's more dangerous than what you see." She recalled the details and continued her assessment. His final move was really hard to find a Drake that could use ancient magic. If I can't kill him now, maybe after absorbing demonic power, he'll evolve into a demon Drake. He answered honestly, "That's why I felt it was stronger than before." Then Elsie's eyes turned red with anger. She was furious. "Yes, that's right. But damn you, Leon, don't you think this is wrong?" Leon knew his actions were a bit rash. He smiled softly and consoled Elsie in a low voice, "Sorry for being so reckless. I know I can't win so." Before he could finish, Karen rushed over. She shouted, "Leon." He turned around to call out, "Karen." She stopped, crouching down as if curious about Leon. Noticing her unusual behavior, he asked, "What's wrong, Karen?" She looked him over carefully and said, "You're not hurt at all, aren't you, Leon?" He didn't understand. He replied, "Yeah." Karen remembered the scene where he passed out on her lap after using his skills. "Leon." Continuing, she said, "Every time you used your abilities, you fainted." Realizing something, Leon muttered, "That's right." During the fight with Drake, a symbol on his left chest glowed. Leon thought the knight's mark helped him recover. Great. Karen interrupted, "But hero, what did you see?" "The final strike I threw, even if it was me who did it, it was still interesting." Leon agreed. He said, "Amazing." She proudly shared, "As if the ghost and I had merged into one. I've never controlled my aura like that before." Finally, Karen hesitated. "So, Leon, I'm not sure if it was me." Seeing her expression, Leon was a bit confused. Karen looked at him seriously and said, "I think I might have become a master." He was taken aback by what she said. After hearing the story, Kasim replied straightforwardly, "That's right." Karen happily clapped her hands in disbelief. "Really?" Henry explained calmly, "Usually people know their level once they reach it. Although she just reached this level, if you've surpassed a barrier, think about how you did it." Pleased with the answer, Karen thanked the Titan King. After talking to her, Kasim changed his tone and called out, "Disciple." Leon got cold sweat and was slightly worried when addressed directly. He calmly said, "I don't know what to say to you anymore." He asked, "Did I make no progress?" Kasim shared, "No matter what we say, it's meaningless. If you continue training and fighting like this, you'll develop yourself in the direction you want. That's the path of the void." On the other side, after hearing about Leon, everyone cheered, "Great job, you killed an S-Class Drake." Henry praised the young man and Karen, both did well. Leon thanked them. Vankin was also present. He approached to speak. "Congratulations." Karen, she corrected her words loudly. "Thank you, I owe it all to you." Vankin caught Karen by surprise. "A walks while reciting to remember today. I've prepared a gift." "Leon, can I borrow Karen for a moment?" "Let's go, I'll be back before dinner." Leon mutters under his breath. "Come on, it's time for the Asian meal." Seeing Leon tense up, Henry approaches to calm him down. "Don't worry, Leon. We've cooked it with poison, so the toxins have been neutralized in its body." Yuga continues, "You'll definitely get to eat meat." Leon asks curiously, "Asian meat?" They explain. Although Juru fainted after tasting it, he held the piece of meat in his hand. Bubbles coming out of Juru's mouth, he fell to the ground, surrounded by chaos. "Damn, I can't fake it." "Boil it." Leon shivers and grits his teeth as he makes a guess. "The meat everyone was talking about." "Don't say that. Rake killed 20 years ago didn't have any poison, but this one seems to be slightly toxic." Hearing this, Leon feels angry inside and decides to skip the meal. Everyone is gathered discussing and planning when someone suddenly shouts, "Alright, let's be quiet now." Vankin steps forward. "I want to introduce our new Titan warrior to everyone." Karen appears, raising her hand to greet everyone. "I'm the new warrior, Karen." Seeing her, the guys turn red and start chatting excitedly. She poses for Leon to comment, "What do you think?" Leon genuinely answers with a slight smile, "It suits you well, Karen." Her cheeks turn rosy. Karen is satisfied. I knew it. Then she turns around and starts singing happily. Karen reminds Leon to eat now. Everyone gathers back together, praising her enthusiastically. Yeah, that's hot. Karen responds calmly. Thank you, someone shouts. You can't compare with the female Titan warrior. On this side, Yuru and Yuga carry a huge piece of meat. He speaks up. Here it is, Yuga excitedly announces. This is our special boiled rake meat. From the pinkish-purple meat, ghostly white figures with twisted faces rise up. Leon imagines a horrifying scene, his face covered in sweat. Leon stammers. Should we eat this? I don't think it's still poisonous. Karen holds the plate of meat. She turns pale and says, Hero, why don't you try a bite first? Leon declines. No, you should go first. Karen, because you're an expert on poisons. Everyone is watching the two of them. They are waiting for both to take a taste. Finally, Leon and Karen silently decide to put it in their mouths. The same feeling, the meat is so tough that Karen and Leon struggle to bite into it. On the contrary, everyone watching drools, staring intently at the food in their hands. Realizing something, they both turn around and shout together. Wow, it's delicious, it's not poisonous and very tender too. It smells good with just enough fat. Vangan steps forward to encourage them. There's more. Just eat naturally. Alright, let's eat, everyone. There's a joyful chatter in the air. Thanks for the meal. A shaky hand placed itself on a stone to steady its body. The person shouted, Hey, Han, wait up. She stood opposite and waved. Hey, hurry up. Han panted as he asked, When did you get here? Ella Han turned her gaze into the distance, observing. She concluded, Finally, we can see Titan Peak over there. Struggling to move his tired body, he shouted, You idiot! I've pushed myself to my limits without resting for 4 consecutive days. Take a break, Han. Han wondered, Why am I with her? She didn't care and turned back to respond. We're almost there, about to meet Hero. Ella's cheeks flushed red. She whispered, Please wait for us, my beloved Hero. With that said, she ran forward. Hurry up, Han! Hey! Khan reflected on himself. If I'm her second in command, then my stamina is too weak. Looking at the aftermath of the battle, he said, She's destroying these monsters as she goes, almost like a real one. Under the sparkling night sky with stars shining, jagged stone peaks encircled a blazing orange ball in the dark valley. On the ground lay scattered bones stripped of flesh. One of them leaned back and said happily, I'm full. Kazma on this side was talking to him. He wondered, going east? That's where the dwarves live. The land of the dwarves. Why go there? Leon explained that the maiden is coming here. Karen frowned deeply. She thought the Eastern maiden. Kazm folded his arms and continued, Roderick's comrade. And a descendant of the maiden too? But didn't you promise to meet her here? He placed his hand over it and expressed his feelings. I have a feeling she's heading east. What do you mean by that? Leon's next statement made Karen pause. Does it feel like we're connected somehow? She stiffened, connected. Karen pondered. The church maiden is different from the robbers, warriors, or even mages fighting alongside the hero. Her status in society is very high and her power can't be underestimated. She's on a completely different level from me. A mere assassin. She tensely brought her nails to her mouth and bit them. Seeing Karen act strangely, Leon asked her, What's wrong? She quickly waved her hand. Nothing. She made a decision. We'll set off tomorrow. Go prepare then. Karen didn't argue and nodded. Let's go. Inside, she felt a bit envious. Karen scolded herself. Who cares about her anyway? I'm strong too. I'll never lose to the Saint Maiden. Come on, Karen. Before leaving, Kazm reminded her that she had to continue carrying out her mission to eliminate the temporal rift. Just keep doing the heroic tasks given by the goddess. Leon agreed and said his final words. Next time we meet, I'm sure you'll be stronger. Lucky guy. Kazm proudly kicked his leg down, declaring himself as her first and only disciple. He politely replied, Next time please teach me more, master. I wonder when Vankin appeared here? Approached with raised hands. Do you want to touch one last time? No! After the greetings, they waved and walked away. He said, "Thank you for everything." She continued, "Thanks to everyone, I've learned a lot." Sebastian lingered. "Goodbye, you know it, right?" Bao interjected, "We always wait for new members to do some physical training exercises." Next to add warned, "If you pass by, remember to visit us too." Finally, Arthur said, "Next time we'll have another fight and I'll win." Vankin concluded with his hand, "As long as the two of you don't die, I'm sure we'll meet again. I hope we can party together." The air was filled with regretful farewells ending a long journey. "Goodbye, wonderful warrior, Drake hunter and Titan's friend." Up above, the sharp blade of the turning knife pierced through the grayish misty space. Karen grabbed Leon and said to him, "These guys really are good friends." She recalled an old story and began to tell. This bunch of daggers were made from Drake's bones and teeth. So many, they're quite light and durable. Seems like they can do a lot of work. Karen was happy and excited. "How exciting! That means we saved some money too." He nodded in agreement. "They gave us so many things." Leon activated his bracelet to check the items inside. He shared, "Even though we used the bracelet to store them, we still need to leave more than half of what they gave for the village." Karen sincerely said, "They're really good people." He nodded. "Yes." Something came to mind. He asked her, "But Karen, do you know anything about the Dwarf Kingdom?" Karen's eyes lit up and she turned to face him. "I was waiting for you to ask that." She said, "I knew you would ask, so I went straight away to find out." Leon laughed, just as expected. Karen confidently said, "You can't live without me, right?" The Dwarf Kingdom, their talent is in art and they are famous for creating advanced weapons. Special mention for Guding steel, which craftsmen take 1 to 2 years to make. They are sold at a premium across the continent. For over 350 years, each piece is numbered individually. Only 258 exist, making it extremely rare. Leon was impressed. Suddenly, Elsie appeared and barged in. The drawn steel is just a name to deceive people. In reality, it's just scrap metal. Leon grimaced and tried to stop her. "Hold on," Elsie confused. "What do you mean?" He gritted his teeth and spoke his thoughts aloud. "Elsie, have you made any enemies like your master custom did?" It remained silent. Fragments of memories flashed by Elsitter, secrets, Lion's Side, the divine sword. Suddenly, a symbol on Lion's hand glowed, surprising him slightly. The system displayed information: eliminate demon sword, normal difficulty, scale 1, incomplete demon sword enemy, no commander. It was made from a contaminated mineral and controlled the user's body as a demon sword. It drained blood and life, slowing development and turning users into mindless beings. Destroy the magic sword controlling Private Calhoun's mind and save his sanity. He read each word slowly. Mission, sudden? On the other side, Karen Heb, Leon. She stressed the situation. A fight was happening on the hillside, looking bad. Elsie explained it's part of the mission. "Come on, Leon." Saying this, he dashed forward at high speed. Leon shouted loudly, "Karen, got it." The two hid behind a rock to observe. Leon surveyed and assessed the situation. 3 wagons and 15 people. She continued, "This must be a small merchant group." Suddenly, he stiffened. Beside one of the wagons was an enigmatic figure in a leather coat exuding red aura. Leon pondered. Who is that? On the cold steel blade, eyes opened wide with black pupils and sinewy veins like demonic veins. He surmised demon sword? The man gripped his sword tightly. His body emitted a sharp aura no one could approach. On the ground, fresh blood spread, filling the air with a pungent scent. Someone cursed angrily. "Damn it!" A wounded man gritted his teeth and held his shoulder to endure the pain. Hamio spoke. I remember Galan gripping his sword slowly. Finally, Hamel said Galan, the wind. He looked down with a cold expression, revealing sharp teeth. Hamel was bewildered. What's happening? Dead bodies littered everywhere. He counted silently. 5 Searank. Far away, one man lying face down. His sword had fallen out of reach. Hamel continued, and I'm a B rank with my current weak condition. He observed Galan, then concluded, how could we possibly defeat them? Then, he glanced at the trembling man in the corner. He grumbled, those cries, if we had one more beer ink, things might have turned out differently. Hamel cursed, damn it, this is why the price is so good. I know I shouldn't take missions round Mount Titans. Damn it, terrible. What? And you, a rank merchant. He pointed at Galan and shouted, why are you suddenly angry? Move aside, go somewhere else. That sword in your hand looks really scary. Hamel reached behind him, worried. I don't have any arrows left now. Across, Galan swung his sword ready to strike. Hamel thought, no way, I'm dying here. He recalled the moment with Hansen and Gustav at the mountain. Damn it, if I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have promised to go drinking with them. The fresh blood scent wafted in the air. He closed his eyes resignedly. Sorry, Gustav. After a while, nothing happened. Hamel slowly opened his eyes. Above him, a sharp sword blocked Galen's attack from his position. Leon had appeared before Hamel without him noticing. He glanced at Leon and started speaking. Long time no see. Hamel, how have you been? Spotting Leon, he called out softly, kid, little guy. As soon as the words left his mouth, Karen peeked out from beside him to greet them. Both Hamel and Karen blushed slightly in response. Karen? Hamel placed a hand on his chest and exhaled deeply, murmuring, saved. I thought I was going to die. After the greetings, Leon reminded Karen, Karen, you handle the merchants. Let me take care of this. She agreed immediately. Okay. Seeing them about to fight, Leon stepped in and stopped them. Hold on a moment, little guy, are you going to fight alone? The sword of Galan flickered and vanished into thin air. Not knowing what happened yet, he advised Leon, I know you're strong, but that's not good. He was rated a class. His name is Galan, the Wind. I'm not sure what potion he took, but he doesn't feel pain and only wants to kill. After settling things, he turned and asked directly, hey, what did you say? Hesitantly, he retracted his words, replying, nothing. Galen's sword made a sound. Leon looked down at him. Galan lowered his head in disbelief, asking, what happened just now? In his hand was an ancient sword with a white blade and intricate carvings still smoking. Finally, it dissipated into nothingness. Someone exclaimed, the sword disappeared. Seeing the situation stabilize, the man who had been shooting arrows ran out to kneel in gratitude. Thank you, my benefactor. Leon smiled and said, no problem. I did what I should have done. His cheeks flushed with curiosity. But where are we going? Not expecting him to ask, he was taken aback. Huh? Above them, a white mist-like space covered the sky, with faint rays of light radiating from its center. Carriages continued moving towards their destination. Inside, Hamel crossed his arms and talked about the ghost sword. That's why I kept feeling something was off with that sword. It scared me a bit, but I wanted to try using it anyway, like it had stabbed me. He gritted his teeth and shared more. His eyes also turned red. Afterward, he no longer felt pain. I didn't expect even a class could be controlled by the ghost sword, especially Galan. Are you sure if he gets angry again? Leon, Tran, and Hamel, the ghost sword is there. He's fine. He continued, what matters is that he's an important witness to prove everything about the ghost swords. We just need to take care of him. Karen tightly bound Galan like a wriggling worm and forced him onto a carriage. Leon shouted, Karen. The loud noise made him open his eyes wide. Someone said, he's awake now. After some time, the carriage was silent as for pairs of eyes stared at each other. Lion's red eyes glared intensely at Galan. Karen looked similar to the others, and those were Galen's perspectives. He begged frantically, I'm sorry, I'll compensate for all losses. Please forgive me. The chains fell off in Duggan. Galan acknowledged, I bought it for 300 gold. Memories flashed back. He stood before a sword shop. Galan recounted, it was just an ordinary forge at first, but the moment I saw that sword, I liked it. I didn't feel any demonic power in that sword. After leaving and taking on this mission, during my time exterminating goblins, I felt. He wore a black cloak, his face cold and devoid of humanity. Galan said, great, it feels like I've truly become a swordsman. Continuing the story, as I fought the goblins, my mind gradually became possessed by the desire to kill. Karen pondered, if he was a class master, he wouldn't have been defeated. But lower ranks would easily fall prey to that demonic energy. Leon speculated. What if it's not just a ghost sword? I think it could be very dangerous. After traveling for some distance, someone announced, "We're here, we've reached the entrance." In front of them was a stone statue of a person. Leon sighed, "This is the dwarf kingdom, Duggan." Between ancient stone stairs leading up to the ominous temple gate with iron bars and dragon carvings, many stone tablets were built below. The symbol in his hand suddenly glowed, catching his attention. System notification, invader of metal, difficulty, size, enemy, monsters from other dimensions, unclear level, monsters escaping from the demon land called Winter Mountains, hiding in large mines and infecting their power into the minerals. Weapons made from infected minerals will deteriorate and turn users into demonic soldiers to a certain extent before encountering blood. They will remain normal. Please exterminate those monsters from other dimensions hiding in these mines. End of lines. No way! He clenched his hand into a fist and confirmed, "Clearly I bought the sword here." The blacksmith heard what he just said and asked, "Are you here to claim compensation?" He pointed with one finger. "Lombard, who gave you the sword, has left for an area a week ago. If you want compensation, find him yourself." Galan touched his chest, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he repeated what he just heard. The door slammed shut and they were left in silence. The blacksmith only gave them one last sentence before leaving. "I'm busy, so goodbye." Galan sighed. "We're in big trouble." Leon still didn't understand the situation and asked him, "What's going on?" Galan gritted his teeth and replied, "Area 1 is actually the capital of Jugend, about 100 kilometers from here." As they passed between two mountains, stone bridges appeared, and Leon and Karen's eyes sparkled as they saw the scenery outside moving past them at high speed through the glass windows. A long iron pipe continuously released thick white smoke. The train was running on tracks, and a voice asked, "Is this a steam locomotive?" Leon looked out of the window and said, "I never knew something so big could move by itself. That's sick." Karen turned to ask the person sitting next to her, "Where are we going?" Galan replied seriously, "It's called Steel Heart." He explained that Area 1 is not only far, but also difficult for outsiders to enter. Because this place is protected by Level 1 anti-facilities, even if you're a resident of the city, any carelessness could get you expelled immediately. After running for what seemed like a long time, Galan announced they had arrived and led Leon and Karen off the train. Leon commented, "It's already hot here." Karen added, "Ugh, the metallic smell is strong." Both of them looked at the towering object in the distance. The smoke was too thick. A train staff reminded them to leave when they were done. Leon observed his surroundings and asked, "Why are all these houses closed?" Galan replied as he walked forward that the blacksmiths here have very strict security protocols. Leon worriedly thought, "It feels like we're being watched." Finally, Galan brought Leon and Karen to a building with a 1 marked on its wall. "We've arrived at the forge." Both Leon and Karen stared in amazement. Galan informed them that they had reached their destination. They stood before a building. On top were 2 large black iron pipes continuously releasing smoke. A voice came from the side, "Machina Forge." Galan wondered, "Do you think Lombard is here?" He knocked on the iron door and loudly asked, "Anyone home?" A rumbling sound came from inside, making Leon and Karen jump in worry. The door was about to open with a loud shout. "Who's there? Why are you making such noise during the day?" A large arm with visible veins appeared, looking quite intimidating. Pedro frowned and looked at them with an unfriendly gaze. When Leon and his group faced Pedro, the entire space fell silent. Leon's lips curled slightly as he thought to himself, "Oh, this is scary." Pedro glanced in a direction and shouted, "Huh?" He noticed the badge on Galen's chest. Asked, "Rio Detective?" Pedro crossed his arms and closed his eyes. Refuse them directly. Go away. I'm busy. I hate those from Rio so much. Galan hurriedly spoke up. Hold on. He loudly pleaded. I heard Lombard is here at the Gene Forge. Please tell him that. Galan, who bought his sword, is looking for him. Pedro half opened one eye and asked, Oh, the new guy who came a week ago. He refused again. No, go back home. Galan took a step forward and asked, Why? What's the reason? Pedro didn't answer, but Thung chased them away without giving a reason. Go away. Galan is just trying to scare you. This is an ultimatum. Pedro kept his indifferent tone as he replied, I don't care. If I say go, then you must leave. El Cid's lips were tightly pressed together as he said, Short men are still stubborn as ever. He suddenly called out, Leon, and Leon turned to answer, Here. El Cid's face seemed to be holding back something. He smiled and suggested, Let me borrow your body for a moment. Leon glared at the request with an evil look in his eyes. You've already got some blinding rays around you. On this side, Karen couldn't hold back anymore and was preparing to scold them. It's really annoying, I mean it. Hey, old man! Before Karen could finish her complaint, a hand from behind reached out and placed itself on her shoulder. Hold on, girl! Karen froze at the way he addressed her and muttered to herself. Girl, Elsie controlled Leon's body as she approached Karen with a gentle smile. Sorry. Karen still stared after Leon, who had passed by her and moved forward. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she wondered, Is it Leon? Leon walked up to where Pedro was standing without any fear, bowing his head to face him directly. He bent down with his knee, making their faces level with each other. Karen and Galan on the side didn't understand what was happening and remained silent as Leon whispered something into Pedro's ear, causing his eyes to darken. A moment later, Pedro turned around and walked inside the house while saying, Come in. Everyone was shocked by the situation and shouted together. Really? Elsie quickly left Leon's body. Someone asked curiously, Leon, what did you do? Leon glanced at them and replied, Suggestion, maybe a challenge. Karen looked at him and asked again, a challenge. Galan was confused. Several pairs of black-heeled legs moved quickly forward. Come on in. This is Makina, the best forge in Region 1. Leon raised his hand to shield his face. The heat was intense. A loud shout echoed. Everyone pay attention. The blacksmith heard a voice and looked up. The nearby blacksmith stopped his hammering motion. Pedro announced that they said they would challenge this. As he finished speaking, several blacksmiths inside the house started to discuss excitedly. What is it? Who are these people? Pedro regretfully added. He patted his own chest. Pedro, head of the blacksmiths at Makina, will accept. The voices in his ears urged him. Pedro, break them all. Don't expect to survive and escape from here. Leon, Karen, and Galan remained rooted to their spots. Galan asked curiously, Leon, just now when you whispered, could it be that thing? How did you know about it? He panted heavily as he exclaimed, What have you done? Karen looked at them and asked, What is that? Explain to me. Galan began recounting, 300 years ago, King Roderick broke Hemstein, the strongest metal and pride of the Lund people, with a single blow. Since then, there has been a tradition in the kingdom of Eugen among the Lund people that the legacy of Roderick states, if anyone can destroy an Jugenstein weapon, they may demand anything from the blacksmith who made it. But if they fail, Karen asked again, what happens? Galen's face paled as he replied, then you will become a slave to this forge for 10 years. Leon and Karen gaped at each other, imagining themselves kneeling on the floor cleaning while being scolded, working like slaves. Leon was scared and whispered, What about that sword over there? Why didn't you tell me about this? Really? Elsie smiled confidently, reassuring him to stay calm. Don't worry. On the other side, Pedro had taken out a dazzling cane sword named Handbeck Jugenstein 007, our finest piece. He gloated as he said, Here you come, brat. Leon also held his sword and was ready for battle. Karen clenched her fists in encouragement, urging Leon to destroy it at all costs. Do you understand? Galan next to him had lost all hope, muttering to himself, "He will fail. He's definitely going to fail. He'll have to be a slave here for 10 years. Elsie instructed, "This is your lesson, Leon. Now you can freely use the sword and body techniques. I was planning to teach you the next technique." In Leon's eyes appeared the symbol of the holy sword. Elsie whispered in his ear, "Don't just look, but activate all your aura to feel it like this." Leon saw the key points shining on Hanbeck Eugenstein 007, number 007. Elcid stretched out 7 parts steel, 2 parts mithril, and 1 part midrin. To enhance aura attraction, they used Eastern metalworking techniques, hammering the metal to its thinnest. "Did you see that?" Leon replied while observing. "Yes, I saw it. It's amazing. I didn't expect to be able to see it so clearly." Above Pedro, Elcid said, "This is a special service." Roderick's image appeared beside Leon. He said, "I'll show you directly." Leon smiled and replied, "Yes." Pedro's eyes glinted as he leaped into the air. Leon stood still, bowing his head and saying, "I've seen it all." Sparks of light flashed in the air, pieces of the cane sword falling from above. Pieces flew around Pedro, who heard the next words Leon said, "Weakness." Pedro's eyes widened as he saw Leon break his cane sword into many pieces. He calmly said, "We need something harder than this." A blacksmith's jaw dropped in amazement. The other blacksmith beside him was no different, wide-eyed and mouth agape. Karen looked ahead while Galan seemed about to fall off his chair. Pedro's hand holding the cane sword trembled. "Our finest piece, the Hanabi." From Makina Forge came a mournful challenge, "Hanabiori." Master Blacksmith of District 13, Lombard waved his hand to dismiss. "I'll complain about him." Finally, someone dared to challenge undefeated Roderick. He broke Jugenstein 007? A group of blacksmiths were in despair, sobbing around the pieces of the cane sword. "Why go that far? What have we done for 300 years? I'm unworthy." Karen and Leon both looked serious. They warned it was related to a demon sword. Lombard's face turned slightly evil, asking, "Demon sword. The sword reacted to blood, right?" Someone replied, "Yes." Lombard waved his hand to deny. "What are you talking about? How could I create something like that?" Leon asked again. "I didn't think Mr. Lombard could do it either. The key might lie in a specific mineral used as raw material. Can we find out the origin of the mineral used to make this sword?" Lombard suggested. "We don't know where it comes from. Only a few months' worth of goods are transported daily for a small kingdom, and there's an office that records and handles shipments. Go to the Records Management Bureau." At the Records Management Bureau, a voice questioned, "What is this? As an investigator, I can't access information either." "Why not?" Galan loudly asked. "It's just simple shipment records. Even with grade 3 authority, we can't view it," explained the glasses-wearing female employee patiently. "I don't know why, but that mine is restricted to level 1 access. Only those with top responsibility can see it." Leon noticed this key point and asked curiously, "Top responsibility holder, who is that?" Suddenly, a voice from nowhere acknowledged, "It's me." Leon was slightly startled when he heard the voice. Karen looked just as surprised, her eyes wide in shock. Galan glanced behind him to find the owner of the voice. His eyes glinted as he stared at them intently. Karen tightly held her dagger and wondered silently. This guy appeared behind 3 level 3 south and no one noticed. Beside him, Leon got into a fighting stance with his sword drawn. He gritted his teeth and looked up, muttering to himself, "F*** it, too late now. This guy is really strong." The man in front of Leon's group introduced himself. "Hello, nice to meet you all. I'm the Grand Master of Duggan and the Holy Hierarch of the Holy Order. My name is Alexandra." Karen repeated the 4 words she just heard. Holy Hierarch. Galan wiped sweat from his face, adding Grand Master. Leon muttered Alexander's name again. He recalled a piece of information about an invader with difficult-to-determine scale and scope. Question mark. The target is a monster from the 2nd dimensional space whose danger level can't be determined. The one responsible for Holy Hierarch Alexander The monster escaped from the Mirror Valley Demon Realm has been hiding in the Great Vortex. Using its power to contaminate minerals, weapons made from contaminated minerals will have a certain probability of turning into demons that can corrupt users. And it won't reveal its true nature until it absorbs blood. Eliminate the unidentified monster from the second-dimensional space and expand influence within the Great Vortex. Leon realized this was the one responsible for this mission. Elsie pursed her lips, evaluating. Strong, maybe he's the strongest in Zugan now. He explained that Grand Master is a title given to the best blacksmith in Zugan. Moreover, he's lucky enough to inherit both human and dwarf traits. Half-dwarf. Leon curiously looked at El Cid and asked him, if you're a half-dwarf. Suddenly, Alexana spoke up, is that the sword? The one that destroyed Pedro's weapon. His eyes were fixed on the sword hanging by Leon's side. You also noticed her intense gaze, didn't you? He kept staring at the sword on Leon for a long time. He offered to let Alexana try it. Would you like to hold it? Alexana was surprised by Leon's offer and confirmed again. Are you sure? He smiled warmly, replying, yes. Elsie agreed. Seeing is believing, right? Finally, Alexana extended her hand. So Leon handed the sword to him. Alexana grabbed the hilt and slowly drew it from its scabbard. As he held the sword firmly with both hands, a surge of power hit his face. In Alexana's eyes, the image of the sword appeared clearly. The sword has taken on the form of a sword. He raised the shining blade high. Alexana didn't say anything. She stood still. After some time, he exhaled and said, please follow me. In a hidden stone building, a guard was stationed at the entrance. Sunlight shone through the window glass into the room inside. Alexana leaned on the table and sighed, that's why you're here. Leon asked curiously, speaking of which, Holy Hierarch Alexana, why did you limit access to where we were planning to investigate? Alexana rolled up her sleeve, revealing a glowing symbol on her arm. I felt the trail. Leon exclaimed. That's it, Alexana confirmed. It's the guide's mark. When something unusual or bad is detected, the left arm will glow. My daily task is to use this mark to observe the entire Zugan kingdom. There was a reaction at that mine site. Karen speculated, so there's something there? Alexana replied, yes, so I immediately restricted access. But according to Leon, maybe? He remembered and said, a large amount of minerals enough to create hundreds of swords in forges across the kingdom has been leaked out. Leon's face turned pale at the number he just heard. He asked again, hundreds of swords? Outside, sunlight shone through, inside Alexana's office building. As Leon said, it seems we're too late if the sword-making materials have spread to Area 13. So he began analyzing. In all the forges across Zugan, Alexana sat in the middle of the room with his hands on the table and concluded, we need a basic solution. Leon looked puzzled and asked, what's the basic solution? Karen sitting behind smiled as expected. Alexana pursed her lips and said, yes, that's right. He seriously asked, I'll form an investigation team to find the contaminated mine. Will you join us, Leon? Leon had no hesitation and immediately replied, yes, that's exactly what I hoped for. Alexana explained her plan. First, we will issue an order to all the blacksmiths in the kingdom to add a few drops of blood to newly crafted weapons to test them. Leon agreed, that's a good idea. Alexana continued analyzing. Our copper mine at Eugene is the largest in the world. Just the mining area alone is larger than an average fiefdom, with dozens of areas. Hundreds of people entered the tunnels, and more than half of them were from the final area. Finally, he proposed a solution. So we need to have many soldiers. We will issue a general offensive order to all the guilds in EU under our name. Alexander glanced over and called out. Galan, he understood and answered. Yes, I'll quickly convey your message. After discussing, Alexandra bid them farewell. See you again in 5 days then. Leon responded. Thank you for your efforts. Galan raised his 2 fingers and said to the others, I'm leaving now. I need to quickly inform everyone. Leon bid him farewell. Galan, as Leon and Karen were preparing to leave, someone called from behind Mr. Leon. I don't know when Alexana had already respectfully knelt on the ground. I, Alexana's servant, humbly seek your advice. Hero, I sincerely thank you for the visit of the leader who brought light. Leon rushed to help him stand up. Your Excellency, please rise. I am still kneeling. Alexana's lips curled into a slight smile, while Leon's expression was slightly hostile towards the person in front of him. On Alexana's face, a genuine and affirming smile bloomed. You are indeed the hero we have longed for. I look forward to collaborating with you. Hearing his praise, Leon smiled reluctantly but finally replied, Yes, I look forward to working with you. A few days later, the sun was shining brightly. A voice asked curiously, Have we arrived at the right place? Another voice answered, Area M13, Tunnel 2. The three of them looked in one direction. Confirm again, do we need to go inside there? In front of them was a tunnel entrance with the sign M1322 above it. Karen remembered an issue and asked, We're still missing one person, right? Leon suggested to her, Yes, let's wait a bit longer. Previously, Alexana had informed them that all personnel had started their journey to their respective areas. Depending on the size of the tunnels, we divided into groups of 4 people and planned to send at least 3 to 5 groups in each mine area. Leon was assigned to Group 8. Karen curiously asked, addressing Alexana, As you said, each group has 4 people. Who is the 5th person in our group? Interrupting her thoughts, a voice behind them greeted, Hello, turning all 3 of Leon, Karen, and Galan to look back. A girl with long black hair and a mole on her nose approached them slowly. I'm a bit late. She smiled and introduced herself. I am Heiser, and a rank adventurer known as the Sorceress. Round Heiser, flowers seemed to bloom in a dazzling display. She said with a smile, I look forward to working together. Leon politely greeted her. She's here now. Nice to meet you. Karen stood beside them silently. She was secretly thinking, she is completely the type of mature woman. Galan, however, had a slightly flushed face. Introducing herself, I am Galan, a freelance soldier from Company A. My alias is Stormwind, indeed, a beautiful lady. The lines are now exactly 60. Very glad to meet you. Karen closed her eyes and waved her hand. I'm Karen from Company A, no alias. Heiser didn't look at her but approached Leon to ask, And who are you? Leon answered her, I'm Leon. B-grade, seeing Karen's attitude made Hanger feel uncomfortable. B-grade, huh, or maybe she's covering her mouth, showing surprise on her face. B-grade, huh, she pressed her face close to Leon inquisitively. Strange indeed, even without counting Karen, you're stronger than Galan and me too. Why are you still at B-grade? Leon's words stumbled out. Me, that thing. Looking into her sharp eyes, he silently thought to himself, I understand now, those eyes, even if they ignore them, it will only make others more suspicious. Tense and making up an excuse, Leon said, I've only been for a short while. Heiser stepped back and said, That's the case, so it's just a matter of time now. Leon scratched his head and continued, Yes. Heiser commented again, With your abilities, Leon, you won't be long before receiving the gold badge, so I will treat you equally as a teammate regardless of rank. She finished speaking and turned to walk forward. Let's go, shall we? Karen watched Heiser's back, silently confirming that she didn't like her. Suddenly, a voice came to Leon's ear. Mr. Leon, please just listen without replying. Elsie appeared and said in amazement, That guy, even from this distance, can still communicate telepathically. Indeed, the Archbishop is different. Leon glanced at it and whispered, That's the voice of Lord Alexana. Alexana began to report, 5 days ago, we issued orders to all blacksmiths across the kingdom to conduct blood weapon inspections, but there's a bad piece of news. Someone seems to have tested weapons by spilling blood on them and bought them before us. Leon listened intently as he continued speaking. This information proves one thing only. The monsters invaded and the mine was contaminated. The spread of magic swords is highly likely due to a hidden force behind it planning and directing all these events. On the other side, Alexana's face was covered in blue veins. According to my assessment, that hidden force is. Leon listened as he said, I think it's the chaotic Charles. You got it wrong. Chaotic? Leon glanced at Elsie and asked, do you know about the chaos? Does it know about the chaos? It gritted its teeth and replied to Leon's question. Evil? Chaos is a group of heretics, right? Elsie slowly explained, yes, those who tried to swallow the city over there are our main enemies. Heretics are divided into 3 major factions: destruction, despair, and chaos. Although we don't want to differentiate, their level of madness is a measure to distinguish these 3 factions. First, destruction has a simple goal to destroy the world. That city-swallowing incident was done by them too. Despair is even more cruel than destruction. They simply enjoy torment over death, Elsie said with gritted teeth. As for chaos, they are just a bunch of madmen. Leon felt a bit uneasy and asked again, is that all? Elsie turned around as she flew forward to analyze. That's why they pose a threat. Because we can't predict what they will do next, how should we proceed now? We can only continue advancing, she said calmly. As always, Leon replied with determination. Yeah, the mountain with rugged cliffs towering high, dense fog shrouding the path under the gray sky. A panicked soldier rushed to report. Burger, Team 14 is ready for battle, another voice continued. Teams 8 and 11 will join forces at the central command post. Heavy. Burger observed a mistake and replied, all right, Team 14 will start entering mineshaft No. 13 this year. Team leader of Team 14, Burger asked, has Bishop Alexander entered the huge mine shaft A5 yet? The situation is unexpected. We've entered A5U and the danger level is estimated at S+. Even with 5 teams, we're not sure of victory. Hanta was sweating coldly as he said this. It's unbelievable that they fought alone against you back then. Makes sense now. Hanta walked forward in acceptance. Alexana had always been like this. On the other side, Alexana was speaking up. Not only were monsters escaping from the water cracks, but also producing and distributing cursed swords from the polluted Great Light Vein. A monster suddenly opened its mouth as if to swallow the elder. Alexana remained calm and shared. I think the primordial chaos is organizing them. The monster's body suddenly exploded with a loud noise. The elder placed his hand on his chin, still in deep thought. A faint stench filled the air. Alexana continued calmly, but not always separately. Despite different goals, they're just trash in the end. Then he looked straight at the person opposite and asked, right? Bishop Leon. In the corner, Katia emitted a heavy aura. He said, the one who found me. Katia tilted her head and smiled, God's dog. The scene changed. Leon was tightly gripping his sword as rocks and dirt scattered around him. The stone monster turned to stone and crumbled before the eyes of those present. Heiser ran over to praise. It's really Leon. You're very good. Leon responded with a nod. Thank you. Suddenly, her foot stumbled on a rock. Heiser continued speaking. Quickly level up Anya. Hearing the shout, Galeron glanced over. Karen also noticed the noise and turned to look. Heiser leaned forward, wrapping her arms around Leon's neck. She weakly spoke. I fell down. Karen stood still for a few seconds. She was shaking with anger. On this side, he asked curiously, Heiser, are you okay? Heiser responded shakily. It seems my foot is twisted. Moving is very difficult. What should I do? We need to move quickly. After that, Heiser pressed close and asked, Leon, can you help me? Without hesitation, he agreed, of course. A while later, she sat up with a forced smile. Heiser was sitting on Karen's spirit beast due to her strength. She said, thank you. Karen crossed her arms and replied firmly, no problem. Something caught Heiser's attention. She glanced over. A strand of energy like a rope shot towards them. She shouted to warn, danger, everyone move away. Leon and Karen each leaped aside as a large stone suddenly emitted smoke, cut cleanly in half. Karen was tense. The stone had been cut like butter. She observed the new creature and concluded it was Midgreen Sim. Heiser gritted her teeth and said, That's right, very troublesome. Although they look weak externally, they are S-class monsters. Hearing this shocking information, she exclaimed, "Wait a minute." Karen's face paled as she asked again, "Are you joking?" She calmly explained that they were creatures nurtured with precious minerals. Their tentacles are sharper than any sword. They need to be broken inside their bodies, but are protected by the minerals. Leon remained silent until Heiser called him over. "Leon, can you interrupt her? Let me handle it. I'm quite skilled in dealing with Slim." Heiser, Karen, and Galeron agreed simultaneously. Slim expert, right? Recalling some old stories, Elsie said, "That's right, blood and sweat experience." Leon widened his eyes, "Definitely F********* annoying." Then he confidently said, "Let me handle it." Heiser worriedly advised Leon, "Even if it's a class, you can't defeat them alone, right?" Suddenly, she stopped. Her purple pupils widened as fragments of Mitron Smile's body scattered in the air. The fragments crumbled under Leon's sharp blade. His face showed determination and resilience. The scene concluded with debris everywhere, returning to its initial silence. "Let's head to the rendezvous point together." Galeron tightly held her hand and praised, "Well done. You did great. At the factory last time, I already guessed your abilities, but I didn't expect them to exceed my imagination." Karen sighed proudly as she observed his expression. "Have you seen? Or are you saying it's too late now?" For Leon, this is just a small matter. Suddenly, she placed her hands on her face and shyly spoke to Leon. "I really like you." Behind them, Karen held a knife ready in her hand. She seemed to remember something. Right. As Alexandra continued, only 9 people were in the leadership team, equivalent to cardinal rank within the Holy Church. The old man concluded, "Demon Summoner." Alexandra went on, "With only 9 leaders, compared to the Holy Church, this is like a cardinal's position. But even so, demon summoners are just trash in the sewers." The old man paused and asked, "Cordia, isn't that right?" Facing him, Cordia sat coldly in a corner, calculating silently. Then he turned his face to smile menacingly. "Really, you're coming to me again with the same wound, huh? Cordia Miami and Alexandra have names similar to Duggan's cardinals." He pulled off his hat and cursed. "Damn it, can't you stop following me? Aren't you tired of being the dog for the goddess?" Alexandra's response made him flinch. "Yes, I am a dog." The old man waved his hand to summon an opening containing weapons. Alexandra said, as if a hunting dog had killed the invading insects. The old man gripped Alexandra's hand so tightly that the veins stood out. Alexandra, a 3rd cardinal of the Holy Church. He gritted his teeth and snarled, tearing each bone to pieces. Cordia challenged without fear. "Let's go." Alexandra leaped with force, swinging her staff down at Cordia's position. On the other side, Heiser lowered her hand to create a blazing fireball. Without hesitation, she threw it forward, creating an explosive energy trail. The spider-like monsters were burned and screamed in pain. Galan observed with admiration, "Right? Amazing." After the attack, the spider-like monsters gradually dissipated into thin air, sighing a breath of relief. "It's strange that there are spider-like monsters here." Leon approached and asked, "Is something wrong?" She explained, "Spider-type monsters rarely appear in this underground area. Apart from Steeland, without spider-type monsters as prey, there would be no source of silk to weave webs." Elsid seriously speculated, "Something must be happening, but thinking now won't help." Karen tightened her hand, hiding the knife behind her back silently. Finally, seeing the situation was under control, she put it away. Karen placed her hands on her hips and made a decision. A high-level mage is an irreplaceable member. Her cold eyes scanned ahead as she thought, "This time for the mission, I'll hold back." Heiser suddenly staggered, placing her hand weakly and groaning, "Too much blood loss." Then Heiser fell into Leon's arms, worriedly asking, "Miss Heiser, are you okay?" She blushed slightly and replied, "I'm fine, just need a bit of rest." Seeing the scene before her, Karen regained her strength. Her mind changed at the last moment. "No, I've made up my mind. We have to kill her now." A loud noise echoed throughout the area, catching everyone's attention. Karen frowned in confusion. This shock is from. Galan explained. It seems there's a large battle happening somewhere. Leon wiped sweat from his face and guessed, today for Lexana. In front of them now was a red hole emitting blinding light. Ho, we need to move quickly too. It's time for our group to gather. Leon's team stops and raises their vigilance, scanning the surroundings carefully. They assess no one else has arrived yet. Maybe we're the first team here. Just as they discuss, a loud voice is heard. What? Team 14, weren't we supposed to be the earliest? From inside the cave entrance, a group of people slowly file in. Burger speaks up. Who's the one who got here before us and caused trouble? Recognizing him, Galan calls out. Burger. He recognizes them too. Burger makes a disapproving sound. Damn it! It's Galan. We're done for. Leon watches their conversation from afar, looking confused. Then he calls out to Elsie, who nods in understanding. He asks if everyone is here now. And what about Team 11? Galan cheers. It seems they haven't arrived yet. Burger nods, but they should arrive soon. He wonders if anything unusual happened on the way. Burger waves his hand dismissively. Don't ask any more. We encountered a giant eider beetle along the way. It ate our expensive shield. As he speaks, Leon rushes to draw his sword and prepare for battle. Galan looks shocked. With a swift slash, his arm is severed by the sharp blade. Burger's face turns cold as he watches him fall and shouts loudly. Karen doesn't understand what he did. Beside her, Heiser has a similar expression. He warns urgently. Leon, what are you doing? Burger is our teammate. Leon pushes Galan back and says, Teammate 1, Leon orders, step aside and look carefully. Suddenly, his mouth fills with silk threads as they pour out. He winces in pain. From the severed arm, the silk threads reconnect to Burger's arm. He asks, what are you doing to your teammate? Seeing Burger's true form, he pales and looks at him closely. Galan asks that's a spider web, right? Realizing something, he exclaims, everyone is covered in spider webs. In the dim light, shadows of spiders hide within black cloaks with glowing red eyes. They smile mysteriously. Heiser explains it seems they are connected, these spider webs, and where they converge. Above them, giant spiders inflate their abdomens to release massive webs that seem to engulf everything. Someone exclaims in surprise, what's that? It glares down menacingly. Karen doubts, girl, what is that? Galan answers, it's a giant spider. She raises an eyebrow and says, I hate them. Leon hesitates as he considers the solution. System display, invader from the mirror cavern. Giant spiders, difficulty, howl, scale, 1, target, Kaleido spider. The responsible hero, Leon, must eliminate the escaped giant web spider from the mirror cavern. Mirror cavern, Kaleido spider, also known as Kalidor. Using their internal organs to catch prey and weave replicas with silk, reusing victims as bait and forming a fighting force. They can move across reflective surfaces and freely use illusions through light and mirrors. Leon focuses on the key point, giant spiders, Kalidor. Galan realizes the issue too. He asks, what? The replica, Leon nods, yes. Galan shares his knowledge. So that demon is a monster from the mirror cavern. It catches prey and creates replicas using the mirror inside its body, right? He agreed. Yes, that's right. Heiser is serious. She spoke up. If so, Karen shared Heiser's thoughts. She continued. In its mind, the burger was wrapped in spider silk like a cocoon. Karen said, still alive, the burgers and members are living, right? Garland decided that all those entangled were copies. Just cut the fiber net. He drew his sword and shouted, Tempest, sword dance, stomped, space twisted into a white vortex. Energy beams shot up fiercely. Garland ran forward with his sword, declaring it's just non-moving imitations. Elsie shouted to stop him. That's foolish. Spider silk is very tough. If it has thickness, it's 3 times stronger than steel. Moreover, what if it's a devil beast spider silk? Garland didn't care. He summoned power, his eyes glowing as he slashed down elemental chains. Suddenly, Galan stiffened, the tough threads stretching under the force. He was bewildered. No, can't cut it. Suddenly, an undulating burger figure appeared beside them. Galan raised his eyebrows and turned to look. Bam! A pungent scent of fresh blood spread everywhere. Leon called out, "Galan!" He fell to the ground, Garland clutching his wound. He shakily said, "This movement isn't just copying its outward shape." As he spoke, Galan gritted his teeth at the approaching figure. The burger raised its sword and grinned, ready to deliver the final blow. Karen suddenly voiced her thoughts. "I was distracted by other things, so couldn't fully utilize my abilities. My body is itching. Let me handle it." Burger noticed Leon's attention and turned his head. Karen approached him, sharp claws gripping the burger's entire body with immense strength. She said, "If we can't cut through it." A mysterious purple energy storm surged. Karen's fighting stance incredibly fluid. She decided to tear it apart. The spiderweb cried out loudly. Leon retracted his sword and reported the situation. "This one is done too." A pair of long legs rushed to Galen's side. Leon shared with Karen. "Karen, great!" In a brief moment, she reached Galan, her cheeks flushed red. "What about this?" After saying that, she turned towards Calatter, the giant spider. Finally, Leon changed direction. "Next is you." He pointed his sword at Calatter and shouted, "Calatter." It opened its mouth to reveal sharp teeth. Heiser hesitated before speaking. "Leon, step back." "What?" She pointed in a direction indicating for him to follow. Heavy footsteps echoed nearby. Leon tensely asked, "Girl, what's that?" Many burger copies arrived. He said, "The burgers are dozens." "No, hundreds." Surrounding Leon was an army in his form. Heiser spread his hands to absorb power. Water bones. A faint mist enveloped the space. Leon called out, "This is..." Before the burger army, dense bones covered the sky like clouds. She explained that I had blinded it for a moment. Heiser called out, "Leon, turn around." "Yes," she said seriously, "if we keep doing this, it will never end. Let me handle the giant spider, you and Kara deal with the others." Karen went stiff after hearing Heiser mention her name. "Me? What about Kara?" Elsie agreed with a mouthful. "That's a good idea, we can't keep defending forever." Leon nodded. "Yes, don't waste time, just jump in and say 1 or 2 words. Be careful, Karen, behind you." She turned to smile and ask, "Shall we start then, Karen?" Karen stood there again, thinking, What is this, Karen?" Unable to contain her anger, Karen said coldly, "Hey, lady with the curls, are you going to send someone or just stay coiled up?" Her face was so angry it was bulging with veins. Karen proposed, "Should we compete to see who can kill more?" Heiser understood her thoughts. She didn't refuse. All right. They stood facing each other, but the hidden flames were starting to ignite within them. The defeated burger automaton flew high into the air. Heiser smiled. She heard her sharp teeth clenching with excitement. Heiser stood in the midst of the red firepower, raising her hand like a devil's curse. On this side, Karen worked alongside the sharp drill piercing through all defenses and obstacles. The ancient spider silently observed the situation, sweating as it watched two people sweep away the burger army. Taking advantage of the ancient spider's distraction, Leon moved closer to its position. Elsie cheered, "They're doing well, they haven't noticed us yet." He drew out his sharp sword and prepared to attack with all his strength. Leon tightened his grip on the sword in a ready stance. He called out, "Flame of the first fire." A powerful surge enveloped Leon's body like a hurricane. The ancient spider was still weaving its web frantically, unaware of the danger. Stars appeared in a long streak, forming a large vehicle. He prepared to unleash his 7th transformation technique. Leon seemed to gather momentum. Moon Piercer. He vanished in an instant. Now that the ancient spider noticed, it turned slowly, confused by what was happening. Seeing this, Leon called out, "Who are you looking at?" Before the ancient spider's eyes, he maintained his balance amidst the shaking, radiating a bright light. Leon stood still, observing as its body trembled with each beat. Through its smooth skin, a tear ran down, revealing chaotic white threads inside like exposed intestines. On the other side, Karen and Heiser leaned against each other, panting heavily. She said, "It's really happening." The Burger Army continued to advance closely. Karen shouted, "This will never end." Heiser tiredly reminded them, "We need to kill the main body." Suddenly, a sound echoed and Karen snapped back. Only strands of burning silk remained, slowly dissipating into the air. She guessed, "They're here." "What does that mean?" Instantly, inside the cave, there was excited cheering. "Leon, you did it," he asked Karen and Heiser. "Are you okay?" They sat down, responding, "We're alive." Then an awkward silence fell over Karen and Heiser. She sighed, the same went for her. Neither looking at each other, they both reached out. Karen opened her palm first. "Not bad," Heiser replied. "You too." Walking around the battlefield, someone commented, "Everyone from Group 14 is fine, lucky us. If we hadn't killed it here, it could have created an expedition and invaded Duggan's territory." Garland wiped a sweat bead. 100 elite soldiers in one massacre. That would have been terrible. Not long after relaxing, Leon sensed something. He's confused. What is it? Over Leon's head, the stone slab cracks and spreads in both directions. With a serious face, he says, "Above us, I've tried my best because I thought the shaft might collapse." As expected, a fully bloody figure falls freely under everyone's watchful eyes. Karen stands still, looking up at Leon with tense teeth grinding. "That is." He shouts loudly, "Mr. Lexana." His whole body slammed hard and rolled several times before stopping. Concerned, Leon asks, "Cardino, are you okay?" Recognizing him, Alexana looks up inquiringly. "Mr. Leon, I hesitated but wanted to finish this myself, but it's also very embarrassing for me." From the red hole, Cordia peeks out, admiring his own work. Alexana quad, "That damned evil one above. Cordia isn't any better. He lost a hand." Alexana introduces himself as one of the main villains in Malice, the Rope of Despair. Leon shivers, feeling the repulsive energy emanating from him intensely. Blue veins bulge on his face. Leon deduces that he's the Bishop of Malice. After the battle, the remnants are a chaotic mess. Cordia gently lands on the spider's throne. He coldly glances at the observers, golden eyes filled with smoke and dust. Cordia says, "Did you guys also get hit?" His golden pupils flash with blood. He approaches. "These damned gods aren't bad either. I'll kill all of them." Karen has sneaked up on him since when? She smiles. "That must be mine." Karen's power wraps around Cordia's body in surprise. Taking advantage, Alexana clenches his fist and emits fierce rays, swinging his hand to target the spot where he'll strike. Cordia also lunges with sharp claws, muttering, "Damn it." His body is enveloped by something. I can't tell anymore. Alexana's bloody arm clashes directly with Cordia's, shaking the battlefield. Suddenly, the blood-soaked bandage disintegrates as if lifeless. He stands still, not believing what just happened. The sharp blade pierces straight into Cordia's neck. Leon declares, "It's my turn now." With his sharp teeth, he asks, "Do you think I'd let a girl I don't know cut off my head?" Interrupting, he says, "Got it, I'm Leon." Leon confidently states, "I am the hero." Cordia repeats, "What hero, eh?" Indeed, stark white and glowing in a bright red camouflage outfit, his sword's-like cuts through his shoulder, the bandage gradually tearing as it follows the path of the blade. Cordia grits his teeth, enduring the pain, his body tensing. He can't accept this. As he speaks, his head is cleanly severed from his bloody body and floats in midair. With one yellow eye, it flies away in a state of shock. Then it falls heavily to the ground, rolling like a ball. Galan exclaims, "Him." Heiser cheers, "He cut off that guy's head." Alexana praises, "Not as expected, Leon." But he isn't relieved yet. Leon thinks, "What? I cut his head off. But what's this uncomfortable feeling?" Turning to Karen, Leon warns, "Karen, get out of the way. Dark power radiates around us." Leon asks, "Below." She looks up wildly. "What is it? Am I merging with joy or something?" Alexana realizes the issue and frowns. That's a deadly warning. Below, blood and red energy are spreading. Suddenly, someone calls out, "Mr. Alexander." He explains, "That's dark magic, using the death of the performer to perform the ritual." It seems he used his own death and Calidar's body as sacrificial offerings. Leon asks for advice. So if I kill it now, what then? Alexander replies, too late. It's like a bomb that will self-detonate. When he dies, all the conditions to activate the bomb have been met. On this ground, an object resembling a brain and body parts lie crushed, surrounded by bright red light, black smoke, and rays of energy. Alexander continues, if it's already activated, there's no way to destroy it anymore. Leon's face is tense with blue veins bulging. He wonders, what now? Cordia's dark and terrifying face opens, wide with sharp teeth and red eyes like a demon. From the glowing golden eyes, a cross-shaped light beam shoots forward. Leon warns, be careful. I don't have time for any skills. On the dark ground, a large red circle appears like a target. Then a massive explosion erupts, sending debris flying everywhere. Was it knocked back by the blast? Or what's this face of rage now? Galan trembles and shouts, what happened? Karen whispers worriedly, La. On the ground, fresh blood splatters everywhere, giving off a pungent stench. Leon stands still in front of everyone, blocking an attack. She shouts, Leon. Then he turns around with wounds all over him, sighs in relief and smiles. Everyone is okay. Right, that's a relief. Karen speaks loudly, necrotic? You're dead, right? Leon, you're dead drunk. His left chest bears the symbol of wings. Leon gently touches it to comfort himself. It's okay, I have a protective mark. He says, how should I put this? At least I can protect you from being drained. Her cheeks turn red with embarrassment. Karen asks again, protecting me? Haven't been happy for long, huh? Hold on, Leon. What's that? Many white hands stretch out as if trying to grab everything. Alexander recognizes and says, it's the ritual Cordia used her death to exchange for, opening a gateway to the demon realm. Door, kingdom of demons, sealed by the kingdom of Jurgen through the mirror passage. In the sky, a gateway opens, revealing countless eyes and long, winding arms. He says, that's the gateway to the demon king. The exit, the mirror passage, has opened elsewhere. Alexandra grits her teeth and continues, it doesn't seem complete yet. If the gateway to the kingdom of demons is complete, this place would be like hell on earth. No matter what happens, we must stop it. Elzit remains silent without an opinion. Beside him, Leon asks, Elzit, can my power do that? It calmly replies, no, you can't. You just stare at me with a blank face, too straightforward. Elzit analyzes, your sword god contains the strength to defeat all external forces, but you can't make it physically larger. Leon continues asking, what if I use Huai instead of Muruk? It suggests, even if you use all your 7-star skills, you must cut through that vast space with one swing. Any slight fluctuation in your breath will do. Leon imagines hands seizing him and squeezing. Elsie warns in this state, you can't do it. He angrily grits his teeth. So you're saying I can't defeat it? Nearby, hearing their conversation, Alexandra gestures to create a spatial pillar. She interrupts, there's a way. Hearing the noise, Leon and Elsa turn around. He holds up an iron sword without a blade and introduces, this is steel weapon no, 114 of Jugend. Alexander points it at Leon and says, this is grave for the hero. Leon looks surprised. For the hero? Alex confirms again, yes, this sword was created for the hero. It's also a masterpiece from 2 generations ago. He is my father and a blacksmith named Elector. Elsie thinks out loud, Alex, you mean that red cardinal is his son? Leon shakes his head in frustration. I knew it. No need to ask. Karen points emphatically but more importantly says, now's the time to speak up. We're losing time. Indeed, Alexandra only holds the hilt of the sword. They wonder about the blade. Alexandra calmly argues, no, it's the length of the blade. His next statement leaves Leon speechless. It depends on the user's skill. He sounds pessimistic. Then it could be as short as a dagger. Alexandra approaches and pushes the sword into Leon's hand. She reminds him there's no time. He raises one finger slowly. Remember, you can only use it once. Grave contains immense power, but will explode on attack. However, after one swing, it will break and become unusable. Leon becomes more tense. He firmly holds the sword. His ears tighten as he resolves, "Alright, let's give it a try." Drawing his sword, he leaps down in front of the gateway. Leon encourages himself, "No, I must do this." With both hands, he grips the sword. Leon focuses fully to summon power. From the center, it emits a bright white light accompanied by crackling lightning. Immediately after, it fires a sharp beam through its incomplete blade. Leon smiled, stretching out. On this side, Elsie wasn't lagging behind either. "Yes, Leon, you can do it. Keep going. Get into the kissing position and make a clear sound. Go on." A long beam of light, blinding with lightning, is being shot out. Leon leaned to take aim at the gate made up of countless white hands. Karen tensely called out, "Leon," or maybe it was round that time. "Mr. Leon," Galan cheered him on. "Keep going." "Leon," Alexander roared, "Leon." He gritted his teeth and shouted in a powerful fighting stance as a blinding lightning bolt fell, slicing through the air with a decisive sword strike. The impact caused significant tremors around, everything shaking. Hands stretched out in one direction, wrapping tightly around the sword to try and break it free. Leon stood firm, his eyes filled with determination. Leon was frustrated but encouraged himself. "I can do this." Power began to surge. He panted, "I can do this." A small stream of water appeared. It quickly spread across the surface. He screamed loudly with glowing white eyes and lightning streaks running down his temples. The cut sliced through the gate, splitting it in two. Then it shattered, pieces flying everywhere. Leon let out a relieved breath. Everyone looked up in awe. Karen called out, "Another gate." Pieces of glowing debris created a dazzling scene. After the intense battle, Leon finally relaxed and took a deep breath, saying, "I did it." Then he happily grabbed her hand and said, "I did it." Heiser ran over and shouted, "Mr. Leon." Galan was similar to Leon. He patted Leon's back. "Great job, Leon." Heiser continued, "Excellent, Leon." Unlike the others, Karen reached out to hug his face with a bit of irritation. "Come here, Leon." She pushed back Leon's bangs and scolded, "Look at this wound." He reassured her, "I'm fine." "Karen, let me heal you too." Suddenly, Heiser gently poked him on the side, causing him to lose balance. Leon leaned forward and lightly kissed Karen's lips. He lingered for a moment in this situation. She stubbornly remained below, her cheeks flushed. Then Leon suddenly pulled back his hands and stepped away. He quickly explained, "Karen, are you okay? I might have hit you too hard. Your face is red now." She responded like a dazed person. On Leon Doubt's back. "Are you sure? You're acting petty too." Hazer whispers a silent laugh. "She's quite cheeky." "Oh my, I just accidentally touched it." "Sorry." Then Hazer calls out, "Karen." Karen snaps back to attention and looks at Hazer, waiting for her to continue. Hazer winks playfully. "It's a bonus gift." Leon doesn't understand their exchange. Karen shivers uncomfortably beside him. The sword in Alexana's hand shakes and cracks before breaking into pieces. Leon speaks up the sword. Alexana approaches to explain. "So the dark magic activated by the death of a demon at Arkham has been destroyed." Leon looks at the old man, who starts speaking, avoiding Alexana's gaze. The old man smiles and says, "Good job." Leon argues, "No, it was all thanks to Graves' power, not my skill." Leon hands the sword back to Alexander. "Here, this sword left by our father saved the world. This is the sword that brought glory to Jugend." The old man holds it up and admires it. "Glory, huh?" He happily shares his thoughts. "That sounds great. I bet my father would be happy to hear you say that too." On the other side, a burger suddenly stands up. It exclaims, "I just passed out. Was I unconscious? I shouldn't have been lying there like that. We should head to the central area." Galan hears the noise and turns around, asking who it is, a burger. "Are you confused, huh?" Under the moonlight, a low voice echoes in the silent air. "As you can see, this accident, Despair, the one behind the contaminated mineral deposit incident, used dark magic to open the mirror's gate. Amidst the chaos, these demon swords were accidentally created and distributed among everyone. This is indeed a meticulously planned conspiracy by both factions. Alexandra frowns uncomfortably because it left us no time to come up with a solution. I've eliminated all the evil here, but I heard that people on the border let some escape. The worst scenario is that our group members are involved. Chaos could spread beyond Jujin's borders. Gulan curses, damn it. Those demon swords are dangerous if they're distributed everywhere. Even if we chase down the people who bought them, it would take a whole day. But before we do that, they've already gone to another place. This straightforward answer catches everyone's attention. It's fine, Leon smirks contently. People looking at him are confused. Under the dark sky, a simple cart moves on a dirt road. In front is a horse with glowing red eyes. The driver yanks the reins and urges it forward. Hurry up, faster. Then he reports back it went as planned. An ancient sword with a fiery figure, surrounded by cultural patterns. Behind, a black driver continues. We're heading to the desert in the western continent, inside the Vangar Asian desert, but it's very hot there. He explains, it will be very hot. We have an advantage there. The cart moves on towards the scorching sands. Bring that mess over there to start a war. Currently, the western continent is in chaos with local nomads, beasts, and various groups clashing against each other. If we distribute them there, how many will be interested? A voice answered back. The Mad Emperor of the Empire is still okay, but we have support for that area. He agreed. You're right. Which desert are you talking about? Suddenly, a familiar pair of legs caught their attention. There's some doubt. Hold on. What is it? The man next to him whispered suspiciously. Is it that guy? A figure stood hidden in the shadows, with a flowing cloak aimed directly at them. Elahan held a drill in her hand, frowning uneasily. The horseman shouted, "She's coming here, scary." Surrounding Elahan were glaring lights. They cheered for heroes, but not for him. Immediately after, Elahan readied herself to strike. She leaped forward and extended a powerful energy column behind her. In an instant, Elahan was right up close. She was close, very close. The men's eyes widened in confusion. Not wasting time, Elahan roared and attacked. Sister! A full moon illuminated the dark cliffs below. With a bloody mask lying on one side, dusty smoke wafted through the air as Elahan and Khan observed the aftermath of the battle. She held her sword across her hand, bending it forcefully. After some time, it broke into many pieces and fell to the ground. Elahan spoke with this. The remaining blade in her hand turned black and gradually dissipated. She continued, "That's over now. Are these all from evil hearts? I was told to stay in Baron's desert waiting for action." Khan interjected with a question. Should we kill them? She nodded and replied, "That's the prophecy of the gods." He wondered at Elahan's standing hair. "Is that an antenna?" She explained, "Because I've completed my mission." Elahan smiled broadly. "So now I can meet Sir Leon." In Mosogan district of the poet. Inside, a cold-faced examiner looked on. "You cut off my hand?" Leon quickly waved his hands to explain. "That's right." Bach added, "Not only that, but you betrayed me." Similarly, he continued and broke both of my arms and legs. The three pressed against Leon and ordered him with a snarl. Then they all said in unison, "Good." Bach cheered and hugged Leon. "Great!" Cheers echoed in the air. Leon had killed the giant spider before the feast. "Thank you to Leon." Bach patted Leon's back, saying, "If not for you, we might have died." "Hero, let's go eat." The poet pays, so just enjoy your meal. Karen watches them chat from start to finish. Her cheeks are flushed red. Karen closely examines him from an angle. Leon slightly tugs at the corner of his mouth in a smile. Her pupils flutter with the warmth of the sun. Then Karen moves down to her lips, which are out of focus. She remembers how it touched her repeatedly. Saliva has been leaking out for who knows how long. Karen snaps back to reality from her memories. She raises a hand to touch her face, reminding herself that after the initial greetings, they gathered to feast. Karen and Leon sit together in a corner. He presses a plate of food in front of her. Elsewhere, Elora places her hand on her chin and observes, "Oh, she's so beautiful." Faye agrees, "Right, she perfectly matches my taste, and she's in a class too." She continues, I heard that the clumsy one next to her is only B class. Nodding yes, in this expedition, he was the only one who reached B class. Faye watches them chat merrily with a bit of curiosity. Why does she only attack Lo and circle around him? Should I go visit her and invite her to join our group? Alara enthusiastically responds. That sounds good. Is her name Karen? Alexander slides close to cover the conversation between them. Can we do it? They startle and turn around in unison shouting, Mr. Alexander. Faye sweats as she answers. We can do it. Alara hesitantly asks back. No, not really. The old man speaks in a low voice. Mr. Alexander is an S-class assassin. Both girls gasp loudly, eyes wide. They were chatting happily when someone called Leon's name. Mr. Leon. Alexander approaches and raises a hand to greet him. He responds, Mr. Alexander. The scene changes. Dim light from somewhere shines through the simple wooden window pane, reflecting on a long strip on the mossy green carpet. Inside the room, Karen and Leon re-examine something. Leon speaks up. It can't be. Beside Karen, there's some concern. This is... On the red cloth lies a shiny metal bracelet and a pair of curved sickles. She exclaims, the Juggin weapon. Alexander sits in the middle and introduces. This is the Juggin weapon crafted from Area 1. Suddenly, a blinding light emanates, causing Leon and the old man to shield their eyes. Karen's eyes wide with curiosity asks, Are you going to give me these things? Alexander winks but doesn't deny it. It's coming. She excitedly shares, the Juggin weapon is worth at least a castle. That's something every warrior wants. The old man raises two fingers and continues, You have two of them, Karen. He bends down to put the silver bracelet on Leon's hand. Alexander exhales, Here you go, I knew it would fit. He reads out its name, Juggin weapon no. 100, Sun Shield. He holds it up and examines. This is a sun shield? Alexander reminds Leon to try activating the aura effect. A wave of power surrounds his hand, creating a sturdy shield. Leon exclaims in awe. The old man explains, This shield can only be used by those with solar aura. Using several layers of mithril as its base and combining it with Ori Halcom veins. So it reacts to only one specific aura attribute. If you use more aura on it, the shield will glow brighter, or it can burn anything that touches it. He sincerely expresses his gratitude. Thank you very much. I actually need a shield that can block attacks. Alexander continued, Glad you like it. At first, I was thinking of giving you the hero sword. Grave, Rue smiled and turned away. Karen, look at Alexander closely. Yes, he chuckled. This is Jujin's sword no. 139. Crescent Moon, and sword no. 212. Black Moon. Karen held them up to compare. Crescent Moon and Black Moon. Alexander calmly demonstrated how to use it. If you activate the aura on Crescent Moon, its size and sharpness will increase. He continued, Black Moon, similar, brave, so we'll change with the aura source. Try it. Karen agreed, okay? There was a knock at the door, making Alexander pause. Then he called out, Come in. The person behind the door slowly opened it as they heard his voice, revealing a figure. He looked surprised at the person opposite. Karen raised an eyebrow and observed. Alahan called, Hero. Leon stood still without replying. She placed her hand over her eyes and introduced herself. I'm Alahan. I've wanted to meet you very much. Alexander exclaimed, Holy, another one. Beside her, Karen nervously asked, She is. Holy again. Everyone's gaze turned towards Alahan in the room. In the church area of Mosulgan, she folded her hands and remained silent. Alahan's eyes shone with old memories as she looked at the figure before her. Then Leon stepped forward to greet her. It's a pleasure to meet you here. I'm Leon. Her cheeks turned red. Alahan thought, Lord Leon, he looks exactly like the one in my dream. No, he was even more beautiful during spring. The sun is small, although his light is a bit weak. It's always bright and never fades away. It's a light that doesn't need nurturing and will shine through no matter how deep into darkness it goes. This person truly is the true hero to serve. Alahan asked softly, Would you like to shake hands? I didn't expect her to ask that. He nodded in response. Yes. Upon receiving his answer, Elahan confidently extended both hands and clasped them tightly. She said, "Thank you." Leon laughed at Elahan's action. She rubbed her hand feeling it and spoke. "These wounds," Elahan continued, "because every day you practiced swordsmanship, these rough hands with layers of blisters that heal over time." Leon awkwardly pointed out, "Lady." Karen witnessed all this and was so agitated her veins stood out. Unable to hold back, she ran forward to separate them. "Hold on! What are you doing suddenly?" Whether a lady or a deity, acting like you're touching someone else's hand. Immediately after, Elahan grabbed Karen's wrist tightly. She asked unhappily, "Who are you?" Elahan tightened her grip even more. Karen raised an eyebrow, not understanding what she wanted to do. Standing opposite each other, both felt the rising tension in their hearts. Leon stepped between them, calmly. "No further discussion." Karen confidently said, "My name is Karen, first teammate of hero Leon." Upon hearing her response, Elahan muttered, "Teammate first." Seeing her expression, Karen smiled. "So you're jealous, aren't you, a lady or not? I'm still in the first position." Elahan's eyes welled up with hot tears. She was surprised by what would happen next. Karen curiously asked, crying, "Why are you crying over that?" Next, Elahan stretched out her hands and hugged Karen tightly. Karen blushed and stammered, "What's going on here?" Elahan trembled as she spoke, "Is it really hard for you?" For a moment, she was stunned, continuing, "Don't worry, you're amazing. The sun always shines through the darkness. Every dead end has an exit." She gently comforted Karen. Old memories flooded back. Young Karen stood alone in a dark space. She sat down against the wall, surrounded by reaching arms as if trying to grab her. Elahan's next words cut through her negative thoughts, thanking her for the help she provided that day. Elahan whispered, "We are always watched over and protected by our goddess." Recognizing her kindness, Karen calmed down and thanked the one who encouraged me. "This is the first time I've heard such kind words from someone else." She gently placed a hand on Elahan's shoulder. "She truly lives up to expectations, so touching." Then seriously declaring, "But I don't want anyone to compensate for my life or the wounds I've endured. If there is an escape, I'll find it myself." Elahan's eyes widened. "Is that so?" She nodded and leaned in to whisper, "Honestly, I think I also got a bit of it." Elahan repeated, "A bit." Turning to look at her questioningly, "What do you mean by that?" Feeling suddenly noticed, Leon slightly raised his eyebrows. Karen smirked and bluntly said, "Maybe not always, but sometimes half is too much." Biko taunted herself. Elahan narrowed her eyes thoughtfully. "I think we'll get along well, sister." Karen's expression was similar. She replied, "Really? It's a coincidence. I thought so too." Suddenly, realizing something, Karen interrupted. "Hold on." She glared at Elahan interrogatively. "Why am I the older sister?" With confidence, she shared, "Because I'm definitely younger, right?" Karen fumed, grinding her teeth. "Absolutely. How old are you again?" Without hesitation, Elahan spoke up. "This year, I'll be having my coming-of-age ceremony." Karen leaned in aggressively. "Oh my god. Really? Now I'm calling people older sisters. You look too young for your age." She mocked. "Pleased to meet you, younger sister." "Younger sister." Elahan readily joined in. "Yes, big sister." Leon sighed with relief at their interaction. What a joy! They became friends so quickly. Alexana's mouth dropped open in surprise. The old man pondered. "Foolish." Elsie smirked. "It seems the days to come will be less boring." Very interesting indeed. Under the bright sunlight, Elahan raised a hand to shield her eyes and called out, "Leon." On this side, he was sitting next to Karen. Hearing the call, he turned around. Karen sighed, "I hate this heat." Elahan explained, "This is the dessert, the western dessert, the largest one." She happily observed the scenery and said, "Flying over the dessert in a hot air balloon feels like it's raining." Elahan sobered up to share, "I've read about these in books several times. I can see snow at the main church." Leon asked with surprise, "Do you really want to see the dessert like this?" You look so happy. Elahan affirmed, of course, but the best part is that I get to be your teammate, Mr. Leon. Rewinding time, Alexana brought a small golden object in front of Leon. She said, Leon, this is an A-level medal. Hold it and stroke it gently. We finally made it to the A-level. Immediately after, Alexana awkwardly interrupted, I'm sorry for giving you the A-level medal as a hero. It was just a technical issue. Leon waved off with a laugh. No problem, being at a level is great enough for me. Thank you. Leon examined the medal and whispered to himself. That's all I needed. Elsie suddenly teased mockingly. What? The failed ones never become masters but got promoted to a rank. This must be a system glitch. You can only be B rank at most. Elahan was silent for a while, finally voicing her thoughts as if she were shy around Leon. Why do you have to hide your identity then? I could escort you when we're outside. I want the whole world to know. He hesitantly scratched his head and explained, now isn't the time for me to reveal my hero's identity. And I know the evil forces are still plotting something, but they don't know who I am yet, so I don't want this to be a cover-up. She nodded in agreement, thinking deeply. Truly a hero is different. No, you should call me Lord Leon. After Leon's award ceremony, Alexana changed her address. The Lady Elahan turned around with some curiosity. Are we included? She held a badge similar to his, just that B was engraved at one corner. Elahan is now a B-rank explorer. I'll call you by another code name, Ella, because of your special status. Also, the system information says you're B rank, not A. Is that okay? Without hesitation, she agreed immediately. Yes, perfect. It seemed Elahan understood something too. She silently guessed. This is why, the reason behind the hero. No. Lord Leon's disguise. It's so cool and intense. She gripped her badge eagerly. Just thinking about it made her happy. I want to disguise myself too. She immediately asked Leon. Lord Leon. He replied a bit confused. What is it? Elahan clapped her hands excitedly, her eyes sparkling. Where should we go next? The four of them looked at each other in anticipation. An awkward silence filled the room. Leon appeared. Where should we head to next? Karen suggested. What's up, Leon? Nothing like before, no mission sign. Be honest, not really. Elahan, how about you? Same here. Me too. No information at all. Seeing their confusion, Alexana slammed her hand on the table and proposed an idea. So I've prepared everything for everyone. The three of them nervously waited as she continued speaking. Alexana flipped through the documents on the table to present options. Peacekeeping mission for the Empire, suppressing pirates in the Eastern Sea Strait, resolving conflicts in the Western Desert. Choose one from these three. Leon picked up a sheet and studied it. The Empire, referring to Glider Empire. A figure appeared in his mind, Leon's residence. He recounted that they received their request, but didn't suggest this mission much. You're surprised? Alexander continued, regarding the location, it's quite nearby. But since the current emperor took power, the empire has been economically declining. The nobles have become more aggressive and are fighting each other with their own armies everywhere. So there's a high chance of civil war. Karen raised her hand. I didn't suggest the Eastern Sea Strait either. She explained, it's too far. We'd need to travel half a continent to get there. After eliminating two options, Leon picked up the last one. So, only resolving conflicts in the Western Desert remains. Alright, let's go. A voice interrupted their thoughts. We're here, the airship controller said. It's time. They cheered and jumped off. Great. Let's land from here. Leon waved at him. Thank you. The controller nodded and replied, wishing you luck. They gently landed in a quiet desert. Karen observed the surroundings and noted that due to harsh weather conditions, flying would be very dangerous. I have no idea when a sandstorm will come. Leon suggested a solution, so from now on, you'll have to go alone. Suddenly, Elahan cried out, making Karen and Leon turn around. Elahan enjoyed running in the sand. She shouted, look, it's so fine. She kept stepping hard with her feet, leaving clear footprints behind. Karen sighed helplessly. She was too naive. Being away from home wasn't better, it was hot and exhausting. Leon remained silent without offering an opinion. After a while, looking at the vast desert, Leon said, "But Karen, where should we go now?" Seeing them hesitate, Elahan reached out her hand. Karen replied, "I don't know." She summoned her power and called for the staff. Noticing something unusual, Leon asked, "It's a woman." Then Elahan pushed the staff hard into the ground and shouted, "Please lead us." Leon was surprised. "What? Elahan, do you have any information now?" Karen stood there speechless. Finally, after her display, the staff shot out bright rays, with Elahan's eyes wide open beside it. Time passed, nothing happened. Next, the staff swayed side to side as if about to fall over. It rolled down into the sand. Elahan pointed in a direction and said confidently, "This way, let's go." Karen and Leon were shocked. "What?" He slightly raised his lip in doubt. "Is that called a prophet?" Elahan shared without hesitation, "Of course, it's the blessing from the gods to help us find the right path." Karen spoke dreamily, "Even if so, it feels luckier." She reminded Karen, "That's disrespectful." Finally, they decided to follow Elahan and set off. She, and Karen rushed forward at high speed. Elahan noticed something unusual and reported it. "Leon, over there, a thick cloud of dust is blowing towards us." He shared his guess. "Dust storm?" In the dust cloud, a round object gradually appeared. Karen gasped. "No!" She shouted loudly. "What is it?" 3 creatures of similar shape were rapidly approaching their position. She concluded sandworms. A massive stone wall appeared in the desert landscape, golden brown under the gentle sunlight. Suddenly, a dark whirlwind engulfed the warrior's body, revealing only a boot and a glimpse of a cold blade, as if the soul of that person was being dragged down by some dark force. The hand shook outwards as it still tried to grasp life. After being drained of vitality for a while, the originally pale skin had lost its value. The mysterious figure threw the corpse on the ground, revealing an evil face. He seemed close to death. "More life, more please." Above them, people observed the entire process. One of them said, "Zombies, living beings like death itself." He continued, having successfully resurrected the Dark Pharaoh. Next to him, the existence of death will certainly not be noticed by that goddess. They continued their conversation. This would also make nomads and animals in the Great Desert doubt each other. Then they would fight each other, leading to a war breaking out. Indeed, it's a perfect plan. One of them realized the issue. The female god's followers are approaching. The nearby one whispered, "Not yet with the Saintess. Leave this place for that one. Now our task is to separate." They firmly shook hands. Death, the strongest monster created by evil, their reputation would rise and destroy the vast desert. Then he said, "Roa, good luck." Saying this, they dispersed in different directions, disappearing. Returning to where Leon and Karen were looking up at the passing figure, Elahan gripped her staff tightly, ready for an attack. The 3 sandworms sped up even more, closing in on their position. With the large spike staff in hand, she delivered a powerful strike that emitted bright electric light energy, shattering its body into many pieces. Sandworm blood splattered everywhere. Leon and Karen didn't have to lift a finger. The 3 sandworms continued to scatter across the barren land, their countless fragments flying in all directions. Lines 59 to 60 are repeated. Please adjust or remove one of them if necessary. Witnessing this scene, she and he just stood there speechless. Only one strike. Elsie Tatai's blood boiled. After centuries, this person still intimidated her enemies who dared not attack. If their positions were exposed, their forces would immediately retreat without hesitation. She defeated those monsters with a single blow. Seeing the dirty bodies of both, Elahan shouted out. She said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I failed in my duty. I'll wash everyone's clothes. Please let me wash all your undergarments too." Karen pointed and exclaimed to Elahan, "What are you talking about? You don't need to touch their undergarments." Leon chuckled and said it was fine. "I'll take care of it." Suddenly, a faint glow appeared on his hand. Elahan's eyes met the change. She inquired curiously, "That is?" Then Leon drew out a sword, shouting, "Divine sword." holding it close to her. He didn't deny. Yes, that one. Elahan admired and praised. I never thought I'd see it in real life. Elshi's veins bulged prominently on his face. Hold on, she was angry and shouted. Hey, you fool, did you introduce me like that? Elshi's blamed her. Damn disciple, Leon raised the sword to summon its power, the purifier. Instantly, he wrapped his eyes with it. He smiled and asked, how is it? Karen said approvingly, that's so cool. Elahan placed her hands on her chest. Her cheeks flushed as she inquired, the purifier, right? It shone brightly and felt warm like the light of a goddess. Can I ask for more? Could you do it again for me? Leon readily agreed. Sure. Elsie rushed to his hair. What did you mean by that? This damn worthless name. Noticing something unusual, Karen spoke up. There's something strange here. Elahan was puzzled. What is it? She sternly concluded, Saukit doesn't follow the pack. Large monsters wouldn't gather in one place because that would reduce their food supply. They don't seem to have come after us. They're running from something. Leon doubted. So Saukit is fleeing? Are there such powerful creatures in this desert? Elahan pointed out. What if they're fleeing humans? Karen argued. Humans don't catch Soulcat. It's not worth it. She made a decision. We'll go check and find the truth. Follow in the direction of that Soulcat. Leon and Elahan agreed. All right. Cut to a scene where a small figure cried out, she's gone. Alexana didn't know who he was and asked, servant of the high priestess. Rewind time, the person in front reported, red hat. There's someone suspicious standing by the door since yesterday. Looking down, Khan sat alone at a corner of the gate, waiting. Now he clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, cursing. She left without saying anything. I haven't eaten in days, damn it. Then she calmed down and wondered, where did she go? Alexana firmly rejected the request. I'm sorry, but I can't disclose that. Closing the door behind him, he left, still unsure. After regaining his composure, he shouted, lady, I'll find her. Elahan waved and muttered, it's so itchy. Leon asked, are you all right? Elahan nodded reassuringly, I'm fine. All three concluded nothing was wrong. Before them lay a silent expanse. Karen sat down to check and found no trace left. I'm sure it was here. The sandstorm is strong, so it must have left 2 hours ago. There's a sudden interruption in her action. Karen, let's stop chasing for now. It's time to gather more information from these nearby workers. Suddenly, a cloud of sand dust starts rushing towards them from afar. Leon and Karen both turn their eyes toward the source of the noise. As the dust settles, they see people peacefully gathered there. Karen wonders aloud, are these natives? Are they the only ones here? She responds, they've come this far. We must treat them well. The mysterious cloaked figures continue moving forward. To the south, in Redmond, a castle is burning fiercely. Suffering cries fill the air. Run, the bandits are here. One of them, called Bandit, says, kill all those who report to the nobles and burn their farmlands too. He shouts, nobles, you've tamed the spirits like dogs. Don't go, everyone is still alive. Bring out your families and cut off their heads. A brave older man stands up to speak. Hold on, what have we done wrong for you to do this? This is our first successful harvest in 10 years. We've tripled the previous year's yield, but you destroyed everything. He continues, our lord has reduced taxes lower than those of neighboring lords, with agreement from his neighbors. Right, what have we done wrong? A sharp sword cuts through their words. One masked man with a half-masked face looks down coldly and asks, how dare you fill the nobles' storerooms? Saying that, he swings his sword to kill them. The ugly man closes his eyes resignedly. Suddenly, footsteps rush near. Innocent civilians are brutally cut down by the masked men. They fall to the ground, trembling and asking, who is it? Golden hair flutters as flames continue burning. He commands gravely, leader, where's your group? The man struggles painfully. His eyes red with hatred look at Liang before answering. Even if I knew, it would be useless. Before he could finish, the masked man disappears. Just before losing consciousness, he writes, sleep. A white object is revealed from his cloak. Liang doesn't reach for it. sighing as he guessed correctly. A blood-stained white mask. Lee observes and concludes, "It's you, Hubert," as he approaches to help. So they always use this mask. He calls out, "Hubert, have we caught all the criminals?" He nods in response, "Yes, I've killed everyone inside the city and now just 100 outside the gate." A familiar voice interrupts, "No need to worry." Chloe smiles. The gates are already secured. They both exclaim together, "Chloe!" She steps closer to talk. "You'll return after completing this mission." Prince Liang. He looks a bit helpless. "If you keep saying that, it's like you're teasing me." Still in the same tone, Chloe continues to tease. "What are you saying, Prince?" He orders without further argument. "Extinguish the fire." A full moon dominates the sky, casting pale light through white clouds. "Your Highness Leon, if you hadn't saved us, Redmond and its people might have been destroyed by those raiders." Leon calmly replies, "No need to thank me, Lord of Redmond." He explains, "As a member of the royal family, protecting the vassals is my duty and responsibility. We don't want to show off what we must do as our duty." Redmond nods. "No, your Highness's kindness is boundless." Finally, Leon speaks. "About that, we have a proposal." He looks surprised. A proposal?" Leon gestured forward to show. "Do you want to become my subordinate?" Above, the sky was clear with white clouds gently drifting. Below, the horse obeyed and stamped its hooves forcefully, sending dust flying everywhere. The crowd formed a circle surrounding Leon, Karen, and Elahan in the center. They were deep in thought, considering their next move. A thug brought out his sharp sword and spoke. "Stranger!" The men with narrowed eyes showed disappointment. "I heard from some nomads in the desert. The Bakuan tribe treated guests very well. I don't think treating guests politely is a proper welcome." An unpleasant thug shouted, Do you know who's standing in front of you?" A man raised his hand to stop them, covering his mouth. The Han man was serious. "Whether they are guests or enemies, their true nature will be revealed when they answer our questions." Leon confidently spoke up, asking questions. He didn't expect him to act like this. He was surprised. "You and your team are quite brave." He observed them without caring to speak because it wasn't important. Then the mysterious man continued asserting his authority. "I also want to try, but alas, we don't have time. Identify yourselves. What's your purpose here?" Elahan placed her hand on her chest, calculating. She recalled Alexana's instructions and decided from now on, she would be known as the Explorer Ella in the Zugan Kingdom. Elahan nodded, finishing her thoughts. She felt a bit unsatisfied. "I want to play a more villainous role. I can do it well." "From Jujand." "I come from Jujand." Elahan gripped her hand and began answering. "We are here." She showed the badge in front to introduce herself. "From the Holy Church." Atlas took off his hat, curious. "The Holy Church." Roder was similar. "The Church." Seeing their confused expressions, Elahan felt a bit scared. She covered her face in fear. "I must have said something wrong." Karen helplessly hugged herself. On the other side, they replied, "Oh, if what you say is true, we are being rude now because the situation here is quite serious." Ramon appeared and spoke. "I am Ramon from the Bedouin tribe. Why did the Holy Church come here?" Elahan fell into Karen's arms for advice. "Karen, what should I do? I accidentally revealed my true identity." She leaned back calmly. "It's fine. Judging by their expressions, they think highly of the church." Leon straightforwardly shared, "Yeah. We came to investigate as requested by the church." "What exactly is the serious situation here? Can you be more specific?" Ramen looked around and asked, "Haven't you noticed any shops nearby? It's quite large." He argued, "No, I'm the first person you've seen since we arrived." He nodded and described the situation. "I understand, for some reason, everyone suddenly disappeared." Elahan wondered, who disappeared? Ramen recounted, "Maybe people will find it common to see disappearances here. But what's strange is that someone could face a sandstorm for years and vanish without a trace in just one night. Not only humans, but the monster seeds we use as food have decreased significantly. The bodies of both people and monsters vanished without a trace." We are certain something is moving around without leaving any traces. Leon raised his eyebrows. No traces. He reminded them to be careful if they head towards the sun for half a day. That's all we found, so please be cautious when you go in that direction. You will find a branch of the guild in Oasis Village. You can go there to gather more information. Ramon said, "Goodbye." The line group sincerely replied, "Thank you." After they left, a voice echoed, "It's terrible indeed." Karen Damchel suggests that this is a matter beyond what the Bedouin tribe can handle alone. The Sandworms also flee in fear. The Bedouin leader is Booker, so it's very hard to defeat it on that day. If we cannot temporarily halt the undetectable threat, this desert will face war. Elahan stands still, thinking about war. If explained more thoroughly, well, the Gohuman tribe lives in the upper part of the desert, and the Nomad tribe in the lower part. Their relations are not good. The desert keeps expanding every year. For this reason, the Nomads often invade the Gohuman territory. If both tribes lack food and water from the start, war will break out to resolve the issue. Thinking for a moment, Leon speaks up. "So then, you propose we stop the war? We have work to do now." Leon shouts loudly, "Let's go to Oasis Village." Under the harsh sunlight in the middle of the dry desert, a voice calls out, "Look over there." Leon points in a direction and says, "I think we're here." A lush oasis suddenly appears with sparkling silver water surrounded by swaying palm trees and towering rocks. He shouts, "To Oasis Village, okay?" The three walk across the stone bridge, marveling. "Oh, there's a cairn village around us, but why is no one here?" Suddenly, a loud noise makes him step back. Then Leon explains they should check what's happening. "Let's go see." The sunlight has been filtered by the wide palm tree leaves, creating a moment of eye relief and peace. Looking at the crowd ahead, he says, "There are so many people here." Elhen leads the group trying to squeeze in. She blushes, "Sorry, please forgive me." The three get pushed together, staring at what's before them, both shocked and amazed. Leon is drawn to it. Not just an oasis, a large white rectangular structure has been built right in the middle of the sparkling water. Two small figures stand facing each other, ready for combat. Leon guesses they're sparring. Observing them, he finds it somewhat familiar. That outfit is from the Bedouin tribe. He raises his hand to ask the opponent, "Are you ready?" Leon turns to the white-tail figure, continuing, "The other one is that long swaying tail." Hattie confidently replies, "Of course, a beast." Zaha growls, "It's been a while, daughter of the wolf tribe." "Hattie, I'm Zaha. We're the Bedouin Blades and third-ranked warriors in Barrack. The winner will gain control of the border grasslands." She smirks, "Just joking, it's real." Though shorter by a head, Hattie is not weak. She scoffs, "Those in the cloak are really tough." Zaha is surprised by what Hattie says. He tightens his grip on his hand. "Taller. Ratio." Zaha angrily draws his sword and declares, "I'll end this with one strike." Outside, Leon shivers in cold sweat. Just as I thought, their relationship isn't good at all. Elhen analyzes, maybe they're fighting for the right to use the border grasslands. Maybe negotiation would be better. Karen nods in agreement. Yeah, speed over strength. Elshid has been silent until now. He places his hand on his chin and contemplates. That beast woman. She looks familiar. Do I know her? Leon glances over to remind. What? Don't say you know her like that. It's making me nervous. Elshid remains silent. Why did it take so long for him to care? It seems there was a sandstorm when I was crossing the desert. Then Elsie didn't dare to say anything more. Leon seemed to understand and shouted, "You're the demon's sword. What did you do wrong?" It dodged and ran away. Beastmen don't live long. If the person I know is still alive, they must be a living ancestor. A loud noise caught their attention. On the arena, Zaha threw a punch. Hadi nimbly dodged the attack. In the stands, someone shouted, "It's starting." She took off and flipped in midair. Next, Hadi extended her claws. Her sharp hands pierced Zaha's head directly. Her foot struck with such force that the ground cracked. Leon drew his sword to block, gritting his teeth at Hadi. Then he pushed her back forcefully to increase the distance, Hottie dug her claws into the ground to stabilize herself. In the stands, there was a commotion of applause. Both were amazing. I couldn't keep up with it too great. She determinedly said, 5 years have passed. You know, I don't intend to lose to that first opponent. Zaha coldly approached closer, side, only for 8 months. That loss. I won't accept it. Then Zaha confidently assessed the situation. This time, I'm sure to get that land. I won't lose this time. He muttered to himself, I don't have any pride left now. Zaha leaped forward and shouted, I'm here. Across from her, Hottie did the same, warning, I'm coming too. Facing such a powerful strike, Hottie maintained an astonishing calm. Opposite Zaha, she immediately drew a sword and swung it to counterattack. Somewhere nearby, a long gun barrel extended and aimed. Without hesitation, the person pulled the trigger. Leon sensed something was wrong. He exclaimed in surprise, Huh? In the fight, Zaha seemed to be on the defensive. He thought to himself, I'm being pushed back. At this rate. Seeing his expression, she became more confident. Zaha, it's over now. Saying that, a needle pierced her arm. Hottie was reaching out to touch the person. Sweat dripped down her face due to tension. Her hand with sharp claws trembled uncontrollably. Hottie asked in confusion, What's going on? My hand. Seizing the moment when she lost focus, Zaha took advantage. He swung his sword aiming for where Hottie was about to counterattack. She could only stand there helplessly as Zaha rushed towards her. He coldly said, Sorry, but I'm ending this now. The powerful sword sliced through the heavy air. In the stands, people shouted, It's decided then? Leon sensed something was amiss. He whispered, Karen, do you see anything? She shared his thoughts. Karen nodded cautiously, yeah. On the arena, Zaha gritted his teeth in anger. What? Huh? Hattie's arm was torn open by the strike, and the pungent smell of blood filled the air. She stared directly at him with raised eyebrows. Then Hottie sarcastically said, Dirty trick. Zaha, you're a scoundrel. Nevertheless, Zaha didn't care. He only muttered, I still win anyway, just as a precaution. Understand me. I have many others to worry about. She dropped her hands and sighed heavily. Zaha assessed. She can no longer use that hand. He reminded her, Why don't you surrender? Zaha firmly declared, next time it will be her head. After speaking, he glanced away, and Zaha's expression changed completely. Sweat dripped down his face. Noticing Zaha's strange behavior, Hottie followed his gaze to the 3 Leon members in the stands. Upon closer inspection, a 4th person was also present, sitting upright with a bruised face restrained. Realizing this, she asked out loud, Is this the person who has been helping us evade capture? Zaha didn't respond, but jumped back to avoid Hottie as far as possible. She stomped her foot, emitting energy and bright rays from it. Regaining composure, Hottie gritted her teeth and said, I'll kill him. Hattie summoned her strength. She lunged forward, saying sarcastically, Even if I don't do that, we can still do this. What can you do with one hand paralyzed? Blinking rapidly, she flipped over and peeked out, scaring him as he stepped back in shock. In an inverted position, her legs lacked energy. She asked, What's going on? Zaha couldn't believe Hattie's speed and questioned, When did this happen? Her straightened legs glowed with strong electric light, performing a series of kicks. Without waiting, Hottie kicked Zaha, who fell headfirst into the stone floor, causing it to shatter and shake the arena. Afterward, she said lightly, They say I have 4 legs. Leon was surprised by this decisive strike. He commented, She's fast, LZ, huh? She lunged forward, creating a hot atmosphere under the bright sun. The Leon member with a swollen face and bruised cheek was being supported by Ha. He seemed unconscious, with a large bump on his head. In the office, Hottie slammed her hand and hard on a document. Holding up a red stamped paper proudly, she said, These are my rights to walk on grass. Then Hottie turned serious and looked elsewhere. The Leon members turned around to leave. Karen stretched and relaxed. We're done. Where should we go now? Leon suggested. Let's head to the meeting, she agreed. Hattie dashed towards them, stopping to block their path. Hold on. She confronted Leon curiously and asked, Why did you help me? Surveying Hattie, he thought, she's too fast. She was just in the arena a moment ago. As Leon hesitated to answer, she leaned forward. Placing her hand on him, she closed her eyes and sniffed something from Leon's neck, making him blush. Sorry. Before finishing, Hattie stuck out her tongue and licked Leon's chin. Karen and Elahan watched as the two stood stiffly. Then a shout echoed, "What are you doing?" Hattie raised an eyebrow and warned, "Women who like hot peppers, step back." Karen angrily folded her arms. "Lady," Elahan did the same. Ignoring them, she talked to Leon. "You're Hong-Haini but seem stronger than I thought. Don't underestimate humans." Hattie leaned on her hips and continued, "I also like your scent." Elsie suddenly called out to Leon. She instructed him to gather several solar auras in his hands and clap them together. He asked, "Clap now." Elsie didn't explain further. She urged, "Do as I say." Following her instructions, he brought his hands forward. A ball of energy appeared. Then Leon clapped forcefully. Karen and Elhen leaned in closely. Karen said, "Clap," and Elhen echoed, "Clap." Hattie watched him perform it silently, tilting her head. Bang! A loud noise resounded. Hattie's face expressionless. She lay motionless on the ground. Elahan asked, "Why did you fall?" Her cheeks flushed red. Hattie remained still as everyone was bewildered. In the animal world, there is a significant position among species, but little meaning to humans. If an animal shows its belly, it's the most vulnerable part for the opponent. This means complete submission. Alcid continued explaining, or it could be a mating behavior. Leon opened his mouth. "What?" He panicked and shouted, "1-1. A mating behavior." Karen's sweat dripped down her face. "Huh?" Elahan looks just as shocked. "Impossible." Hattie's face is flushed, lips pressed tight. She bites her lip hard. Her eyes are filled with tears. A piercing scream echoes. Hattie covers her mouth to explain. "No, please forget what you just saw. Nothing happened." Then she pulls Leon's collar, threatening him. "Or we'll meet in the arena then." He gasps for breath as he tries to explain. "I'm sorry. That wasn't my intention." Alcid looks intrigued. John. It's a martial art we created specifically for a child beast. It's been 300 years since we saved a wolf and he traveled everywhere, eliminating all slave traders he saw. I made him serve me. The applause is part of his training program. Since John Zhang said he would only pass it down to his descendants, Elsie concludes she must be related to him. Across, Hattie still tugs at Leon's shirt. "I'll kill you." Elsie laughs loudly at the scene. "Ha ha! I didn't expect this trick to still work after 3 centuries. He taught it well." He grits his teeth and turns to blame her. "I knew it was someone with bad intentions." Finally, he curses under his breath, "The wicked sword." In the enchanting light, a lush island in the middle of a barren desert, where sparkling water winds through sand dunes and grasslands lie quietly beautiful. Leon clasps his hands together in reverence. "I'm very sorry for this. I'll forget what happened." "Actually, I've already forgotten." Hattie calms down a bit. She folds her arms and speaks her mind. "I know there's something off about the sweet scent on you. Is it true?" The adventurer Leon. "You can only follow through." "Yes, of course." Then she concludes, "I've been played. You're a warrior." "Right." Leon grits his teeth stubbornly. He's impressed by Hattie's judgment. Karen's eyes widen in disbelief. "How?" Elahan is equally stunned. No need for an answer. Hattie confirms more clearly, looking at his expression. "I was right." She recalls some old stories. "My ancestor Hakabo, the Beast King, said that the only one who could command our wolves was Roderick, a wise king's scribe and a true warrior." Leon mentally repeats, "Hakabo, Beast King." Elahan chimes in, "I've heard about this before." Karen thinks for a moment. He's the hero who saved beast people from slavery and led them to the vast plains. Then she concludes, she must be his descendant. Hattie's next words make everyone spit out their drinks. She says, "Knowing the truth, I don't oppose it anymore. Maybe 11 of us can do this." Leon wipes the drool from his mouth with his hand. He's bewildered. Having kids. Hattie looks shy, her finger on her chin. I'm allowing you to marry me, Warrior Leon. Leon turns pale and shouts, "What? Marry me?" I didn't quite get that. On the other side, Elahan could endure no more. She clenched her fists tightly, drawing in strength. Elahan was near breaking point. Had she never been pushed this far? The sharp edge of her aura spread, reaching Leon as well. She clenched her jaw and reminded herself. She couldn't allow herself to say such insulting words to our warrior. Noticing the situation was unstable, he stepped in and called out, "Elahan!" Hadi wasn't afraid. Pointing at Elahan, she shouted, "I've already told you. The weak have no right to speak here. You saw it too. I can't escape his influence anymore." Elahan stepped closer, facing Hadi directly. Her face fell. Elahan spoke coldly. "Let's see. Try me." After being pinned under the earth, sensing danger near Leon, Karen stopped her and turned to ask for help. However, she wasn't seen here anymore. "You called, Karen." Behind Hadi, Karen had closed in closely. Karen held a sharp knife in her hand. She pressed the knife against her neck and whispered into her ear, "Who's the weak one now?" Turning to Karen, she suggested, "Let's go somewhere more private to talk." In front of them was Elahan, agreeing, "That sounds good." Karen, realizing her position, Hadi paled and covered her mouth with her hand. Then tears welled up as she looked at Leon. "Leon, save me." Terrifying. Under the vibrant orange and golden sunset sky, a piercing scream echoed loudly. Night fell and a flickering fire was set in the middle. The beast's hands shook as if terrified. Someone asked, "Are you Hadi?" She trembled, muttering to herself, "I want to go home. I want to see my father. These people are really scary. Are they actually older than me?" Elahan and Karen ate their fill. Only Leon noticed the issue with her. Then he said, "Hadi, I didn't know Elahan was older than you." She replied coolly, "Yes, yes, please don't be angry. For the strongest ruler of the wild, age isn't a problem." A figure approached Hadi and interrupted, "There she is." Elahan spoke coldly, "Hadi, age is very important. Do you understand?" She didn't dare to argue and replied, "Yes, yes, please don't be angry with me." Karen remained silent as she continued eating. Elahan continued the conversation, "I'm not sure, but maybe I'll slip if you mention my age again." Her next words made Karen jump. Elahan threatened, "Remember that, she's older than you, like that." With a green face, Karen turned to speak. "Elahan, we need to talk." Hadi felt wronged and shouted loudly, "I won't forgive you. Who do you think you are? And daring to inflict pain on the innocent too? That's not a vicious strategy. By using us to eliminate those in the desert, right?" "Exactly." Leon stood in shock. He nodded and said, "Yeah, as you said." Leon shared, "So before anything really happens, we find out who's behind it and why they did it. I'm not sure about the Bedouin tribe, but I believe the beast folk will trust what we say." Hadi nodded then asked, "I see. So you want me to help?" Leon didn't hesitate. "Yeah, okay, I accept, thanks." Hadi seemed to remember something. Hadi reminded, "But pay attention. You're just a candidate for the tribe leader position, so I don't have any authority to give orders to my own tribe. His name is Hokai." Hadi continued, "Even if I guarantee it to you, there will still be people who won't trust you, notably Skoll, the leader of another tribe, who's actually my twin brother." Someone surprisingly called out, "Twin brother." Leon echoed, "Twin brother." The scene changed. A dark-colored beast hand held a diamond and said, "Beautiful, isn't it?" The other hand picked up an expensive red wine bottle from the table. Squong raised it to take a big sip. He smirked excitedly. "Yes, exactly. This vintage wine. How did I find it in this ancient grassland?" Another voice chimed in. "You like it?" "Yes, because you allowed us to pass through your territory. So the merchants prepared this gift to show their respect. I'm glad you liked it." Felix flattered, "If you trade with us, you'll definitely get more." The cat tribe leader Felix. Skoll thought for a moment and said slowly, "That's a bit too far. Why refuse such good things? If just drinking some tasty stuff makes you a corrupt official, what about eating disgusting food? What if we eat something gross?" Skoll was the deputy leader of the Soy tribe. He made a tempting offer. If I become the leader, I can turn this entire desert into our territory right away. Right, Phyllis? Skull hinted, you understand what I mean, don't you? The old man noticed. Phyllis replied as the sun's rays shone down harshly on Hattie standing below. She complained, this desert is terrible. We came here to fight, but it's everywhere. After a day of smelling sand, I've lost my sense of whether I'm a wolf or just running around. Leon curiously asked Hattie, so crossing the desert is difficult for beast folk? She panted, I really can't. Elahan approached her to ask for advice. Seed, does this plan sound good? Hattie stepped back. Sister, or rather Elahan, I'll go there before dusk after crossing that ravine. Then they continued on their journey together. She whispered, yeah, glad it's almost over. Leon nodded, yeah. Beneath Hattie's feet, a dark shadow emerged and a sharp hand protruded. It tripped her ankle as she walked, causing Hattie to fall forward from the stumble. She tensed up, confusedly turning around. What is it? Hattie panicked. Shadows. From the dark area, a mysterious voice echoed. Long time no see, huh? Miss Hattie. She looked at the cat's shadows with their teeth bared and growling. Why are the cats here? Hattie shivered, her veins popping out. She warned everyone, be careful. Noticing them calmly standing on a rock, Hattie stopped talking. Leon bent down to ask, Hattie, are you okay? She lay on the ground in disbelief. Hattie muttered, I'm the only one who got caught. A cat spoke up, don't be afraid, we don't intend to harm you. When Skull becomes the temporary leader, you'll have to stay with us. Hattie gritted her teeth in hatred, that dirty Skull. Then a cat glanced at Leon's group threateningly. Humans, it's best if you don't get involved in this. Karen, Leon, and Elahan remained stunned. The dark power enveloped them as the cat said, if you do anything, we'll kill all of you. The heart warns, danger, they are too many. Karen remains calm, a flash of light appears around her. She speaks, that's not how it works, used shadows. That guy looks scared, huh? Karen smiles up, exhales softly. Let me teach you a lesson, little cat. Karen's white rage bursts out, tearing through the dominant cats. They can only see her wrath and fear. A cat shouts, huh? Karen mocks, huh? Asterisk snap asterisk fresh blood sprays into the air. The initially confident cats are now falling before her blade. Hattie observes from a distance, tall and slender. In her eyes, their bodies fly in midair, then fall beside where she lies. She shivers with awe. Karen, this is scary. Phoenix pants heavily. He calculates, what's the point? Then Felix turns to Elahan and decides, alright, let's attack that weak one. No time for rest. He leads forward immediately. Felix grabs her, his other hand with sharp claws close to threaten. She is bait now. If you don't dodge Hattie and go elsewhere, we'll kill her. Hattie pales, anticipating the outcome. Karen too. Leon clenches his jaw anxiously. He assesses their expressions and feels confident of victory. Phyllis secretly rejoices. From their reactions, it seems she's on the right track. Elahan interrupts her thoughts. Look at me, weak. Sweat drips down Phyllis's face. He might have noticed something. His eyes widen as he watches the scene unfold. Felix screams in pain. He is blinded by the light, and his teammates are collapsing around him. Felix shivers, raises a hand to inspect. Then he looks confused. What's happening? I'm sure of myself. Felix's memories flash in battle. A hand with glowing shadows aimed at him. He collapses after taking the hit, clutching his head. Why is my head exploding? A voice cuts in, recognized it. Ha! Elahan looks down at Felix. He jumps back in fear. Shocked, Felix continues to collapse. Leon says, another one dead. I wanted to ask so many questions. Hattie clings to the boy's hand, understanding, pass out now. Karen suggests, let me handle it, maybe that will work better. As he bubbles under the ground, everyone discusses their next move after completing this task. For sure, they won't doubt our claim to power anymore. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent Hattie. She grits her teeth and says, Skull, you son of a bitch, I'll never forgive you. The wolf's grass Skull scratches his hand. He is indifferent. If anyone invited me, Skull doesn't care much to answer. Anyway, If that's the case, I would still be the leader. Do you think so? Folis. Then he laughs loudly. Hey, over there, bring some more wine here. Folis respectfully replies. Yes, sir. The old man cruelly shares. To be sure, I sent my son. You don't need to worry. Suddenly, a challenge echoes through the air. Skull! He jumps. Next to Skull, he spits out some red wine from his mouth. He sweats and speculates. With this strength, his legs stretch out and kick open the door. Hottie points at him and declares, You bastard, today is your death day. Kun stands up, pointing at her and shouts, Didn't I tell you to knock before entering? Hottie responds softly, Knock, it's meaningless. I didn't expect that response. He's so angry he's shaking. What did you say? Skull spoke sternly, Act proper with your brothers, speak respectfully. Hadit doesn't hang her hat. Don't bring up your senior status. I'm older than you and your sister. He argues back, his voice trembling. His claws came out first. She clenched her lips in questioning. It's shameful to share the same womb with him, born as a lowly one, yet he dares to cooperate with those contemptible cats. No more dignity? She had to face Hadit without any help. He denies it. Huh, what did you say? Where's the proof? Without a word, she pushed Phyllis away. Here's the evidence. He's still unconscious on the floor, his eyes wide open. Recognizing him below, Phyllis paused. Scone remained silent, glancing at Skull without replying. Phyllis regained her senses and Skull hurriedly helped her up, calling out, My son. Hadit repeated, Do you hear me? He told his son, That's enough. Skull spat angrily. Phyllis, do you need to report this to your father? Skull stops pretending. He remains calm. Hey, sister. Skull repeats. No matter how much he bothers you. The cat's gratitude. How could you beat him so badly? Hadit is tall and slender. Auntie. Fliss got up with momentum. Yes, that's right. Why can't you make my son look like this? That's how the Zolas respond to cats, isn't it? She slightly leaned back and whispered, What did you say? He attacked me. Phyllis doesn't believe him. Hadit, stop defending him. She tries to explain. No! She interrupts. What? Hadit, how will you handle this? Karen crosses her arms and leans against the wall, listening intently. She sighs deeply. Oh my! Karen seeks everyone's opinion. It seems Hadit is in trouble again. Should we go in there? Elahan wonders. What should we do? A shadow appears supporting his chin and adds, Interesting, without a clear origin. He continues, How should we deal with them? Karen seems to understand the issue. She thinks it's obvious. Alhan turns towards the sound source and nods, concluding that this is Hadit's father. Leon observes the large body. He confirms Skull as the Zolas chief. 3. Inside the tent, Skull roars. It's too noisy. Want to fight? Hadit isn't backing down. She screamed too. Yeah, deal with it if you want to. Fliss stood by, watching the two argue. The old man chuckled. His eyes gleamed with calculation. This is our chance. Escape first. Phyllis was about to use the displacement spell to slip away quietly. Her body and son gradually blended into the shadows. If I can get my son out of here, there won't be any evidence left. Suddenly, a wolf's paw landed on his shoulder, surprising him slightly. The person growled at Scone and Hattie, covering their mouths. This voice was so familiar that both were startled, immediately silencing themselves out of instinct. The two brothers turned towards the source of the growl. They gasped in unison. Oh, yeah, Dad, it's the... He grunted softly, his mood uncertain. Felix jumped in fear. The old man hesitantly glanced at the person who had put their arm around him, the chief, clan chief. He smiled faintly, as if not quite sure about letting the children handle it themselves. As a father, I feel embarrassed, but his eyes shone brightly, knowing what had happened. This look made Felix slightly nervous. The old man hid something behind his back and slowly sank into the shadows. Me too, I have things to do. He disappeared through the black displacement portal, leaving a message, I'm off. Hottie hurriedly tried to stop him, but it was too late. Hold on, Dad, if you let him go. But before she could explain, Skull interrupted, dragging both of them over here. How low can you get? Hottie seethed with anger. What? Who's the low one? Seeing his two children start to argue and throw punches at each other, he tapped each of their heads. I told you to keep quiet. It hurts when you get hit. Skull and Hottie echoed in unison. Yes, sir. And reluctantly, they sighed. The two siblings were close to tears, both rubbing their heads, apologizing. We're sorry, Dad. After dealing with family matters, he now remembered something else. He frowned, but the others remained silent. He was referring to Leon, Karen, and Elahan's group. Who are they? Hattie's emerald green eyes sparkled, eager to introduce them. Ah, hey there! But she stopped him. I don't need to say it. His eyes shone with nostalgia, recalling the first time he saw them. The bright red round cloak evoked a sense of familiarity. Looking at Leon, he saw an old friend from long ago. What did I feel? And seriously, give them a chance to speak. Even so, we should hear their introductions properly, right? Leon immediately drew his sword from his left hand and introduced himself, a disciple of King Roderick. Leon. The sword glinted in his hand. He was the successor to the Balance of Fate, greeting the, I come here to make a request. You heard that name. You can't help but feel afraid. Roderick. Meanwhile, Hattie found Leon's cool and handsome appearance very attractive. The sat down, facing him with a slight smile, wondering if he was chosen and feeling interested. Leon, prove yourself as a warrior. Can you convince me? At the same time, on the golden sand dunes, several horses stopped. Raheem's jaw dropped. Lord Ramen stood in shock, his voice trembling. He was looking at me. They stopped on a sand hill. Far away, a sandstorm covered the sky, a sandstorm. Ramen quickly made a decision to run, but it was too late. The sandstorm hit them unexpectedly, almost burying them in the sand, limiting their vision. Behind them, the attendant screamed, Lord Ramen, making him turn around to look for them. Amit, Raheem, what's going on? But he no longer heard their voices. Instead, a deep voice said it was necessary. Nephrin emerged right behind Ramen, staring intently at him. Your eyes, your blood, your heart. This girl's hair toss made his brain almost freeze. All that remained in his mind was run. But amidst the sandstorm, where could Lord Ramen run to? Moreover, you didn't even have time to run before being hit by a hand to your head. Nephrin turned his head towards him, opened his mouth wide in shock, and Ramon muttered under his breath, too late, damn it. Nephrin began drawing energy from the abundant vitality of Ramon's body. Amidst the sandstorm, a dull boom echoed, green energy swirling round. Finally, the sky cleared up, leaving only a faint trace of energy in the air. After completing the soul-sucking ritual, Nephrin exhaled. Thank you, son. Oh my? But now, he stood calmly under the sun, smirking, I'm back. And he launched his sharp claws at Leon. With green veins bulging on his hand, he created a large explosion filled with smoke. You turned your head quickly to look in that direction and attacked him when Leon wasn't paying attention. His face showed intense anger. Leon was lucky to have blocked the attack. He retreated behind and charged forward again, retreating fast as dirt and dust were kicked up. Exhausted, he panted heavily. The guest introduced himself as the master. His face was cold and terrifying. Is this not over yet? The others watched from above as the two fought. Elsie asked, Priest, or the spells I taught you, are you not going to use them? Leon declined. Yeah, if possible, I want to be recognized for my own talent. He laughed with delight as if expecting a good show. You're really a foolish novice. Move forward. You started taunting too. MMHMM. He smirked. What's the matter? I was thinking of applying the law. Leon curiously asked, the law? Vi explained briefly and simply, if my feet don't touch the ground, I lose. As soon as he finished speaking, Nephrin and Elsie arrived together. Leon made a move that caught Vi off guard. Then Vi used his momentum to leap high, landing behind him just in front of his sword. Leon asked Vi, what did you say, your feet? He confidently smiled, I didn't hear what you said. Vi suddenly smiled, sorry for underestimating you, my fault for being too arrogant. Vi's expression changed instantly, his face became grim. Sorry, I'll fight you with everything I have. We summoned his power, his feet surrounded by an electric current. We stood there while Nephren was still dazed. He had already moved behind to attack from the side. As we attacked, Leon quickly dodged, using his claws to scratch him, sending dirt and dust flying up into the air. She stood watching with admiration. Amazing. It's been a long time since someone made Father unleash all his power like this. Hadi clung to her, Allahan. She showed concern. Too serious. Leon might die. I have to stop him. Allahan touched her hand. Hadi. She smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. She was taken aback by his words. Allahan turned to confirm as well. Right. Karen, she confidently replied. MMHMM. The two below continued their intense battle. Leon continuously attacked Va with his sword. He paused. Start. Va used his claws as a finishing move. It's over. With a blank expression, Leon stared at Va, but didn't attack. Both of them retreated. Skull couldn't believe what he was seeing. How did your father stop attacking you? Karen only smiled because she knew everything in advance, just as expected of a king beast. If that move was used, the Lord probably sensed something coming too, by instinct. She spoke about possible outcomes. It could have been deadly that day. The battle ended with an extremely satisfying laugh. It's been ages since we had such a proper fight. Maybe not for a few years. Leon stood beside the man. Impressive, Leon. And curious, what do you think? You still can't answer right away, huh? That matter. The man looked at Leon with fondness. My daughter, of course. I allow the two to get married. Hadi turned as red as a tomato in shock. Father, Karen was shocked. What? Allahan couldn't believe it. What did you say? Even Leon nodded approvingly and agreed. Hadi's feelings for you are very strong. I can feel that. The man said to Leon, don't worry, prepare now. Leon struggled but stopped. Wait, let me do it. He tried to struggle, but it was ineffective. His strength was terrible. They didn't give him a say, so he had no choice. Then Leon clasped his hands together. Suddenly beads of sweat appeared on his face, and he fell to the ground, no longer hugging Skull tightly. Like leaves dancing in the wind, Skull lay rolling on the ground. What's going on? Why me? While he was still confused, he looked elsewhere. Karen stared intently at Skull. Her gaze made him blush. Suddenly, a loud scream echoed in the sky. It turned to night at this base. Hadi's face was covered with sweat beads. What's going on? Father. Why? Karen was at a loss for words. Chaos indeed. I pointed towards her. You just called your brother. Right. Hadi cursed and swore. Can't you hear anything? The man cleared his throat to stop the argument. Ahem. Everyone turned to look at her. The man knelt in apology. First, I apologize for my blunt words. Miss Trintrong introduces herself, saying I am true of the Tianlang clan. Greetings to all. She turns to her two children and asks, what are you doing? Scone and Hattie nod in understanding. Yes, sir. The two of them kneel down together, greeting us respectfully. Leon waves his hand, saying it's not necessary. He wants to keep his identity hidden. He came here without wanting to reveal his name. He warmly greets and asks us to consider him a friend of Hathi and part of the tribe. He agrees happily, part of the tribe. Huh, I respect your decision. Although it's very dark outside, they continue their conversation inside, throwing hand signs for battle. What is their true intention? He ponders deeply, finding this situation quite complicated. Both the desert nomads and the people of Pingdong are small but clever. If a full-scale war breaks out, it will be hard to determine the winner. The battle would last long, leading to a great bloodbath. And they anticipated Cordia's plan. That was their exact goal. Leon says, they are evil. He scratches his chin, saying evil, I understand. Not about who wins or loses, just starting the war is their aim. Karen and Allahan agree in that case. Before it happens, we will defeat those bad guys. He makes a determined face, vowing to eliminate all of them. Leon agrees. Yes. Then Va gives an urgent order. Hattie, Skull, summon all the clan leaders immediately. The two follow orders. Yes, sir. Cut to a vast desert. Leon looks ahead. He remembers what his father said, "For days from now, it's time to prepare for the Great Desert War." The presents his plan. We will be ready in 4 days and head to the Great Desert to deal with those bandits. No one dares to oppose us at the clan meeting, but I need to convince them my way. If we split up now without unity, the Nomad Desert will see it as a declaration of war. So I hope for war, maybe negotiation is possible. Leon nods in readiness. Yes. Are your teammates ready to travel through this uncertain desert? Any idea where we're going? Yeah. At this speed, if we run, we might reach our destination by morning, but staying here today is better. All right. Karen creates a vortex with a stick in the middle. Leon gathers many sticks in his hands. I'll start a fire here. Everyone's hungry, right? She says. Yeah. We haven't eaten anything today. Elahan holds the carrot and offers. Let me cook it. Elahan's specialty. Peel the carrot. While Leon gathers wood, Elahan calls out loudly. Leon, we're out of drake meat, right? Karen doesn't know what to say, just nods. Suddenly, he senses something approaching. A green eye and strange energy appear behind Leon. He turns around in alarm. What is that? Leon shouts loudly to alert the others. Karen, Elahan, be careful, it's a dangerous aura. Do you see it? Karen feels something strange. Aura? Why are you so surprised, Leon? Why all of a sudden? Elahan is curious. Aura? He can't believe it. Even Karen and Elahan didn't notice. What's going on? That eye continues to emit toxic gas. The light from its eye blinds Leon so much he has to cover his eyes. Since that time when Nephrin appeared in front of him, he asked with a terrified voice, "Can you see me?" Leon is extremely alert, sensing danger. Leon raises his sword high and splits Nephrin into two. As he prepares to return to his ancestors, his eyes are still filled with confusion. Now Nephrin has vanished after the sword strike. At that moment, someone asks Leon, "What's wrong?" Leon honestly replies, "It's a virtual space." Then Elsie says something to him. This one, it was definitely caught. Now everyone is studying carvings about Nephrin's life. The highest symbol of the sun is also used to describe his existence. This led to Nephrin becoming arrogant, but at some point, he began to imagine himself on par with the sun itself. Because of this arrogance, Nephrin had to pay a price, even though he once reached a semi-divine state. His blessings were turned into curses, and his body was eaten away by worms. That's what I saw. After a long time, it seems until now, the cultists want to repeat this history. The cost to summon that thing appears to be minimal. However, the one summoned is not in its mature form as hoped. It was called with an incomplete shape. To return to its original state sooner, Nephrin was predicted to grow and consume both sand and flesh. Karen speaks seriously, perfect, even Elahan adds, at the highest point. After hearing the story of the pharaoh, who became power-crazed, Leon now understands why there's a desert war. Nephranka will use the blood and flesh from those fallen in that space to grow. He also realizes he has little time left. Quickly making his decision, there's no more time. It seems the sect has recognized us here. They'll surely speed up the war. A few days later at the Bedouin village of Amar, a figure appears in the sandstorm. The villagers are happy to see their familiar figure and say, "There he is, it's Lord Rahman." But why is he alone? Let them come in. Yes, that figure wears a red cloak from head to toe. The one called Rahman slowly rides his horse into the village as someone nearby prepares water for their master. Suddenly, Rahman turns and opens his mouth wide, spitting out water. As a result, that servant is killed by Rahman's bite right there. Then loud screams and running sounds are heard. "Be careful, get down here, run away." A hand slowly rises up. Above the wall, as one soldier is distracted by noise below, his friend stands frozen in fear. What's happening down there? In the vast desert, another loud cry echoes. From beneath the sand, a group of living dead begins to rise. They fiercely scream and charge towards Amar village. Meanwhile, on the city wall, Rahman prepares to attack a soldier, but is warned by his comrades, danger behind. The soldier immediately turns around to block Rahman's sword and shouts in disbelief. Lord Ramon, how can it be? After missing, Ramon quickly retreats. The two soldiers sense something is wrong but are unsure. Zaha worries, run, that's not Lord Ramon. However, his friend thinks they can't tell if the attacker is Ramon because both wear similar jewelry. But anyway, Zaha needs everyone to immediately evacuate the villagers. Either way, that monster, take women and children and run, I'll handle it. Meanwhile, somewhere a strange storm is moving. Inside Amar village, an uneven battle rages on. The living dead attack while soldiers try to defend their village. They persistently fight the tough living dead. Despite injuries or fallen comrades, they encourage each other. If this place is invaded, all will be lost at any cost. Protect it. The brave soldiers' blood spills on the ground. Inside the city walls, someone calls out Amin. A worried mother tells her son, "Oh my, go inside quickly." Suddenly, little Amin looks in a direction and calls out, "Mom." Amin points to something and asks, "What is that?" From afar, a living dead approaches them step by step. That living dead speaks incomprehensible words. Far, fade. The mother sees it and freezes. It's a living dead. Its appearance attracts more living dead, surrounding the mother and child without any gaps. Then a heart-wrenching scream is heard. Later, that woman enters her house and breathes heavily. She's scared but tries to block the door and mutters, "Amin." Then she looked at the small child trembling a corner of the house and shouted loudly, "Quickly hide." But Amin was too scared to stand up. He could only weakly call out, "Mom." Just then, the wet zombie's tongue pierced through the wooden door. In the next instant, it swung its tongue viciously, breaking the door and injuring the mother. Seeing his mother injured, Amin hurried over to her side and worriedly called out, "Mom." Now those terrifying wet zombies were standing in front of them. Without hesitation, Amin picked up a piece of wood from the ground. He lunged towards the zombie corpses and screamed, "Don't hurt my mom." Seeing her son trying to take a risk, the mother cried out in alarm, "Amin, no!" No matter how hard Amin attacked, the zombie corpse remained unharmed. Instead, with just one wave of its hand, it sent Amin flying into a bloody mess. Seeing her son being beaten up, the mother cried out in pain, "Amin!" This poor little boy was now lying motionless in a corner of the house. His parents were about to face a deadly blow from the zombie corpse. Unable to move due to his injuries, Amin could only plead hopelessly, "Please, anyone, save me, save my mom." He could do nothing but watch helplessly as his mother was killed, tears rolling down his cheeks. Finally, he shouted desperately, "Please, save me." Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. Leon smiled reassuringly at Amin. His timely appearance surprised Amin slightly. Leon quickly assumed a fighting stance. He was ready to unleash his powerful attack. With Muruk, the strong sword path immediately appeared, and with just one strike, he wiped out all the wet zombies in the house. Leon's gaze showed no mercy towards the monsters. After taking a sword cut from him, the wet zombies quickly turned to dust. After dealing with them, Leon glanced at the door and called out, "Karen, can you hear me?" Karen outside turned around and playfully replied, "Huh, did you call me?" At this moment, Amin and his mother were hugging each other. The mother quickly comforted him, "It's okay now." Seeing them like that, both Leon and Karen felt relieved that they had arrived in time to kill all the monsters. Phew, lucky we didn't arrive too late. At this moment, Leon remembered their other companion, Elhan. How's Elhan? On the city wall, the battle was still intense. Why are more and more zombies appearing? Damn it! The soldiers were so shocked that they stood rooted to the spot. Look over there! Can't believe it! It turned out a group of wet zombie corpses was advancing from afar. A soldier saw someone on the city wall. That person was Elhan, bravely stepping outside. In front of her were the swarming wet zombie corpses. Worried about Elhan's safety, two soldiers shouted urgently, "Ma'am, it's dangerous. Come here quickly. Run." Ignoring their shouts, Elhan calmly drew her sword. She raised a large sword and muttered, "Sam." As she finished the last word, she brought down the sword with force, causing a powerful shockwave that decimated the zombie army. In the distance, Someone watched as Leon's group disrupted Nephrin's plans, which made him unhappy. Returning to Elhen after clearing out the zombies, Leon ran up and called out. Seeing them, Elhen switched into a playful mode. Leon, Karen. Then she said, I think they won't come anymore. Karen also reported that inside was clean too. The remaining zombie corpses were handled by the local people. Despite cleaning out the zombies in the village, Leon still suggested checking around. Karen and Elhen agreed without objection. Okay, let's check around. At that moment, Nephrin noticed Leon. He stared at him and called out with hatred. That guy! It seemed like it wasn't the right time to seek revenge, so he left. Back on the city wall, another soldier was injured by a machete. It seemed no one could match his skill. Line 59. Line 60. Zaha was extremely agitated, shouting loudly, It's over. Don't come any closer, even if it turns out well today. He was furious but couldn't let everyone risk their lives. His skills were still effective. We can't win. The current situation left Zaha unsure of how to handle it. What should he do now? Suddenly, someone placed a hand on his shoulder and spoke with confidence, Leave it be. The appearance of this person made Jaha raise his head in surprise. Huh? Leon responded to Jaha's confusion with a bright smile. Jaha recognized Leon as the one who had attacked Jabba's group. We've met them before. To save time, Leon quickly activated his perceptive eyes. He saw why Ramen was going mad due to and, immediately, he called out Karen. Understanding what he wanted to do, Karen suddenly appeared behind Ramen and tried to subdue him quickly. Taking advantage of the moment, Leon used his concealment technique. His sword sliced past Ramen's body, especially targeting his seal. It was instantly destroyed, and Ramen regained control of his body. Just then, a fist appeared in front of him. Elahan didn't hesitate to punch Ramen with full force. After a while from the blow, Ramen finally woke up due to someone calling out, Raman, Lord Raman, Lord Raman. Seeing he was awake, Zaha worriedly asked Han, Is he awake? He replied with a bit of a startle, Zaha. Raman slowly sat up and was surprised to see the people in front of him. Huh? He recognized Leon's group, those I met in the desert. But when he looked at Elhen, his body involuntarily trembled, making him wonder why. Why am I trembling like this? At that moment, Jamin's face turned serious as he remembered something. He recalled being lost in a sandstorm. Suddenly, Nephrin the spirit appeared from behind him, controlling him since then. Remain quickly grabbed Leon and shouted, The entire desert valley is in danger. This made Leon suspicious. All the valleys in the desert? Remain quickly explained, I knew that when I connected with him. Moreover, based on what he experienced under Nephrin's control, Amar will attack for valleys at once. Senu, Amar, you, Nuas will use the victims here as sacrifices. All Nephrin wants is one thing and Ramen must stop him. He wants to become a god. We must stop him. Karen angrily gritted her teeth in response. Attack all four at once. Elahan agreed. We can't afford to waste time. Now, Raman volunteers. I'll lead everyone to Senu. They quickly plan their strategy together. So Karen, handle Senu. Vong and Hung, leave that to me. Elahan, go to do, understood? Leon volunteered to go to the front line. I'll head to Nuas. However, Raman had a warning. Leon, Nuas is special. The population there is twice that of other valleys. He reminded Leon about the danger in the place he wanted to go. That's definitely where he has it all. So he will surely appear there. Be careful. Hearing this, Leon smiled and nodded. Okay, and they bid each other farewell. Everyone stay safe. Okay. Leon, be careful. Let's go. At the same time elsewhere, someone was extremely agitated and slapped a rock, shouting, What flag? The summoned fake was furious that his plan had crumbled. He trembled in anger as he shouted, Seal down, failure. At that time, his subordinates reported that 2/3 of the Soul Reapers had been completely wiped out. This made him slightly surprised. Then a figure from the resurrection simulation flashed in his mind. Could it be just one person, maybe the Saintess? However, his subordinates believed that it was too early to judge yet. But with that level of power, judging her as the saintess wouldn't be wrong either. Mistakes in this plan slowed down everything and made the resurrection simulation unhappy. F***CK, they arrived faster than expected. However, there's always a silver lining to every cloud. Despite that, Nephrin hadn't returned to his original state yet. The main body of Nephrin K was still incomplete. All the summoners knew that Nephrin was currently weak and not quite perfect. With an incomplete body, Nephrin couldn't fully utilize his sun powers. Even when he used his power, it wasn't stable. Using soul movement instead of physical movement had its limits too. Part of Nephrin's soul that was dispatched for reconnaissance couldn't stay out long either. But the summoners believed that if his body were complete, the saintess wouldn't be much to worry about. One summoner thought it didn't matter if they couldn't capture Amar. Sacrificing Nuwas in its entirety would suffice. So he immediately ordered everyone at Nuwas to gather. We must definitely take over the entire place and organize a blood ritual. It was night time, but with the two master also present at Nuwas, it somewhat eased his mind. At this moment, someone on horseback appeared in the night, but thorough preparation is always better. Ramon took Leon somewhere during the night. After a while, Ramon said they had arrived. Leon, listen to what he has to say. Leon replied, yes, hiding as he was about to add something when we crossed this hill. Suddenly, he was shocked into stammering. It's late at night, isn't it? The red light in front of him caused confusion. Why is the other side so bright? Leon reacted faster and seemed to recognize something. No, this can't be happening. Both were shocked to see Nuwas engulfed in flames. Yes, that's Nuwas. At the same time inside the village, some mummies were burning fiercely. Despite the fire, they moved around as if nothing was wrong. Then another explosion sounded from somewhere else. The villagers of Nuwas were in a state of panic, not understanding what was happening. Was it self-destructs? What's going on? Where did this come from? Better get moving. I must extinguish the fire and protect the entrance at all costs. Inform the two master immediately. At that moment, Lamer looked round with a look of panic and confusion. What's happening here? Save me! He didn't understand what was going on. What is this? What the hell is happening? Suddenly, someone shouted, waking him up. Lamer, stay calm and fight. The warning came as he looked ahead. Lamer quickly followed his companion's direction and saw another mummy climbing the wall. Its appearance made him flinch. Two of them climbing at once caused him to exclaim, damn it. Looking down at the mummies below, Lamer was both helpless and angry, shouting, there's no end in sight. Just when I'm hiding under a knife's edge, someone appears. Find Or. This person killed the mummy with one swing, causing Lamer to cheer. The two master turned towards Lamer and shouted if this place is invaded. With the current situation, he had to mobilize all his troops. No matter what happens, he must defend the walls at all costs. Instantly, the soldiers obeyed orders, dropped their shields, and simultaneously drew their swords to fight. Raja stood tall among them, bewildered by the approaching army of mummies with no sign of ending. FCK! It seemed like Nuwas was about to be wiped out when a faint light appeared in the distance. Following that were numerous mummies being destroyed. One after another, explosions occurred among the army of mummies. The scene left Raja bewildered and shaken. Powerful swords killed the mummies. The warriors moved swiftly through the ranks of these monsters. Leon took on the army of mummies alone. He didn't hesitate to send the mummy army on its way. They rush in like a burning man as soon as they see him. Before he could even act, someone grabbed his sword by the hilt. This makes Leon turn around to look. It's none other than Nephrin. Elsewhere, someone is running fast on the sand, hoping. She rushes to the next village and hopes it hasn't been destroyed yet. Not too late. In the desert city at night, Rotor stands on the walls in confusion and asks out loud, do you see that? Atlas responds dazedly. Something is coming? Jun cuts her off. Both of them notice something running towards their village at a speed like a funeral procession. It's none other than Elahan, whose incredible speed makes both of them exclaim person in unison. As soon as she reaches the city gate, Elahan quickly stops. Seeing her stop, one of them and Atlas ask in surprise, "Who are you?" Elahan smiles brightly and says, "Lucky we made it on time. Phew." Her smile makes both of them and Atlas feel relieved. "I don't know how, but that's good, whatever." At that moment, something rises from the ground, and living scorpions start appearing around Elahan. Their appearance causes both of them and Atlas to be startled, wondering who are they. The living scorpions emerge with sharp weapons in hand. Seeing them, Elahan laughs mockingly, just on time, even faster than spring tides. Her necrotic aura makes the living scorpions howl like humans. Back to Leon's battle against the dead scorpions. His strength surprises Raja so much he exclaims, "What is this? What's happening?" Just then, someone climbs up the wall and shouts loudly, "Chief!" Seeing who it is, it's Ramen. Raja calls out urgently. "Ramen?" Ramen quickly says, "Sorry, I'm late." Meanwhile, Leon's sword was stopped. Nephrin isn't afraid of Leon's holy sword and blocks it with his hand. Moreover, he seems interested in saying, "Is this what you're looking for? The sword that cuts our souls?" Fascinating. Even though it's just a soul, you can still feel its power. Despite his calmness, Leon is slightly taken aback but doesn't question much. His son bluntly declares, after all, people will die and disappear. As soon as he says that, Nephrin stabs Leon in the chest with a swift strike. Caught off guard by the sudden stab, Leon can't react. At the same time, Elsie appears and calls out worriedly, "Leon." Before Leon recovers, Nephrin grabs his head. Then he throws him like a sack of sand, finishing up with a look at Leon's reaction. Naturally, after such a painful blow, Leon coughs up blood. Al Cid sees the scene and asks Han worriedly, "Hey, Leon, are you okay?" At this moment, Leon can't believe Nephrin despite it not being fully complete, but still so powerful. What's that? The movement. Even though he was careful, he couldn't have prepared for it. Although I calculated and saw it coming, I got hit. Can something be this strong, even if not fully complete? At that moment, Nephrin charges towards Leon again. Al Cid quickly enters a defensive state and reminds Leon, "It's here." Instantly, Leon tightens his grip on the sword and replies, "Yeah." As he was heading towards Leon, Nephrin suddenly changes direction and flies up high. Leon quickly confirms Nephrin's position above. Nephrin is above Leon and preparing for another attack. A flurry of slashes was launched. Leon looks slightly surprised by this slash, but quickly recovers and blocks it. He then uses all his strength to cut the slash in half. In that moment, Nephrin suddenly appears right in front of Leon. Fortunately, he reacts just in time to deliver a fatal blow. The immense force of their attacks collides and creates a significant shockwave. Both struggle and Leon realizes the danger is real. Contrary to his intense tension, Nephrin remains calm. Knowing that he won't be easy to defeat, Nephrin quickly steps back, maintaining some distance. First thing, gain some space. Before he can think of a way to counter Nephrin, the latter approaches him closely. Nephrin swings his sword, aiming to slice off Leon's head, but Leon dodges just in time and prepares to retaliate. Suddenly, Nephrin switches hands, switching from left to right, then thrusts his sword into Leon's leg. This unexpected stab startles Leon, leaving him reacting too late. Now, Nephrin raises his remaining hand and says, "Die." Following that, he delivers a powerful punch to Leon, causing him to bleed profusely. After taking this punch, Leon lies motionless on the ground. Nephrin looks down at him with a mocking expression. "Still alive? Interesting. You lying there unconscious without making any move." Next, Nephrin raises his knife and prepares for the final blow, declaring, "It's over now." Far away, the sun shines brightly, casting harsh light on everything. Nephrin slightly extends a nail, causing smoke to rise from the point of contact. He winces at the burning pain in his hand, cursing the sun. He can't stay here any longer and says before leaving, "Good luck, enjoy it. Today is your last day." His face flushed, Nephrin declares, "When the evening falls, I'll come back to kill you." Then Nephrin vanishes in a cloud of dust, leaving Leon alone in the empty desert. Meanwhile, Raja and others are frantically searching. Someone mutters they're gone, followed by a loud scream. What's that? Ramon looks in one direction. Hey! The familiar figure of Leon is motionless at the corner. They call out together, Leon. Elsewhere, Karen swings her sword through a mummy's body, and its legs spring forward. Karen soars in the air, surrounded by mummies ready to attack. She summons countless sharp blades and aims them down. In a corner of the town, an earth-shattering explosion reverberates through the space. Karen lands on a high tower and observes the situation below. The wet sickles continue to approach her, growling menacingly. Karen settles on a tall building and looks down at the scene. The crescent moon sickles keep advancing towards her. Karen complains, "Die easily, there's no end to them." She grits her teeth, her face covered in blue veins, saying, "Defeating them isn't a problem, but the protected area is too empty, not enough people." From somewhere, someone cries for help. "Save me." Karen looks towards that direction and sees a woman being pressed against the wall by a mummy. Without hesitation, she jumps down to kick it away from the innocent civilians. Turning back, she reassures the girl. She's safe now. The girl thanks her, "Thank you." While they're talking, a mummy attacks Karen from behind. It grabs her waist with both hands. Karen is momentarily stunned. Anger surges as she turns to face it. Suddenly, footsteps are heard approaching. Karen can only watch helplessly as a figure rushes towards her at maximum speed and shouts, "Who's there?" Skull roars, "How dare you touch my lover?" He kicks the mummy's head off with his foot, freeing himself from its grasp. Skull grins confidently, declaring, Skull, won't let this go." Karen stares at Skull in shock. "Oh, my lover." He blushes and looks at her with affection. Hattie peeked out to greet them. Karen, recognizing a familiar voice. She cheerfully called out, "Hattie, here I am." Karen was curious. "Why did you two come here? Were you guys alone?" Skull cheered. "We went together. The outside is handled by someone else. We got the news from Amber." He continued, "So the wolf tribe and bear tribe rushed to this temple right away, while the tiger and cat tribes will come to RU. Father's Headington was with a few skilled warriors from each tribe." Hattie shivered in fear. She spoke up. "But Karen, that thing." Now, Karen still lies securely within the sharp embrace. Hattie asked, "Would you like me to help clean up, miss?" She realized the issue. Round them, the glowing rays spread out. Karen shivered back, hesitating and retreating. The man didn't change his expression or posture. Karen couldn't bear the sharp, blue blades piercing through the sharp embrace, hanging in the dark void. The town returned to its usual silence. She spoke softly. "So?" Karen smiled. "Hurried to Leon's place." Hattie replied. "Yes." A loud scream echoed. Images of Raman and Raja appeared worriedly. Leon was doubtful. "Raman?" His eyes sank, unable to bear it anymore. The world darkened at that moment. Leon struggled to open his eyes. Across the room, Elahan's face was streaked with tears as she watched closely, using her power to support him. Elahan panicked and called out softly, "Elahan." Scene change. Morning sunlight illuminated the wooden-roofed room. Leon slowly regained consciousness from his injuries. He looked around. Leon widened his eyes as a sound came from the door. He turned to look. Elahan sobbed loudly, covering her mouth. "My lord Leon, why are you getting up? Why are you crying, Elahan?" "Oh my!" Held tightly by Elahan, Leon winced in pain. She frantically shook him. "Leon." After calming down, Elahan continued, "Even if I tried to stop the bleeding, it just wouldn't stop. It seems you were attacked by a cursed weapon. My healing magic isn't working." She went on, "But in this state, it's better to rest now. If you're like this, did you meet Nephranker?" Elahan added more details, "Because when I found you, you looked so well. Now you can rest. Travel is safe and Nwas is secure." She whispered encouragingly, "You've done your best, hero. I regret not helping in that battle." But Leon interrupted her. "No battles, no Nephranka." She was confused. Leon recalled being stabbed by Nephron. A knife to the chest, then he was flung against the wall ahead. Nephron attacked frantically, trying to end Leon's life right there. Finally, he vanished into nothingness. Leon took a deep breath of relief. Luckily, the sun rose and stopped it. Elahan whispered softly, "Even you, hero Leon." He nodded and pulled out his furline. I shouldn't waste time on this," she shouted to remind him. "My lord Leon, you're still injured." He tightened his grip as he said seriously, "He will return." The crowd sighed in relief. It was terrible. The scene changed to a dimly lit area where voices of heated discussion could be heard, surrounded by garbage and ruins. Nephrin stood amidst a red-tinted matrix, with occasional murmurs still audible. "So does that mean the Desert War is over?" He looked straight ahead. One man objected, saying resurrection is now impossible. The mysterious group continued chanting in a corner. "Does this mean the war in the desert has ended?" The masked man argued, "Resurrection is no longer possible." Nephrin listened to their discussion and raised his hand to stop them. Then Nephrin shouted, "Fools!" They echoed, "Nephrin." All three knelt and bowed in apology. "We apologize for the breach of promise due to some nosy individuals disrupting things." He remained silent without responding. Leon's image flashed in Nephrin's mind. He was cold, ignoring them, with a few brave ones remaining, indifferent to those pests. Nephrin snorted, "No, this incomplete body cannot deal with those jumpers. It's troublesome." Hearing him, the masked man sweated and proposed, "So we will take direct action this time." Then Nephrin's red eyes narrowed. He said, "No need, I'll do it myself." But that man quickly stopped Nephrin. Nephrin said, "My body is not complete yet. Just wait a bit more. Just need a little more sacrificial offering." He pressed forward, stepping closer to the crowd. "Yeah, that's why." Nephrin grinned and declared, "I need human souls." The remaining ones were startled by his decision. Shouts echoed through the cave, deafening. Nephrin stepped out of the half-broken bones. Round him, white robes and masks littered everywhere. Nephrin thought, "Not fully complete yet, but it's good enough for now. I'll wait until tonight." In the distance, the sun gradually set, painting the sky with a bloody red hue. The last rays of light filtered through the large stone wall, signaling the night to swallow the desolate desert. A voice rang out, "The evening has fallen, citizens." Roger reported, "We have evacuated them to safety. Only elite troops remain." Leon solemnly analyzed, "Tonight is a life or death moment, when Nephrenko will get his complete body. Not just the desert, but the world too will be engulfed by darkness. That's why we are here." Ramon and his comrades listened intently. They all echoed in unison, "Protect our homeland." Leon called Elhen, who stood behind him. "Yes," she said, offering her hand with sincerity as before. "I failed miserably." Then Leon clenched his fist with determination. "But today will be different. We won't lose again." Elhen showed agreement. "I believe in you, Lord Leon." In the desolate desert, a tremor occurred. Ramon touched the wall curiously. Was that an earthquake? Leon sensed something. He tightened his jaw. "It's coming!" In the middle of the empty sand, the tip of a pyramid slowly rose up. Those present were bewildered. What is that?" A huge triangular shape blocked their view. Someone gasped, "No time to wait!" Leon looked at it with a frown. He shouted, "Pyramid!" Raja and others raised their heads to observe. He gritted his teeth. There, a huge pyramid appeared. Its peak was a bright golden tip. Elhen voiced her guess, "Lord Leon, is he on top of the pyramid?" He nodded, "Yes, that's Pharaoh of the Shadows, Nifringa." Nephrin said with hesitation. Finally, Nifringa gave orders. Head forward. A beam of power radiated from the sharp tip and spread across space. Those present widened their eyes in shock. They winced in pain. Then all turned to Raja Gyanjiang, who said, "He dominated everyone with just pressure, even me." After that, everyone fell silent as Raja Gyanjiang spoke. "The pressure is intense. Psychological attacks causing physical harm. This is the power of a semi-divine being." Leon lunges forward, channeling his strength. 7 stars start to activate. A spark of light flickers, and he eats some dust. Energy from where Leon aimed shoots straight towards the pyramid's peak. He extends his hands and emits a white rope-like energy from his silver gloves. Red eyes glowing with rage like an evil deity descending. Nephrin lifts the disdained one up. Is that all you've got? Nephrin smirks, possessing solar energy and the power of a holy sword. The next shout startles him, making his eyes widen in surprise. Elahan jumps behind Leon, swinging her blade directly at him. Elahan strikes hard, punishing. Nephrin calmly raises one hand to dismiss it. You've disappointed me, useless thing. You can't hurt me. From the apex of the tall tower in the dark night sky, a loud explosion rips through space. Elahan's expressionless face asks, "Did you really think so?" The scent of claws fills the air. His hand blocks the flowing blood. Nephrin's arm torn open, red blood splatters violently in the air. Elahan no longer looks sympathetic. She clearly declares that any wounds inflicted on Leon's precious body will be repaid tenfold. Nephrin looks down without speaking. He tightens his grip as if nothing happened, confident that he's just dealing with weak techniques. Saying this, he swings an attack at Leon, who falls backward unprepared. Leon holds the sword firmly and steadies himself, cursing F***CK, then rushes to press Elahan. Nephrin turns around, catching her off guard. She lunges straight for Elahan's chest. Leon watches from start to finish, shouting as Nephrin tightens the dagger in her hand. Elahan's trembling hands grasp the blade, her determined eyes staring at Nephrin. Leon rushes like a red-hot ray of light, his armor flaring up like wings of fire, slicing through the night sky with a powerful white beam. He doesn't hesitate and swings his sword behind Nephrin. She notices this and grabs Leon's collar. Nephrin looks around, then raises her hand to command. God, Leon forcefully hits Elahan, both falling down together. Thud, a loud impact echoes as sand flies up under their weight. Nephrin smirks after all. With intense anger, he says, insulting the gods. Nephrin calmly folds her arms and observes the situation below. Leon and Elahan lie small like ants on the sand, motionless with a thin layer of sand covering their bodies. Nephrin speaks slowly, ordinary human attacks causing bodily harm. He recalls Elahan's powerful strike. Nephrin speculates, just a small human, or maybe I'm not as strong as before. In silence, he looks towards the town. Nephrin smiles contentedly. Suddenly, sounds catch his attention. People are coordinating with each other over here. Hurry up and come to me. Little bugs. Nephrin concludes. These maggots are running away from their inevitable fate. Nephrin unleashes power and makes a decision. It's time to end the lives of those below. Lightning gathers at one corner of the pyramid. He shouts and will have a complete divine body. A golden gate appears, slowly opening, emitting dark energy. Bam! Strong legs step down on the sand. Anubis gradually emerges, growling powerfully. Anubis tightens his weapon in readiness for battle. Nephrin points at a direction and orders it to bring the sacrificial items here. Anubis roars as if receiving an order. Then it runs towards the given direction. Two figures rush out to block its path. Roger raises his sword and warns, "You can't go this way." Nephrin evaluates them and curses, "Fools, these useless swords are demanding to strike a god." He narrows his eyes, "Starting with you all, kill them as sacrifices for me quickly." Anubis approaches in front of him. Both decide to attack. He says, "Even so." Raja continues, "We won't let anyone achieve their goal." It yawns widely, revealing sharp white fangs. With his superior body, Nephrin swings a massive blow several times harder. He tightens the sword to block Anubis's attack from the scythe of death in the chaotic darkness. Anubis continues to push back with force. Blood trickles from the corner of his mouth. His eyes are already half-blinded. Raja shouts, "Strike hard," and cuts into it, making fresh blood splatter. Anubis closes one injured eye. He hesitates, not deep enough yet. Seizing the opportunity, he counters by scratching Roger. He forcefully pushes down. Ramon calls out worriedly, "Master." Bam! Anubis continues to stomp his heavy feet on the ground. He and Raja stared intently at it without letting their guard down. Next, Anubis raised his weapon into a fighting stance. Snap! A pungent scent spread. Its arm broke off and tumbled to one side. A familiar voice spoke up, "Sorry, Ramon." Karen sat on Anubis' shoulder waving at him. "Are you late again?" Ramon called out, "Karen." She smiled. "I've been coming here with everyone." He muttered uncertainly, everyone. The beast's 3 legs summoned their power. The foot soldiers' might, father and son clashed in the sky, providing support. Anubis was defeated under their sharp claws. Its body was no longer intact. Its arm and head were severed. Raja spoke. Impossible, Ramon doubted. Are they here to help us? Looking at the haughty skull one by one, he concluded, beast folk, extending his hands forward. Vas said, let's shake hands and make peace. I'm witness Bakuin, Itva. Raja looked at the beast king the wide-eyed. Then he tightly clasped his hand and smiled in response. Karen surveyed them all, then assessed, that big pyramid. Here, friend. Realizing something important, she suddenly gasped. Ramon, Leon with Elahan's head. He gritted his teeth, sharing honestly. They are below the pyramid. Hadi shouted them. Skull tensed and did the same. Karen trembled slightly. Impossible. Up above, Nephrin wondered if they defeated Anubis. Seeing more new faces appear, wondering where they came from, the Divine War Machine began. 7 stars activated. Butcher's blade was always sharp like a knife piercing Nephrin. In the dark desert, the giant white pyramid exploded in golden light from its peak and sides. Powerful energy spiraled violently, slicing through the sky as an ancient, holy prophecy awakened. One side had a hole punctured through it. Nephrin's expression didn't change as he tilted his head slightly. Leon's hand symbol glowed, drawing out his sword from it. I wonder how long you and Elahan have been awake. She reminded him, focus a bit, we're the ones fighting here. He snorted, stubborn as ever. Tension in the air was broken by a call. Leon! From afar. Karen shouted loudly. You really scared me. Are you okay? Leon replied cheerfully. Karen, here you are. I'm fine. After the greetings, she turned serious and assigned tasks. The Beast King and I will go over there. The rest with the clan leader protect everyone here. Ramon nodded. Got it. Nephrin called out green energy. He couldn't believe his eyes. Impossible. From the gate, strong legs continued to step out. A pack of Anubis followed, bellowing in anticipation. They then went wild towards Karen. She wiped sweat from her mouth and thought, we should have a plan. Looks like it's going to be busy. Nephrin declared straightforwardly, I swear, after defeating you all, I'll make necklaces out of your eyes. Leon reminded him, do you not remember, the pyramid was built as a tomb for the pharaohs? He nodded without speaking further. Then Nephrin leaped forward, stretching his path behind him. Seeing Nephrin act, Leon shouted, let's go, Elahan. The faded figures of Nephrin and Leon clashed head-on. Following Leon was Elahan joining the fight. She swung her trident forcefully at him. Nephrin bit his lip. Foolishly, the outcome won't change. Saying that, a dazzling light appeared around him. Divine War Machines. From the dark night sky, a white pillar of light descended beside the pyramid like a holy sword, punishing and redeeming. Half Nephrin's face was splattered with blood from the long slash, his trident's sharp edge barely an arm's length away. Elahan strikes hard, punishing. Leon calls out to Morag. Following the sound of water, he rushes towards it, quickly closing in on the sword's edge. Nephrin's massive figure sinks into the light of power. He stands there, momentarily stunned by the knife in his hand. Not giving Nephrin a chance to recover, Elahan continues attacking with forceful shouts and punishments. Lightning pierces the desert ground, exploding into a cluster of sharp thorns spreading violently. He kneels on the ground, blood flowing freely. How dare you? How dare you? Nephrin's jaw now has a hole cut out by Leon's blade. Just as they were about to move forward, Nephrin used his strength to stop them. Even he had to halt before that barrier. Leon shakes, gripping his sword tightly. I've already used the 7 stars 4 times now. He watches carefully, surviving despite Elahan's punishing blows. He outpaces and outdefends me in speed, defense, and everything else. She's not in a better mood either. And worse, he's only a semi-god. Leon continues, if we can directly stab the holy sword, it would surely be a fatal blow. But this will never happen. Nephrin radiates green light. Even as a semi-god, his body remains divine. He grits his teeth in anger. Damn you. With my current strength, I can't defeat the cold sand. A curse escapes Leon's lips. Fool. Alcid appears, there's always a way out. It constantly pities him. He thinks of letting everyone die here just because there's no other choice. But who said there isn't one? Leon seems to realize everything, revealing his weakness. Alcid urges, remember. As he recalls being defeated, Leon's eyes gradually open, his hand turning into smoke and mist. Back in reality, the sunburn on his fingers from exposure is evident. Only then does Leon realize his weakness is sunlight. It confirms, yes, the sun. Alcid helps Leon awaken, become the sun, Leon. He's still a bit stunned, become the sun. It explains to Leon about the transformation. A partially complete body existing for years or decades shares a common fear, energy. The light that gives life to all has become hard to control. Alcid continues convincing him, only after receiving stigmata could I easily control aura. Weak and meager, at best touching the faint rays of sunlight. It turns away, listen carefully, learn foolishly. Customs appear instantly. Leon, you've trained your body through harsh exercises, refining both body and spirit to a point where they radiate outward, awakening his ethereal form. Alcid recalls the past, honing skills with holy swords and countless battles against formidable foes, including when Leon fought the giant dragon. It adds more resolve to him. You've opened your own divine path. You have all the skills needed to become a master. Leon smiles naturally. The teacher isn't so bad either. In this state, why force his student to break through to master? He looks forward, ready to accept the challenge. I have no other choice. Alcid smiles contentedly. Leon calls out, Elahan. She responds, yes. Leon looks at Elahan seriously. I need your help. Her eyes sparkle as she looks at Leon. Turning to Nephrin, he spits out a mouthful of fresh blood. The wound on his cheek gradually heals, a lowly but bold spirit in the face of heaven. Seeing the distant sunlight, Nephrin's veins bulge. Leon and Alcid approaching with the sun shining. Nephrin stood in shock. Unbelievable. How could humans do this? A mere mortal transformed solar power. He grew larger. Unbelievable. Elahan moved forward with a fist. Divine judgment. He tried to resist her force. Quickly, Elahan sent Nephrin flying thousands of miles away. In pain, he stood up. You, Nephrin screamed, damn you. She approached, 8th priestess of the goddess, 8th maiden, Elahan. You have no right to touch Leon. Leon held his sword and rushed forward. You try your best. Elahan hold on a little longer. For Nephrin, he stood up from the ruins. Damn it, unbelievable. He looked down on them, these troublesome people. His anger reached its peak as he said this to Elahan. You are just the church's dogs. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved quickly towards her with his power. I'll kill him before he can move. She wouldn't back down either. Rain, their fists clashed on the sandy ground. A fist fight and thunderous clash erupted. Quickly, Elahan hit Nephrin in the face with a punch. Nephrin's face bore the marks of her hand. He lunged forward to attack again. Nephrin punched Elahan repeatedly, but she blocked them. She was injured by his previous strike as well. Then Elahan concentrated all her strength into a punch, divine judgment. She delivered a powerful blow to his ribcage. Nephrin howled in pain. You. The situation had turned against her. He grabbed Elahan's body from behind. Dying like that is pitiful. She was too injured and couldn't hold on anymore. Elahan fell to the ground after Nephrin's strike. He looked at her with a challenging expression, then Nephrin kicked straight into Elahan. She was kicked far away with a long trail of blood. Leon was now raging. Elahan, you're hopeless. Is she okay alone? Leon couldn't wait anymore. I need to save Elahan first. Abruptly, she raised her hand to stop him. Seeing that, he hesitated. Elahan, with hopeful eyes, looked towards Leon. It reminded him of when she told him, Mr. Leon, no matter what happens, don't stop, just finish it. I believe in you. Nephrin on the side laughed triumphantly. Your teammate dies and you can only watch. He kicked at Leon, still couldn't become a son. Huh? He was truly going mad now, unable to calm down anymore. Nephrin clenched his hand tightly. No reason for me to go alone then. Behind Leon, Anubis appeared from nowhere and attacked him. Elahan saw this and warned, Mr. Leon, Luckily, a strong hand stopped it, and with just a little force, Anubis was destroyed. His foot touched the sand. Leon noticed and exclaimed happily. He turned around to ask, "Leon, are you okay?" "Happy," he said, tribal elder, and angrily shouted, "Who dared touch my son-in-law?" Nephrin suspiciously asked, "Why are you here? Where's Anubis?" Karen called his attention. "Look over there." Suddenly, a strong spike pierced through his shoulder. "Dark dance, thorn of darkness." Nephrin angrily turned to attack her. Karen informed him, "Look this way." Right now, a powerful spike stabbed through his shoulder. "Dark dance, thorn of darkness." She gently touched her lips and gave Nephrin a kiss. His shoulder was severely injured. Nephrin painfully hugged his shoulder. He glared at the red venomous rays. "Who dares?" At this moment, everyone surrounded Elahan, challenging the gods. A familiar voice said, "Karen Annie." Elahan looked more radiant now. Hattie, she was deeply moved by everyone. Vang encouraged them, "Keep going a little more, everyone." Elahan turned back. "Oh, Daybreak," his face became serious. "This is the command of the tribal elder." She smiled meekly, "So I have no choice but to comply." She seemed to respond to that energy. Hattie was confident, believing in Leon. Karen also cooperated with everyone. "We can wait." Nephrin hugged his injured shoulder and cursed the turtle. "Trash to be cleaned." Then they all charged at him in unison to attack. Nephrin's call. "Leon isn't done yet. No one is allowed here. Move a bit." He gave Nephrin a painful hit. Sky Wolf. His arm was still affected by the celestial blade. One of Hattie's legs was filled with celestial dust, and Scone's other leg was in the same state. Both of them delivered blows to Nephrin's back, followed by Elahan's punch. She gave him a side kick. Judge. Nephrin was attacked mercilessly, so much that blood came out from his mouth and nose. He hadn't recovered when Karen and the Sword of Truth ambushed him above, leading to a massive attack right at the pyramid's apex. Everyone witnessed that moment. Scone was furious. What happened to him? Hattie couldn't believe his eyes. Despite being stabbed by the sword, Nephrin still stood up normally after getting hit. Nephrin glanced elsewhere, his injured shoulder gradually healing as he wasn't a full soul. The area around his ribs was no longer damaged, but his regenerative ability seems to be weakening. Moving on to Leon's side, he's pushing himself hard. Just a little more, just a bit more. Leon's sword flared with intense flames. Nephrin glanced at it. The solar power is stronger now. The sword emitted dazzling light. If he were like this, he wondered, was he going to try and become a god after that? Nephrin prepared his stance, ready for battle. Using all his strength, he rushed forward. Don't delude yourself anymore. As soon as this scratched him, Nephrin dodged immediately. The hesitated but showed concern. He stood behind Vi and punched him to knock him down. Hattie and School couldn't stay still any longer. "Father, that bastard." As they attacked Nephrin from the back, he dodged again. She was going crazy with him. He's not much different from Hattie. Nephrin grabbed Vi and School by their legs. He forcefully pulled them into a nearby pyramid, causing both of them to cry out in pain. Nephrin reached into the bottomless pit beneath his feet and dragged Karen up from it. She was squeezed tightly around her neck, struggling for breath. Elahan ambushed from behind. "We can't stop now." As before, he anticipated everything, but Nephrin sensed something wasn't right. The light from afar grew larger and more powerful. He roared, "Damn it. Only I get to sit on the throne of supreme power." Many thorns sprouted from the sand, piercing Nephrin's body. He glanced sideways. Karen slowly floated over. "Where are you going?" "I said, don't move." Nephrin gritted his teeth. "You, that damned woman." Behind him, light shone, and Nephrin turned to see its source. Leon seemed to unlock Elsas's power. Leon's sword, solar blade, sun god. Nephrin was pierced by the thorns, but still managed to pull out a knife. He used it to cut through the surrounding thorns. Then Nephrin reached for Karen, whose hand was squeezed tightly. Elahan rushed over to save Karen. Nephrin gently lifted Karen like a stuffed bear. Despite this, she tried to hold onto his hand. Suddenly, the coffin guard appeared behind him. A few basic moves and Nephrin made it vanish. The coffin guard turned into nothingness. He squeezed harder. That trap is useless against me now. Nephren prepared to attack Karen. Die. She gritted her teeth in pain. Leon calmly said, "Get rid of that dirty hand right away." "Who and when did you and the flaming sword arrive?" Seeing Leon, Karen's face softened. Elahan was delighted but hesitant about Leon. Hattie was so happy she laughed. Skull became excited too in the end, and full of hope, he succeeded. Leon thanked everyone, grateful for their endurance. He gripped his sword tightly. It had a Leon-style aura. Leon's entire body flared with flames, like the sun. Nephren sensed danger before him. "It's your turn now." Leon delivered a powerful strike to Nephren, the solar deity. Nephren's arm fell off due to his attack. Seeing his arm fall and not healing, Nephren was struck by the attack too. The other arm was also severed. Nephren glared at his now maimed hands in fury. Nephren was thrown back further than Leon. He looked down at his own arms, shaking with confusion. Why didn't it heal? Furious, "How dare you? How dare you?" As he transformed, Nephren shouted, "Daring the one who holds solar power before me. Why? My son, Pharaoh, I am the true son." Round him, green rays and dots emitted, the power so strong it made Elahan cover her face. Hattie looked up in shock. "What? Like this?" Leon supported Karen, who was unconscious on the ground. At the top of the pyramid, a moon emitted massive green light. A black sun. Nephren's arms grew back normally. His body transformation became stronger. Nephren appeared like a demon, doomed to die. The green eyes shone as he roared, "I am the embodiment of death." Elahan had another eye similar to that moon. Karen's eyes widened in shock too. Karen, Hattie was not spared either. Skull was affected just like everyone else, and faced the same fate. Nephren's eyes bulged out. "Why that guy? My vow." He looked at him in confusion. Nothing happened to him. Elsie called sternly. "Leon," he responded. "HMM, it boosts your spirit if you stop now. All those who trusted and followed you will fall." "I know," he replied. Leon released her from his embrace. Karen mumbled his name, Leon. He walked forward and dung, "I'll be back." Karen tried to call out Leon's name. Leon stepped in front of Nephren. His hand gripped the sword tightly. Solar hero Leon. Leon poured all his determination into this battle. "By the goddess, I stand here." Both he and Elsie were blazing with fire. "Leon, become the sun." Leon changed his hair and outfit to golden. Nephren frowned. That was. He stood before a massive burning sun. Son, Nephren clenched his teeth tightly. Filled with solar energy, Leon moved forward, his body flaring as he stepped on the sand. Leon ran off at lightning speed right after that. The madman shouted loudly, "Only I can be the sun." Meanwhile, Nephren left just as quickly, flames and axes clashing in battle. Two energy sources collided, creating a life or death struggle. Nephren glared at him, warning him with his eyes. Leon dodged the punch before it could connect. His face was bleeding from Nephren's attack. Suddenly, blue veins bulged on Leon's face as he roared. The madman let out a wild scream in response. Leon lunged quickly, slicing Nephren with deadly blows. Nephren tried to act like he was fine. "You can't cut me anymore. My son will burn you." Then one of Nephren's hands pulled away, confusing him. He stared in shock at his now missing hand. His hand followed the sharp flame. Nephren's anger was clear on his face. Leon's face still glowed with hatred. He continued to strike Nephren, hitting him right in the spine. Even as Nephren held onto the sword, he managed to grab it. Nephren's face was drenched in cold sweat. "No way! I can't be defeated by a mere mortal like you." He was no longer calm. "How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? I am the sun." Nephren's hand shook as he held onto the sword. You, a person like you." Elshad said that the sun was born to be worshipped and revered. Elahan cried out desperately, "Lord Leon," in pain. Hadi softly called out, "Leon." Skull shouted, "Leon." Everyone present was controlled by those eyes. Karen bit her lip, "Leon." The hat wore a sneer. The more Leon was revered, the stronger his inner sun became. so you will never defeat Leon. On the other side, Leon roared louder as Nephrin tried to stop him. No! Then his body was split in half. The nearby pyramid shattered and burned to ashes. Nephrin's lower half showed no signs of life anymore. Cut to the morning sun rising over the desert, the female sun figure. Nephrin turned to stone. Are you going to abandon me like this? Again. You again. Abandon me. His upper body stiffened like a statue, and the other arm fell onto the sand. Skull angrily shouted, "Look, you're going to heaven now." Elahan laughed joyfully. Right into death. Right into death. It's over. Leon fell to his knees in the desert. Which means you hold that sword and breathe life back into it. Leon asked Han worriedly, "Everyone, are we safe now?" Karen placed her hand on his shoulder. "You're tired, right?" she said affectionately, leaning against him tonight. His voice was trembling. Karen hugged Leon tightly into her arms. MMM. The two of them smiled contentedly. Elahan felt relieved inside. The other three were happy for them too. Elsie praised, "Well done. Good job, our students." Leon looks at them and smiles.